Chapter 001 Transmigration. In the capital of the Qingyi Kingdom, Yunming's, two significant events have recently transpired. The first event occurred at the northwestern border. Marquis Mo Yushuan of Jinyuan, after 5 years of warfare in the northern desert, achieved a resounding victory against the northern forces. The northern king, now reduced to a remnant of his former army, fled northward, likely too intimidated to threaten the borders for a decade. Soon, Marquis Jinyuan is expected to return to the capital. Having enlisted at the tender age of 12, the Marquis has spent a decade on the battlefield, boasting an impressive record with scarcely a defeat, much to the chagrin of the northern enemy. His numerous military accolades have earned him the distinction of being the youngest Marquis. The second event unfolded in Yunming's. The sole daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Yun Qingyi, tragically choked on a walnut at home and fell into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she astonishingly found her mental faculties, which have been impaired since the age of 5, restored. The Yun family is blessed with 3 sons and 1 daughter, each a paragon of excellence. The eldest son, Yun Qingyi, is currently serving as an official in a distant province. The second son, Yun Qingyi, is a newly minted scholar and works in the Hamlin Academy. The youngest son, Yun Qingshi, at just 12 years old, is already studying at the Imperial Academy. Yun Qingyi, the only daughter, is renowned for her beauty, yet those familiar with her family history often lament, "What a pity." Once a bright and clever child, she had the privilege of being raised by a mother from a prestigious lineage, which afforded her many opportunities to gain insights and experiences, often accompanying her mother to the palace, where she charmed the court ladies with her quick wit. However, fate took a cruel turn when, at the age of 5, she suffered a fall in the backyard, resulting in a lifelong condition of mental incapacitation, leaving her with the demeanor of a child. Now 17, her actions and behavior remain akin to those of a 5-year-old. Fortunately, as the family's only daughter, she is cherished by her parents and brothers, who have never allowed her to suffer in any way. In the wake of her accident, her mother sought the guidance of Master Bujing at the revered Zhaoqing Temple, known for its divine blessings. The master proclaimed, "Lady Yun is destined for great wealth and fortune, yet must endure trials to bear future prosperity. When the time is right, her soul shall return, and she will transform adversity into good fortune, encountering blessings in her path." Reassured by the master's words, her mother became increasingly protective, never allowing her out of sight. Perhaps it was indeed fate on that fateful day. While her mother briefly stepped away, Yun Qingyi choked on a walnut, her face turning purple as she lost consciousness. Simultaneously, in a modern-day seafood restaurant, the 4th-generation owner, also named Yun Qingyi, faced an unexpected calamity in her otherwise smooth-sailing life. At the age of 22, she graduated from a prestigious university, her major deemed a dead-end due to poor job prospects. Nevertheless, she was unfazed, returning home to inherit the family's centuries-old seafood restaurant. Having avoided decades of struggle by taking over the family business, she embraced a life of ease, believing in the pursuit of happiness. Having grown up in the restaurant, her culinary skills were limited to consuming seafood. Particularly hardworking, she succeeded in the first 4 words of that description. Merely being a seafood enthusiast was insufficient to uphold the family legacy. She began as an apprentice, mastering the art of cooking, serving patrons, and eventually managing the establishment. After 4 years of rigorous training, she formally took over the restaurant at 26, having practically completed an MBA through Hansen experience. Her parents, feeling confident in her capabilities, departed for a life of leisure abroad, leaving the restaurant in her capable hands. Thus, the era of Yun Qingyi had begun. Eager to make her mark as the 4th-generation matriarch of the seafood restaurant, she was determined to excel. On the 3rd day of her tenure, in pursuit of fresh ingredients, she ventured out to sea with local fishermen, only to encounter a mishap that led to her falling overboard. Fortuitously, she did not perish instead. Her soul transcended into the Qingyi Kingdom, inhabiting the body of the namesake lady of the Yun family. The 2 Yun Qingyis, sharing a name and a destiny, seemed to be intertwined by fate. Upon awakening, the new Yun Qingyi felt fortunate despite the identity change. She was reborn into a wealthy family that treated her predecessor with kindness. "Miss, it has been 3 days. The master has said you may eat today," the maid, Shui Ling, announced as she entered with a meal. Due to the choking incident, the original Qingyi had only been allowed to consume thin gruel for 3 days, and she feared that continuing this diet would lead to further health issues. Upon hearing Shui Ling's news, she felt a surge of joy. I want to eat until I can barely stand. However, upon glancing at the plain fare before her, she sighed. I believe I can hold out a little longer. A plate of boiled vegetables and 2 slices of boiled meat lacked both color and flavor, leaving her utterly unappetised. As a competent chef, how could she endure such mediocrity? Donning her shoes, Qingyi resolved to head to the kitchen with Shui Ling in tow. As they approached, the kitchen was bustling with commotion. What is the meaning of this? The master has forbidden any food with shells, pits, or thorns in the house. Why had he brought back so many fish? Shui Ling explained that the speaker was Steward Shui, her father and the chief steward of the household. With numerous responsibilities to manage, Steward Shui had previously left kitchen matters unattended. However, since the recent family crisis, he had tightened his oversight of the kitchen's procurement. A servant named Yun Zhong, looking aggrieved, replied, Steward Shui, these fish are truly excellent, reasonably priced, and both the master and mistress enjoy them. Steward Shu's voice softened. Ah Zhong, I am well aware of the master's preferences, but I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing of the fish and knowing her parents' fondness for it, Qingyi's interest piqued. Steward Shui, since the fish have been purchased, let's cook them. I will take charge, she declared, entering the kitchen before the steward could respond. Steward Shui turned pale with alarm. Miss, you mustn't, the master said. Isn't it merely the fear of fish bones causing complications? I can prepare a dish without bones, she replied, deftly selecting a fish, scaling, gutting, and cleaning it with practiced ease. Without lifting her gaze, she continued her work, removing the belly bones and skin, discarding the red veins, and slicing the boneless fish into thin pieces. Switching to a cleaver, she minced the fish into a paste the size of mung beans and placed it in a large porcelain bowl. Adding water and salt, she stirred the fish paste until it reached a sticky consistency before setting the bowl in a cool place. Next, she diced ham and chopped fragrant mushrooms, mixing them into the expanded fish paste, adding rice wine and ginger water to combine thoroughly. With her swift and fluid motions, the kitchen staff watched in astonishment. Although the fish paste remained raw, it emitted a tantalizing aroma. Chapter 002. The Feast, Fish Balls, Braised Pork, Spicy Fish Head. Qingyi lifted the lid of the pot and poured in 2 large ladles of cold water. With a spoon, she molded the fish paste into round balls and gently lowered them into the pot. The water began to heat up with a gentle bubbling, but it was crucial that it did not reach a boil. Qingyi continuously added cold water to prevent the fish balls from becoming tough on the outside, while remaining raw on the inside. She also carefully stirred with the back of the spoon to skim off the foam. Once cooked, she ladled the fish balls along with the broth into bowls that had been pre-seasoned with salt, finishing with a drizzle of warm chicken oil. Qingyi was entirely absorbed in her culinary endeavor, oblivious to the fact that those around her were quietly salivating. The aroma was intoxicating, and the anticipation of tasting it was overwhelming. The young lady had awakened, transforming into a culinary goddess. As the saying goes, one should not indulge in fine wine alone. Nor should one play cards with just 2. Good food ought not to be enjoyed in solitude. True joy comes from sharing delightful meals with others. Qingyi instructed Aunt Shui to distribute the food, ensuring each person received 2 fish balls, while the remainder was set aside in a clay pot to keep warm over a low flame. The fragrant and steaming fish ball soup wafted through the air, enticing and invigorating. She held the bowl close, savoring the aroma for what felt like an eternity, reluctant to take the first bite. With a gentle nibble, the delectable broth burst forth in her mouth, the delicate and elastic fish flesh dancing upon her tongue. Who knew fish could be savored in such a manner? Without exception, everyone relished the fish balls and drank every last drop of the soup, with a few young servants even licking their bowls clean. Observing the satisfied expressions on their faces filled her with joy. She had successfully made her culinary debut a triumphant one. She then asked Shui Ling to scoop a bowl of fish balls from the warm stove and place them in a food box to present to her mother. It was customary to bring a small gift upon a first visit. as they traversed the corridor and entered the third courtyard. Qingyi and her maid arrived at her mother's door. The Yun family had a tradition of taking an afternoon rest, and it happened that Qingyi's mother was enjoying a brief respite in her chamber while her daughter was napping. Qingyi paused momentarily outside the door, carefully observing her mother. Lady Fong was adorned in an embroidered long dress, its flowing hem light and airy, complemented by a delicately crafted short jacket with narrow sleeves. The fabric was of the finest silk in soft hues, and the embroidery was exquisite. Adorning her hair was a golden hairpin, embellished with brilliant gemstones that shimmered in the sunlight. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, secured with a jade pin and several hairpins, exuding an air of dignity and grace. Lady Fong's features were strikingly beautiful, with brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, lips a rich crimson, and teeth as white as snow, radiating an aura of nobility. During the day, the household was typically composed of just the mother and daughter. Given the preparations in the kitchen, the servants had already informed her of Qingyi's endeavors. Hence, she was not overly surprised to see her daughter approaching with a food box. She took Qingyi's hand and pulled her close to sit beside her, gently wiping away the non-existent sweat with a handkerchief, before smiling warmly and inquiring, "Xian, what have you been up to? Your little face is flushed." Xian was the original name of the daughter. Upon seeing the few fish in the kitchen and knowing that both her father and mother enjoyed fish, she had prepared several fish balls to share with her mother. Lady Fong felt immense gratitude that her daughter had returned to her, and upon hearing from the servants that her daughter could cook, she was pleasantly surprised. When her daughter mentioned that she had specially made the fish balls because her parents liked them, it filled her heart with joy, making her feel that having such a wonderful daughter was more than enough for a lifetime. The daughter had never set foot in the kitchen, so her expectations were modest. To hope for too much would be to indulge in greed. As she observed her daughter with eyes brimming with anticipation, she joyfully accepted the bowl of soup, determined to savor it regardless of her daughter's skills, and to offer her an unequivocal affirmation. When she presented the steaming fishball soup before her, even the noble matron, Lady Fong, could not suppress a swallow. It was indeed fragrant. A delicate taste revealed a medley of flavors that stirred her emotions, nearly bringing her to tears. The clever daughter had returned. The taste was delightful, and she resolved to let her father and brother sample it later. In that fleeting moment of sentiment, Lady Fong regained her composure. Qingyi exchanged a few words with her mother before bidding her farewell, for the family was to gather for a proper dinner that evening, necessitating the preparation of several more dishes. Back in the kitchen, Qingyi first assessed the available ingredients. On a whim, she would have to make do with what she found. There were still a few fish, a slab of pork belly, and some vegetables remaining. She chose one fish to prepare as chopped pepper fish head, instructed Aunt Shui to make fish balls from the remaining fish, and decided to stir-fry a few vegetables, thus ensuring a balanced meal of meat and greens. She began with braised pork. To achieve the perfect flavor, it required a slow simmer over low heat. Only such gentle cooking could render the pork belly tender and flavorful, rich without being greasy, melting in the mouth. Qingyi cut the pork belly into small pieces, marinating them with white wine and ginger slices for 30 minutes to eliminate any fishiness. She then added 2 ladles of cold water to the pot, introduced the pork pieces along with ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and cinnamon, skimming off the scum and impurities once the water reached a boil, followed by rinsing the meat with warm water and allowing it to cool. This step was crucial for the meat's flavor. She added soy sauce, cooking wine, and the pork belly to the pot, simmering it over low heat for about 40 minutes until the meat became tender. Next, she heated oil in a pan until it reached a temperature of 70%, sauteed the pork for 20 to 30 minutes to render the fat, then adding rock sugar until it melted. Afterward, she poured enough boiling water to cover the pork, adding salt, soy sauce, cinnamon, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns, and allowed it to simmer gently. Once the pork was tender and flavorful, she turned up the heat to reduce the sauce, watching the finished dish glisten. The assisting servant in the kitchen was tempted once again. Qingyi's specialty was fish, and with the ingredients readily available, she could not overlook the chopped pepper fish head. She instructed Yun Zhong to wash the largest fathead fish, then split the head down the middle. With these preliminary tasks completed, Chef Yun was ready. She marinated the fish head with ginger, white wine, cooking wine, salt, and pepper for half an hour to absorb the flavors. Once seasoned, she placed ginger slices at the bottom of the plate, washed the marinated fish head, set it in the dish, and added a spoonful of soy sauce. Next, she prepared the seasoning, minced garlic until fragrant, then adding chopped peppers to release their red oil, followed by soy sauce and sugar, mixing everything until well combined. This ed mixture was evenly spread over the fish head, garnished with chopped scallions, before placing the fish head in the steamer. Once the water boiled, she steamed it for 10 minutes. After steaming, she heated oil in a pan and poured it over the fish head. As her father and brother had yet to return, she kept the dishes warm in the steamer. The meat dishes were prepared, and she also made stir-fried lotus root, scrambled eggs with fragrant ash, and sautéed pea shoots, creating a delightful array of seasonal vegetables. As the final dish was completed, the steward, Waterbow, reported that father and second brother had returned home, signaling that it was time to dine. Father, Yun Jingxing, donned a purple robe, cinched with a jade belt, and adorned with a black gauze hat embellished with jewels that reflected the dignity of the court. His visage was square, and his brows conveyed wisdom and decisiveness. His steps measured, embodying the gravity and composure of a courtier. Second brother, Yun Qingyuan, in his early 20s, wore a green official robe, secured with a plain silk ribbon, and a scholar's cap embroidered with flying cranes, his gait light and sprightly. His features were refined, exuding an air of scholarly grace as he followed closely behind father, his demeanor respectful and humble. As the two took their seats, Lady Fong informed the minister that today's meal was prepared by Chef Huan Huan, urging them to indulge. The Yun family had always cherished Yun Qingyi, and even without Lady Fong's encouragement, the father and son would have savored every dish crafted by him. However, it was apparent that they had not fully grasped Lady Fong's intention. Once the dishes were served, they lavishly praised the culinary creations, their admiration tinted with affection. After sampling each dish, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain their decorum. Chapter 003: Food Box, Meat Sandwich, Soup Dumplings, and Savory Soy Milk. Yun Jingxing delicately picked up a piece of meat, which quivered slightly between his chopsticks, glistening invitingly. With a gentle bite, the elasticity of the skin intertwined with the tenderness of the meat, releasing a cascade of juices that danced between sweetness and saltiness, fragrant yet not overwhelming. As he savored it, the rich aroma of the meat and the savory essence of the sauce waltzed on his palate, compelling him to shut his eyes in bliss. What was merely ordinary pork belly could taste so exquisite. While father marveled at the wonder, second brother Yin Qingyuan had already begun feasting on the chopped chili fish head. The fish head shimmered under the light, the vibrant red of the chilies intertwining with the pristine white of the fish, forming an enticing tableau. The fish's elasticity was particularly alluring, its freshness unfurling on the tongue, followed closely by the invigorating spiciness of the chili, tantalizing the taste buds. The fish was tender, the chili fragrant, together creating a symphony of flavors that danced within the mouth. Such happiness, with a daughter who is both beautiful and intelligent, capable of crafting such extraordinary delicacies. What more could one desire in life? This meal provided the family with both material and spiritual gratification. After the meal, Yun Qingyi returned to the courtyard, seated on the swing to aid digestion, contemplating what to prepare for the following day when second brother arrived. Previously, when eldest brother was home, Yun Qingyi always trailed behind him, finding solace in his embrace whenever she felt down, as he effortlessly cheered her up. Now that eldest brother was away, second brother seized the opportunity to fill that role. Every day, after completing his duties, he would disembark at the market, ensuring to buy little trinkets or fruits that she adored on his way back home. Once home, he would engage her in conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the outside world, and witnessing her daily joy made him feel fulfilled. Today was no exception. He brought her a crisp pear, producing it as if performing a magic trick. Huan Huan, look, what is this? Snowflake pear. It's as large as a small melon, something rare in modern times. Just imagine how many delightful dishes can be made with such a pear. Braised pears, pear syrup, steamed pears, as well as juice extraction and winemaking. There are countless delectable ways to enjoy this exquisite fruit. Qingyi's mind was wholly consumed by thoughts of pears, leaving her little room for conversation with her second brother, who, noticing her distraction, affectionately shook his head and signaled to Shui Ling not to disturb her before quietly departing. The following morning, just before her father and brother set out for their duties, Qingyi called out to them. Her father and brother worked tirelessly each day, and with no other talents to offer, she prepared some food for them. As she spoke, Shui Ling handed over 2 food boxes, one for their father and one for her brother's attendant. With their early departures, the father and son usually had no time to sit down for breakfast at home, often merely settling for a bowl of congee and a few side dishes. Thus, they were pleasantly surprised to receive the food boxes. Upon arriving at the office, their father opened the box to reveal steaming, mouth-watering meat sandwiches and savory soy milk. Knowing her father had enjoyed a hearty meal of braised pork the night before, Qingyi had taken the time early that morning to prepare a pot of pork belly, selecting 2 pieces of perfectly marbled meat for the sandwiches. The outer crust of the meat sandwich was baked to a golden crisp, releasing an enticing aroma that nearly intoxicated Qingyi. With a gentle bite, the crust cracked open, revealing tender, braised meat inside. The bread, having absorbed the meat juices, contrasted beautifully with the crisp exterior, creating an explosion of flavor. The savory soy milk was equally delightful, with the beans, having been whipped overnight, bursting with freshness. After being freshly ground and boiled, it was enhanced with soy sauce, dried shrimp, and finely chopped pickled vegetables, delivering a taste that was simply sublime. Qingyi savored the most luxurious breakfast of his life. Only after finishing the last sip of soy milk did he notice the envious gazes of his colleagues around him. "Sir, what did you just eat? It smelled divine." Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, he chuckled, attributing the meal to his sister's heartfelt intentions, and playfully dismissed the attention. Typically, everyone would hastily consume their breakfast without a second thought. However, happiness, like suffering, is often measured against something else. Because of Yun Shangshu's casual breakfast, the entire office lacked productivity that morning, with everyone pondering how the breakfast at his home could be so extraordinarily fragrant. Qingyuan's food box differed from their father's. It contained soup dumplings and pears stewed in rock candy. Throughout the meal, Qingyi discerned that, compared to meat, her second brother preferred fish. He relished the freshness over the richness of meat. Since her brother had brought her a snow pear the previous day, she decided to reciprocate with a sweet dessert for him. Qingyuan picked up his chopsticks and selected a steaming soup dumpling. The delicate skin translucent enough to reveal the broth swaying within. Gently biting a small opening, he slurped the delicious broth, infused with the savory essence of meat and the refreshing notes of ginger and scallions, leaving him warm and satisfied. With another bite, the tender filling combined with the pliable skin provided an irresistible temptation for his palate. The soup dumplings were hot, while the stewed pears were warm, served in 2 layers to preserve their original flavors. The glistening pear flesh and amber-hued syrup caught Qingyuan's attention as he delicately lifted a small piece of pear, which quivered slightly in the spoon. He brought the pear flesh to his lips. The initial touch on his tongue was a refreshing chill that swiftly dispelled the heat. The delicate texture of the pear melded seamlessly with the sweetness of rock sugar, releasing a cascade of juice, sweet yet not cloying, accompanied by a hint of fresh fruit fragrance. As he chewed gently, the fibers of the pear gradually surrendered their essence, each bite offering a gentle caress to his taste buds. With the pear melting away, the sweetness of the rock sugar gradually permeated every taste bud, and Qingyuan, unable to resist, closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the cool sweetness. In that moment, it felt as though all his worries had dissolved into the heat along with the sweet juice. Previously, he had indulged his sister purely out of affection. Now, he found an additional reason to cherish her. "Qingyuan, what soup are you drinking? You seem to be enjoying it immensely," inquired Wei Yuheng, a contemporary of Qingyuan, who had also achieved the same scholarly rank and worked alongside him in the Hamlin Academy. naturally fostering a closer bond than with others. Wei Yuheng's curiosity was evident. He clearly desired a taste of the soup. Having had his fill from the dumplings, Yun Qingyuan was more than willing to share some of the soup with Wei Yuheng. Is pear soup made fresh this morning by my sister? Would you care to try some? To this, Wei Yuheng graciously accepted. He took the bowl of soup, sipping while continuously praising Yun Qingyuan's good fortune in having such a skilled sister. This flattery greatly pleased Yun Qingyuan, who humbly replied, "My sister has always been clever. What is rare is her thoughtfulness towards us." Regardless of whether his sister prepared food or not, his affection for her remained unwavering. Previously, Yun Qingyi, though beautiful, was known for her foolish giggles. When a peer lamented her shortcomings, Yun Qingyuan sensed the disdain in the words and ceased all interactions from that moment onward. Wei Yuheng, keen to befriend Yun Qingyuan, was well aware of his affection for his sister and sought to compliment her, seizing the opportunity at last. "You are indeed fortunate, Qingyuan, to have such a sister. Truly, you are blessed." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly filled a half-empty bowl with soup to take home for his wife, hoping that his clumsy spouse might learn a thing or two. During that breakfast, Yun Qingyuan's reputation and satisfaction were greatly fulfilled. He contemplated bringing home some additional delicacies to further indulge his sister. Chapter 004. Resuming old pursuits, cold tofu, tofu fish. In the household, Yun Qingyi was equally generous. Rising before dawn, she busily collaborated with Aunt Shui and several cooks. After preparing food boxes for her father and brothers, she invited the servants to partake in a meal, sharing the same exquisite dishes as her family. "The third miss is so kind to us. Following her will surely lead to a better life," they remarked. "The third miss is a fortunate person. She will surely prosper the Yun family." Observing their high spirits, she conceived a plan. Since she was fortunate enough to exist in this alternate world, she would continue to pursue her passions and live life on her own terms, aspiring to create more than just a few dishes for the family table. As the praises echoed around her, Yun Qingyi cleared her throat and declared, "I dare not boast. But when it comes to cooking, I possess many skills. I cannot manage them all alone. If I were to teach you, would you be willing to learn?" Miss Sin not only shared delicious food with them, but was also willing to teach them how to prepare it. Such benevolence is indeed rare to find. Naturally, everyone was eager to participate. "Shubo, from now on, allow me to take charge of the daily meals and kitchen affairs at home. I assure you, the entire family will find no fault in my efforts." Shui Bo was more than agreeable. After all, Miss San was the beloved darling of the household, and she had never encountered a request that was denied. To delineate her responsibilities, she emphasized, "Not only cooking, but also shopping and renovating the kitchen. I shall handle everything." Shui Bo informed Yun Qingyi of the usual personnel involved in household purchases, along with the established rules and customs, which Yun Qingyi meticulously noted, effectively completing the handover. Although the masters of the house were generally amiable and kind, they held a particular reverence for food, especially regarding Miss San's meals, where even the slightest negligence was unacceptable. This was no simple task, yet with the beloved Miss San willing to undertake it, he was naturally delighted. There were no issues concerning time, finances, capability, or scheduling, and having recently resolved her physical stamina, Yun Qingyi was now devoid of any shortcomings in her skill set. Next, she had to select her team. Willingness was one aspect, capability was another. She assessed their knife skills, strength, and proficiency in various cooking methods, categorizing the kitchen staff into 3 groups. Xiaoyu was responsible for washing and preparing ingredients. Shuang Cheng handled the basic preparations, and Aunt Shui took charge of the main cooking. In addition to daily shopping, Yun Zhong was tasked with any labor-intensive duties that required strength. Yun Qingyi coordinated all kitchen operations, akin to her management at the fish restaurant she had inherited. She then planned a trial service, instructing her newly assembled team to replicate the dishes they had prepared over the past few days according to her assigned procedures. To facilitate her future mass production goals, she deliberately increased the portion sizes. "What we will eat tonight and how much depends on you all." Xiaoyu washed vegetables, slaughtered fish, and chopped meat, preparing the seasonings. All set. Shuang Cheng blanched, marinated, and organized the ingredients, ready to go. Yin Zhong filleted fish, made fish paste, and ground soy milk, all prepared. Aunt Shui took to the stove, while Yun Qingyi provided guidance and direction, ensuring everything was served correctly. The portions of each dish were several times larger than before, and after tasting each one, Yin Qingyi found the flavors remarkably consistent. Today, I led you in this endeavor, and you all performed splendidly. Starting tomorrow, I will introduce new dishes, so I entrust these preparations to you. Cheers erupted in the courtyard. Miss Sin not only allowed them to enjoy the same meals, but also empowered them to replicate the dishes themselves. Yun Qingyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction watching their excitement and turned to fetch some soy milk from the kitchen. She first retrieved the tofu skin from the top layer of the soy milk and instructed Xiao Yu to take it outside to dry. Next, she prepared the brine, feeling a surge of pride within as she did so, who said that biochemical materials were a dead end. Not everyone can expertly concoct a brine. Miss, your smile is truly lovely. Shui Ling, unsure of the reason behind her laughter, simply cherished her pure and radiant face, especially that beaming smile. You also look beautiful when you smile. Please help me with the new dishes later. Earlier, when the kitchen staff had been excited, she had noticed a glimmer of envy in Shui Ling's eyes. Shui Ling, being the most meticulous among the young girls of similar age in the household, would make a wonderful assistant if she wished to learn. Yun Qingyi was more than willing to foster her growth. She poured the prepared marinated broth into the soy milk, gradually mixing it in as the soy milk solidified into tofu pudding. She instructed Shui Ling to transfer the tofu pudding into a tofu mold lined with cheesecloth, wrapping it up and placing a lid on top, pressing down with a weight. After half an hour, she sent Shui Ling to retrieve the tofu. Tofu? Shui Ling asked in confusion. Yes, the one you just made, Yun Qingyi explained. She cut a piece of tofu into small cubes for Shui Ling to taste. It melted in her mouth, cool and refreshing, akin to savoring ice on a sweltering afternoon. Shui Ling's reaction was anticipated. Turning to the kitchen, she fetched a small bowl, adding salt, soy sauce, chicken broth, sugar, sesame oil, garlic oil, scallion oil, cilantro, vinegar, and chili oil, mixing it thoroughly before drizzling it over the tofu for Shui Ling to try. The silky texture was first met with a refreshing aroma of cilantro, followed by the slight tang and zest from the vinegar and chili oil, invigorating the senses. The delicate mouth-feel of the tofu harmonized splendidly with the array of condiments, the saltiness, the richness of oyster and soy sauce, the freshness of light soy sauce, the depth of chicken broth, the sweetness of sugar, the fragrances of sesame and garlic oil, and the piquancy of scallion oil, all layered beautifully, creating a rich and nuanced flavor profile. Each bite was an exquisite temptation for the taste buds, prompting Shui Ling to reach for more. Miss, this is absolutely delicious, Shui Ling exclaimed, fanning her tongue, tingling from the spice, and continued eating, truly unable to stop. Today, I intend to create a new dish with this tofu. Yun Qingyi playfully winked at Shui Ling, building anticipation. To establish the fish-themed restaurant, she naturally needed to feature fish, and with tofu at hand, she decided to make tofu fish. Yun Qingyi went to the kitchen to select a black fish and had Xiao Yu prepare and clean it. Do you know how to fillet fish? She asked Xiao Yu, who remained silent. Aunt Shui quickly intervened. Miss, let me handle it. Xiao Yu hurried off to prepare other ingredients while she cut the soft tofu into cubes, sliced carrots, green peppers, and onions, chopped celery, garlic, and scallions, and blanched the tofu in water. Aunt Shui skillfully deboned the fish and filleted it cleanly. Yun Qingyi took the fish fillets from Aunt Shui, drained the excess water, and mixed them with salt, cooking wine, egg white, and cornstarch until it reached a sticky consistency. She added a bit of oil to the pan, sought ing star anise, Sichuan pepper, garlic slices, and scallion segments until fragrant, then mixed in all the accompanying ingredients. After pouring in hot water and adding soy sauce, she brought it to a boil, allowing all the flavors to meld before discarding the ingredients from the pot. Carefully placing the marinated fish fillets into the pot, she turned off the heat once they turned white, added the tender tofu to a clay pot, brought it to a boil, then turned off the heat. She sprinkled scallions, Sichuan pepper, minced garlic, dried chili rings, and cumin powder, finishing with a drizzle of hot oil. Once again, It was a sumptuous feast, Shui Ling, drawn in by the aroma, dared not hope to savor the entire pot. She grasped Yin Qingyi's hand, imploring, "Miss, you must teach me how to make this dish." Regrettably, they lacked pishi and dabanjiang, which would have enhanced the flavor further. Initially, she intended to prepare the dish herself, but after rummaging through the kitchen for beans, she found none, leaving her no choice but to abandon the endeavor for the time being. Chapter 005. Younger brother, crispy ring, delicately fried fish. In the evening, an additional dish was prepared to welcome the return of Yun Qingshi, the younger brother who had been studying at the Imperial Academy. The academy allowed a respite every fortnight, and upon his dismissal that day, Yun Qingshi hurried home to pay his respects to his parents before seeking out his elder sister. To his dismay, he found her absent. The household servant informed him that she had instructed him to change and freshen up before proceeding to the side hall for dinner. As it was his first meal home, his sister was determined to prepare something special for him. The dried tofu skin that had been left out to air was now ready, perfect for creating 2 new dishes. She first crafted crispy rings by finely chopping pork belly into minced meat, mixing it with seasonings, and layering it onto the tofu skin before rolling and slicing it into small segments. The hot oil, heated to the right temperature, welcomed each piece gently, ensuring they were fried to a golden perfection while maintaining the ideal bubbling consistency. Next, Yin Qingshi's sister prepared a tofu skin and vegetable dish. Using fresh tofu skin elevated its flavor. She sauteed the vegetables in a spoonful of lard before adding the cut tofu skin. The finished dish was vibrant and tender, with the tofu skin providing a delightful texture. When the table was adorned with an array of dishes, bean-curd fish, braised pork, chopped chili fish head, fishball soup, and crispy rings, Yin Qingshi was enveloped in a wave of happiness. His excitement heightened when his parents and 2 elder brothers revealed that it was his sister who had prepared the meal. How many culinary delights had he missed during his absence? And all lovingly crafted by his cherished sister. The abundance of choices was overwhelming, and Yin Qingshi found himself unconsciously devouring 3 bowls of rice, as if to make up for the meals he had missed while away. However, when he reached for a 4th bowl, his sister firmly declared that he could eat no more. Even the most delectable of dishes should not be consumed in such excess, for it could lead to an upset stomach. In the family, his sister was the beloved pet, with Yin Qingshi included in that affection. Their parents were particularly strict with their sons, while his elder brothers could chastise their younger siblings. Yin Qingshi was solely on the receiving end of reprimands, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Why should he suffer for merely being born later? He bore this grievance silently, not daring to express his discontent before his parents and brothers. It was only his sister who never scolded him. She would offer him sweets when he appeared downcast and share her playful amusements with him. Yin Qingshi had always felt that his sister treated him the best. In return, he was most obedient to her wishes. Since she had advised him to stop eating, he dutifully set down his chopsticks. Observing his lingering appetite, she discreetly pulled him aside, lowering her voice. "Tomorrow, before you return, I will prepare a portion of crispy fish for you to take. It's something special that no one else has tasted." Her words felt sincere, and Yin Qingshi, matching her tone, expressed his gratitude, knowing she had always been the kindest to him. Their parents and elder brother exchanged amused glances at their playful whispering, shaking their heads, yet acknowledging the warmth of their bond. During his day at home, Yin Qingshi shared many stories with his sister, the strictness of the academy, the new lessons from his teacher, various experiences with his classmates, and the dining hall at the Imperial Academy. When one shares a strong bond, even idle chatter brings joy. The following day, Yin Qingshi prepared for his return journey. His elder sister presented him with 2 packages of fried fish, saying, "Ah, sure, consume this package of crispy fish within a day or 2. It does not keep well. The other package is for our grandfather." As Yin Qingyi resolved to thrive in this alternate world, his foremost task was to clarify the intricacies of his family lineage. His mother hailed from a prestigious family, and his maternal grandfather held the esteemed position of Grand Tutor, concurrently serving as the ceremonial master at the Imperial Academy. As the sole daughter, his mother was cherished at home. In his childhood, the original owner often accompanied his mother to his grandfather's residence. where he was doted upon by his grandparents and several uncles and aunts, returning each time with an abundance of delicacies, garments, jewelry, and unique trinkets. When the original owner encountered misfortune, the elderly grand tutor personally visited, only feeling reassured once the original owner had recovered. However, the grand tutor's demeanor towards his grandson was markedly different, particularly towards the young Yun Qingyi, whom he treated with strictness. Given his roles as both ceremonial master and scholar, their encounters invariably included admonishments. Sure, you must remember, diligent study, self-cultivation, familial harmony, lofty aspirations, and extensive learning should not be squandered during your youth. The once vibrant Yun Qingyi appeared increasingly composed to outsiders, yet he could still reveal his youthful spirit only in the presence of his sister. Since entering the Imperial Academy, he had become reluctant to visit his grandfather's home, preferring to evade such obligations. Nevertheless, he dared not defy his sister's instructions. Despite some internal resistance, he responded with a beaming smile. Yun Qingyi planned to establish a reputation by offering complimentary tastings, confident that once the word of mouth had spread sufficiently, she could commence her business. To this end, she prepared an ample portion for her brother, ensuring not only to satisfy his hunger, but also to reserve enough for tastings. She was confident in her culinary skills, believing the enticing aroma of the crispy fish would tempt even her classmates, who were accustomed to the bland soups of the academy. In Yun Qingyi's view, his sister's generosity towards him surpassed that shown to their grandfather, and the singular honor of being favored was immensely gratifying. The preparation of the crispy fish was straightforward. The fish was cut into pieces, marinated with cooking wine and ginger juice. After heating oil until it reached the appropriate temperature, she fried the fish pieces until they turned golden, then drizzled them with a sauce made of soy sauce and sugar, resulting in a delectable dish. When her family operated a fish restaurant, while others served traditional Chinese cuisine, they uniquely offered fried fish takeout around 3 in the afternoon. Their 2-hour sales each day drew long lines. Despite the many fish eateries in town, none could rival the quality of their fried fish. Although competitors had attempted to replicate their success, their offerings paled in comparison. Given the modern palate's appreciation for such flavors, she believed it would also thrive in this alternate dynasty. Different worlds, yet similar tastes. Upon returning to the academy, Yun Qingyi eagerly opened the package of fried fish. His sister had wrapped it in layers of oil-soaked paper, keeping the fish warm and filling the dormitory with its inviting aroma. "Ashi, what do you have there that smells so delightful?" inquired his neighbor, Lu Qingyan. "My sister, knowing I'm away from home and that studying is challenging, prepared this fried fish as a special treat for me." Yun Qingyi replied directly, though it was evident that Lu Qingyan was not fully satisfied with his answer. When someone inquires about what you are consuming, it often transcends mere words. Lu Qingyan, exhibiting courtesy toward Ashur, noticed that Ashur showed no intention of offering him food. Thus he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Self-sufficiency has always been a fundamental principle. Lu Qingyan, the legitimate son of the Minister of Rights, Lu Yuanxing, shared a comparable lineage with Yun Qingyi, being of similar age and having commenced their studies at the same time, both entering the Imperial Academy in unison. Their camaraderie, forged in childhood and nurtured in academia, was naturally more profound than that of other classmates. Sharing a morsel of food was never an issue between them. After consuming 2 pieces, Ashur retracted the oiled paper bag, as this was the first time his elder sister had prepared a meal for him. Allowing him 2 pieces was already a gesture of their friendship. "Ashur, I shan't take from you without reciprocation. This is a soup prepared by my elder sister, and I shall offer you a bowl," Lu Qingyan declared as he pushed the bowl of soup towards him. Observing Yun Qingyi accept the bowl, Lu Qingyan, with a playful demeanor, stealthily seized another oiled bag from behind him, sniffing it with a mischievous grin. "Ashur, you are rather inconsiderate, hoarding delicacies without sharing." Yun Qingyi grew anxious, for that was a task bestowed upon him by his elder sister, and he could not allow Lu Qingyan to disrupt it. "That is a task entrusted to me by my elder sister for the grand scholar. If you dare, feel free to open it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan, well acquainted with the Yun family's esteemed lineage, refrained from further antics. Very well, sure, do grant me one more piece. Chapter 006. The Grand Scholar's father-in-law Yin Qingshi unwrapped his oiled paper bag and generously offered Lu Qingyan 2 more pieces. No more could be spared, for his elder sister had cautioned him against overindulgence in the flaky fish. He then hurried off to find the Grand Scholar's father-in-law to fulfill his responsibility. With a mix of apprehension, Yin Qingshi knocked on the door of the Grand Scholar's study. Before he could utter a word, the Grand Scholar's father-in-law spoke first. Sure, the pursuit of knowledge knows no beginning or end. Have you been diligent of late, renewing your learning each day? In response to your esteemed inquiry, I have indeed been earnestly studying, striving to progress daily and attain scholarly achievements. Yin Qingshi replied respectfully. After exchanging pleasantries, the Grand Scholar's father-in-law posed several academic questions before inquiring about his visit's purpose. My elder sister has entrusted me with a task, and I dare not be remiss. Yin Qingshi stated, respectfully presenting his elder sister's oiled paper bag. This contains the freshly prepared flaky fish made by my elder sister. She has commanded me to deliver it to you for your esteemed tasting. Upon learning that his beloved granddaughter had brought him a delicacy, the Grand Scholar's father-in-law grew irate. Such an important matter, why did you not mention it sooner? You've been prattling on without getting to the crux of the issue. Yin Qingshi felt wronged. Dear Grand Scholar's father-in-law, when have you not first reprimanded me? I would have wished to present the flaky fish upon entering, but you never allow me to speak. Yet, he dared not express this sentiment. The lessons imparted by the Grand Scholar were ones he would forever carry in his heart. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he declared, eager to depart now that his task was complete. Wait. The Grand Scholar's father-in-law's voice, though not loud, bore significant weight. Yin Qingshi's heart sank, fearing yet another reprimand. The Grand Scholar's father-in-law slowly unwrapped the oil paper bag and picked up a piece of flaky fish, its skin glistening with oil, the tender flesh harmonizing beautifully with the crisp exterior, creating an indescribable delight. Reflecting on the fact that it was prepared by his beloved granddaughter only heightened its appeal. Gazing at his grandson, standing nearby, he extended the paper bag. Care for taste? It is a rare occasion that the esteemed elder speaks in such a genial manner, and Yin Qingshi, not one to be overly polite, seizes a piece and tosses it into his mouth with great delight. Is it delicious? Indeed, it is equally delectable. So engrossed is Yin Qingshi in savoring the crispy fish that he remains oblivious to the sly smile adorning the elder's face across the table. The cravings of the palate are insatiable. To indulge in gluttony all day without purpose is indeed a challenging plight. The elder, adept at extracting information, realizes that Yin Qingshi possesses more crispy fish, and withholding it will not be tolerated. Yin Qingshi internally laments his predicament. He may feign ignorance with Lu Qingyan, but he cannot do the same with the elder. Had he foreseen this, it would have been wiser to extend the courtesy of allowing Lu Qingyan to enjoy a few more pieces. The elder's admonition rings true. In my humble abode, I have several pieces remaining, which I shall present forthwith. As a student, one must seek neither gluttony in food nor complacency in living. Stepping out from the study, Yin Qingshi unexpectedly encounters Lu Qingyan passing by. I instructed you to be humble, yet you refuse to share your food with me. Although Yin Qingshi feels a pang of regret, he knows that a young man must never be outdone in verbal sparring. What does it mean to be humble? In the presence of the elder, I am, by nature, already humble. The elder, having received a double portion of crispy fish, is thoroughly pleased. Such delightful fare will surely prompt him to request his wife to brew another pot of wine upon returning home. How splendid! While Yin Qingshi laments his circumstances, Yin Qingyi is leisurely strolling through the streets. Having spent 3 days in Yunming's, she has yet to behold the splendor of this bustling metropolis. Contemplating the future of her fish-flavored restaurant, she resolves to explore the feasibility of various culinary techniques. Currently, her household kitchen is capable of basic frying and cooking, yet she has yet to master the highly popular grilled fish. When she approached Shuaibai about managing the kitchen affairs, she envisioned a transformation of the space. After sharing her ideas with her mother, she received unwavering support, along with a pouch of silver coins. Pursue whatever endeavors you wish, If you require funds, take this silver. Should it prove insufficient, have someone deliver the bill to the residence, and do not overexert yourself. Bidding farewell to her mother, Qingyi, accompanied by Shui Ling and Zhong, heads to the southern street corner. Since she is committed to renovation, she intends to be thorough beyond grilled fish. She wishes to offer other roasted dishes and snacks. She meticulously measures dimensions, sketches plans, and seeks out skilled craftsmen at the southern street corner. Her first stop is to consult Master Zhang, the mason, presenting her blueprints and articulating her specific requirements. After negotiating the timeline and payment, she hastily proceeds to the blacksmith shop. She needs to commission a grilling plate, showing her designs to Master Yu. The cast iron material and precise dimensions will suffice. Master Yu readily agrees, confident that there will be ample time to complete the grilling plate, which will be used in the oven. Although Qingyi haggles a bit, she does not drive a hard bargain. The profit is adequate, and Master Yu is pleased with the transaction. Having ventured out, Qingyi is determined to make the most of her time. She ensures to negotiate fair prices at every establishment, and before departing, she graciously offers each craftsman a small package of her family specialties. This serves to build rapport and enhances the reputation of her culinary endeavors. While other items may be cumbersome to carry, Qingyi brings along crispy fish, distributing a package to Master Zhang, Master Yu, and each of their apprentices. Should the elder or her brother Asher learn of this, they would surely feel a pang of sympathy. In truth, not only the two masters, but also the cook at home, Shui Ling, and Zhong all receive their share amply. Having completed her errands, Qingyi glanced at the time and decided to explore the market. She had heard from her elder brother that the delectable snow pears could be found there, and she wished to see if she could uncover some delightful treasures. She returned with an assortment of fruits: rambutan, cherimoya, dragon fruit, passion fruit, and raspberries. The kingdom of Tianqi truly was a splendid place, abundant in resources, offering fruits that were seldom seen even in her modern world. After sending the fruits home with Zhong, she and Shui Ling planned to visit a rue shop. On their way, they encountered an elderly woman with a furrowed brow. The woman was selling fresh flowers, including roses, jasmine, and chrysanthemums, all in bloom according to the season. Had these flowers been from a morning market, their appearance would have been significantly more appealing. Fresh flowers need to be dewy to fetch a good price, a truth universally acknowledged. As noon passed, the elderly woman still had a full basket of flowers. Qingyi's gaze fell upon the blossoms, and her eyes brightened. "How much for these flowers, dear lady?" The old woman, thrilled to finally have a potential buyer, especially one dressed like a young lady from a wealthy family, exclaimed, though their appearance is not the finest, "If you like them, you may take them for 200 coins. This sum was enough to sustain her family, and she was eager to exchange them for food. Qingyi, however, could not bear to take advantage of the elderly woman. As a savvy businesswoman from the modern era, she was well aware of market prices. In the morning, these flowers could have been sold by the stem for no less than 500 coins. Even in the afternoon, with their slightly diminished appeal, 200 coins was far too low. Qingyi instructed Shui Ling to hand the woman 300 coins, which Shui Ling reluctantly passed over, accepting a basket of wilting flowers in return. The elderly woman thought to herself how fortunate she was to encounter such a kind-hearted young lady. Without her, the flowers might have remained unsold. Yet, Shui Ling pondered, how did the lady intend to use these flowers? Given that their household's flowers were always hydroponically grown, she wondered if the flowers would merely be discarded. Naturally, I will bring them home. They shall serve a great purpose. In a few days, once my oven is built, I will prepare some flower cakes for you to taste. Qingyi declared. Shui Ling was taken aback by this revelation. Everything that came into the lady's possession seemed to transform into a treasure. Flower cakes? Shui Ling silently resolved never again to presume upon her mistress's thoughts. The flowers the elderly woman sold were indeed edible. The ones meant for culinary use would simply require sugar for preservation, making their appearance inconsequential. Moreover, the deeper hues of the woman's roses would enhance the visual appeal of the flower cakes. Upon seeing the roses, Qingyi already envisioned a batch of cakes. Not only were the roses suitable, but the jasmine and chrysanthemums were also edible. Thus, her intent extended beyond merely aiding the elderly woman. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. On her way home, eager to hasten her preparations in the kitchen, she took the back entrance, which aligned with the rear of another household. The young master of that home, lounging on the second floor, caught sight of her carrying a large basket of flowers. What a delightful flower-buying maiden. Chapter 007. Dubon sauce from Yunming's Master Zhang. The mason, along with several apprentices, arrived at the Yun residence with tools in hand, ready to commence work. In accordance with Yun Qingyi's vision, they would retain the existing kitchen while adding a new oven adjacent to it. The size of the oven should be as large as possible, for it facilitates the regulation of temperature, accommodates the needs of a larger family. Even when it comes to tasting, a small quantity may leave one wanting more. Originally, her intention was to prepare roasted fish. However, upon acquiring edible flowers, a new idea blossomed. She would also create floral pancakes. The fresh ingredients from Yunming's must be utilized to their fullest potential, as wasting them is out of the question. Before commencing the work, Yun Qingyi followed modern customs by setting off a string of firecrackers to bring good fortune, allowing Master Zhang and his team to begin. The lively atmosphere, typically reserved for festive occasions, found its way into the Yun household in a more intimate setting. Remarkably, once the firecrackers were lit, Master Zhang and his apprentices were filled with a festive spirit, working with heightened enthusiasm. They diligently confirmed specific requirements with Miss Yun, paying meticulous attention to detail in their pursuit of perfection. When the emotional value is present, the work becomes beautifully executed. One of the business management philosophies imparted to Yun Qingyi by her modern parents is that employees need only exert 20% effort to achieve satisfactory results. The challenge lies in motivating them and unlocking their potential, which requires thoughtful consideration. Of course, the means of inspiring the masters extended beyond merely setting off firecrackers. The original kitchen remained unaffected by the ongoing construction, and she instructed Aunt Shui to lead the cooks in preparing a few more dishes. Now, the Yun residence boasts crispy fried fish daily, providing snacks for both the masters and the servants. Although the masters had already tasted the crispy fish, Yun Qingyi still encouraged Master Zhang and the others to enjoy some as a snack during their breaks. The delicacies were delightful, and the main courses were even more impressive. Dishes such as fishball soup, tofu fish, braised pork, meat-filled buns, steamed dumplings, and soy milk had been mastered by Aunt Shui and her team. These dishes are best enjoyed fresh, and for the first time, Master Zhang and his apprentices relished such exquisite flavors, unable to contain their praise for the Yun family's culinary offerings. Miss, you are not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but your culinary skills are truly exceptional. After experiencing your family's meals, how will I ever eat elsewhere? Does the Mrs. family hire chefs? Perhaps I could send my wife to learn a dish or two. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic praise for Yun Qingyi, a blend of genuine admiration and flattery. Fear not. Once you have constructed this stove for me, I shall prepare a multitude of dishes. Once I have perfected 100 or so recipes, the prospect of opening a restaurant may not be far-fetched. Yun Qingyi stated with calm assurance, leaving everyone astonished. Miss, just how many talents do you possess that we remain unaware of? As the masters busied themselves, Yun Qingyi, too, was not idle. After several meals of tofu fish without broad bean paste, though the others found the taste quite satisfactory for a professional chef like her, it fell short of her standards, something she could tolerate no longer. While her uncle might endure it, Miss Yun could not. A few days prior, she had specifically sent Yun Zhong to procure small chili peppers and fava beans, after drying the chili peppers for 2 days to reduce their moisture. Today, she was determined to extract the broad bean paste. The famous Pixian broad bean paste is renowned for being made from fava beans sourced from Pixian. Thus, the fava beans obtained from Yunming's could only be referred to as Yunming's broad bean paste. Previously, when instructing Yun Zhong to purchase fava beans, she had emphasized the importance of selecting those with their pods. Before arranging for several individuals to shell the fava beans, Yun Qingyi reiterated not to discard the pods, as they might serve another purpose in the future. Xiaoyu and several cooks chopped the chili peppers into small segments, peeled and cleaned the fava beans, and finally minced them. They also cleaned and minced the Sichuan pepper, ginger, and garlic, completing the entire preparation process. Next, it was Qingyi's turn to saute the ingredients. She poured half a pot of cooking oil into the pan, heating it until it reached a moderate temperature, then added the dried chili segments, gently frying them over low heat until they changed color and released a fragrant aroma. She mixed in the minced fava beans with the sauteed chili peppers until well combined. Subsequently, she added the minced Sichuan pepper, ginger, and garlic to the mixture, continuing to saute over low heat until the fragrance intensified. After seasoning with salt and sugar to balance the flavors, Qingyi tasted the concoction and found it delightful. Noticing her satisfaction, Xiaoyu was eager to sample the dish as well. "Miss, you've prepared something wonderful. I have a taste?" Recognizing Xiaoyu's misunderstanding, perhaps she thought the bean paste was a new dish, Qingyi offered her a single chopstick of sauce. She glanced at the expectant faces behind Xiaoyu, inviting everyone to partake. Her intention was to share a small portion of the sauce among them, but Xiaoyu misinterpreted it, promptly placing the entire portion into her mouth, which led to a rather animated expression on her face. However, she dared not admit the dish was unpalatable, nor could she spit it out or swallow it. Watching from the side, Shui Ling stifled laughter. Qingyi handed Xiaoyu a large jug of water, saying, "That's not how it's meant to be consumed. It's quite salty and spicy. Isn't it?" Xiaoyu gulped down a significant amount of water and exclaimed, "Miss, this is simply too flavorful." Realizing Xiaoyu had been deceived, the others hesitated to try it themselves. "This is a seasoning meant for cooking fish, not to be eaten directly," Qingyi clarified, then called for Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui, the previous fish dish lacked a crucial ingredient. It didn't quite hit the mark. "Please prepare another serving of the tofu fish, adding a spoonful of bean paste to the broth as it simmers." "As you wish, miss," Aunt Shui replied, returning to the kitchen to get busy. Ever since the third miss took charge of the kitchen, it had been bustling, whether preparing meals or experimenting with recipes. Aunt Shui's culinary skills had improved significantly, enhancing the meals for both Uncle Shui and Shui Ling, elevating their status within the household. Although the pace had quickened, Aunt Shui's enthusiasm only grew stronger. For Qingyi, the kitchen served not only as a place for cooking, but also as her food research center. She aimed to accelerate her development efforts, aspiring to launch her fish delicacy business soon. Once the upgraded version of the tofu fish was ready, those who had helped with the bean paste earlier were granted the first opportunity to taste it. Having previously enjoyed the basic version of the tofu fish, they were profoundly impressed by the improved dish. They had thought the original was flavorful enough, but today's bean paste was the true soul of the dish. They realized the previous fish had been wasted. After Shui Ling savored the first piece of fish, she exclaimed in awe. As she prepared to scoop a second piece, she discovered there was none left. Regretting her earlier words, she picked up a spoon and drank a couple of spoonfuls of broth, finding it quite satisfying as well. After finishing the fish, the bean paste had cooled, prompting Qingyi to ask Xiaoyu to fetch several clean ceramic jars to seal and store the remaining bean paste. Dubon sauce, when made in sufficient quantity, can last a long time, making the future endeavor of preparing an upgraded version of fish with tofu a simple task. Qingyi's sense of happiness has been enriched further. Chapter 008. Flour Cakes Master Zhang, along with his apprentice, toiled for 3 days to craft the oven that Qingyi desired. They enjoyed 3 meals at the Yun residence, finding greater joy in this than in receiving their wages. After settling their payment, Qingyi filled a food box for each craftsman, encouraging them to share their creations with their families. "Yun lady, when you open your shop, do not forget to call upon us again." The young apprentice expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Qingyi as they departed. Master Yu from the blacksmith shop also delivered the baking tray, as per Qingyi's request. She instructed to dry the oven walls with firewood before commencing her culinary creations. The flours she purchased 3 days prior were beginning to wilt, and she had Water Ling tend to them, changing the water twice daily and adding a few grains of sugar to aid their hydration. After 3 days, their hue remained unchanged. Following her instructions, Water Ling carefully plucked and chopped the rose petals, sprinkling them with salt to marinate. After draining the excess moisture, she blended the petals into a rose jam. A handful of sesame and peanuts were finely chopped, releasing their fragrant essence, which was then combined with the rose jam, resulting in an irresistible aroma. After preparing the oil crust and dough, Qingyi enveloped the rose filling, shaping them into small discs, which she arranged in a baking tray. A layer of egg wash was brushed atop before she placed them in the oven. As the cakes baked for half an hour, the enticing scent of the filling wafted through the air, causing those gathered around the oven to endure an agonizing wait. These cakes smell divine. Although we have yet to taste them, I trust the third miss. The flavor must be exquisite. They were astonished at the remarkable use of the wilted flowers. We hope the third miss will grant us one. We can share it among ourselves. No longer would they need to queue at Qingyi for snacks. Their homemade delicacies were certainly of equal quality. Qingyi, however, remained oblivious to their musings. As it was her first time using the ancient oven, she had to meticulously test the heat and timing, daring not to relax for even a moment, keeping a vigilant eye on the oven. During this time, she used tongs to check the baking tray 3 times, ensuring the cakes were perfectly baked before calling everyone over to sample the new creation. Cautioning them that the cakes were freshly baked and hot, the group, undeterred by the heat, eagerly sought to be the first to taste. The outer crust was crisp yet did not crumble. Upon taking a bite, a rich floral fragrance enveloped their senses. The pastry revealed distinct layers of oil crust, while the floral filling boasted a robust flavor. The delicate petals contrasted sharply with the flaky pastry, offering a delightful medley of textures. The warmth of the cakes intensified the aroma. Once everyone had received a piece, Qingyi encouraged them to resume their work. One taste is enough for now. We have other flavors to prepare. Indeed, she had purchased all of the old woman's flowers, a variety of them. She called upon Xiaoyu and Shuangcheng, recalling Waterling's incredulous expression, and included her in the tasks. Xiaoyu washed, cut, and kneaded the ingredients, swiftly preparing lily jam, jasmine jam, chrysanthemum jam, and taro flower jam. Meanwhile, Shuangcheng and Yunzhong took on the responsibility of making the dough and oil crust, with Yunzhong handling the more laborious kneading. Shuangcheng skillfully kneaded the dough and oil paste into small portions, pairing each oil paste with a piece of dough, skillfully pressing them together before rolling and shaping them into distinctly layered pastry skins. Shui Ling was entrusted with the task of wrapping the pastries. Having gained valuable experience from their initial attempt, the baking process proceeded much more smoothly this time. Once all the pastries were baked, Qingyi, accompanied by the freshly made flour pastries, visited her mother. At that moment, Lady Fong was enjoying her tea. Noticing her daughter approaching with the pastries, she inquired, "Has Xian made something delicious again?" Upon receiving her daughter's affirmative response, Lady Fong, with a radiant smile, accepted the pastries and discovered they were still warm. "You truly have gone to great lengths for me." Though Lady Fong was in her 40s, her appearance and figure were remarkably well preserved. She always believed that pastries were overly sweet and greasy, and her close friends advised her to steer clear of such indulgences if she wished to maintain her beauty. Typically, she only allowed herself a small piece of bitter tea cake to alleviate her cravings. However, since these were made by her daughter, she felt compelled to taste them, albeit only a delicate nibble. As soon as she took a bite, she felt a pang of regret. This was nothing like the snacks she had envisioned. Rather than being cloyingly sweet and greasy, it was imbued with a rich floral fragrance. "Mother, this is called a flower pastry. What you're tasting has a rose filling. It's a rose flower pastry. We also have lily pastries, jasmine pastries, and chrysanthemum pastries, each with its own unique flavor. If you like, you may sample a small piece of each." As she spoke, Qingyi picked up a ceramic knife and sliced the pastries into smaller portions, instantly filling the platter with an array of floral scents. She indulged in several pieces of each flavor and even found herself enjoying an extra cup of tea. Remembering how her father appreciated tea and had never tasted such a delicate and sweet pastry, Lady Fong called out to her daughter, Xian, "Could we pack a couple of these flower pastries to send to your grandfather?" Qingyi readily agreed, instructing Shui Ling to prepare an assortment of flavors. After changing into appropriate attire, she accompanied her mother to the Grand Tutor's residence. The Yun and Fong families lived in close proximity, merely a short stroll through 2 alleyways. When Yun Jingxing achieved the scholarly title of Jinshi, It was Lady Fang's father, Fang Yuyin, then the Minister of Personnel, who arranged this match for her. His approach to selecting a son-in-law was quite distinct. Unlike most families who would seize the moment when the results were announced, Fang Yuyin had identified several candidates long before the examination began. After discreetly inquiring about their family backgrounds and character, he eliminated a number of them. Subsequently, during the scholars' banquet, he further assessed them based on their demeanor and conversation. By the time the results were published, he had already begun to take an interest in Yun Jingxing, with the announcement serving merely as a final test. Fang Yuyin had 2 sons, but only this one beloved daughter. To ensure her happiness, he not only scrutinized her suitor's talents and character, but also could not bear the thought of her marrying far away. Although he had arranged her engagement early on, it was not until Yun Jingxing returned to the capital after 3 years of service that he allowed his daughter to wed. Given their close proximity, it was not uncommon for Lady Fang to visit her parents, indulging in casual conversations with them every so often, especially during festive occasions. You will always be a daughter of the Fang family. You are free to return home whenever you wish. Fang Tai-fu often repeats this phrase. After many years of marriage, Mrs. Fang has maintained a youthful spirit, and it wasn't until she had her own daughter, Yun Qingyi, that she appeared to embody the essence of motherhood in her parents' eyes. The soft carriage of the mother and daughter came to a halt outside the grand hall of the Fang residence. Before Mrs. Fang could steady herself, her mother, the elderly matriarch, had already stepped out with the assistance of a maid. Xian is well now. Let your grandmother take a look. My poor child has truly suffered. The old matriarch's eyes brimmed with affection for the 2 women. Thanks to your grandmother, Xian has recovered. I made some pastries today that I believe are still good, and I brought them for your grandfather and grandmother to taste. Chapter 009. The old man's mischief. Good. My dear grandson, sit down and enjoy. The grandmother beckoned the mother and daughter to take a seat and sent someone to fetch the grandfather. While waiting for him, Yun Qingyi sliced the pastries, inserting small bamboo skewers. As she presented them to her grandmother, she caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. It was crispy fish, a delightful blend of the fish's freshness, the soy sauce's saltiness, and the sweetness of syrup, indeed unmistakable. Her grandfather truly was generous, sharing delicious food with her grandmother. Grandmother, do you still enjoy the crispy fish? Your grandfather mentioned it was made by Xian. The old man truly cherishes it. Then from the 2 large packages, let me have 5 pieces. The rest he claims he will savor as a side dish with his wine. Upon hearing about the 2 large packages, Yun Qingyi was momentarily perplexed, only to swiftly comprehend the situation. Her grandfather was quite the rascal, having slyly taken her younger brother's share despite already having his own. One must dote on their younger sibling. She would have to carefully handle this mischievous old man. Xian has arrived, having just recovered from a serious illness. Why are you out so soon? The grandfather came running, calling out before even seeing anyone. Yun Qingyi stepped forward to greet him, and upon seeing his adorable visage, her heart melted. Dressed in a casual light blue long robe adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery, he exuded an air of relaxation. As he approached, slightly out of breath and with his hair a bit tousled, he bore no semblance of the stern Tai-fu. Indeed, my father is biased. When I returned home alone, he wouldn't even show his face. Yet when Xian arrives, he forgets to put on his shoes. Mrs. Fang playfully teased her father. The exclusive affection she once received during her own upbringing had not waned even after bearing 2 sons. However, upon giving birth to a daughter, the family's adoration swiftly shifted to Yun Qingyi. 7 parts jest, 3 parts genuine disappointment. Xian has seen the grandfather, and thanks to him, she is now in good health. Today, I prepared several delicacies keeping in mind the tastes of my grandfather and grandmother, and I came to share them. Yun Qingyi's eloquent words dispelled any lingering disappointment from her mother. Good. Xian has come to see her grandfather, which fills him with joy. But do remember not to overexert yourself. I shall heed my grandfather's advice. Yun Qingyi politely acknowledged, intending to indulge her younger brother. A few days ago, Ashur returned to the academy, and Xian had brought him some crispy fish. I wonder if grandfather has seen it? The Tai-Fu's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he smiled down at his granddaughter with a pleading expression. Xian, you are quite partial. I have a whole household here, and you only provide me with this little package. How old is Ashur? You have given him so much. While I have only taken a few pieces, primarily to allow your mother to taste and appreciate our exquisite culinary skills. Far away in the Guozijian, Yun Qing sure sneezed. Could it be that my father-in-law is scolding me again? He harbors an instinctive fear of his father-in-law. That old man, with a mind full of schemes. Yun Qing silently cursed, unable to suppress a pout, which startled Fong Tai-fu. The beloved grandson, the delicacies crafted by Xian are truly adored by the father-in-law. Who dares not offend? Next time, make a larger batch and have it delivered directly to the Fong residence. The matriarch has managed the family's affairs for decades, enduring great hardships and must not be wronged. The father-in-law, filled with a desire to survive, even brought the mother-in-law into the equation, suggesting that he might think twice before bullying Ashur. Observing the situation, Yun Qing decided to withdraw gracefully, although she playfully reprimanded her father-in-law. Both he and her mother-in-law felt a deep sense of comfort. They cherished their daughter, who had shed many tears during Xian's prolonged stagnation over the past decade. Once, their daughter confided that although their 3 sons treated her well, human hearts are fickle. It remains uncertain if they would neglect Xian when they have their own families and careers to attend to. Thus, she prepared for both possibilities. She set aside a separate sum for Xian, accepting gifts of valuable calligraphy, paintings, and antiques from the Fong family without hesitation, converting some into silver notes to save for Xian. On another note, although they dote on her, they maintain strict standards. Any behavior that is spoiled, lazy, or neglectful is not tolerated. While intellectual breakthroughs may seem elusive, they are unwavering in their expectations of character and temperament, ensuring that when both she and her father are no longer around, Yun Qing can still live with dignity. For many years, Madame Fong had not engaged in playful banter with her parents as a young daughter would. Now, in the face of joyful events, she finally began to reclaim a semblance of her past self. Yun Qing poured a cup of tea for her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and mother, then presented the freshly cut flour cakes for their enjoyment. The father-in-law chose the jasmine cake, inhaling its delicate fragrance. A small piece melted in his mouth, the cake's skin blending harmoniously with the jasmine filling, releasing a refreshing aroma that enveloped him. The filling was exquisitely smooth, sweet yet not cloying, intertwining floral notes and sweetness, prompting a delighted smile and a glimmer of appreciation for the culinary delight in his eyes. He savored it slowly, relishing the gifts of tranquil years. The mother-in-law selected the lily cake, adorned with lily petals that exuded a subtle fragrance. She lightly touched the cake's skin with her fingertips, feeling its crispness as thin as a cicada's wing. The lily's sweetness intertwined with the cake's delicate filling. Her brows gently relaxed. This first tasting of the lily flower cake, with its unique flavor, not only tantalized her palate, but also touched her heart. The days of her daughter's hardships have finally come to an end. From now on, her life shall be one of carefree luxury. Xian, this cake has a unique flavor, even more refreshing than that from Qingyi. The mother-in-law expressed her fondness. Beloved granddaughter, your grandfather enjoys each one. It seems you excel not only in making crispy fish, but in all your culinary creations. Henceforth, whenever you prepare something delicious, do send a portion to your grandfather. He adores you the most. As Yun Qing entered the room, she initially perceived the 2 elderly ladies as dignified and composed. However, a few pastries soon revealed their charming and endearing sides. Her mother-in-law lowered her voice to inquire about her daughter, recalling how she had once feared for Xian's safety in the outside world, always keeping her close and refraining from allowing her to attend social gatherings. Now, with Xian being both clever and lively, it seemed the perfect time for her to meet others. Her mother-in-law's remarks resonated with Lady Fong, who had been ensconced within the confines of her home for over a decade, unfamiliar with the noble ladies of the capital. Past acquaintances had faded, and now she struggled to discern the intricate relationships among the families. Previously, circumstances had not favored her. Now, it was time for her daughter to embrace a more normal life. Lady Fong, ever the considerate mother, resolved to accompany Xian out more often. It had been quite some time since she had attended any noble gatherings, as everyone was aware of her family's unique circumstances, and thus, invitations to the Yun residence had become scarce. In a few days, the fifth prince was hosting a banquet to celebrate the victory of the Duke of Jinyuan. With her mother having spent her life in the capital, she was well versed in its myriad tales. The Grand Tutor, aside from being the head of the Imperial Academy, held an even more significant position as the esteemed teacher of the current emperor and the crown prince. He had instructed the emperor from the age of 6 until he assumed power at 16, and similarly guided the crown prince until the latter reached the same age, after which he devoted himself to nurturing further talents at the academy. Given this connection, an invitation to any royal banquet was assuredly extended to the Fong family. Moreover, her mother-in-law was quite sociable, capable of engaging in lively conversations with ladies of her own age, as well as those from younger generations. On this day, as the three of them set out, she had already strategized. Her daughter, anxious about Xian, would likely want to keep her close, which might lead to Xian being ridiculed by other noble girls. Should that occur, it would be better to stay home altogether. Today, you shall accompany me, allowing Xian to play with the other young ladies. If you truly care for her, you must not keep her tethered to your side, Lady Fong asserted. Having spent so much time within the confines of the household, Lady Fong was concerned that her mother-in-law might inadvertently stifle her granddaughter, a bright child who deserved to flourish. Her daughter, apprehensive that her mother-in-law might continue to insist, was interrupted by her mother, who reassured her, "We can still offer support. You cannot always shield her from facing the world. How will she manage in the future?" She cast a worried glance at her daughter, prepared to firmly refuse her mother if any hesitation was detected. Though her mother was concerned for her, her daughter felt gratitude. It was merely a banquet, and she doubted any dangers awaited them. If her daughter struggled, she could always send for her mother. Qingyi's response pleased her mother-in-law, who regarded her with approving eyes. As the three conversed, they arrived at the fifth prince's residence. Her mother-in-law presented the formal invitation and led Lady Fong to the ladies' section, while Qingyi was guided to the area designated for the young women. In the Kingdom of Apocalypse, the separation of men and women during gatherings is not stringent. Generally, for the sake of comfort, the elderly, men, and women are seated apart. Those who enjoy conversing can engage with one another, while those who prefer solitude may remain silent after exchanging pleasantries upon arrival. The circle of nobility in the capital is rather small, and the young noble women are quite familiar with one another. After all, their daily lives intertwine, visiting each other's homes in a continuous loop of the same familiar faces. In contrast to the camaraderie shared among the other noble women, Qingyi feels like a stranger. Although she does not suffer from social anxiety, she prefers not to make any hasty moves. For her inaugural appearance, maintaining a sense of security is paramount. She quietly finds a corner to sit, savoring the fruits brought from the western regions, and attentively listens to the conversation for quite some time. "Do you think we shall see the Marquis of Jinyuan today?" one lady inquired. This banquet was arranged to celebrate the Marquis's success. It would be quite unreasonable for him, the guest of honor, not to attend. That is hard to say. If it were truly at the Marquis's behest, why would the banquet not be held at the Marquis's residence? When I heard it was to take place at the fifth prince's estate, I lost all hope. The fifth prince is the son of consort Xian. Due to her beauty, was chosen to enter the palace, but her humble origins kept her status low for many years. Were it not for her family producing the Marquis of Jinyuan, who knows what her situation would be now? I have also heard that the Marquis's mother is consort Xian's sister, although she married a butcher. Our dynasty has always valued lineage. Such humble beginnings should not be compared to ours. Indeed, consort Xian has been fortunate. Her nephew's military career has flourished, rising through the ranks in a mere decade from a junior officer to the highest military commander, eventually being titled the Marquis of Jinyuan. When one ascends, even their kin rise with them. Consort Xian, having benefited from her nephew's success, has progressed from a beauty to the esteemed position of imperial noble consort, second only to the empress. The notion of fortune is truly enviable. Upon hearing this, Qingyi could no longer bear to listen, her heart filled with disdain. The Marquis of Jinyuan devoid of any background, has earned his military accolades through countless battles, enduring hardship and injury. None of these noble women could see. To have his achievements attributed merely to luck is utterly laughable. If her mother wishes for her to integrate into such a circle, she sees no harm in remaining apart, content to live as a wealthy recluse, much like her mother. Unbeknownst to her, as she listened intently, she began to feel hungry and retrieved a snack from her food box to quell her appetite. It turns out that eavesdropping can be quite taxing. While Qingyi munched on her pastry, the noble women continued their spirited chatter. Do not envy. The Marquis of Qingyi is currently the most sought-after suitor in the capital. Although he may be slightly older, he possesses both beauty and power. If I were to win his affection, my status would surely elevate. The lady in green laughed heartily, as if she were already the Marquis's wife. Shoo, sister, do keep your voice down. Someone might overhear. The girl in simple linen advised gently. It is merely a jest amongst sisters. Why take it so seriously? Retorted the elder sister, clearly displeased. Indeed, Xiao, it is just a joke. Why must you be so earnest? Chimed in the girl in pink. Sister cannot possibly believe that Lord Qingyi would arrive today. Can she? It would be wiser for her to pray that he does not come. Otherwise, with her attire of plain white and green garments. She cast a disdainful glance at the girl in coarse cloth. If Lord Qingyi were truly to appear, it would surely reflect poorly on our family, the Lu family, for lacking in decorum and tarnishing our father's reputation as the Minister of Rights. The girl in coarse cloth, taken aback, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She wanted to speak, but upon noticing her own incongruity in simple attire, found herself at a loss for words. When the charming concubine Xian was still a beauty, who would have paid attention to the fifth prince? At that time, he lacked even a residence of his own. Today's banquet seemed merely an opportunity for the fifth prince to leverage Lord Qingyi's esteemed name to forge connections. Whether Lord Qingyi was aware of this remains uncertain. The girl in pink continued her tirade. The girl in green, emboldened, took a bowl of soup and splashed it onto the skirt of the girl in coarse cloth. Feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Sister, how clumsy you are! Lord Qingyi has yet to arrive, and the feast hasn't even begun. You've spilled soup on your dress. Quickly change before someone sees and claims we, the Lu family, lack decorum. The girl in coarse cloth felt a mix of anger and urgency, uncertain of what to say, and resignedly exited the banquet. As she rose, the girl in green, who had previously shared her table, eagerly seized her seat at the front. Once the girl in coarse cloth left the gathering, she smugly announced to the others, the eyesore has departed. Let us continue our revelry without allowing a harbinger of misfortune to dampen our spirits. Observing the solitary and forlorn figure of the girl in white, Qingyi rose to follow her outside. Chapter 011. The fallen legitimate daughter, believing the girl in white would head towards the side hall to fetch a spare outfit from her maid. Qingyi was taken aback when she instead approached the garden well. There, she requested a basin of clean water from an elderly matron and carefully used her handkerchief to dab at the soup stains on her clothing. Earlier at the banquet, Qingyi had sensed something amiss. Her attire was starkly different from the others. Each family had their own table, and, seated at the center, she clearly stood as the legitimate daughter, her simple garb of coarse cloth incomparable to the exquisite silk and embroidery of the other noble women. Even the girl in green, who claimed to be her sister, wore far superior clothing, considering how swiftly the girl in green had claimed the central seat upon her departure. Qingyi surmised that the Lu family was one marked by the melodrama of favoring concubines over legitimate wives. After observing from a distance for a short while, Qingyi noted that the girl in white had finished tending to her attire, but showed no intention of returning to the banquet. Instead, she turned towards the side hall. Sister, please wait. The girl in white appeared to be around 15, and Qingyi called out, wishing to offer her assistance. Are you calling for me, sister? I seemed to catch a glimpse of you earlier at the banquet, and I must have caused you embarrassment, the girl in white replied, lowering her gaze to conceal her current awkwardness. I am Qingyi, the third daughter of the Yun family. My father is the Minister of Revenue. May I inquire how to address you, sister? Ah, you're Sister Yun. I am Lu Ziyo, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. My father is the Minister of Rights. Having introduced themselves, they opened up to one another. The conversation at the table was rather dull, and it seemed that my sister was not particularly enjoying it either. I suggested accompanying her for a stroll outside. Qingyi led Lu Jiao toward the side hall and called over Shui Ling, instructing her to fetch a set of her own garments. Since my sister had rushed out today without a change of clothes, she could use this set as an emergency outfit if she did not mind. It was a beautiful dress in a delicate shade of goose yellow, clearly expensive given the exquisite embroidery and fine fabric. Lu Jiao quickly declined, feeling unworthy of such generosity. After several refusals, she explained to Qingyi that she usually wore coarse cloth at home and could only present herself to the world in this simple hemp garment. Qingyi had anticipated this, knowing that her sister in green had deliberately sought to embarrass her by highlighting her predicament. Nevertheless, since this dress had never been worn by her, she decided to gift it to her sister as a token of their meeting. She remarked that both she and her sister were daughters of high-ranking officials, and it seemed rather inappropriate to show favoritism. Lu Jiao fell silent for a moment, biting her lip without responding to Qingyi's inquiry. Her father had commanded her to take her sister out, hoping she could offer some guidance. Instead, she had made a blunder herself and felt too ashamed to return to the gathering, thus not wishing to trouble her sister further. From Lu Jiao's demeanor, it was clear that she had been accustomed to suppression at home, eager to preserve the family's reputation, yet feeling overlooked. In a modern world, Qingyi had embraced a stance of letting go of the urge to rescue others and respecting the course of their lives. However, in this ancient context, where women faced more constraints, she was willing to offer Lu Jiao some advice, feeling that if her sister truly was beyond help, she could at least do so with a clear conscience. Given that your father has given you this task, you should indeed return to the gathering. You were just present when your sister spoke out of turn. If you do not guide her now and further embarrass the family as the elder sister, you'll be derelict in your duty. Though her words were gentle, they carried an undeniable weight. Without waiting for Lu Jiao to respond, she had Shui Ling assist in changing her attire and retrieved several suitable adornments from her jewelry box to enhance her appearance. After presenting her with a bronze mirror for her to admire, Lu Jiao could scarcely believe that she could possess such an aura. "Sister, is that really me?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Noticing her lingering self-doubt, Qingyi decided to lend her further support. As they approached the area from which they had just emerged, the girl in green had left her seat and was interacting with the other young women. She held a blood peach from the banquet, squeezing it to release its juice and adhering it to cotton gauze, using a slingshot with just the right amount of force to send it flying towards her sisterhood. "Oh dear, Jing, someone has discovered something extraordinary at your table." Jing, both angry and exasperated, slapped her personal maid, demanding, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and bring the clothes over." Observing the chaos at the gathering, Qingyi turned to Lu Jiao and encouraged, "Go on, reclaim your rightful place." Lu Jiao expressed her gratitude to Qingyi and made her way back to the table. Qingyi planned to watch for a while longer before returning. Just as she felt triumphant in correcting the mischief maker, she was startled by a deep voice behind her. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Qingyi was taken aback, turning to see the man slowly rising from the thicket behind him. The gentleman, clad in dark robes with long hair, possessed a striking profile, his gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. "How long have you been eavesdropping, sir?" "I have been here since before you two departed." "It is not eavesdropping, rather, it is listening in plain sight. You cannot hold it against me. Blame the two ladies for being too loud." Since he had grasped the situation, it would be easier to handle. Having overheard the entire conversation, you must understand that the true impropriety lies with another. It is best that you refrain from involving yourself in matters between women. With that, Qingyi retrieved a plate of flour cakes from the food box. "You have been away for a while, and I fear you may be a little tired and hungry. Please accept this plate of flour cakes." Qingyi presented the bribe, saying, "Having eaten my cakes, you cannot expose my secret." The gentleman in dark robes understood the implication and accepted the flour cakes, behaving with appropriate decorum. Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyuan had rejoined the gathering, and upon seeing her sister return in splendid attire, Lu Jiying's earlier embarrassment now ignited her indignation. Lu Ziyuan, whose clothes have you stolen to commit such an embarrassing act? The fear of disgrace was not daunting. As long as her sister could outdo her in humiliation, the attention would shift, allowing her to salvage her pride. Within the confines of the Lu household, Lu Jing was well aware of her sister's usual disheveled appearance, but others were unaware. This was Lu Ziyuan's opportunity for a comeback. What nonsense are you spouting, sister? I left in haste this morning and forgot to change. I specifically went to change my attire just now. With all the ladies gathered here, let the discerning ones speak. Whose garments am I wearing? Lu Ziyuan spoke with such natural candor that it hardly seemed as though she had donned someone else's clothing. Indeed, my outfit is superior to what you are wearing today. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, I uphold the family teachings of frugality. I typically dress modestly at home, yet I possess several outfits for outings. How has it turned into mere theft, in your words? Yet you, sister, should take this opportunity, with only a few close friends present, to quickly change into another dress. This remark struck a nerve with Lu Jing, and though she was reluctant, she had no choice but to leave her seat in shame, returning the coveted position to her sister. As Lu Ziyuan regained her standing, Qingyi bid farewell to the gentleman in dark robes and returned to the gathering. She leisurely sipped her tea, continuing to listen to the trivial gossip. The noble ladies had shifted their conversation from the Marquis of Jinyuan and the fifth prince to the awkward mishap of Lu Jing. The attention span for gossip rarely exceeded 5 seconds. One rumor followed another. In such a small aristocratic circle, one moment they were mere spectators, and the next, they could find themselves at the center of the drama. How dreadfully mundane. Qingyi pondered that, like her mother, abstaining from such tiresome gossip gatherings might not be an entirely negative thing. As she contemplated this, she found the passage of time increasingly tedious, her gaze frequently drifting toward the thicket outside. The spot chosen by the gentleman in dark robes was indeed quite agreeable, perfect for a retreat into tranquility. Chapter 012. The Marquis of Jinyuan, unbeknownst to Qingyi, since her return to the gathering, a pair of eyes had not left her. The Marquis of Jinyuan, having accepted her flower cake, could not help but smile. The young girl possesses a captivating charm, her countenance exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor. Yet, should one provoke her ire, the repercussions would be swift and unyielding. As a gentle breeze stirred, it caressed her ethereal garments, lifting her handkerchief lightly, revealing the embroidered character to the astonishment of the Duke of Jinyuan. Could it be her? Though her temperament did not align with his expectations, a flicker of hope ignited within him that it might indeed be she. To unearth the truth, he resolved to seek it out himself. He changed into formal attire, donning a majestic crown and flowing robes that conveyed an air of utmost seriousness. He recalled how, in the past, his cousin, the fifth prince, had offered to host a banquet in his honor, an invitation he had met with indifference, dismissing it as mere flattery among nobility. His sole aspiration was to serve as a loyal subject, leading troops in a battle to protect his homeland. Yet, did he truly lack any personal ambition? He questioned his own heart, hesitant to affirm such a notion. At the tender age of 7, his aunt entered the palace, becoming a favored concubine. At that time, he was not yet the Duke of Jinyuan, merely a nameless boy, Mo Yushuan. During the Lantern Festival, at the age of 10, the emperor graciously permitted the families of the palace concubines to visit. Accompanied by his mother, he entered the palace for the first time, and despite his careful demeanor and watchful eye, he could not escape the many scornful glances directed at him. Upon returning home, each family received a prepared gift, a box of delicacies. The exquisite craftsmanship of the box revealed to Mo Yushuan that it was no ordinary trinket. Initially intending to share it with his family, curiosity overcame him, and he opened the box to glimpse its contents. In that moment, he was accidentally jostled by a passing young noblewoman, causing the delicacies to scatter on the ground. Who is this wild child, unable to watch where he is going? Thankfully, my garments remain unsoiled. Otherwise, how would you compensate me? The girl appeared no older than 7 or 8, yet she radiated an aura rivaling that of a middle-aged matron. His aunt held the lowest rank in the palace, and he and his mother wished to avoid causing her further trouble. Thus, they knelt before the young noble, bowing their heads in a gesture of humility, each motion laden with the weight of humiliation. Ultimately, the encounter concluded without further incident, and despite her own recent grievances, his mother offered solace to her disheartened son. Though he cannot enjoy the delicacies this time, there will surely be another opportunity. As he and his mother prepared to leave the palace, another little girl approached. "Do not be sad, big brother. I shall give you this box of delicacies." Without waiting for Mo Yushuan's response, she placed the box down and dashed away, calling, "Mother, wait for me." After catching up with her mother, she held her hand and turned back to smile at him. That smile was innocent and pure, akin to a beam of light piercing through darkness. He recalled that the girl wore a jade pendant inscribed with the character. That was his first visit to the palace, where he learned the true meaning of high society and social stratification. That year, he resolved never to be looked down upon again. After 2 years of rigorous training in martial arts, he enlisted in the army at the appropriate age. Gradually, he earned military accolades, and the emperor frequently praised him in the presence of his aunt, leading to her elevation in rank. Encounters with esteemed noble women in the capital resulted in others addressing him as general. Eventually, he became the revered god of war for the Qingyi kingdom, instilling fear in his enemies and earning the admiration of his countrymen. His aunt ascended to the status of imperial concubine, while dignitaries referred to him as lord, and the mercenary noblewomen shamelessly called him Brother Yushuan. As he achieved greater success and fame, he grew increasingly disdainful of the noble ladies who had once regarded him with feigned deference. With military accolades and the esteemed lineage of a powerful family, even his absence from social gatherings did not diminish his status as the most coveted suitor among the elite. The whispers he overheard today were merely echoes of the countless trivial gossip he had encountered over the years, which no longer held any significance for him. The more the noble ladies yearned for his attention, the more he found their affections to be tiresome. 5 years prior, when the emperor had intended to arrange a marriage for him, he had been reluctant. To him, they were all mere trifles, and marrying any of them would be of little consequence. However, he could not openly refuse the emperor. Instead, he offered a rather grandiloquent excuse. How can one think of settling down while the northern front remains unsettled? This statement left the emperor somewhat vexed. Despite his affection for him, if the northern territories are not at peace, how shall I establish a family? The emperor grumbled in frustration. Enraged, he had no choice but to return to the battlefield, leading his forces to quell the unrest before daring to return to the capital. A few days ago, the fifth prince, upon hearing news of his cousin's return, sought permission from his mother. Given his cousin's advancing age and his continued bachelorhood, it seemed inappropriate. Having grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, it was evident that this could not continue indefinitely. The fifth prince, understanding the situation, resolved to host a banquet himself, believing that once the guests arrived, anything was possible. The Marquis of Qingyi had long been stationed away from home, his parents residing in their fief. During his recent return to the capital, he stayed at the fifth prince's residence. Since the age of 12, he had lived in military camps, his thoughts consumed by strategies of warfare and troop movements. In matters of social interaction, he was far less adept than the 17-year-old fifth prince, who had navigated the complexities of courtly relationships since birth. "Cousin, you have just returned. After years away from the capital, it may be difficult for you to reacquaint yourself with so many people," the fifth prince remarked. They agreed that he would make brief appearances as needed, having already indicated that the gathering was informal and not a formal banquet. With no demands placed upon Mo Yushuan, there was little reason for him to decline. Only by ensuring Mo Yushuan felt at ease could he hope to fulfill his mother's wishes. Their relationship had always been amicable, and he was quite familiar with his cousin's temperament and preferences. The fifth prince's desire to host this banquet stemmed purely from his mother's heartfelt intentions. He believed that Mo Yushuan's cool demeanor and obsession with martial prowess would necessitate an imperial match to secure a wife. Having previously declined the emperor's proposal, his cousin could not do so repeatedly. Though their mother wished for him to choose a partner he favored, a notion the fifth prince found somewhat implausible. One could not reason with human emotions. Only the reality of the situation could persuade their mother to relinquish her fantasies regarding her son. As guests began to arrive, the fifth prince as host, attended to them graciously. Just as he took his place at the main table, Mo Yuxuan also arrived. The two cousins, now positioned among the primary guests, mingled with the attendees. Congratulations, my lord, on the peace and prosperity brought forth by the emperor. Your contributions have been monumental. The cousins quickly moved from the men's section to the ladies' area, where the noble ladies, who had not dared to hope for a glimpse of him, suddenly subdued their previous merriment. The two cousins toasted to the esteemed ladies, yet most of the noble women struggled to articulate complete sentences. Congratulations, my lord, they offered, while others praised the Marquis for his remarkable achievements. One question lingered in her mind. My lord, has it been exhausting all these years? Such sentiments, steeped in emotion, drew a dismissive reaction from Mo Yuxuan. For a warrior, the prospect of death was inconsequential. What was there to fear and fatigue? Most of the ensuing conversations were painfully awkward. In the furthest corner, Qingyi raised her glass, yet before she could speak, Mo Yuxuan interjected. Lady Yun, after so many years apart, I have heard you were unwell a few days ago. Are you feeling better now? His inquiry left Qingyi momentarily speechless. Chapter 13. A picnic gathering. Upon seeing him enter, Qingyi's emotions oscillated through a myriad of highs and lows. He was the focal point of today's gathering, having spent a considerable time indulging in his own delights amidst the shrubbery, and those outspoken noble women had truly embarrassed themselves. She felt a secret thrill. She was acutely aware of the role she played in assisting Lu Jiao and reprimanding Lu Jiqing. Perhaps he would expose her involvement, but uncertainty gnawed at her, leaving her anxious. His assertion of after many years was misleading, for they had only recently crossed paths, yet he seemed not to be seeking her amusement, which puzzled her. Turning to Shui Ling, she sought to discern any connection between the Yun family and him. Noticing Shui Ling's expression of confusion, she realized there was no link. It appeared he had no intention of revealing her secrets. Reflecting on the earlier admiration the noble women had for him, she was reluctant to become a target of their ire and hastily distanced herself. The general must have mistaken me for someone else. I rarely venture out, so I doubt we have met before. Mo Yuxuan appeared embarrassed, acknowledging, it seems I indeed mistook you for another. My apologies. After the host and guests exchanged toasts, the assembly began to disperse, embarking on a leisurely stroll through the garden. Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, liberated from the obligation of feigning pleasantries with unfamiliar faces while enduring hunger. Though there had been food and drink at the table, the dishes were bland, merely seasoned with salt, rendering the boiled meat tasteless. She had managed only to nibble on some fruit to pass the time, having left home with a light meal. Her hunger now palpable. Grateful for the chance to finally indulge, she opened her food box, only to be approached by Lu Jiao. Ah, so, it is Sister Yun. Thank you for your kindness. I have prepared some soup at home, and I would be honored if you would sample it. Qingyi invited her to sit, and the two ladies settled on the ground, exchanging their culinary offerings, feeling much more at ease than they had at the banquet. Qingyi presented meat-filled buns, sliced egg pancakes, and floral pastries, while Lu Jiao brought forth a nourishing Angelica beef soup. The warmth radiating from Qingyi's carefully prepared dishes was evident as steam wafted from them. Lu Jiao picked up a small piece of the egg pancake. The enticing aroma of egg, vegetables, and sweet bean sauce mingling together, promising a rich flavor. How exquisite, she exclaimed, surprised by the culinary prowess of the beautiful and kind-hearted Yun sister. Eager to leave a favorable impression, she refrained from indulging too much in the pancakes. Shifting her attention to the meat bun, the experience was nothing short of delightful. The savory juices soaked into the bun, achieving a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, with each bite offering a taste of pure ecstasy. With an abundance of choices brought by Qingyi and their modest portions, Lu Jiao felt content after sampling 2 delectable dishes and deemed it inappropriate to continue. Sister is truly fortunate to have such a remarkable cook in the household. One wonders if he takes apprentices. If possible, might we allow the chef from our residence to learn from him? Once one has tasted the exquisite flavors of the world, there is no returning to the past. Lu Jiao mused that a chef capable of crafting such delectable dishes would likely keep their skills closely guarded. Yet one must try. Who knows if he might be inclined to share? Qingyi responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, our chef possesses great culinary talent, yet he does not teach others. I have only recently imparted my knowledge to them, and their dishes are merely imitations. They still require my supervision to ensure quality. Such words were astonishing. The culinary master stood before them. Lu Jiao promptly bowed an apology and inquired if she might become his apprentice. As an ancient woman, Lu Jiao's interest in culinary arts was not solely for personal indulgence. Rather, it was a noble pursuit of nurturing her family sustenance. Observing her initial awkwardness at the table, one could surmise that her skills would be exploited more at home. Qingyi, who relied on her craft for business, felt no fear that Lu Jiao's pursuit of domesticity would jeopardize her enterprise, yet she was unwilling to teach someone with such intentions. Merely mimicking is easy, but the resulting dishes may vary greatly. Only through systematic learning can one grasp the essence of the art, which is no simple feat in recent days. I have prepared some dishes to share with everyone, and the feedback has been quite positive. I plan to test the waters for selling them in the household soon. If you wish to taste them, dear sister, do come and support us. Upon hearing Qingyi's words, Lu Jiao was utterly captivated, disregarding the refusal implied in her statement. Sister Yin, are you venturing into business? I possess no other skills, merely the ability to cook. With so few people at home, it seems a shame to only prepare meals for family. Moreover, my parents and siblings care for me, whether the food is delightful or not. They will always offer kind words. To sell successfully is the true mark of skill. Lu Jiao felt a deeper admiration for Qingyi. Traditionally, noble women were not required to cook. Even after marriage, the occasional stew would suffice. Yet, despite her life within the confines of the inner chambers, Qingyi's aspirations revealed a vast world beyond, illuminating Lu Jiao's previously dim existence. Life is not solely confined to domesticity. A broader perspective and stepping outside the home unveil a new realm. I would very much like to forge a friendship with you. You have imparted so much wisdom to me today, and I hope to visit you in the future. I wonder how you feel about that. Qingyi, pleased by this sentiment, recognized that her guidance had made an impact. Given time, this esteemed daughter of the minister would surely shine like a brilliant pearl. The two engaged in delightful conversation when two young men approached. Qingyi's brothers, Qingshi and Lu Qingyan. Ah, so sister is here today, remarked Qingyan. Sister rarely attends such gatherings. What has prompted her interest today? How fortuitous that sister from the Lu family is present as well. Qingyan, do you not agree? Surely sister has brought something delicious to share. I am positively famished. The flaky fish I shared with you previously was made by her. Today, she has brought a food box, and we are in for a treat. Lu Qingyan had grown accustomed to the admonitions of the master of sacrifices directed at ASU while at the Guozijian. In his mind, ASU was a youth of considerable gravity, taciturn and always bowing before speaking. To his surprise, he revealed his true youthful nature in front of his elder sister, instantly transforming into a chatterbox. Sister, did you not bring a crispy fish today? I only had 2 pieces last time. Qingshi felt it inappropriate to complain publicly and glanced at Lu Qingyan, who understood and completed his sentence. It was taken to honor the master of sacrifices. He did not forget to jest with Qingshi, mimicking his serious demeanor. It is taught that students should seek neither fullness in food nor comfort in dwelling. He could no longer contain his laughter, which flowed uncontrollably. The 2 elder sisters joined in the laughter. Honor had been paid, after all. Though there is no crispy fish today, I have brought other delicacies that you have yet to try. Eat without concern for honoring the master. Despite feeling a bit disgruntled at being the subject of laughter, the allure of food proved irresistible. Surrounded by familiar faces, he felt less restrained and eagerly rummaged through the food box, laying out all the treats in preparation for a delightful feast, only to be halted by Lu Qingyan. ASU, won't you invite me to share? He had long sensed the delicious aroma and could hardly contain his appetite. However, being mindful of etiquette, he hesitated, knowing that the food was prepared by ASU's sister. With his mouth already full of 2 meat sandwiches, ASU could not speak and merely gestured for him to help himself, resuming his feast. Chapter 014. Lady Hui Young Master Yun. Qingyan, take your time eating. No one is competing with you. Have some soup, suggested Lu Jiang, placing 2 bowls of soup before the two. Yun Qingyi observed Lu Jiang, who despite being merely 15, exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a mother, taking care of her younger siblings' every need from education to sustenance. Her face bore no trace of youthful innocence, only the anxiety and concern of an elder. Inwardly, she expressed gratitude for her parents and siblings, reflecting on how not every legitimate daughter was fortunate enough to have such familial love, allowing her to live freely and abundantly. Have your fill, and then you may go play elsewhere. My sister Jiang and I wish to converse a while longer. The 2 young masters, perceptive to her words, took their leave, with Yun Qingshi grabbing a flour pastry. Not wanting to be outdone, Lu Qingyan also took a pastry and bid farewell. Such children, taking and eating. Yun Qingyi remarked with a bemused shake of his head as he watched the 2 boys depart. Just as he turned his attention back to Lu Jiang, another figure approached. Ah, it is Sister Jiang. It's been a long time. How is the minister? The newcomer was a modestly dressed young woman, seemingly an acquaintance of Lu Jiang. My father is quite well. Thank you for your concern, Sister Hui, Lu Jiang replied with propriety. Their interaction appeared to be a simple exchange of pleasantries, rather than a close friendship. Yun Qingyi thought that Hui Yutong would merely engage in trivial chatter and thus seize the opportunity to prepare a pot of tea. As she retrieved jasmine tea, the visitor spoke, "Are you the daughter of the Yun family?" Yun Qingyi looked up, seeing Lady Hui, who appeared timid. "Yes, that is I. How may I assist you?" "Sister," Yin Yangzi jestingly remarked, while Hui Nyang, feeling somewhat foolish, recalled the other day when her husband and your brother were on duty together. Returning with half a bowl of soup crafted by Yin Yangzi, he spoke highly of her, praising her noble lineage, beauty, and skill in the kitchen, contrasting her with Hui Nyang, who felt clumsy and inept in her culinary endeavors. Today, she brought a dish of soup, hoping for Yun Yangzi's discerning taste and guidance. Yun Qingyi turned her gaze toward Lu Jiao, knowing her to be a family friend. Given her presence, it seemed appropriate to seek her opinion. "Sister Yun, my father serves in the Ministry of Rites and once presided over the imperial examinations. He appointed Hui's husband, Wei Xianggong, as the top scholar, making him a protege of my father, which is how Hui and I became acquainted. Since Hui wishes to learn from you, I hope you might offer her some advice if it isn't too much trouble." Upon hearing Lu Jiao's explanation, Yun Qingyi grasped the connections involved. Hui's husband was a colleague of her elder brother and a student of Minister Lu, so offering a few pointers on her soup would be a simple courtesy. Yun Qingyi took the bowl of soup, an amber-hued concoction of rock sugar and snow pear, crystal clear and devoid of impurities. Its delicate taste was sweet yet not cloying, warm and easily absorbed, in accordance with traditional Chinese medicinal principles. Judging by the technique and timing, the soup had been simmered to perfection. If she had substituted the pear with snow pears akin to her own, the flavor and nutritional value would have elevated it even further. "Risiste. Your soup has been cooked exceptionally well. Previously, I used snow pears, which offered slightly better nourishing effects." Hui Nyang, upon hearing Yun Qingyi's words, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Does Miss Yin think me utterly foolish, unwilling to impart her wisdom to me? My husband remarked that my soup pales in comparison to yours, and I implore you for your guidance." Yun Qingyi was taken aback by Hui Nyang's interpretation of her words. She had spoken sincerely, yet it seemed to have been misconstrued, to affirm the authenticity of her statement. Yun Qingyi finished the entire bowl of soup and reiterated her previous compliments, which delighted Hui Nyang, prompting her to leave in high spirits. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyuan and Wei Yuheng were enjoying a leisurely conversation. Hui Nyang hurried over, disregarding Yin Qingyuan entirely, and excitedly seized Wei Yuheng's hand, exclaiming, "Husband, I met Miss Yin. She even drank my soup and mentioned that I merely need to change the pear." Her animated declaration was met with Wei Yuheng's indifference. Hui Nyang's sudden and inconsiderate entrance irked him. "Foolish woman, Miss Yin must have deemed you beyond help to speak so. She was merely trying to spare your feelings and be polite, yet you took her words to heart. Do you really think your skills can be compared to hers?" "Husband, I truly..." Hui Nyang attempted to defend herself, but Wei Yuheng, with a look of disdain, ordered her to retreat to the side hall, and not to interrupt his discussion with Yin Ge. Though Huin Yang felt aggrieved, she could only leave in a huff. Once she was out of earshot, Wei Yuheng suppressed his irritation, regaining his composure to continue conversing with Yin Qingyuan. My foolish wife must be a source of embarrassment for you, Brother Yin. Yin Qingyuan, feeling somewhat awkward, caught sight of his sister at a distance and seized the opportunity to change the subject. My meals these days have all been prepared by my sister. This is my younger sister, Xian. Wei Yuheng, upon seeing the two from the Yun family, offered his apologies. I regret the disturbances caused by my foolish wife, and I hope the two young ladies can forgive her. Without causing any disturbance, we recently exchanged some delicacies, and Sister Huey's soup was exquisitely prepared. Sister Yun praised it several times. The junior sister humbly remarked that it was not her merit, for everyone knows she has truly inherited her esteemed master's teachings. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly secure a distinguished position and achieve great accomplishments. My foolish wife is hardly worthy of such commendations from the two young ladies. Observing Wei Yuheng incessantly referring to his wife as a foolish woman, Yin Qingyi felt a twinge of annoyance. Although she had just witnessed Mother Huey's somewhat reckless interaction with her brother, it did not warrant such disdainful remarks in both word and demeanor. Wei Yuheng turned to Yin Qingyi, remarking that the third young lady was astute, and that Yin was indeed fortunate to enjoy delectable meals daily. He inquired if he might be fortunate enough to receive a few delicacies from her today. Yin Qingyi had already formed a negative impression of him. I apologize, Mr. Wei, but my younger brother recently visited and emptied the food box. However, if you wish for something delightful, I do have a pot of soup that Sister Hui kindly sent me, which is quite delightful. Wei Yuheng, sensing her displeasure, feigned urgency to return home with his wife, while Yin Qingyi bid farewell to Xiao and accompanied Yin Qingyuan to seek their mother. Once they were alone, Yin Qingyuan asked her if Xian truly did not leave any food for their brother. Yin Qingyi opened the food box to show him, "Brother, I did not deceive you. It is indeed heartless. You hold no place in her heart." This remark made Yin Qingyi's heart ache, yet she pulled a flour cake from her sleeve, admitting, "It is true that the food box is empty, but I did keep you in mind." Seeing that she had reserved a unique portion for him, Yin Qingyuan sighed. Brother Wei spoke wisely. Having a good sister like you is indeed my blessing. As my brother showers me with care, I shall reciprocate in kind. Were you to refer to me as foolish, I would have nothing to offer you. Yin Qingyuan discerned the implication behind his sister's words. He would never be disdainful of Xian in this lifetime. Rather, he hoped she would not harbor any contempt for him. Yin Qingyi relished this sentiment, understanding that reciprocity is indeed the essence of their bond. Chapter 15. The Aloof family after finishing the snacks. Yin Qingyuan bid farewell to his sister and prepared to wait in the side hall, while Yin Qingyi sought her mother and external mother, intending to return home together. At this moment, both her mother and external mother were in the company of the noble consort Xian, who always welcomed her presence at gatherings. They had grown quite familiar over time, while Lady Fong had not been seen for a while and was considered a rare guest, engaging in prolonged conversation with consort Xian. Years ago, upon entering the palace with no connections, she treaded lightly and gained the emperor's favor through her cautious demeanor. Only in recent years had she had the opportunity to meet various noblewomen. Consort Xian was well aware that Lady Fong was fortunate, thriving in both her maternal home, the Fong family, and her marital home, the Yun family. Despite being several years older than Consort Xian, she appeared to be in her early 30s, plump, beautiful, and exuding a graceful demeanor, clearly well-nurtured. As they conversed, Yin Qingyi arrived. Consort Xian, having never seen her before, was immediately taken by her clever and charming appearance, gifting her a bracelet as a token of their first meeting. After expressing their gratitude to Consort Xian, the family proceeded toward the side hall, during which they overheard Lu Zhiying conversing with a woman dressed in pink. "Zhiying, let me tell you, you were absent just now and missed a splendid performance. As you are aware, the fool of the Yun family rarely ventures outside due to his limited intellect. Recently, it has been rumored that he has experienced a fortunate turn of events, but upon seeing him today, he still appears quite foolish." The lady in the pink attire recounted this, piquing Lu Zhiying's curiosity. What sort of blunder had he committed? At that time, both the fifth prince and the Marquis of Jinyuan had come to offer toasts, and it was rather unfortunate for the Marquis, who, in a moment of folly, spoke to the fool. The Marquis remarked on their long absence from one another, perhaps having met before, yet the fool corrected him, claiming he had been mistaken, leaving the Marquis in an awkward predicament. Lu Jing understood that the Marquis, being in high demand, should never have been contradicted in such a manner, revealing the fool's true nature. This exchange was overheard by the 3 generations of the family, inciting a furious reaction from Lady Fong, who confronted the two. Who do you dare to call a fool? Is this how your parents have taught you to speak of others? Upon seeing Qingyi trailing behind her, Lu Jing realized she had offended the main party and, though feeling guilty, was unwilling to concede. She feigned ignorance, believing that Lady Fong, as an elder, would surely be benevolent and not hold it against her. The notion that the meek are always right left Lady Fong at a loss for words. What began as a smooth outing took an unexpected turn, culminating in an unpleasant encounter. When Lu Jing's sister, Lu Jiao, arrived shortly after, she discovered her sister had caused a scene and hastily apologized to the Yun family. Sister Yun, I must apologize for my younger sister's behavior. It was my oversight. I shall certainly pay a visit to express my regrets in the future. How could the Lu family be so disparate, given Lu Jiao's sincere demeanor? Qingyi chose not to pursue the matter further with Lu Jing. She took her mother away, assuring her that she bore no ill will and that her mother should not remain upset. Once back in the carriage, her mother anxiously inquired whether she had been wronged that day. She recounted the events, asserting that everything had gone smoothly and she had not suffered any indignities. Although the woman in red and Lu Jing had indeed made her uncomfortable during the gathering, she recognized that they were not of her ilk and wished to avoid entanglements with such individuals. Toxic people drain one's energy, and the path of negativity is endless. Lu Jing and her ilk would forever be preoccupied with trivial matters, and she had no time to indulge them. She needed to conserve her energy for her endeavors. However, one thing remained peculiar about the Lu family situation. While it was said that they favored concubines over their wives, Lu Jiao, as the legitimate daughter, dared only to resort to subtle manipulations, indicating her reservations. Yet, the attire of Lu Jiao did not suggest she was held in high regard. If you wish to learn about the Lu family, I shall enlighten you. My mother-in-law is indeed a living encyclopedia, recounting the history of the Lu family to Qingyi on their journey home. Lu Jiao is the legitimate daughter of Lu Yuanqing, the Minister of Rights. The Lu family hails from Jiangnan, which, although a prosperous land of fish and rice, finds the Lu family to be of humble origins, barely meeting their basic needs without any additional wealth. Lu Yuanqing, being exceptionally gifted, gained a reputation as a scholar from a young age, successfully earning his degree and making his way to the capital, which became the best path for his future. Lu Jiao's mother, on the other hand, came from the illustrious Rong family of Jiangnan. The Rong family is tasked with procuring goods for the royal court, standing as the most prominent merchant family in the Tianqi kingdom. Their business not only flourishes within Tianqi, but extends to foreign territories as well, truly embodying wealth that rivals nations. Rong Xinyang is the 7th and most cherished daughter of the previous head of the Rong family, Old Master Rong. According to Old Master Rong's original intentions, he planned to invite a son-in-law to join the family or select a partner from among his business associates who would be a suitable match, ensuring a life of prosperity and comfort for his daughter. However, during the Lantern Festival, when she was just 16, Rong Xinyang was captivated by the elegant and handsome Lu Yuanqing, a man of considerable talent. She returned home, pleading with her father to propose marriage to him. This infuriated Old Master Rong. Despite Lu Yuanqing's modest fame in Jiangnan, he did not consider him a suitable candidate for his daughter. Firstly, scholars are typically aloof, and a man with a reputation for talent like Lu Yuanqing would likely look down upon them. Secondly, scholars aspire to attain official titles, which would necessitate Lu Yuanqing's departure to the capital, resulting in his daughter being married far away. Should she encounter misfortune in the future, her family would be powerless to protect her. Thirdly, Rong Xinyang had been spoiled by her father and brothers since childhood, receiving everything she desired. With her family's wealth far exceeding that of her husband's, it was certain she would not submit to a subordinate position, leading to predictable marital discord. In the event that Lu Yuanqing did not achieve success, all would be well. However, if he were to prosper, Rong Qingyang might find herself in a difficult situation. Old Master Rong earnestly counseled her for 7 days, attempting to dissuade her from her intention to marry into the Lu family. Yet, Rong Qingyang was obstinate and, in a fit of defiance, starved herself for 7 days. Fearing for her well-being and potential folly, Old Master Rong ultimately relented. Rong Qingyang immediately brightened, anxious that her father might change his mind, and promptly urged him to propose marriage. Only when the matchmaker returned with Lu Yuanqing's consent did she finally resume eating. Old Master Rong, unable to change the mind of his daughter, sought to secure her future as best as he could. He prepared a generous dowry for her and provided her with a sum of money for personal use, advising her to contribute to household expenses and not to be overly concerned with small matters. He approached Lu Yuanqing and stipulated that Rong Qingyang could only be his one and only legitimate wife, forbidding him from favoring any concubines over her. He even required Lu Yuanqing to swear before the ancestors of the Lu family that he would uphold this promise, with the consequence of being disowned should he falter. Having done all he could, Old Master Rong still felt uneasy as he sent his daughter off to wed. Initially, Lu Yuanqing was more resistant than willing to accept this marriage, fully aware of the disparity between their family backgrounds, fearing they might not be well matched. However, the generous compensation offered by Old Master Rong proved too enticing for the matchmaker, who insisted that the union must proceed. Under the matchmaker's persuasive influence, Lu Yuanqing eventually acquiesced to the marriage. Upon arriving at the Lu household, Rong Qingyang paid little heed to her father's teachings. The majority of the family's expenses were drawn from her personal funds. In the Lu family, whenever there was any dissatisfaction, Rong Qingyang would readily bring up financial matters, declaring, "The Rong family is far superior to the Lu family. You all benefit from my wealth, yet treat me with such disrespect." Lu Yuanqing initially harbored thoughts of mutual respect towards Rong Qingyang, yet her persistent manipulation gradually extinguished his hopes. In merely 3 years, he succeeded in the imperial examination and established his household in the capital. As the inner residence required organization, Rong Qingyang, unable to tolerate any grievances, frequently disrupted the household harmony, proving herself unfit for the responsibilities of the lady of the house. Consequently, he took a concubine, Sun, the daughter of 7th-rank county magistrate, which led to prolonged disputes with Rong Qingyang. The more discord she created, the colder Lu Yuanqing became towards her. It was only the wisdom and maturity of their eldest daughter, Xiao, that offered him some solace. For the sake of family tranquility, he placed Rong Qingyang and her daughters in the most secluded corner of the estate, delegating all household matters to the concubine. Sunday Sun had 2 children, a daughter, Lu Jiying, and a son, Lu Qinyan. Among his 3 children, Lu Yuanqing favored his eldest daughter, personally overseeing her education in poetry and scholarly pursuits, which often left Lu Jiying feeling aggrieved and eager to outshine her sister. As the guests gradually departed, the town guardian marquis bid farewell to Consort Xian and returned home, leaving only the 5th prince and Consort Xian. "How is the outside world today, dear 5th prince?" The 5th prince, understanding his mother's inquiry, reported a day of peace. With one amusing incident, he had witnessed his cousin suffer a setback. Intrigued, Consort Xian asked which young lady possessed such remarkable prowess to best the esteemed Yushuan. "Is the current owner of your bracelet?" Previously, Consort Xian had only regarded the Yun family's daughter as wise. She was amazed to discover her formidable character, one who would not easily be trifled with. Such a resolute disposition was admirable. A too yielding nature would indeed be ill-suited for Yushuan. After attending a gathering, Qingyi felt an increasing urgency to expedite her plans for opening a restaurant. Idleness breeds mischief, and she sought to remain industrious. Upon returning home, she approached her father. "Father, I have conceived an idea since leaving the house today. My culinary skills have consistently garnered praise from family and elders. Yet I wonder if it is due to their affection or if my cooking is genuinely exceptional. Although our family does not lack for silver, I aspire to open a restaurant to showcase my talents. Surprised, but accustomed to her surprises, Yun Jingxing listened attentively. He saw no harm in allowing her to explore this venture, given their numerous business properties. There are several family shops on the main street. Allow Uncle Shui to take you to explore them. Choose one you fancy, and have him assist in transforming it into a dining establishment. Should you require anything else, simply let Uncle Shui handle it. However, Yin Qingyi declined the offer. If I am to embark on this journey, I must do so earnestly. There is no sense in merely dabbling. Thank you, Father. Your consent is more than sufficient. At present, I do not need a shop. The primary focus of running a business is cost control. Although it is our property, renting it out still constitutes income. She continued, my small courtyard is near the back gate of the estate, where numerous vendors conduct their business. I wish to start small on the back street. This will not only help manage costs, but also allow me to concentrate on developing my dishes. Once I have successfully tested the waters, opening a shop will not be too late. Hearing his daughter's well-thought-out plan, Yun Jingxing expressed his approval, pleasantly surprised by her entrepreneurial acumen. As the Minister of Revenue, he oversees the nation's taxation, well aware that wealth serves as the lifeblood of the state and the foundation of the family. Unlike the typical scholarly gentleman who remains steadfast in poverty, he does not hold such lofty ideals. His daughter has a penchant for commerce, and he is willing to offer guidance. If you wish to pursue it, then do so. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in your father. Do not burden yourself too much. Thus, with resolve, Yin Qingyi embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. She intended to start with deep-fried crispy fish and fried dough rings. The Yin household had prepared these dishes countless times, and Aunt Shui and the others were quite proficient. The next challenge was to produce them in quantity. She instructed Yun Zhong to procure 100 pounds of grass carp daily, while Aunt Shui and Xiao Yu would handle the cooking. Shui Ling would manage sales, and Yin Qingyi would keep the accounts. She also remembered to inform Master Zhang and Master Yu, who had sampled the dishes, that her little shop was now open. Shui Ling had served as a personal maid for over a decade, always attending to the amiable Yun Qingyi and being the daughter of the housekeeper. She enjoyed a fairly comfortable life. However, with a sudden twist of fate, as she was tasked with selling fish, she found herself at a loss for words. Miss, how should I approach this? Shui Ling pondered anxiously. Think back to our outings. Observe how those women attract customers. Yun Qingyi encouraged her. Seeing Shui Ling's hesitance, Yun Qingyi called out, come, freshly fried crispy fish, sample before you buy. If it doesn't please your palate, it's on the house. This proclamation filled Shui Ling with newfound courage. With her mistress initiating business, she felt compelled to step up her efforts. Miss, how much shall we charge? Crispy fish is 300 won per pound, and dough rings are 200 won per pound. Today is a trial opening, so we will offer a 20% discount. Soon, Master Zhang's apprentice arrived, having heard the news. Madam Yun, you really have made crispy fish? Please give me a pound. My wife has been craving it since the last time I brought some home. Unfamiliar with the dough rings, he requested a pound of those as well. Trusting in Madam Yun's culinary skills, Shui Ling quickly wrapped up a pound of crispy fish and added a pack of dough rings, totaling 400 won. If you enjoy it, do come again tomorrow. Shortly thereafter, Master Yu also sent someone. Madam Yun, I would like 2 packs. My elderly mother has a poor appetite, and this would be just the thing to stimulate her appetite. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the Yun residents had begun selling to the public, the Grand Tutor's household dispatched stewardine. Miss, the Grand Tutor has commanded that all the crispy fish be taken. Yin Qingyi sensed a complication. Her intention was to have more people appreciate her culinary artistry, but if her grandfather insisted on such a course, her venture would lose its significance. Stewardine, please convey to my grandfather that the crispy fish is available in limited quantities. Each household may purchase only 1 pack per day, with each pack weighing half a pound. Steward Ian appeared troubled. How could he report back with only half a pound? He would surely face reprimand from the Grand Tutor. Yin Qingyi gently detained him, whispering, there is no need for you to be put in a difficult position. If my grandfather desires to taste it, I will send some to the residents shortly. He need not come in person. After sending Steward Ian away, Yin Qingyi grew concerned about others trying to monopolize her offerings. Shui Ling, from this moment on, Limit purchases to 1 pack per person, with each pack weighing half a pound. Shui Ling was perplexed. Miss, wouldn't it be better to sell as much as possible? Because I genuinely wish to conduct business, not merely engage in a childish game. My grandfather and grandmother indulge her, only seeking to amuse her and keep her happy. Yet this is her profession, not a mere pastime. Chapter 017. Operational Workflow. Yun Qingyi's confidence is well-founded. She engages in a business that is accessible to all. And even amidst restrictions, both the crispy fish and the sound-making delicacies sold out within half a day. Shui Ling wore an expression of excitement. Miss, that's a substantial sum of 20 taels. Yun Qingyi was equally delighted. While 20 taels may not seem much to her, it is sufficient for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for an entire year. The gown she gifted to Lu Jiao also cost 20 taels, marking a promising beginning. Great wealth accumulates from humble beginnings. Earning 20 taels signifies that she has successfully transitioned from 0 to 1, optimizing every aspect of production, thereby opening the possibility of earning 1,000 taels. With the food selling out so quickly, she contemplated introducing new culinary delights. The turnover rate is crucial. The more she sells, the greater her profits. Although she initially intended to commence immediately, upon observing the exhausted kitchen staff, all sprawled on the ground, she realized that it would be unwise to push them further. She did not want to dampen spirits on the very first day. Returning to her chamber, she meticulously calculated her accounts. Revenue, 20 taels. Cost of purchasing beans, 2 taels. Cost of purchasing fish, 10 taels. Surplus, 8 taels. While it appears there is a surplus of 8 taels, the accounting is not so straightforward. Despite the household servants having received their wages, they had worked extra hours and deserved compensation for their additional efforts. She called over the 6 individuals who assisted her that morning, including Aunt Shui, who was laboring tirelessly by the stove, and Yin Zhong, who had been diligently cleaning fish. She awarded each of them 1 tael of silver, while the remaining 4 received half a tael each. Observing the silver in their hands, their fatigue seemed to dissipate, and their eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, miss, for your generosity. Among the higher-ranking servants, whose monthly wages barely amounted to 3 taels, receiving such an amount in a single day was indeed exhilarating. Distributing silver to the staff served merely as a motivational tactic, not a panacea. This was only the beginning. She aspired to expand her business without exhausting her workforce, necessitating the swift acquisition of additional help. She informed her mother of her intentions to go out. Upon hearing her reason for leaving, Madame Fong advised against it. If you require assistance, ensure it is from reliable individuals. There are still many household servants. Consult Steward Shui to select a few suitable candidates. Should you still find it insufficient, you may hire additional laborers from outside. Upon hearing her mother's wise counsel, she recognized its validity. Truly, as the wife of the Minister of Revenue, she possessed considerable insight into the art of management. Steward Shui, having received his mistress's instructions, approached Yun Qingyi to inquire about her requirements. Miss, what qualities do you seek? I shall screen candidates before presenting them to you. Yun Qingyi pondered briefly, articulating her preferences for honest, diligent individuals who are quick-witted and eager to learn, ideally possessing some culinary skills. However, a willingness to learn suffices, regardless of gender. The news of her hiring spread throughout the Yun residence within half a day, with the prospect of new employment. Not only the household servants, but also those connected to the Yun family sought a share of the opportunity. Following Yun Qingyi's criteria, Steward Shui shortlisted over 20 candidates. After conducting interviews, she ultimately selected 6 individuals. For male servants, Yun Xing, Yun Wang, Yun Fa, and Yun Da, and 2 female attendants, Yun Shui and Yun Yu. She promptly assigned them their respective duties. Yun Fa and Yun Da, still in their tender years, were tasked with learning the art of fish cleaning from Yun Zhong. Meanwhile, the elder Yun Xing and Yun Wang were entrusted to follow Aunt Shui in the culinary arts. As for Yun Shui and Yun Yu, they were to accompany Xiao Yushuang Cheng to master the intricacies of ingredient preparation. Subsequently, Yun Qingyi, shedding her usual cheerful demeanor, addressed the group with a serious tone. The members of the Yun household, eager for the prospect of lucrative work, were keen to participate. Yet I selected only a few among them. The assignments given to you must be approached with diligence. The potential for profit and its magnitude rests solely upon your commitment. Should any of you resort to deceit or negligence, there are ample individuals within the Yun household to replace you. Regardless of the personnel, the presentation must remain impeccable. After the initial selection by Uncle Shui, it was evident that all chosen were competent. The ensuing phase would depend on her discretion in utilizing them. To ensure consistency in flavor across diverse culinary creations, she meticulously devised a workflow, assigning each person a specific task. This approach not only guaranteed quality control, but also safeguarded her trade secrets from being divulged by those who might learn the skills. Once all tasks were allocated, she appointed Shui Ling to oversee the training of the newcomers. Meanwhile, she returned to her study, picking up her brush and ink to draft new designs. With an increase in personnel, her offerings could expand as well. She envisioned selling flour cakes. Yet since the day she procured edible flowers from her mother-in-law, she had been unable to find suitable ones at the market. Initially undeterred, she believed that her timing had simply been misaligned with her mother-in-law's. Thus, she had Yunzhong diligently search for flowers during his daily outings. However, despite his thoughtfulness, he consistently returned with the wrong varieties. The lack of raw materials compelled her to momentarily shelve her aspirations, settling instead on selling fishball soup. Unlike the crispy fish and ringing bells, the soup was difficult to package and not ideally suited for sale. At first, Qingyi found herself troubled by this predicament. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that what appeared to be a disadvantage could also serve as an advantage. Perhaps the fish balls could become an enticing promotional item. The geographical layout of Yunmeng featured the city to the east and west, with the southern and northern suburbs bordered by mountains and water, respectively. During a previous respite with her elder brother Yunqin Yuan, she had explored the southern suburbs and observed an abundance of bamboo on the hills. Bamboo could be crafted into tubes, serving as packaging. By adorning the bamboo with unique designs, she could create her first signature item. With this revelation, Qingyi was filled with delight. After much contemplation and countless discarded sketches cluttering her room, she still felt that something was amiss. Ultimately, she compromised. In her childhood, she had been compelled by her parents to practice calligraphy for several years and had perused several esteemed calligraphy works. Thus, she inscribed a single character, Yun, in the Zhaomengfu style using seal script on paper as a placeholder. She then sought out Uncle Shui, requesting that he procure some bamboo of a suitable thickness from the southern suburbs. Additionally, she enlisted a craftsman to fashion bamboo bowls with lids, each engraved with her design. Once all preparations were complete, they resumed their stall the following day. With sufficient manpower, they added fishball soup to their offerings, pricing it at 50 per ball. Shui Ling, upon hearing this, remarked with surprise that she had accumulated several taels of silver over the past few days. Following their initial trial operation, they had barely set up their stall when a throng of people gathered around. Given the narrow alley of the back street, a chaotic rush would not suffice. Hence, Yunqing assigned Yunxing and Yun Wang to maintain order, while Yun Fa and Yun to handle sales. Esteemed guests, may I kindly request that you form an orderly queue. Today marks the second day of our trial operations, during which we have introduced fishball soup, still available at a discount of 20%. Today, those who purchase fishball soup may return with their bamboo bowls in the future to enjoy the same discount. Within half a day, it was once again sold out, and the majority of those waiting in line were quite pleased. However, as the vendors of Yunfu were packing up, they failed to notice an individual at the alley's entrance, consumed by regret. Why was it that they failed to make a purchase today? Tomorrow, they must arrive earlier. Chapter 018. MO1 and MOU. The individual in question was none other than the fifth prince. After the family banquet concluded, he observed his cousin, the Marquis of Jinyan, lost in thought over a plate of flour cakes, a most peculiar sight. The Marquis harbored a little-known penchant for sweets, a stark contrast to his formidable warrior persona. Were this secret to be divulged, it would surely invite ridicule upon the esteemed general for such a dainty preference. The fifth prince, being a cousin, had learned of this secret from his mother. In their childhood, He had often been at the mercy of his cousin's teasing, pleading, "Cousin, spare me. I'll give you all my sweets." Had the Marquis truly cherished the plate of flour cakes, he would have devoured them long ago. If they were to his disliking, he would have cast them aside. Yet, he lingered, neither consuming nor discarding them. Mo Yuxuan was not one to dither, and the length of time spent gazing at the cakes tested the fifth prince's patience. He approached and seized a piece, eager to discern the secret of their allure. The moment he tasted it, he was astounded. The delicacies he had sampled in the palace paled in comparison, even the renowned Qingyi from Yunming's. Though he was not fond of sweets, the cake's delicate texture and subtle sweetness left him utterly captivated. "This cake is indeed exceptional. Where did you procure it, cousin? I must acquire some for my mother. I believe she would delight in it as well." He was poised to take more, yet the sharp glance from his cousin made him retract his hand. "Is it truly necessary to be so stingy over a mere box of cakes? Just tell me where to buy them, and I shall procure a cartful for you." Mo Yuxuan had two companions, the brothers Mo1 and Mo. Mo1 was composed and spoke little, while Mo was his polar opposite. Observing the fifth prince's irritation, Mo interjected, "Your Highness may be unaware, but these cakes, while exquisite, are not easily obtainable. At the last banquet, they were gifted to our general. The general has a fondness for them, and it is only due to his close ties with you that he dares to indulge. Otherwise, others would not dare to touch them." Mo's words trailed off as he caught the glint of warning in his brother Mo1's eyes. The mention of the cakes was abruptly silenced. The fifth prince sensed the tantalizing scent of gossip, which young lady possessed such keen insight to discern his cousin's hidden tastes. Could she possibly be from the Yin family? Mo Yuxuan, believing his thoughts had been uncovered, maintained his composure while feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Thankfully, the fifth prince remained oblivious and continued to converse with Mo. "It is no wonder that during my visit to your residence, your cousin paid no heed to the other young ladies, but rather took the time to converse with the young lady from the Yin family." The fifth prince wore a teasing expression, which soon morphed into perplexity. "Isn't the young lady from the Yin family unfamiliar with you? How is it that you have even tasted her cakes?" Should the fifth prince delve any deeper, he might stumble upon the truth. Mo Yuxuan deftly changed the subject, recalling the earlier claim that someone would compensate him with a cart full of pastries. The emperor's words were as precious as gold, and a gentleman's promises are not easily broken. As a prince, his cousin must not speak lightly. With a cunning glance at his cousin, he leisurely consumed the remaining pastries. Now it was the fifth prince's turn to feel awkward, inwardly lamenting his rashness. As a member of royalty, he could not allow anyone to use his name to procure pastries from the Yun residence. He could not afford to lose face. Just as he felt increasingly uncomfortable, one of his attendants informed him that the Yun family was operating a shop in the backyard. Transforming a plea for favors into a business transaction made matters considerably easier. He dispatched someone to purchase various delicacies to satiate his appetite. However, even while indulging, he couldn't help but tease his cousin, wondering why his cousin remained unfazed despite his embarrassment. After all, being able to create such delightful pastries rendered any slight inconsequential. Amidst the feasting and banter, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to the Yun family for food. For 2 consecutive days, he failed to procure the coveted flour cakes, prompting him to send someone even earlier on the 3rd day. Yet again, he came away empty-handed. This compelled him to take decisive action. He directly knocked on the door of the Yun residence, intending to plead with Miss Yun in person to help preserve his dignity. On the 3rd day of business, as the stall was being arranged, Yun Qingyi prepared to enter when she was called to halt. "Miss Yun, please wait." Upon turning, she beheld the fifth prince dressed in ordinary attire. She greeted him respectfully, inquiring what he sought. Being a woman, it was inappropriate for her to invite the prince into her home. Conversing while standing was also lacking in decorum. She had her attendants bring forth 2 small stools to the alley and served him tea, hosting the fifth prince in the street. This prince has fortuitously acquired a few flour cakes, which are exceptionally delightful. I wish to purchase several boxes to present to the palace for my father and mother to savor. I have heard they are crafted by Miss Yen. Yet despite sending someone to wait for 3 days, I have been unable to obtain them. The fifth prince's words were clear. He desired the flour cakes he had not been able to acquire. Qingyi did not dwell on how the fifth prince had obtained the pastries. Having intended to distribute samples to build a reputation, she had sent out generous portions. It was entirely possible that someone had used her cakes to curry favor. It was not that Qingyi was unwilling to sell the flour cakes. Rather, she was quite troubled herself. No servants in her household recognized the edible flour cakes, and despite several attempts, they had purchased incorrectly each time. She shared her predicament with the fifth prince, but did not wish to disappoint him. In a few days, when the market day arrives, I shall make another attempt. If I can procure the flours to make the cakes, the first batch will certainly be reserved for you. Your Highness, upon hearing that there were none available, the fifth prince initially felt disappointment. However, upon hearing Qingyi's promise, hope was rekindled within him. He placed a gold ingot on the table, declaring it as a deposit, insisting that Miss Yun must set aside the pastries for him, as he would be awaiting them at his residence. Without allowing Qingyi to refuse, he turned and departed. The gold ingot, weighing approximately 10 taels, was equivalent to around 160 taels of silver, an exorbitant sum indeed, placing considerable pressure upon Qingyi. She found herself both amused and exasperated. This was not how she envisioned conducting her business. With no option to decline, she resolved to expedite her efforts in sourcing the flowers. She meticulously recalled the scene of her encounter with the flower vendor, the time, the place, the weather, and her hope of meeting the vendor again under the same circumstances. She remembered that day was a bustling market, the weather splendid, and the vendor still had a plethora of flowers as noon approached. She surmised that the vendor lived in the outskirts, having made the journey into the city specifically to sell flowers, arriving only as midday drew near. Cultivating roses requires sandy loam, which is conducive to the healthy growth of their roots. Roses thrive in sunlight, necessitating over 6 hours of daily exposure, with temperatures ranging between 15 to 25 degrees Celsius. Given these conditions, she speculated that the vendor resided in the northern suburbs. With this understanding, she resolved to venture to the city gate in the north the following day, hoping for a stroke of luck. Qingyi was unaware that Yinzhong, each day, set out to procure various vegetables, among which the bouquets were particularly conspicuous. "Miss, I have brought you the flowers you requested," he would say. Each time, the young gentleman residing across from them would catch sight of her from his attic, noting her fondness for flowers. Chapter 19. The flower vendor the next morning. Qingyi arranged her stall at home and set off towards the northern gate with Shuiling. Upon their arrival at the northern city gate, they found it still closed. Qingyi exhaled in relief, locating a tea stall with a view of the gate, and ordered 2 cups of tea while they waited. In ancient times, people commenced their labors at dawn and rested at dusk. The city gate opened at dawn and closed at sunset. As they sat sipping tea, a few stars still twinkled in the sky. Qingyi gazed up at the pristine sky devoid of smog, growing increasingly fond of this realm. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a morning bell resonated, signaling that the city gate was about to open. The rituals of life in ancient times imbued each day with a profound sense of ceremony. Life was once slow, rich with flavor. Qingyi promptly rose, pulling Shuiling along. "Shuiling, you have seen the flower vendor from that day. Keep your eyes peeled, and be sure not to miss her." Shuiling, perplexed, questioned why they were searching for a vendor they had encountered at the market. After all, with so many city gates, how could they be certain she would come through this one? Though she had numerous doubts, she refrained from asking further, for her mistress often surprised her. Following the flow of the crowd, they searched diligently for over an hour and finally spotted the hunched figure amidst the throng. The vendor carried a large basket of fresh flowers, moving slowly and with great effort. As soon as she entered the city gate, Qingyi intercepted her, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you." After searching for over 10 days in the market without success, her excitement was palpable, and her voice rose a bit too high, catching the attention of the guards. The guards, accustomed to the countless faces that passed through each day, had developed a keen eye for discerning people. Noticing Qingyi's noble attire and the carriage parked not far behind, they concluded she was a lady of high standing. Even before the gate opened, they observed her waiting and searching, and upon seeing her with a disheveled old woman, they assumed she had been tricked prompting them to approach with caution. "Miss, are you in trouble?" One of the guards inquired, casting a wary glance at the old woman, who appeared quite frightened. "Sir, yes, you. This woman is merely a flower vendor, a law-abiding citizen." Qingyi interjected hastily, clarifying, "There's been a misunderstanding. I wish to purchase her flowers." As the city guard departed, the elderly woman collapsed onto the ground. "Miss, I once sold flowers to you. The quality of my flowers that day was rather poor. If you regret your purchase, I shall gladly refund you. However, I currently possess no money. I must sell today." Qingyi, witnessing the absurdity of the situation, hastily assisted the old woman to her feet. "Dear lady, you have misunderstood. Your flowers are exquisite. I searched for you in the market for over 10 days and am delighted to finally find you. I wish to purchase all your flowers today. Furthermore, where do you reside? Might you lead me to your home? I would like to arrange regular purchases, sparing you the trouble of frequent trips." The old woman, overwhelmed by Qingyi's words, could hardly believe her ears. Having endured a lifetime of hardship, she never dared to hope for such fortune. "Miss, please do not jest with an old woman like me." Seeing the disbelief in the old woman's eyes, Qingyi promptly produced 10 taels of silver, offering it to her. "This is for today's flowers. The excess is a gift for you. Words may deceive, but silver does not." Grateful beyond measure, the old woman thanked her profusely as Qingyi arranged for the flowers to be sent back to the Yun residence, instructing Shui Ling to help the old woman into the carriage as they set off for her home. Unbeknownst to Qingyi, her exuberance not only caught the attention of the city guards, but also that of another individual, the Marquis of the North, Mo Yushuan. The previous day, he had ventured outside the city for business, and having concluded his affairs late, he opted to spend the night outside, assuming the city gates would be closed. The following morning, as he returned to the city, he and the old woman entered the gates in succession. Upon observing the interaction between Qingyi and the flower-selling matron, Mo Yushuan, almost instinctively, turned his carriage around to exit the city again. He was aware of her fondness for purchasing flowers, but was intrigued by the extent of her affection. Throughout the journey, Qingyi conversed amiably with the old woman, learning that her surname was Wang and that she had 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter was married in a neighboring village, while her sons and daughters-in-law worked the land. As she aged and could no longer toil in the fields, she had cultivated 2 acres of wasteland for flowers. Every 10 days, Wangpo would venture into the city to sell her blooms, earning just enough to supplement her household. In a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at Wangpo's home in Shangha village, located in the northern outskirts. Wangpo invited Qingyi for a cup of tea, but Qingyi, eager to see the flowers, proceeded directly to the flower field. "Madam Yun, these are the flowers I cultivate," Wangpo said. "I initially planted a few wildflowers, finding them beautiful, and decided to grow a few more batches. I did not pay much attention to their care, yet they flourished abundantly. I thought perhaps the city folk would enjoy them. It was merely a stroke of luck that I encountered a benefactor like you." "Wangpo, are you not indulging in a bit of exaggeration? Cultivating flowers is a labor-intensive task, and many in the modern world jest about being flower killers, unable to nurture them successfully, even with care. Yet you seem to cultivate them effortlessly, and they are all edible varieties. Dear lady, I wish to purchase all your flowers. You need not worry. Every 10 days, I shall send someone to acquire them at the rate of 100 won per jin. Would that be agreeable?" Wangpo, who typically sold only about 20 jin in the city, could earn a maximum of 600 won. Now, she would be able to receive money while sitting at home. How could she not be delighted? "Madam Yun, if I come to you for collection, can you truly take 50 jin at once?" Wangpo asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Old Granny Wang felt that there were plenty, yet Qingyi deemed it insufficient. The old woman was aware of other sources for the same variety and declared that she would take as many as they had. The income from fresh flowers was erratic. Aside from Granny, no farmers specialized in their cultivation. Although somewhat disappointed, Qingyi nonetheless resolved the supply issue for the 5th prince's order. Having something was certainly better than nothing. She handed over 10 taels of silver to Granny, thus finalizing their agreement regarding the flowers. After traveling such a distance, and being a first-time visitor to the northern outskirts, She wished to explore further in hopes of discovering new ingredients. Quacking, a flock of ducks swam through the water, and a little girl with a bamboo pole herded them back. Upon spotting Granny Wong, she cheerfully greeted her, asking if she hadn't sold flowers today. Granny replied that she had sold all her flowers and had just returned. Little girl, are you tending to the ducks? Granny's spirits were high, her voice noticeably elevated. Qingyi observed the girl's ducks, their webbed feet large and necks elongated. There was an abundance of delectable treats, duck neck, duck feet, and gizzards. Little sister, would you be willing to show me your home? The girl nodded and led Qingyi to her residence. The door was opened by the girl's father, Zhao Wang. Upon seeing a distinguished guest, hurriedly offered her a seat. As Qingyi explored Zhao Wang's home, she discovered not only ducks, but also chickens. She felt a surge of delight. Now she could procure chicken feet as well. Uncle Zhao, how do you sell your chickens and ducks? Upon hearing Qingyi's intention to purchase, Uncle Zhao beamed with joy. They quickly agreed on the prices. 51 for chickens over 2 pounds and 101 for ducks over 3 pounds, with a daily supply of 20 chickens and 20 ducks. Immediately, Qingyi left 10 taels of silver as a deposit for the supply. The prospect of a steady income brought Uncle Zhao even greater joy than the sale itself. Farming folk rely on the whims of nature, so having a stable income was invaluable. They were genuinely grateful to Qingyi, and as a gesture of their appreciation, they filled her basket with numerous chicken and duck eggs. Initially, she hesitated to accept, but the little girl insisted, saying, "Sister, you've kindly bought so many chickens and ducks. A few duck eggs are of little worth. Since you enjoy chickens and ducks, you will surely appreciate the duck eggs as well, so take a few more." After inquiring further, she learned that in the northern outskirts, where water abounds, every household raised ducks. Although ducks could fetch a decent price, duck eggs were not as flavorful as chicken eggs, and their production was scarce, aside from hatching ducklings. Few consumed them. With this insight, she devised a plan. She left the chicken eggs with the Zhao family to enjoy, but took only the duck eggs with her. I shall take some duck eggs home to experiment with. If successful, I may return for more. The villagers regarded Qingyi with the same reverence as one would a deity of wealth. Seeing her generous payments to Granny Wang and Uncle Zhao, they felt envious. "Miss, when you return, do come my home as well. We have plenty of chickens and ducks." With a basket of duck eggs in hand, Qingyi boarded her carriage, surrounded by the villagers' warm farewells, and set off for home. Upon her arrival, she changed into comfortable attire and proceeded directly to the kitchen to begin working with the duck eggs she had brought back. The texture of duck eggs may not rival that of chicken eggs, yet they possess their own unique merits. Qingyi intends to embark on an experiment with this basket of duck eggs, preparing half as salted duck eggs and the other half as century eggs. She ventured into the garden to sift through the soil and uncovered a patch of yellow earth, instructing Fa and Yunda to haul 2 or 3 dozen pounds back to the kitchen. As they toiled away, the brothers were puzzled. They were convinced that their mistress was once again concocting a new delicacy. Could it be that the soil from this courtyard could be transformed into something delectable? Although they had not been in her service for long, the two were sharp-witted for their age. They asked few questions and followed her directives diligently, focusing solely on executing their tasks well. Qingyi rolled up her sleeves, took a copper basin, and filled it halfway with the yellow soil. She mixed it with water to form a thick yellow clay, adding several spoonfuls of salt into the mix. As she kneaded and blended the clay with her hands, Shui Ling approached her. "Are you planning to make clay figurines today? Usually, I'm the one preparing the clay. Why are you doing it yourself this time?" With a playful glint in her eye, Qingyi replied, "Today, we shall change the game. I will mold the clay, and you shall roll the duck eggs. The duck eggs over there have already been cleaned with a cloth. Take them and roll them in the clay until they are completely covered. Then place them into the jar I asked you to find." Shui Ling was both amused and bewildered, pondering the nature of this game. However, upon reflection, she realized that for her mistress, cooking was akin to play. "Mistress, I wish to join in the fun." Seeing Shui Ling delighting in the clay, Fa and Yunda couldn't help but desire to partake as well. "Feel free to play with the clay. Just remember to add salt." With their mistress's approval, the two dashed off to fetch a basin eagerly mixing the clay while seeking her guidance. Once they received her approval, the trio joyfully engaged in their muddy endeavors. As the three sat side by side playing with the clay, Qingyi found no need to oversee their activities and turned her attention to making the century eggs. The dried broad bean stalks she had previously prepared for Yunming's Dubon sauce now came into play. Shui Ling, what did I ask you to put the dried broad bean stalks? Bring them here, I have a use for them. At that moment, Shui Ling thought her mistress had a child's whimsical spirit, capable of turning anything into a toy. She had only considered the dried stalks useful for kindling. What transpired next astonished Shui Ling even more. As Qingyi added a few pine needles to the broad bean stalks that Shuang Cheng had brought, she then ignited them, watching them burn to ashes. What did I say? They can only be used for firewood. Her mistress certainly knew how to have fun. Today's interests included playing with clay and fire. Qingyi filled a copper basin with the ashes from the fire and proceeded with the familiar steps, adding salt, kneading the clay, enveloping the duck eggs thoroughly, placing them into the jar, and sealing the jar's mouth with clay. Her playful creativity with the clay yielded different results. Mistress, when can we eat these? You three can start enjoying what you've made in half a month. As for what I've prepared, it will take over 20 days. Together, the four of them filled 6 jars with a basket of duck eggs, their hands, faces, and bodies smeared with mud. Yet their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Following their mistress's instructions, Yun Fa and Yun they carried the jars into the cool storage room. Subsequently, she began to tend to the fresh flowers she had brought back that day, guiding Shui Ling through the process of crafting flour cakes once more. However, upon careful reflection, they were to be sold to the public the following day. As soon as Shui Ling arranged the cakes onto the baking tray and set them to bake, she sent a messenger to the 5th prince's residence, inviting him over to prepare for the delivery. Upon hearing about the flour cakes, the 5th prince hurriedly made his way out, eager to savor the delicacies. He bypassed the main entrance of the Yun residence and instead parked his carriage at the alley behind, dashing through the lane in an attempt to enter through the back door. Although running seemed undignified, the fragrance of the flowers wafting through the alley assured him that his choice was indeed fortuitous. Upon entering the Yun residence, he was greeted by the sight of the first batch of cakes just emerging from the oven. The 5th prince paid a substantial sum, and the young lady, mindful of her duty, presented him with the first batch of cakes made from the fresh ingredients acquired that day for his tasting. He picked up a cake, taking a small bite, and felt the journey was worthwhile. The flavor of the freshly baked cake surpassed that of the one he had previously sampled from his cousin. Earlier, he had wagered to gift a cartload of cakes to someone, only to later discover they were crafted by Miss Yun. With her assistance today, he felt he could regain some face. The cakes were most delectable when served warm. He requested Miss Yun to pack them properly, as he intended to deliver them to his father and mother in the palace immediately. As for the cakes owed to the other person, there would be ample opportunity in the future, provided Miss Yun continued to create them. Hearing the 5th prince's words, Qingyi did not hesitate to find the most exquisite 5 food boxes to present to him. Throughout her expedition to the northern suburbs, Qingyi was wholly focused on sourcing new ingredients, completely oblivious to the presence of Mo Yuxuan, who had been following her the entire time. Observing her desire for more flowers, although he did not comprehend her intent, he took it to heart. Knowing that further afield in the northern suburbs, there was a flower garden with varieties akin to those from Old Lady Wang's establishment, he willingly decided to do a favor and ordered 1,000 pounds of freshly picked roses to be delivered to his residence. The back door of his home faced that of the Yun family, and when the 5th prince visited the Yun residence, he happened to be inspecting the flowers in his own home. The fragrance that the 5th prince caught while running through the alley was predominantly derived from his own garden. After confirming that all the flowers were indeed of the same variety as those from Old Lady Wang, he plucked a single ornamental rose from his garden to include among them. Later, he returned to the attic and coincidentally spotted his cousin emerging from the Yun residence, carrying the food boxes. He had not anticipated that a light-hearted jest would result in his cousin visiting the Yun residence and returning laden with 5 food boxes, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Nonetheless, he quickly devised a plan. In the stillness of the night, he instructed Mo1 and Mou to place the flowers at the entrance of the Yun residence's alley. Imowen, what do you think the general means by this? Ever since our return to the capital, the noble ladies enamored with the Marquis have increased significantly. Yet, our Marquis has never cast a glance in their direction. Today, however, he has us deliver flowers to the residents across the way. But why must we do so under the cover of darkness, as if we were thieves? Furthermore, no one delivers such a large quantity of flowers. What do you think is the reason? Mo, when shared the same bewilderment, feeling that if the general truly held affection for Miss Yun, ordering 1,000 pounds of flowers seemed rather excessive. However, they were well aware of the general's temperament. He was fierce and spoke little. As such, they dared not question him further as mere bodyguards. You truly squander your name. Why the incessant chatter? Have you not endured enough punishment? When tasked with work, simply fulfill it without needless words. Chapter 021. The Three-Wheeled Cart, Tomato Beef Noodles. After bidding farewell to the fifth prince, Qingyi reflected upon the gold ingot he had given her, feeling that this transaction was somewhat inappropriate. Even if it was a custom order, the compensation seemed excessive. The fifth prince had approached her under the guise of business to procure pastries. She could not, in good conscience, provide change as if it were a mere commercial transaction, for that would be disrespectful to him. For a prince of his stature, spending money is trivial, yet losing face is significant. Since she could not offer him change, she had to devise another means to enhance the value of this transaction. Recalling the fifth prince's words that he had wagered a cart of pastries, Qingyi resolved to invest effort into the cart itself. She returned to her loft, unfurled her drawing paper, and prepared to design a model. Her initial concept was to create a cart model, a square foot in size, to hold the flour pastries. This way, the wager of delivering a cart of pastries would be fulfilled. The most suitable design for a pastry cart would be the three-wheeled cart. In her childhood, she lived with her grandfather on a mountain island. The transportation was inconvenient, and daily necessities relied on her grandfather driving the three-wheeled cart along winding roads to procure supplies from a town 20 kilometers away. Eventually, their circumstances improved, and they built a 3-story house with bricks and cement transported by boat to the dock, then carried back by the three-wheeled cart. Every outing was accompanied by her grandfather. He would carry her as a child, and as she grew, she would sit in the cart's bed. Given her familiarity with the three-wheeled cart, sketching a design was not a daunting task. However, as an engineering student, she understood that merely having a sketch would not suffice for even the most skilled craftsman to create it. Remembering her time spent playing with clay today, she needed a piece of clay and sculpted a model with her hands, meticulously detailing it with bamboo skewers. A sophisticated model could be made with simple materials. Subsequently, she placed the model in a box and colored the sketch she had just drawn, with both a design and a model in hand. Commissioning a craftsman to create a three-wheeled cart should pose no issue. She summoned the butler, Shui Bo, requesting him to find the finest potter, Master In Yunming's, to craft a ceramic three-wheeled cart according to her drawings and model. Upon receiving the drawings and model, Master In pondered thoughtfully. The materials were readily available, and the mixture could be easily prepared. However, as this was a novel piece, Madame Yun had high standards regarding the details, and the formation was somewhat complex, requiring 3 days to complete. The clay form needed Madame Yun's approval, and if all went smoothly, an additional day would be reserved for drying. The underglaze coloring would take 1 day, while firing and glazing would require another day. The entire process would span approximately 7 days. Master In explained the timeline in detail, and Qingyi understood. When it came to the payment, Master In quoted 10 taels of silver, to which Qingyi added 2 more, requesting him to take extra care. By the time all these matters were settled, it was nearly dinner time. Having accomplished so much in a single day, how could she not treat herself to something delightful? However, feeling somewhat fatigued and reluctant to cook, she allowed Aunt Shui to knead the dough, preparing a bowl of noodles for each member of the family. Noodles can vary in width, and I have a preference for the delicate variety. The differing thicknesses offer distinct textures when chewed. Subsequently, she crafted a portion of fine noodles. After demonstrating the technique just once, Yunxing and Yunwang quickly grasped the skill and finished the remaining noodles. A bowl of excellent noodles is greatly influenced by the broth. Today, Qingyi desired a tomato beef flavor. She first chopped the tomatoes and sautéed them in a pot until they transformed into a rich tomato sauce. Next, she diced the cooked beef shank along with potatoes, carrots, and onions. Once the oil in the pan was heated, she added the onions, stirring them until fragrant. Then incorporated the carrots and peppercorns, simmering them until partially cooked before adding the prepared tomato sauce. When the oil turned a vibrant red, she introduced the potatoes, seasoning with salt and vinegar to achieve the perfect balance of flavors. Finally, she added the beef chunks, allowing them to heat through, thus completing the broth. Pouring the broth over the freshly prepared noodles, the taste was instantly bold and captivating. When a servant brought the noodles to the dining table, the family was awestruck. The parents had the fine noodles, and with just one bite they were enamored. "Good daughter," they exclaimed. "We had thought today's meal would lack flavor. Yet even ordinary noodles can be made so delicious." The Yun family typically favored rice as their staple, using flour primarily for various pastries, rarely indulging in noodles. Even on the rare occasion they did, it was usually a plain, watery dish, leading to a general consensus that noodles were unappetizing. The second brother in Qingyi enjoyed the delicate noodles, which boasted a delightful chewiness, complemented by generous chunks of beef and a rich tomato broth. The aroma of the beef, the acidity of the tomatoes, and the sweetness of the onions created a harmonious blend. The second brother, too engrossed in his meal to speak, devoured the noodles and even finished the broth. "Xian, is there more? This is exquisite." Before he could savor the flavors, his bowl was empty. The broth was plentiful, and naturally, there were more noodles. Yunwang promptly prepared another serving of the delicate variety, which the second brother quickly consumed once more, relishing every bite. Eating noodles must be done with a certain flair to evoke a sense of ritual. While the Yun family dined, the fifth prince was in the empress's palace, performing acts of filial piety. He retrieved a cake from the food box, touched the plate, and silently praised Qingyi for her cleverness. "This young lady has some secret. The cake is still warm. Mother, I have brought you this freshly baked flour cake, knowing you would appreciate it," he said, presenting it to the empress. Seizing the opportunity while it remained warm, the empress eagerly took a bite. "Ah, it's still warm. My son is thoughtful." As she bit into the cake, the fragrance of roses filled her senses, prompting her to exclaim in wonder, "This cake is exceptionally delicious. Do not forget to send some to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress as well. Rest assured, Mother, I've already delivered it. This box is for you." The Empress seemed to recall something. "Did you send some to your cousin? He adores sweets." Upon hearing his mother mention his cousin, the fifth prince relaxed his previously serious demeanor. "There is no need for that. You see, Mother, I first tasted this cake at my cousin's place. Furthermore, it is made by the Yun family daughter, who has started a business selling various delicacies. Our homes are directly opposite each other, and if he desires some, it is merely a stone's throw away. They are certainly more affluent than us." Upon hearing her son's words, noble consort Xian chose not to mention her nephew again and engaged in casual conversation with her son. In the Xinang palace, the Empress Dowager received the flour cakes, and the Emperor and Empress were present as well. The trio praised the flour cakes profusely and lauded the fifth prince, who had sent them. The cakes were sweet yet not cloying, and the Empress Dowager was quite fond of them. Little Fifth has grown up. He knows how to honor his elders with delicious treats. "Truly remarkable," she remarked. "I usually do not enjoy various pastries, but this cake has a refreshing flavor that I could indulge in a whole plate." Little Fifth has indeed been clever in his gifting. Since both the Empress and the Empress Dowager appreciate them, let him send more. The following day, the Yun family prepared to set up their stall as usual. Yun Fa and Yunda began by tidying the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an abundance of blooming roses, their vibrancy enhanced by the cool night air. They had never encountered such a spectacle and were unsure how to proceed, promptly reporting to the young lady. Upon seeing the edible roses, Yun Qingyi was delighted. Just yesterday, she had worried about a shortage of flowers, and now they had received so many. Although she did not know who had sent them, with such a grand display, identifying the sender would not be a challenge. They began moving the flowers to the back kitchen, instructing Shui Ling to tidy them without delaying their stall opening. Chapter 022. Lack of insight. As soon as the stall was set up, A customer came with a bamboo tube they had packed a few days prior. "Young lad, fill me a tube of fish balls." A tube contained 3 fish balls with complimentary soup. Returning customers received a discount, totaling 121. Noticing the savings for returning patrons, the waiting customers eagerly sought to purchase more. "I apologize, dear patrons, but our stall is small. Each person is limited to a maximum of 2 tubes." Among the customers in line, some, dressed in simple attire, were merely buying a few to taste, while those from affluent families were purchasing bulk, reaching the maximum allowed. Today's offerings included the newly added flour cakes. Yesterday, Xiao Yu and Shuang Cheng had learned to bake cakes by the stove, and today they officially began their duties. Yun Fa and Yun De continued to manage sales, adhering to the young lady's pricing. 100 won per box of flour cakes, with a limit of 5 boxes per family. Although Yun Mengze had several pastry shops, with fillings made from conventional ingredients, no one had heard of flour cakes before. Thus, customers found the novelty intriguing. Yet purchases were limited. Observing the situation, Yun Qingyi instructed Yun Fa and Yun De to prepare a box of cakes for sampling, cutting the cakes into small pieces to offer free tastings to the patrons. As soon as the cake was cut, its floral aroma wafted through the air. Yun Fa sampled a piece of the freshly baked flour cake, promoting the idea of tasting before purchasing. If it was not delicious, there would be no charge. Before they had finished offering samples, the flour cakes sparked a frenzy among the customers. "This cake is indeed delightful. Give me a box. I want 3 boxes. My wife and daughter will surely love them. I require 5 boxes. My elderly mother celebrates her birthday tomorrow, and she will be overjoyed." As the atmosphere warmed up, Yun Qingyi instructed Yun Fa and Yun De to continue their work while she returned to the courtyard to assist Shui Ling with the flowers. With 1,000 pounds of flowers, minus the stems, there were at least 100 pounds of petals. Such an abundance was both a joy and a concern. While processing the flowers, Shui Ling inquired, "Miss, when will we ever use so many flowers?" With an abundance of morning light that cannot be fully utilized, and having wasted so many blossoms, one might wonder who would be so foolish as to gather such a quantity. Yun Qingyi found this indeed rather peculiar. It seemed she needed to devise a method for preservation. She planned to use a portion for filling, another portion to dry for storage, and the remainder for brewing wine. She requested a secluded, empty room from the water steward, spreading the petals within. Several stoves were set up in the room, each topped with a large pot of boiling water, utilizing the steam's heat to gently dry the petals. This low-temperature drying method would better retain the flower's natural colors and fragrances, ensuring the taste remained delightful when used. For the remaining blossoms, Yun Qingyi set aside a substantial quantity to brew rose wine. She first washed the glutinous rice and soaked it until fully expanded, then steamed it until cooked and cooled to room temperature. Next, she crushed the sweet wine yeast and mixed it evenly with the rice, adding cooled boiled water for fermentation. The petals were cleaned with cooled boiled water, chopped finely, and heated in the water to around 50 degrees Celsius, after which she added sugar and lemon juice. Drawing from her experimental experience, she adjusted the temperature to 55 degrees. Finally, she incorporated the yeast dissolved in warm water along with the rose residue into the glutinous rice wine, covering it to continue fermenting. Thus, nothing would be wasted. After completing these tasks, she and Shui Ling continued to work with the remaining flowers. Shui Ling, with her keen eyes, plucked a flower from the bunch and handed it to Yun Qingyi, exclaiming, "Miss, this one is different from the others." Upon closer inspection, Yun Qingyi realized it was not a rose, but rather a garden rose. While the garden rose resembles the rose, most are non-toxic. However, their petals contain alkaloids that are mildly poisonous and should best be avoided. Thank goodness you noticed. This one cannot be consumed. Could someone have intentionally poisoned it? Shui Ling pondered, feeling a twinge of fear. Yun Qingyi reasoned that if it were indeed poison, a single garden rose would be rather careless. It seemed likely that the florist had confused the two, and it was possible that a mix-up had occurred, reassuring Shui Ling. Shui Ling discarded the flower into a pile of refuse, still feeling somewhat vexed by the thought of someone carelessly mixing in inedible blooms. By the time Yun Qingyi and Shui Ling finished their work, the stalls outside were preparing to close. It was the usual rhythm of the morning market, where everything had sold out. Qingyi called upon Yun Fa and Yun Da to tidy up the stall, and after everything was swept clean, she prepared to close the door. Unexpectedly, however, a neighbor sent a guard to convey a message, requesting an audience with Lady Yun. This was indeed a novelty. Although she was aware that their neighbor was of noble status, Qingyi was unfamiliar with their identity and found that Shui Ling did not know either. "Miss, that courtyard has been uninhabited for many years, only recently showing signs of life with lights and the occasional sighting of individuals coming and going. Our household has had no prior dealings with them." The guard stated, "My master wishes to meet Lady Yun and convey his sentiment. Being neighbors is a fate in itself. It is only natural that two families living in proximity should coexist harmoniously. The alleyway is shared by both our families. Yet your stall has occupied the common ground for several days, causing inconvenience for those passing through. We would like to request a discussion to reach an amicable solution." It appeared that the neighbor had subtly come to reprimand her for obstructing the thoroughfare. Qingyi was unsure if such a concept existed in antiquity, nor had she ever seen anyone from the neighboring household entering or exiting through the back door, feeling that they were somewhat nitpicking. However, being a person of modern sensibilities, she was aware of the rights of neighboring properties. Even if the other party does not enter from behind, she indeed finds herself at a disadvantage should they choose to confront her. After some contemplation, she perceives that the individual does not seem to be serious about the matter. The head of the Yun family is her father, and if the neighbor truly minded her occupying the pathway, they should have approached her father instead. At the very least, they ought to have consulted the steward, Mr. Shui. Her being approached indicates that the issue of the pathway is merely a pretext. Consequently, it falls upon her to ascertain the true circumstances before deciding on her next course of action. However, she cannot recklessly pay a visit, should her assumptions prove incorrect, and the visitor harbors ill intentions. Stepping into their territory would leave her vulnerable. Her mother had instilled in her the importance of self-protection, advising her to avoid entering isolated spaces. Without the watchful eyes of the public, it is all too easy for the darker aspects of human nature to surface. She comprehended the steward's implication. Indeed, it was her oversight and she had caused some offense. Yet, as a woman, she hesitated to intrude uninvited. She requested the steward to inform the head of the family that she would be waiting at Jiangshin Pavilion during the hour of shun. "Thank you, Mississippi. I shall return to report," Mo Wen replied before taking his leave. Upon exiting the Yun residence, Mo Wen realized he was drenched in sweat, utterly perplexed by the general's intentions. Just last night, he had delivered flowers to Lady Yun, and today he was sent alone to confront them. Which prominent family does not have business dealings in the alleys behind their estate? The general's reasoning was indeed tenuous. Everyone in Yunmeng's knows of the Yun family's favoritism towards Lady Yun. He genuinely feared being besieged by the Yun family. Having fought alongside the general on the battlefield, he had never flinched from genuine combat. Yet, if he were to be expelled from the Yun residence today, he would find it exceedingly humiliating to hold his head high in Yunmeng's for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Lady Yun was kind-hearted and did not make things difficult for him. Mo Wen even secretly hoped that Lady Yun would put the general in his place. Chapter 023. The 6th Yun Qingyi took a moment to rest before heading to the kitchen to check the reserve provisions. Each day, they did not sell everything they prepared. Before selling, a necessary portion must be set aside. First, she filled the food boxes for her father and brother, ensuring her family was well fed before attending to business without worries. Next, she reserved portions for her in-laws, as she could not allow her father-in-law, this old rascal, to throw a tantrum with a sure. Additionally, she set aside her own share, for it was essential to nourish those laboring in the household to ensure they worked diligently. Yun Qingyi arranged several platters of the snacks available for sale, placing them into a food box and inviting Shui Ling to accompany her. Yun Xing and Yun Wang were still somewhat uneasy, insisting on accompanying their young lady to guarantee her safety. However, Yun Qingyi politely declined, explaining that since the other party had sent someone to negotiate, there appeared to be no malice. There was no need to adopt a confrontational stance, complicating a straightforward matter. Jiangshin Pavilion was not far, and Qingyi set out a quarter of an hour early. One must seize the initiative by waiting in ease. She had intended to brew a pot of tea upon arrival, leisurely admiring the river scenery while awaiting her guest. Upon reaching Jiangxin Pavilion, she found the other party seated by the river, leisurely sipping tea, embodying the very essence of patience. At once, she felt a pang of disappointment. But upon recognizing the individual's face, her tension dissipated entirely. Was it not the general who had eavesdropped on her while she had stood up for Lu Zhiyao the other day? She lowered herself into a seat and picked up the cup of tea before her, feigning a sip to buy herself some time. What was this all about? It did not seem like a confrontation reminiscent of that day. On that occasion, she had used a box of pastries as hush money, and the general had indeed refrained from exposing her. Having succeeded once, she believed her plan would prove effective again. However, she could not speak first. She had to wait for the other party to make the initial statement. Yin Yangzi was engaging in significant matters at home, yet here she was, the daughter of a high-ranking official selling goods in the street. Was it not somewhat inappropriate? Yin Qingyi set down her teacup, and the general chuckled lightly. Our families are neighbors, and have always been vendors in this alley. As fellow subject of the Qingyi kingdom, should I not engage in business simply because others do? The general had previously sent word through an intermediary, acknowledging that our families share this alley, and indeed, our daily operations can be quite bothersome. It is only natural for the general to express concern. I have a proposal for compensation. Would the general care to listen? Yin Qingyi continued, stating that her family's food supply was always in high demand, necessitating purchase limits to ease the situation, since she was utilizing shared space. Would it be agreeable for her to send a portion of the day as offerings to the general before setting up her stall each day? Mo Yushuan raised his eyebrows. Did Yin Yangzi truly believe she must engage in this business? Did she have faith that he would accept her proposal? Yin Qingyi felt uncertain. What if the Marquis of Jinyuan was indeed a man indifferent to culinary pleasures? She had not considered that possibility. Even so, she had her countermeasures. The general seemed to suggest that her family should not conduct business here. Yin Qingyi spoke these words lightly. The Yin family possessed some properties, and finding another location to operate was not a difficult task. The answer was self-evident. If the general remained obstinate, the Yin family would merely seek another shop, with no shared benefits to be had. However, if the general were to agree, then her family's establishment would provide him with a unique daily portion of all their culinary offerings, free of charge. In this light, Yin Yangzi's proposal appeared indeed favorable, a deal struck. Since Yin Yangzi was so generous, Mo Yushuan would not accept benefits without reciprocation. The flowers he had sent to her yesterday, were they still sufficient? It turned out he was the one who had sent them. It seemed he was aware of her worries regarding the flowers and had taken the initiative to resolve the issue. It was clear he did not wish for her to close her stall. Perhaps he had initially been drawn to her culinary delights, this cunning fellow. Though his methods were somewhat extravagant, at least she no longer had lingering concerns. So, it was a gift from the general that alleviated her urgent predicament. She expressed her gratitude. Was there a particular flower among them that Yin Yangzi had noticed? Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyi felt embarrassed. Ah, that special flower, of course. She had seen it. Its color resembled the others, but its shape and leaves were somewhat different, rendering it inedible. Was the general inviting her to play a game of spot the difference? Among 1,000 flowers, one was indeed challenging to locate. Yin Qingyi wished to conclude the negotiations swiftly. She would consider these items as today's rent and would send them to the general's residence before setting up her stall the following day. She left a food box behind and departed with Shui Ling, leaving Mo Yushuan alone at the Riverside Pavilion to continue enjoying the river scenery. Hush money? Rent? Yin Yangzi's dealings were indeed peculiar. Was this a lesson from the Minister of Revenue's household, transforming every problem into a monetary issue? Upon returning to the Yun residence, the kitchen was bustling with activity. The goods from Shangha village had arrived. Flowers, chickens, ducks, and duck eggs kept the kitchen bustling. The flowers were entrusted to Shui Ling to be treated as ingredients for sale in the coming days. Yin Qingyi instructed Shui Ling to set aside the quantity needed for the following day, while the remainder was to be hydroponically preserved in the courtyard. As for the duck eggs, they were ideally meant for Yun Fa and Yun to play in the mud. Yun Qingyi directed them to coat half in yellow mud and the other half in soybean straw mud. During their last endeavor, Yun Fa and Yun found it merely amusing, unaware that another opportunity awaited them. Yun Qingyi contemplated preparing a quantity sufficient for 10 days at a time, thereby establishing a continuous cycle. She reserved the chickens and ducks for her own processing, eager to embark on creating new culinary delights. Perhaps the culinary genes inherited from her ancestors had awakened within her, filling her with a touch of excitement. She instructed the staff to clean the chickens and ducks thoroughly, specifically requesting not to gut them. From head to toe, inside and out, everything was a treasure. She could not bear to allow any waste, for it would be an affront to nature's gifts. Likewise, she summoned Yun Xing and Yun Wang to observe closely, after demonstrating on the first chicken. She had the two brothers take over. She began by gutting a chicken, placing the heart, liver, and gizzard into one basin, while the intestines were set aside in another. Next, she chopped off the feet, placing them into yet another basin. Observing her deft knife skills, Yun Xing and Yun Wang quickly followed suit, efficiently cleaning the chicken. They proceeded to clean the ducks in the same manner, but as per Miss S' instructions, kept them separated from the chickens. The chicken was nutritious, and its offal was equally valuable, possessing the added benefit of strengthening the spleen and stomach. Yun Qingyi planned to first prepare a stir-fry with the chicken offal, followed by a noodle dish using the same. She rinsed the heart, liver, and gizzard in clear water, having set the intestines aside for their more intricate cleaning process. She first sliced them open, massaged in salt, and rinsed repeatedly. After finally chopping the offal, she sliced pickled chili and ginger and minced garlic. The celery leaves were washed and cut into segments. Utilizing cooking wine, Yun mixed a Dubon sauce, soy sauce, salt, pickled chili, garlic, and shredded ginger. She marinated the offal in a bowl. Subsequently, she heated oil in a pan until nearly smoking, added the marinated offal, and stir-fried vigorously for 5 minutes before incorporating the celery segments. Next, she intended to prepare roasted chicken and duck. The whole chicken was immersed in boiling water for 3 minutes to remove impurities, then drained and seasoned with salt and wine. She stuffed the chicken's cavity with 2 small shiitake mushrooms, chives, and scallions, then brushed honey over its skin. A hook was affixed to the chicken's neck, and it was skewered into the preheated roasting oven. On that day, after school, Ashur returned home to find a delightful feast being prepared. His sister served him a small bowl of chicken offal noodles. Initially, Ashur thought his sister was being stingy, but upon the arrival of the roasted chicken and duck, his concerns evaporated. The aroma of the roasted chicken was simply irresistible. Not only was the chicken delectable, but the flavors of the mushrooms stuffed within were exceptionally delightful. His sister had thoughtfully reserved both mushrooms for him, while their father had not had the chance to taste them. Halfway through their meal, the kitchen presented the roasted duck. The family gathered around the dining table, where Yun Qingyi skillfully sliced the roasted duck, arranging the pieces on a plate, while the remaining carcass was chopped into pieces for soup. Yun Qingyi delicately picked up a lotus leaf pancake from the plate, added 2 slices of crispy duck, a few strands of fine scallions, and cucumber, then dipped it in sweet bean sauce and wrapped it up before handing it to her father. She prepared another for her mother. Seeing her parents enjoying the meal, her elder brother and Ashur were not shy either, mimicking Yun Qingyi's technique, prioritizing their own satisfaction. The combination of the pancake and duck was devoid of any greasiness. Bolstered by the cucumber and scallion, it surprisingly offered a crisp and refreshing taste. The delightful flavors were so delectable that I sure regretted overindulging in chicken offal noodles earlier. Not a scrap of the duck skin was wasted. The crispy, caramelized skin coated in sugar was both fragrant and sweet. While the main room was filled with the aroma of roast duck, the kitchen bustled with excitement. The duck carcass simmered in congee, releasing a sweet fragrance into the air. Once the congee was ready, everyone eagerly devoured it. Although congee was a staple for them, they never imagined it could be so exquisitely flavorful. As they spoke, they glanced at the chicken feet still soaking in sauce. A part of the bird that had never been consumed before, now transformed into a dish. With 40 chicken feet in total, Qingyi distributed one to each person in the kitchen, brought 10 to share with her parents and brothers, and entrusted another 10 to Xing to deliver across the way. Xing knocked on the door. It was opened by Mo1. "Our young lady has come to deliver the rent," she stated. She mentioned that both General Mo1 and Mou shall receive 3 each, with the remainder belonging to the general. Hearing that Yunyang had sent some for herself as well, Mou made his way over. Yunyang truly possesses both beauty and kindness. "Next time, I shall bring her flowers," ensuring to gather a larger bouquet. Thus, the entire Yun household came to know that the clever individual who sent 1,000 pounds of flowers hailed from the opposite residence. Mo1 had initially intended to deliver the chicken feet to the general first, but could not resist Mou's insistence on tasting the enticing flavor. Just as Mo1 and Mou each took one and bit into it, Mou Xian emerged from the house, with half a chicken foot still in his mouth. Mou grinned at Mou Xian and said, "General, the chicken feet sent by Yunyang are truly delightful." He extended his hand, offering 2 to Mou Xian, saying, "Yunyang specified that I and Mo1 should each have 3. The remainder belongs to you, General." Having grown up alongside the general, Mo1 and Mou were accustomed to his presence, though others often regarded Mou Xian with apprehension. Mo1 generally showed him utmost respect, while Mou, being younger, often received the care of Mou Xian, which rendered him one of the few who was not intimidated by the general. The notion of giving the leftover chicken feet to the general left Mo1 somewhat flustered. Mou Xian accepted the remaining chicken feet and remarked, "Mou, having indulged in such delectable chicken feet, how can you forego an hour of horse dance training?" Upon hearing this, Mou's smile faltered, and the chicken feet in his mouth seemed to lose their appeal. After leaving the dining table, Shui Ling inquired about tomorrow's new offerings from Qingyi. "Miss, shall we be selling roasted chicken and duck tomorrow?" "Indeed, we will, but not at the morning market. Roasted chicken is priced at 500 won each, and roasted duck at 1 tael of silver. How many families can afford that? Anything unsold will go to waste. What shall we do then?" "The young lady has an agreement with Shangha village to procure goods every day, does she not? I have arranged the goods, so they must be sold. Tomorrow, we will prepare the first batch of chickens and ducks for a tasting, making it clear that our supply is limited each day and requires prior reservation." Understanding the wisdom in her approach, Shui Ling realized that selling the items before roasting them would ensure nothing went to waste. "Miss, you truly are remarkably clever." The following morning at the market, the food stall of the Yun residence introduced a new delicacy: chicken feet, priced at 10 coins each. As per tradition, new items were offered at a 20% discount. Although wrapping the chicken feet in oil paper was feasible, Qingyi, a connoisseur of such treats, understood that the essence of chicken feet lies in the marinade. If wrapped in oil paper, the absence of the marinade would diminish its flavor significantly. Therefore, each chicken foot was served in a specially crafted bamboo tube from the Yun family, ensuring the taste was preserved. As the morning market commenced, the kitchen staff, Yun Xing and Yun Wang, were busy preparing roasted chicken and duck. Under Qingyi's guidance, they slaughtered, cleaned, and prepared the ingredients, finally producing their first batch of roasted goods by afternoon. Qingyi took out 20 food boxes, carefully wrapping the roasted chicken in lotus leaves, slicing the duck, and arranging the lotus pancakes and sauces on plates, layering them within the boxes. The topmost layer contained a plate of condiments, beneath which she inserted a pamphlet detailing how to enjoy the roasted duck. The first order was for the 5th prince, and Qingyi personally delivered it to his residence. Along the way, she chuckled to herself, having once thought that food delivery was a modern convenience, only to find herself engaged in the same in ancient times. Since it was a delivery, she was determined to present a complete and polished experience, ensuring her family's signature was prominently displayed. Before leaving, she instructed Uncle Shui to hang the gold sign of Yunji on the cart. Upon arriving at the 5th prince's residence and learning that Lady Yun had brought the food boxes, the 5th prince came out to greet her. "Lady Yun, I hear you have new offerings today. Might I inquire what they are?" Qingyi handed over 2 food boxes, briefly explaining their contents before moving on to deliver the next order. She then visited the residence of the Grand Tutor's in-laws, entering the inner quarters to serve her in-laws. Unwrapping the lotus leaves, she used scissors to portion the roasted chicken, presenting the most delectable thigh to her mother-in-law. Upon seeing this, her father-in-law became anxious, exclaiming that fairness was essential and he too desired a chicken leg. Acting like a child, he playfully pouted, prompting Qingyi to forget about asking her mother-in-law about the taste as she served her father-in-law roasted duck. The elderly couple savored the rich flavors, praising her, Xian. You are truly becoming more capable. After they finished their meal, Qingyi returned home and arranged for the prosperous four brothers to deliver the remaining orders. Before dinner, numerous households sent messengers to place orders, including the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, the Prince of Qin's mansion, the Duke of Gongsu, and others. Not only did those who had the fortune to taste the samples place orders for family bundles, but many who had previously queued without satisfaction also sought to place their orders. In no time, all 20 servings were sold out, leaving the servants in the Yun courtyard both exhausted and exhilarated. Observing their eagerness to earn, Qingyi contemplated her next steps. They were her initial group of dedicated employees, performing admirably thus far, yet she recognized that future tasks could be delegated to others. With this, Qingyi's ambitions expanded further. Chapter 025. A cart of pancakes. Qingyi understood that to conduct business externally, she must first care for her family. Each day, she rose early to prepare meals, personally packing 2 food boxes for her father and brothers. Today's breakfast consisted of tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. The father relished sweet flavors, while the elder brother preferred savory delights, and she diligently prepared each dish to suit their tastes. For lunch, a modest serving of roast duck was accompanied by 3 fish balls and 2 seasonal vegetable dishes. Furthermore, a layer was set aside containing a plate of flour cakes, intended as a treat for her father and brother. Ever since Qingyi began preparing food boxes for her family, they had ventured out each day brimming with anticipation and enthusiasm. She had advised them to savor the food while it was hot, insisting they only open the boxes at mealtime, which compelled them to restrain their eagerness until the appointed hour. Regardless of what Qingyi provided, her father and brother believed it to be a feast that would evoke envy in others, if not two. After bidding her father and brother farewell, Qingyi busied herself with her stall, much like her previous role as a dining hall manager at the Fish Flavor Pavilion. She meticulously oversaw every critical aspect from cooking to selling. In addition, over the past week, she had sent someone daily to inquire with Master Ian, the potter, regarding the progress of the tricycle's construction. After a personal visit, she learned today that Master Ian had completed the delivery. When Master Ian arrived, it was already noon. Upon seeing the exquisite ceramic tricycle, Qingyi was overwhelmed with joy. She invited him to share lunch, adding 2 extra dishes, and packed a food box for him to take home. After seeing Master Ian off, she placed the freshly baked flour cakes into the tricycle's cargo area and covered them with a silk cloth. Once everything was arranged, Qingyi sent someone to invite the 5th prince to her residence. Upon the Yun family's arrival at the 5th prince's estate, he had just finished the last piece of roast duck. Expecting another food delivery from the Yun family, he was initially disappointed to see the visitors empty-handed. However, upon learning that Lady Yun had invited him to her home, curiosity piqued his interest. He assumed it must be something extraordinary, not suitable for direct delivery to his residence. He readily agreed and promptly headed to the back gate of Yun's estate. Lady Yun welcomed him to the pavilion in the backyard. Previously, the 5th prince had provided a deposit for the making of flour cakes, and now they were complete. However, such a small delicacy hardly warranted the value of a gold ingot. Hence, she had specially prepared this substantial gift for him to graciously accept. The 5th prince stepped forward to unveil the silk cloth, and his eyes sparkled with delight. No young boy could resist the allure of a vehicle, and Qingyi had perfectly anticipated this. Lady Yun is quite thoughtful. This item is indeed exquisite, worth far more than a gold ingot, he mused. What is the name of this remarkable creation? Qingyi had not considered this before and could not directly reveal it was called a tricycle, as that would undermine its elegance. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to refer to it as the Wind Chaser. The fifth prince, recalling a previous wager involving a card of cakes, inquired if he would be satisfied with this card. Absolutely, thoroughly satisfied, he replied. With such respect, he covered the silk cloth again, instructing his attendants to handle the tricycle with care as they carried it away, instead of exiting through the back gate. The fifth prince had the carriage turn around and head to the front entrance of the Qingyi Marquis residence. He formally presented his name card, requesting it be announced, and entered the Marquis estate with measured steps. The Marquis was practicing martial arts in the backyard and sheathed his sword upon noticing the fifth prince's arrival. What brings you here today? Between us, as brothers, is it not a matter of significance for me to visit my cousin? Jin Yuan-ho, perceiving his silence, prepared to continue practicing his swordplay, while the fifth prince, no longer jesting, approached with a purpose. On that day, I wagered a card of pastries with you and lost. Today, I have come to fulfill my promise. A monarch's word is golden, and as a prince, I cannot afford to be untrustworthy. The tides of fortune had turned, allowing the fifth prince to reclaim a victory. Hearing of the cart filled with flour pastries, Mo Yuxuan felt no inclination towards them. With only a handful of people in his household, how long would it take to consume an entire cart? Moreover, he relished the freshly made pastries crafted by the lovely Yun every day. Why would he wish to eat stale ones? Consider the cart accepted. There is no need to deliver it. Keep it for yourself if you enjoy them, he declared. Unperturbed by Mo Yuxuan's words, the fifth prince pressed on. Are you certain you do not wish to take a glance? You may come to regret it. Mo Yuxuan, always fond of his younger brother, recognized the child's stubbornness. Since he was so eager for him to look, he decided to indulge him and see what sort of pastries might invoke regret. The fifth prince gestured for the cart to be brought forth, inviting his cousin to take a look. Upon seeing the cart, Mo Yuxuan immediately sensed the fifth prince's cleverness. When he unveiled the crimson silk covering, his astonishment matched that of the fifth prince's initial reaction. No boy could resist the allure of such a cart, particularly one so uniquely designed. This cart, named Wind Gallop Mirage, if you do not wish to keep the pastries, I shall take it back. Let be known, the pastries are yours, but the cart belongs to me, for it was pastries I wagered, he stated. Mo Yuxuan, desiring both the cart and the pastries, understood that one without the other could not rightly constitute a cart of pastries. The fifth prince silently lamented his decision to showcase the Wind Gallop Mirage before Mo Yuxuan. It had been rather impulsive. While Mo Yuxuan accepted both the cart and the pastries, he felt it inappropriate to allow the fifth prince to leave empty-handed after his visit. Thus, he packaged a box of pastries sent by the Yun family as a token of gratitude. How cruel! You already have pastries, yet you still torment me. After bidding farewell to the fifth prince, Mo Yuxuan transported the Wind Gallop Mirage into his study, thoroughly inspecting it from top to bottom. He marveled at its design and exquisite texture. Sampling a pastry, he was delighted to find it bore the essence of the Yun family's culinary skills. With this double blessing, the cart of pastries was indeed one of a kind. Had it not been for his cousin's boastfulness, he might have nearly missed out. While Mo Yuxuan remained absorbed in admiring the Wind Gallop Mirage outside, Mo Yu caught a whiff of the enticing pastry aroma wafting from within and could no longer restrain himself. General, you gave the pastries sent by the Yun family to the fifth prince. What shall I eat today? He inquired. Mo Yuxuan instructed him to take a plate of pastries, ensuring that Mo Wen's share was included as well. With the general's consent, Mo Yu produced 2 large plates and proceeded to gather the pastries. Peering through the crack of the door, Mo Wen felt both speechless and grateful towards Mo Yu. After all, his pastries had been given away as a favor. Yet he still desired some and lacked the courage to ask the general for them. As the 2 plates were filled, the cart's interior gradually became visible, revealing a character from the Yun family's seal at the bottom. This discovery astonished him even further. The Yun family was not only adept at making pastries, but also at crafting carts. It seemed that Yun, with her beauty and kindness, possessed talents that extended beyond culinary arts, offering delightful surprises from time to time. Truly, she is a treasure, a girl I have cherished for over a decade. It seems my discerning eye has not failed me. Otherwise, how could others overlook her brilliance? Chapter 026. The Poultry Shop, Peppered Salt, Peppered Duck Frames. Braised Duck Neck. After bidding farewell to the fifth prince, Qingyi also stepped out. Observing the expansion of her product line, she found that processing chickens and ducks required considerable effort. She longed for the modern cold chain logistics that allowed sellers to prepare poultry as requested and deliver it to one's doorstep. Without a cold chain, fresh poultry had to be brought in live for on-site processing, which was quite an arduous task. Although the Yun household employed many servants, the expenses were covered by her indulgent parents, who would not meticulously account for every detail. However, since she aspired to manage her own business, she understood the necessity of maintaining clear accounts. Otherwise, her future shop would be fraught with confusion. She requested Uncle Shui to help her find 4 assistants skilled in driving and butchery, offering to cover half of their wages herself. These 4 individuals would be entrusted with the delivery of goods and must possess the social acumen required for interactions with high-status households. Therefore, she could only select from within the household, ensuring they were thoroughly trained before being put to work. Next, she made her way to the poultry shop at the street corner, where Aunt Lu welcomed her with warmth. "Ah, it is Lady Yun. Your fortune flourishes, and your business expands. It seems you require additional hands." Aunt Lu exclaimed, "I have girls available, servants, gardeners, wet nurses, and cooks at your disposal." Although Qingyi did not know Aunt Lu personally, she was surprised that Aunt Lu recognized her instantly, marveling at the expertise found in every profession. Not all relatives and acquaintances are burdensome. Before leaving, Qingyi had inquired about the poultry shop's reputation, learning that Aunt Lu had an extensive network and was known for her integrity in business dealings. Those referred by her were guaranteed to be reliable. Should any hired help prove dishonest, engaging in theft or fleeing, she would take responsibility for retrieving them and reporting to the authorities, thus ensuring peace of mind. "Good day, Aunt Lu. Today, I wish to hire a few short-term workers who can slaughter chickens and ducks, as long as they are honest and diligent," Qingyi stated. Her request sounded simple, yet Aunt Lu, being astute, did not agree immediately. "May I inquire, Lady Yun, how many days you intend to employ these workers, and the volume of work required? If you could provide more details, it would assist me in selecting the most suitable candidates for you," Aunt Lu replied. After discussing her needs, Aunt Lu calculated, "Lady Yun, for your requirements, 3 individuals should suffice. 1 to pluck feathers, another to handle slaughtering and cleaning, and the last to wash and chop. Given that poultry is food, those engaged in such tasks must prioritize hygiene and possess considerable strength. Thus, a capable woman would be most suited for the job. Not only are they meticulous in their work, but their wages are also half that of their male counterparts. I understand, Lady Yun, that money is not a concern for you. Yet who would refuse a better deal?" Aunt Lu's words subtly reflected the societal issue of unequal pay for men and women, a predicament that Qingyi could not change. However, once she hired her workers, the decision regarding their wages rested solely with her. Money is a reservoir of resources. With financial means, she could pursue her desires and live according to her own vision. Following Aunt Lu's advice, Qingyi interviewed several capable women and ultimately selected 3 proficient assistants, Sister Sun, Sister Gu, and Sister Hu, to accompany her home. Upon returning home, Qingyi assigned learning tasks to the newly arrived individuals. The 3 sisters-in-law were designated to manage the daily influx of chickens and ducks in the morning. Their sole responsibility was to clean the poultry, leaving all other matters aside. Sister Sun was tasked with boiling water and plucking feathers, while Sister Gu was responsible for slaughtering and the final tidying of the courtyard. Sister He was in charge of washing and chopping the chicken feet, as well as packaging the entrails. Did everyone understand? If so, they were to commence their work, ensuring that the chickens and ducks were presented to the kitchen matron. Qingyi summoned the water steward and 4 drivers, Yin Fu, Yin Lu, Yin Shou, and Yin Shi. She briefed the water steward on the tasks she intended for the 4 men. The water steward, aware of the nuances involved, collaborated with Qingyi to train them. Qingyi demonstrated the techniques for slicing ducks and the artistry of plating, while the water steward taught them how to engage with dignitaries and the auspicious phrases to use. The 4 men were seasoned members of the household and had previously mingled with guests. After thorough training by the water steward, a final assessment was conducted within the estate, and they promptly assumed their positions. However, Qingyi felt something was still amiss. Attire. A unified outfit would enhance their recognition. Without delay, she returned to her chamber, took up pen and paper, and designed the employee's work uniform. The top was a cyan narrow-sleeved short shirt with slightly wider cuffs for ease of movement, tailored to fit the body for swift navigation. The trousers were dark, wide-legged, with fitted hems to prevent stains from oil and water. A deep brown wide belt was to be worn at the waist to secure the garments. Consideration was also given to inclement weather. A specially crafted oilcloth overcoat would shield against the wind and cold while protecting the food from rain. A bamboo hat was to be worn for sun protection and rain shielding, and lightweight cloth shoes were chosen for their durability and comfort during extended periods of activity. The entire ensemble was both aesthetically pleasing and practical for the demands of their duties. After finalizing the design, Qingyi composed a detailed specification document and entrusted it to the water steward, requesting the attire be tailored to the measurements of Fu, Lu, Shou, and Shi. The carts also required modifications. The quartet would ride horses with 2 boxes attached to each steed. These boxes were to be double-layered, capable of containing hot water in winter and ice in summer for temperature retention. Additionally, a signboard from Qingyi's shop was to be custom-made for each of the 4 men, to be displayed on their backs as a form of identification. With all arrangements in place, Qingyi felt a pang of hunger. The kitchen matron approached her to inquire about the evening's menu. Having accumulated a variety of dishes, she compiled the names onto bamboo tags for easy daily selection, thereby alleviating the need for constant deliberation. She categorized the dishes into 3 distinct groups: meat dishes on long bamboo tags, selected 2 or 3 each day; vegetable dishes on oval bamboo tags, also 2 or 3 daily; and appetizers, soups, and desserts on circular bamboo tags, 1 of each daily. With the menu organized, she instructed Shui Ling to find someone to create the tags. After arranging the menu, she accompanied the kitchen matron to the kitchen, where they discovered a heap of duck carcasses and necks, soon to be discarded as waste. While the kitchen matron would handle dinner preparations, Qingyi contemplated transforming the duck remains into additional culinary delights. Beyond boiling for porridge, deep frying the duck carcasses into spicy salt duck frames also promised to be delectable. As for duck necks, they're the exquisite passion of the modern Qingyi. Here, there is no pepper and salt to truly savor the duck frames. Pepper and salt are the essence. For the sake of that delectable flavor, she must first begin with the seasoning. A portion of Sichuan peppercorns, freed from stems and seeds, is placed in a pan and sautéed until a deep golden hue is achieved, then removed and ground into a fine powder using a small tea grinder. Next, she adds 3 parts of salt to the pan and stirs until the moisture evaporates and the grains are distinct, after which the ground peppercorn is incorporated and mixed thoroughly. Then, she commences the preparation of the duck frames. Using a knife, she chops the frames into small pieces, heating a generous amount of oil in the pan until it reaches a temperature of 70. Duck frames are coated in a layer of cornstarch and lightly fried until their surfaces turn a golden brown, then removed. In the same oil, minced garlic is stir-fried until fragrant, followed by the addition of the duck frames, which are tossed over a medium-low flame, concluding with the addition of pepper and salt, ensuring an even coating. With the duck frames completed, the duck necks are effortlessly braised. Oil and sugar are heated in the pan to caramelize, followed by the addition of star anise, fennel, and cinnamon, which are sautéed until aromatic. The duck necks are then added to achieve a rich color. Soy sauce and sugar are introduced, and water is added to submerge the necks, which are brought to a vigorous boil before simmering gently until infused with flavor. Once the duck necks are properly braised, they are briefly fried in hot oil to enhance their color. At dinner, the famished Qingyi could only manage half a bowl of rice. Her parents, concerned that her appetite was lacking, feared she was overexerting herself with her business. Only her second brother truly understood her. Observing her complexion, it was evident that her appetite was not the issue. Perhaps she was secretly indulging in delicacies alongside post-meal treats. After dinner, her second brother visited her courtyard for a chat, inadvertently catching her in the act of sneaking a bite. since she had been discovered. Qingyi opened the door and summoned the servants, allowing them to partake in a grand feast together. Everyone understood that in the company of a young lady, one must never overindulge, for otherwise, she might occasionally surprise them with unexpected offerings, leaving them wanting more. Chapter 027. Shangha Village with the arrival of the four brothers. Falu Shoshi, to carve duck, the number of households ordering roasted duck has risen significantly. It is not necessarily that the freshly carved duck is superior in taste. Rather, the live performance adds an extra layer of value to the dish. Often, captivated by the spectacle, hosts would request additional roasted duck on the spot, a demand the four brothers dared not fulfill without prior consent. To avoid offending the hosts, they refrained from taking all their wares out at once, necessitating multiple trips home to replenish their supplies, resulting in considerable unnecessary travel. Conversely, the benefit was an increase in orders, with daily requests for 20 ducks proving insufficient. To expand production, more ducks of the same quality were required. To ensure the quality of the ingredients, Qingyi made another visit to Shangha Village. As soon as she entered the village, Zhao Wang's daughter spotted her from a distance and warmly invited her into their home, insisting that she stay a while longer. Just as Qingyi settled in, the village chief approached. "Madam Yin, you have finally arrived." Zhao Wang's household supplies the young lady daily, but others have grown envious. Does the young lady still require ducks? Perhaps you might consider other families in the village? The chief expressed concern that if the young lady needed 20 ducks each day, Zhao Wang's supply would soon be exhausted. Once the next batch of ducks hatches and matures, he would be unable to meet the demand in the interim. Upon hearing the chief's proposal, Qingyi remarked, "I have come precisely for this matter. Moreover, I require more than just 20. Hearing her words, the chief's enthusiasm soared. "Then, Madam Yin, let us see if these few are to your liking." With that, he called upon several households to bring forth their ducks. Qingyi felt a tinge of apprehension. Previously, she had observed Zhao Wang's daughter tending to ducks, their robust physiques a testament to their outdoor upbringing, resulting in firm and flavorful meat. Although this was an ancient era where households shared similar practices, she believed that seeing was believing. She suggested a stroll around the vicinity before making any decisions. The farmer, carrying the ducks, followed her closely, guiding her toward his home. "Madam Yin, we are all neighbors here in Shangha Village, and the quality of our ducks is equally commendable. If the price is a concern, I can certainly reduce the quantity." This hinted at a price negotiation. She was a steady purchaser, and for these farmers, having a reliable daily income was invaluable. They preferred to sell fewer ducks at a stable price rather than risk instability. "There's no rush. I shall first inspect the ducks. If they are indeed of the same quality, I shall offer the same price." As she made her way along the riverbank, she encountered several more families tending to their ducks, all in splendid condition and frolicking with joy. The fields were also lively with chickens running about. She had faith that the villagers of Shangha were unaware of her intentions and would not put on a show for her. These chickens and ducks were genuinely impressive. Zhao Wang's family, in reality, could not provide an abundance of chickens and ducks. Moreover, relying solely on his family for supplies risked inciting envy and potential sabotage. It was far better to procure from multiple households, allowing everyone to share in the profits and maintain neighborly harmony. She had no desire to entangle herself in village disputes, as negotiating supply agreements with each household could inadvertently draw her into conflicts. The internal distribution issues of the village were best resolved by the villagers themselves. She needed to sever her contract with Zhao Wang. "Uncle Zhao, your ducks are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. However, I now require a greater quantity, and I cannot manage agreements with every household. I hope you can understand." Next, she approached the village head. "Village head, the prices for chickens and ducks will remain as I established with Uncle Zhao. 51 for each chicken over 2 pounds and 101 for each duck over 3 pounds. I will take 20 chickens and 30 ducks daily. Additionally, I have heard that duck eggs in the village are not selling well. I will purchase them at 51 per pound, without limit. You may allocate the supplies as you see fit, and if any issues arise, I will communicate solely with you." The latter statement was intended to place some pressure on the village head, ensuring he became a true guarantor. The village head readily agreed. As Shangha Village being near the water, had households with chickens and ducks in abundance. To curry favor with Qingyi, the villagers offered her their duck eggs free of charge. Qingyi left a small sum of money with the village head, instructing him to distribute it among those who provided eggs. After collecting some duck eggs, she headed to the storeroom to inspect the salted duck eggs and century eggs from her previous batch. The century eggs had formed perfectly over the past fortnight. While the salted duck eggs might have lost a bit of flavor, each period of consumption brought its own distinct taste, reflecting on her steadily progressing business. She reviewed her accounts from the past 2 months and discovered she had earned over 100 taels of silver. Delighted by the prospect of shared prosperity, she resolved to celebrate this success with her community. Thus, she undertook 3 significant actions. The first was to inform the kitchen staff to notify incoming customers that there would be a temporary closure for 1 day the following day. In the second instance, she produced the daily recorded accounts and distributed bonuses according to each individual's workload. The third matter involved hosting a banquet on a day off, where she prepared several new dishes to share the joy with her family. She penned a message to the Fong residents, inviting her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and 2 uncles, who also brought their families. Additionally, 2 unexpected guests arrived uninvited. The 5th prince had long wished to arrange for several roasted ducks to be sent to the palace for the enjoyment of the empress, the emperor, and the queen mother, but was constrained by the daily limit of 1. He had only shared 1 with the queen mother on the first day, and subsequent distributions could not be separated, as it would create distinctions of favor. Today, the messenger Yunfu informed him that a holiday was forthcoming, and starting the day after, 5 ducks could be sent to the 5th prince. Upon inquiring about the reason for the holiday, he learned it was due to a family gathering featuring new dishes, which ignited his desire to taste something novel. Since establishing the land rent agreement with Qingyi at the Jiangxin Pavilion, Qingyi had been delivering food daily before her morning market visit, and would also send over a roasted chicken and duck at noon. The timing was regular, and Mo would always wait at the back door, either practicing his sword play or patrolling. After observing Yun, she sliced the duck a few times. He decided not to let her exert herself. He would take the duck, slice it swiftly, and then serve it to the general. Once, when Yunxi had just entered, Mo eagerly attempted to slice the duck, only to have it snatched away by Mo Xuan. Mo, don't you think you're being a tad wasteful with the duck? With a few swift strokes of his sword, he neatly arranged the slices on a plate, which had more meat than usual. The remaining duck carcass lay scattered within the lotus leaf wrap. He presented a plate of duck meat to Mo1, having heard that the essence of the duck resided in the carcass, saving the best parts for Mo1. Mo1 smiled as he took it away, leaving Mo with a look of grievance, lamenting that the carcass was devoid of flavor and wishing they could have spared him a few slices of meat. Daily feasts of roasted chicken and duck brought the most joyous commotion to the Mo family courtyard. Today, they also received word that the Yun family would be taking a day off for a family gathering, rumored to feature new dishes. Being neighbors, their daily interactions had fostered familiarity, making formal invitations seem overly distant. The 5th prince and Mo Xuan, as cousins, slipped in through the front and back doors respectively, drawn by the enticing aroma of the Yun family's cuisine, making their way to the dining table. Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out for the day, they both exclaimed that their visit was indeed timely. Chapter 028, Family Banquet, Century Egg Tofu, Egg Yolk Pumpkin, Roasted Fish. As the proprietor of the former Yu restaurant, Qingyi had not savored the taste of roasted fish in quite some time. It was the signature dish of her family's century-old establishment. However, as she was starting anew, her stall could only offer small items that were easily portable and would not alter in flavor or appearance, making it impossible to prepare roasted fish under such stringent conditions. One must rely on the resources at hand. She had grown up by the lakeside, where fish were a daily staple. Initially, her motivation for constructing a roasting oven was the hope of relishing roasted fish at home. Yet, as time dragged on, 2 months had passed without her having tasted it. The longing for fish had become unbearable. To indulge in roasted fish, she consulted Master Yu, the blacksmith, to custom-make an iron plate of the same size to serve as a roasting tray. She also inquired with Master Zhang, the mason, on how to build a stove in the courtyard. In a secluded corner of the courtyard, a stove and an iron griddle were set up, with family and guests gathered around. The iron griddle sizzled to life as she selected a sizable 7-pound grass carp for the occasion. After meticulously cleaning the fish, removing its innards and scales, she sliced it open along the back, laying it flat upon the griddle. She generously sprinkled salt and pepper on both sides, allowing it to marinate for 15 to 20 minutes. Chopped garlic and ginger, along with scallions, were mixed with soy sauce and cooking wine. Considering the dietary preferences of her in-laws, she refrained from adding any pungent spices. The marinade was evenly spread over the fish, ensuring it absorbed all the flavors. By this time, the stove was adequately preheated. She placed the fish on the iron griddle, refraining from turning it until the skin was thoroughly cooked. Only then did she flip it once more to continue the grilling. As she sprinkled chopped scallions and beckoned everyone to partake, they surged forward, eager to sample the first piece. Quick as a flash, her father-in-law snatched the initial morsel. Although the grass carp had its share of bones, the size of the fish compensated for it, and being a seasoned foodie, he relished a piece from the belly, exclaiming its freshness before returning for another slice for his wife. Two uninvited guests wasted no time, drawing out their small knives to cut off pieces for themselves. Qingyi and her brother exchanged knowing glances, both smiling. Like their parents, they waited until others had finished before indulging in a modest bite. To outsiders, it appeared as if the Yun family was simply being polite, yet only they understood that when the young lady announced a grand feast, it would never consist of just this one dish. It was essential to save room, as one could not easily satiate their appetite until the very last moment. Indeed, the Yin family understood their own. Halfway through the fish, Shui Ling approached, announcing, "Miss, as per your instructions, the duck eggs have been boiled." Qingyi turned towards the kitchen, aware that most of the Yunmeng Zhe family did not partake in duck eggs, favoring the more delectable chicken eggs instead. However, her family, trusting her unconditionally, knew she would never present them with an ordinary dish. Although they were unaware of her methods, their faith remained unwavering. Finally at home, Ashur sought to avoid the presence of his grandfather and wished to converse with his sister a little longer, thus following her into the kitchen. A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen, he mused, likely because he had never tasted the culinary delights crafted by his sister. She picked up a ripe pumpkin, peeling and seeding it before cutting it into strips. A bowl of freshly shelled salted egg yolks was steamed and then mashed. Water was brought to a boil, into which the pumpkin strips were blanched before being drained. In a hot oil pan, the crushed salted egg yolks were added and sautéed over low heat until they bubbled and turned a golden hue. The blanched pumpkin strips were then swiftly tossed in with the salted egg yolks, ensuring each piece was coated in the rich flavor. Finally, she added a pinch of salt and a sprinkle of sugar to taste, mixing well before serving. "A sister, allow me a taste," Ashur said, reaching out, only to be halted by Shui Ling with a pair of chopsticks. "Young master, please be mindful." He picked up a piece of pumpkin. Although he was not particularly fond of vegetables, as old pumpkins were typically reserved for his mother's soup, yet the soft, sweet, and sticky nature of the pumpkin melded with the savory richness of the egg yolk, creating a unique texture. The delightful interplay of sweetness and saltiness transformed these ordinary ingredients into an extraordinary delicacy. "Sister, who would have thought that ordinary salted egg yolks could be utilized in such a culinary manner? How did you come up with this idea?" A casual remark from Ashur left Qingyi momentarily speechless, compelling her to improvise and entertain the young child. Pumpkin, rich in starch, can indeed be considered a staple among vegetables. Its inherent stickiness makes it easy to adhere to the egg yolk, and I was confident that a delectable dish could be crafted. To divert Ashur's probing questions, she swiftly changed the topic, declaring that the salted duck egg yolk was merely the beginning. She had another dish that would leave him astounded. From a jar of century eggs, she retrieved two, skillfully cracking them open to reveal the dark, mysterious egg within, which genuinely astonished Ashur. "Sister, can we eat a rotten duck egg?" Qingyi sliced open the century egg and retorted, "Rotten? Where's the rot? Take a whiff." Ashur pinched his nose and scurried away, conceding that the scent and appearance of the opened egg were indeed unappealing. Qingyi then presented a block of silken tofu, diced into small cubes. layered with the century egg and drizzled with sesame oil, soy sauce, and ginger vinegar before offering it to Ashur. Give it a try, she encouraged. Although Ashur's initial impression of the century egg was far from favorable, he trusted that his sister would never serve him something truly repugnant. Mustering the courage to take a bite, the first mouthful was quite a revelation for Ashur. Mixed with tofu, it was delightfully smooth and refreshing, with flavors intensifying with each bite. Sister, cut 2 more century eggs. I wish to present them to my grandfather. The way Ashur articulated present was rather amusing. In that fleeting moment, his childlike demeanor led Qingyi to believe that he had no fear of his grandfather. Ashur transformed into a server, carrying 2 plates back to the courtyard, deliberately placing the century eggs before his grandfather. Grandfather, these were just prepared by my sister. I brought them for you to taste. Grandfather, you must try this. Given that the grandfather held the highest status, Ashur explicitly invited him to sample the dish, while the others could only wait with their chopsticks at the ready. The esteemed master Fong hesitated for quite some time before daring to take a bite. Suspecting Ashur of playing tricks with a few foul eggs, he thought, surely, I cannot be so easily deceived. You must be trying to pull a fast one. Ashur, sensing the threat, exaggerated his gestures, looking quite aggrieved as he served his second brother. Despite Ashur's genuine intentions, being misunderstood by his grandfather felt deeply unjust. Brother, you must try this and clear my name, he implored. His second brother neither declined nor acted, so Ashur scooped a spoonful into his mouth, and his brother's face exhibited a myriad of expressions before he too took a few bites. It was only then that the grandfather realized, snatching the plate away for himself. And like the second brother, he was first astonished, then utterly impressed. My dear granddaughter, how can a foul egg be transformed into such a delightful dish? Ashur, you were intentionally teasing your grandfather, weren't you? You little rascal. Though this sounded like a reprimand, Ashur could not refute it, for he was indeed the grandfather's grandson. Chapter 029, Private Cuisine, Rose Flower Wine. Shui Ling appeared from behind, presenting several dishes. Braised pork, fish and tofu, beef stew with potatoes, stir-fried lotus stems, scrambled eggs with fragrant ash, and shrimp with eel. These were exclusive dishes from the Yun residence, never before offered for sale. Yin Yangzi, you have truly outdone yourself. I was only aware that your family's cuisine was exquisite, but I had no idea there were so many secret recipes within your home. The fifth prince grew increasingly vexed. Were it not for the fear of earning a reputation for gluttony, he would have relished the prospect of dining at the Yun residence daily. Yun Qingyi resumed her seat, and Mo Yuxuan, upon flipping over his bowl, discovered roasted fish within. Grateful for the dish left for her, she expressed her thanks. Thank you, General. There is no need for gratitude. It is merely the host's fare, he replied. May I take 2 preserved eggs home? I have 2 cats that would likely enjoy them. The idea of bringing treats for the cats made Yun Qingyi skeptical. She suspected he might be up to some mischief akin to what Ashur would do. She instructed Shui Ling to fetch a jar of preserved eggs, clean them thoroughly, and prepared them for Mo Yuxuan. Then, she inquired if the fifth prince had any other dishes in mind that could be prepared as well. After expressing his gratitude, the fifth prince remarked that there were no capable cooks at his residence to replicate such exquisite flavors, and he preferred not to trouble her further. He suggested that he would simply come directly to the next banquet at the Yun residence. Such delightful dishes, yet it is a pity there is no wine, he lamented, as the allure of indulgence stirred within him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to drink, it is not difficult, he continued. I have brought imperial wine, a gift from the emperor at the beginning of the year. I shall pour a couple of cups for the Grand Tutor. The fifth prince summoned a jar of imperial wine and poured some for the Grand Tutor, ensuring that everyone else received a share as well. 1 sip of wine is hardly worth it, Yun Qingyi mused, calculating the days needed for her rose wine to ferment. Estimating it would soon be ready, she instructed Shui Ling to retrieve 5 jars. Upon opening one of the wine jars, she brought it before her grandfather, inviting him to savor its fragrance. The Grand Tutor was momentarily overwhelmed by the floral aroma, prompting Madame Fong beside him to urge him to take a sip. Mother, this is the rose wine my daughter brewed a few days ago. Made from glutinous rice, it does not intoxicate. Please do have a taste. Shui Ling distributed a cup of wine to each guest, and the fifth prince was astonished to find it possessed the fragrance of floral cakes. Lady Yun, I have an indiscreet request, he began. Yun Qingyi understood his insinuation. If the fifth prince was fond of something, that is not suitable. Lady Yun, you may not be aware, but the fifth prince is merely being polite. In truth, he prefers stronger spirits. Lady Yun has only a few jars, which are quite rare. He would never deprive another of what they enjoy. Coincidentally, I have a fondness for sweet wine. I hope Lady Yun might spare me a few jars, interjected Mo Yuxuan. The fifth prince was rendered speechless. For the sake of a single jar of wine, his cousin had shamelessly revealed his preference for sweet treats. Though he silently scoffed, he maintained a smile. If the Duke of Jinyuan enjoys it, then let him have it. And Mo Yuxuan discerned that his cousin was indeed displeased. He had always referred to himself as cousin, and if he resorted to using his title, it signified he was indeed quite upset. Yet he thought little of it. After all, he could not best him in a contest of strength. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yun Qingyi bid farewell to her guests, each departing with a gift and a sweet treat. It was then they comprehended why the Yun family maintained their composure in the face of an abundant feast. They could never predict when the final dish would be served. As Mo Yuxuan carried the gift and wine jar, he expressed his gratitude to Lady Yun for her hospitality and the exquisite wine. Yun Qingyi retorted, were it not for your unreliable handling of 1,000 pounds, would I have needed to expend 100 pounds of glutinous rice to brew so much wine? With this quantity, when shall we ever finish it? And you presume to claim I have only a few jars? I have but a few jars made from the general's 1,000 pounds of roses. The phrase 1,000 pounds was particularly weighty when she uttered it. Regardless of Yun Qingyi's demeanor, today, Mo Yuxuan had indeed consumed her offerings. One cannot complain after having partaken of another's generosity. He expressed his gratitude once more and returned home through the back door. As soon as he stepped inside, 2 insatiable cats surrounded him, and he had not exaggerated in the least. For days, the Yun family had been delivering rent, thoroughly indulging the appetites of the two. Yesterday, he had heard that the general was dining at the Yun residence, initially wishing to accompany him. Yet, the general himself had arrived uninvited, and even with their boldness, they possessed a sense of decorum. It was unthinkable to trespass into the Yun household. Their minds had long since drifted beyond the confines of 2 walls. The exquisite dishes, succulent roast chicken stuffed with fragrant mushrooms, had Mo Yun and Mo Yu salivating by the courtyard wall as they chatted. When the general returned, Mo Yu, overcome by hunger, disregarded their master-servant relationship and began to search the general's person. Ultimately, Mo Yuxuan, quick on his feet, managed to slip each of them a preserved egg. This was the finest delicacy available at the Yun residence today. A dark, unappealing mass could hardly be deemed the best dish. It seemed the general was once again engaging in deception, and Mo Yu was intent on searching. If he did not satiate the 2 famished souls who had been yearning for food all night, they would surely prevent him from practicing his martial arts. Mo Yuxuan left the gifts for the 2 and said, "Begone." After expressing their thanks to the general, they complied. Once they had departed, he retreated to his study. Unveiling the silk cloth, he revealed 3 containers, placing 2 jars of rose wine into the cart. He increasingly found Yun Qingyi to be an intriguing woman, continually surprising him each day. Just how many secrets did she harbor? He lifted a jug of wine and took a small sip. Earlier, amidst the lively atmosphere, he had not taken the time to savor it. Now, in solitude, with a jug in hand, he could truly appreciate the slow fermentation of fine wine. At that moment, his mind was entirely clear, immersed in the gentle intoxication of the rose's fragrance. Before he had finished the jug, a loud thud startled him, as if a stone had been hurled over the courtyard wall. Who would dare to launch an attack on the residence of the Marquis of Jinyuan? General, a stone has been thrown over the wall, accompanied by a letter. Mo Yuxuan opened it and nearly burst into laughter. The letter stated that the 1,000 pounds of roses had no place to be stored, and to avoid waste, they had been transformed into 100 pounds of wine. However, with so few people at home, it was impossible to consume it all, since the general enjoyed sweet wine, and this endeavor had been initiated by him. He was kindly asked to purchase it at market price. The wine was placed at the door for the general to collect overnight, and any losses would not be the sender's responsibility. Should the general decline to pay, the Yun family would cease to pay rent henceforth, thus settling their accounts. An invoice was attached. 100 pounds of glutinous rice, costing 5 taels. 100 jars of wine, costing 5 taels. Cleaning, brewing, and transportation fees amounting to 10 taels. Storage fees of 5 taels, totaling 25 taels of silver. A note added, the 100 jars of wine included the 5 jars consumed today. As if the general had treated everyone. Once I block your door, you block mine. Let us consider it even. Mo Yuxuan peered out the back door and found the entrance completely obstructed by a multitude of wine jars. He is known as Mo Mou, who transported wine into the cellar, tossing a bag of silver over the wall and shooting an arrow to pin the money pouch onto the locust tree in the courtyard of Yun Qingyi. Within the pouch, aside from 25 taels of silver, lay a note stating that rent was due the following day. This Yun lady certainly believed in retribution, leaving no room for ambiguity. Chapter 030. The Silk Shop, Part 1. The next day, Yun Qingyi ventured into the streets and encountered a familiar face, Lu Zhiyao. The bustling Yunmeng Zhe offered a plethora of fresh ingredients each visit, and she transformed her purchases into delectable dishes. Whether operating a stall, providing takeout, or preparing private meals, her culinary endeavors flourished. Although she had amassed a considerable repertoire of dishes, her aspirations to open a restaurant left her yearning for more. For her, wandering the streets served as a means to gather inspiration, seek out fresh ingredients, understand the preferences of the Yunmeng Zhe populace, and familiarize herself with local specialties, leading to endless creative combinations. Innovation, after all, is merely the recombination of disparate elements. Hence, her strolls were not confined to food stalls, but were rather leisurely explorations. The expanse of Yunmeng Zhe was vast. In Yun Qingyi was not particularly fond of shopping during her university days. She often declined to join her roommates on their shopping sprees, harboring little interest in clothing. However, once she discovered the significance of a task, her energy transformed entirely, rendering fatigue obsolete. For instance, wandering through Yunmeng Zhe for 3 hours felt effortless. Though she ambled slowly, her endurance was remarkable. As she meandered from shop to shop, it became impractical to travel by carriage, leading to Water Ling expressing her concern. "Miss, the day is waning. Shall we return?" After several outings, she ceased bringing Water Ling along, leaving her at home to manage daily affairs, while she ventured out with a carriage and a driver following at a distance. During one of her aimless strolls, she passed by a silk shop and was met with a cacophony of sharp arguments, where she encountered Lu Zhiyao, one of her few acquaintances from the capital. Since their last meeting at a banquet, Lu Zhiyao had returned home to don a clean, simple linen garment, carefully storing the silk dress gifted by Yun Qingyi in her wardrobe, continuing her modest lifestyle. Yet, her sister had seen the dress and relentlessly confronted their father. "Father, you always say sister lives simply, caring little for appearance, yet you are unaware of her pretense. She feigns simplicity before us, while behind closed doors. That one dress could sustain our family for an entire month." Lu Zhiying retrieved the dress from her sister's room and presented it to their father. As the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, possessing a fine dress was hardly excessive. However, if Zhiyao truly lived a double life, it would be an entirely different matter. He summoned Zhiyao to clarify the situation in person. Since Rong Qi Nyang married into the Lu family, life had become tumultuous for Lu Yuanxing. Fortunately, their daughter Zhiyao was obedient and sensible, soft-spoken and rational. Every time Lu Yuanxing faced irritation from Rong Denyang, seeing his daughter alleviated much of his frustration. Fearing that his well-behaved daughter might be led astray by such a mother, he chose to raise her close by his side. He personally guided her studies and even arranged for her to serve as a companion to the princess for a time, where she learned the arts of domesticity. He genuinely wished to believe that Zhiyao was a good child. Lu Zio entered the study and was taken aback by the garments spread across her father's desk. A wave of grievance washed over her. Why had her neatly arranged belongings found their way onto her father's table? Her sudden change in demeanor, perceived by her younger sister, was interpreted as a tension born from a lie being unveiled. Suppressing the resentment within, Lu Ziyou informed her father of the garment's origin, omitting the incident where her sister had splashed soup upon her. She merely stated that it was an accidental stain, attributing the attire to the generous gift from Sister Yun. Upon learning the truth, Lu Yuansheng exhaled in relief. After dismissing the dissatisfied Lu Jing, he instructed his eldest daughter to reciprocate the kindness of Lady Yun, emphasizing the importance of mutual respect in honoring such goodwill. While her father was indeed correct, Lu Ziyou found herself troubled. The exquisite ensemble gifted by Sister Yun was worth no less than 20 taels of silver, a sum she had not personally worn but had certainly encountered. It was imperative that her return gift match the value. Her father, preoccupied with external affairs, had never concerned himself with the household expenses and had not contemplated this aspect. Lu Jing's point was also valid. A single outfit could sustain the family's expenses for an entire month. She could not, simply because of her father's decree, approach the matriarch, Sun Xiaonyang, for funds. Sun Xiaonyang managed the family's finances with great difficulty, and requesting 20 taels for a gift to a young lady felt beyond her capacity. She could not even turn to her mother, Lady Rong. Lady Rong held tightly to her savings, relying on them as her safety net. If Lu Ziyou were to ask her for money, not only would she face a thorough interrogation, but there was also a high likelihood that she would end up empty-handed and reprimanded. Where were you when I needed assistance? Now that you require funds, you remember you have a mother? Lady Rong would lament. You have no affection for me. You only think of my money. Why not conspire with your heartless father to rid me of my existence? If I were gone, all my savings would be yours. What more could you want? It seems you're not only after my security funds, but also plotting to drain our Rong family's wealth. Let me warn you, if you side with your father, do not expect a single coin from the Rong family. Fortunately, her uncle, Rong Yuanyu, treated her with kindness. The Rong family was a prominent business dynasty with branches spread throughout the Qingyi kingdom. Whenever her uncle visited the capital to oversee the stores, he would make it a point to see her, often taking her along to the shops for amusement. During one of these excursions, she happened to observe the shopkeeper calculating with an abacus, and her uncle taught her a few techniques, which she quickly mastered. Since then, her uncle had been generous with her, gifting her red envelopes filled with silver, often a handful of small coins, which accumulated into a sizable bag. Many times, her filial piety, dignity, and understanding were sustained by these gifts from her uncle, such as in this instance of reciprocal gifting. With silver in hand, she set out for the finest silk shop, Jinxiu Xian, in Yunming's. She planned to select a fine fabric, and then commission a tailor to craft a dress in the same style and embroidery as the one Sister Yun had bestowed upon her. Just as she selected the perfect material, she was confronted by Lu Jing, who had followed her into the store. Sister, have you not always donned plain linen? What brings you to the silk shop today, as if the sun has risen in the west? Have you finally decided to abandon your fade? After all these years of pretending to be simple, understanding, and considerate before father, aren't you exhausted? Lu Ziyou wished to avoid a confrontation, yearning only to complete her errand and return home. Shopkeeper, please wrap this fabric for me. Lu Jiang extracted 5 taels of silver from her purse to present to the shopkeeper. All the family's finances are managed by my mother, and I have not heard her mention giving you any money. Where did this money come from, sister? Where did you steal it? Return it to where you obtained it, lest father punish you. Lu Jing unleashed a tirade, observing that Lu Jiang was unresponsive. Shopkeeper, do you accept any money in your business? Are you not afraid of accepting unclean funds, thereby attracting trouble from undesirable individuals? As Lu Jing continued to speak increasingly out of turn, Lu Jiang felt compelled to interject. Mother has never given me money. This money was bestowed upon me by Madame Rong, our mother's sister. Must I inform mother every time Madame Rong gives me a few coins? Madame Rong rarely mingles with others, preferring to remain within her own courtyard. Lu Jiang surmised that her sister was unaware of the intricacies of the situation, thus she concealed the truth, though she spoke with a fade of calmness. Her heart was a tempest of anxiety. She could not disclose that her mother was unwilling to provide her with funds, as the money had been given by her wealthy uncle, a privilege Lu Jing lacked. Lu Jing constantly felt that father favored her sister, leaving her with a sense of inequity. If she were to speak the unvarnished truth, she would inevitably face another round of scorn and derision. Should Lu Jing discover that their mother was unwilling to bestow money upon her and often used finances to belittle her, it would likely exacerbate her derision. This would render her already arduous life even more challenging. Is it that Madame Rong disapproves of your attire as a lowly servant girl, perceiving it as a disgrace, and thus urges you to dress more elegantly? If you comply with Madame Rong's wishes and present yourself so ostentatiously, what will father say? I truly pity you. Having to please both mother and father, striving to satisfy so many people, is it not exhausting? Qingyi, having eavesdropped at Jing Xiuquan for quite some time, found Lu Jing's demeanor quite distasteful. At merely 12 years of age, she bore a sharp and acerbic tongue akin to a finely honed compass. Before she could even enter, someone preemptively came to Lu Jing's aid. Lu Qingyi, Lu Jing's younger brother, entered the silk shop, intending to escort Lu Jing away. Why are you pulling me? Are you not my brother? Why support an outsider? Lu Jing retorted angrily. Sister, what are you saying? One cannot write the character for Lu with a single stroke. We are all members of the Lu family. How can you label me as an outsider? Sister often claims that father values propriety, yet here you are speaking disrespectfully to your elder sister. What kind of decorum is that? Your elder sister is not quarreling with you, yet you truly believe yourself justified? You constantly accuse father of favoritism, convinced that your elder sister has overshadowed you, and you seek to reclaim your dignity from her. Have you considered that the more you act this way, the less father will regard you? Though Lu Jing and Lu Qingyi were siblings, they were merely hours apart in age, being twins. In Lu Jing's eyes, Lu Jing was the legitimate daughter, and Lu Qingyi the sole son, both receiving their father's favor due to their esteemed positions, leaving her feeling like an overlooked outlier. If even my own brother side with outsiders, I have nothing left to say. However, your genuine affection towards her as an elder sister does not guarantee she reciprocates it as a younger brother. With those words, Lu Jing stormed off in a huff. Lu Qingyi bid farewell to Lu Jiao and then took his leave. Once only Lu Jiao remained. Qingyi entered the silk shop, curious about Lu Jiao's purpose there. What a coincidence, for her sister Jiao was also present. Upon seeing Qingyi, Lu Jiao concealed her earlier displeasure and donned a smile. Indeed, it was fortuitous, Sister Yin. The last time, you graciously gifted me clothing in my time of need, and today I have come specifically to select a fabric as a token of gratitude for you. What a fortunate encounter. Sister Jiao, you are far too courteous. It was merely a trivial gesture, no need for such expense. If that garment truly poses an inconvenience, you may return it to me. There is no need to craft another. How could I possibly do that? You mentioned when you lent it to me that you had never worn that dress. Qingyi observed her clad in humble garments while shopping for silk, likely bearing a considerable burden. She initially intended to provide her an escape from discomfort, alleviating her troubles. Although she too was a daughter of high rank, which family was devoid of burdensome debts. Yet, Lu Jiao insisted on procuring fine fabric as a gift, leading Qingyi to ponder that while Lu Jing's words were harsh, they were not entirely unfounded. How exhausting it must be to maintain such a facade for so long. Since she was resolute, Qingyi refrained from further objections. To assist others, one must employ methods they can accept. That is the essence of true help. Shopkeeper, how much for the fabric? Miss, it is 650 won per foot, totaling 5 taels for 7 feet and 4 inches. Lu Jiao hesitated, suspecting the shopkeeper had erred. She picked up the abacus from the counter, deftly calculating and revealing a figure that should amount to 4 taels and 810 won. Had the shopkeeper miscalculated the change? The shopkeeper repeatedly apologized, handing her the correct change. Qingyi silently marveled at her remarkable arithmetic skills. Such intelligence, yet she bore the demeanor of one constantly oppressed. Lu Jiao received the change and the receipt, inviting Qingyi to accompany her to the tailor's shop, where she arranged for the tailor to craft a ruchuan in accordance with Qingyi's measurements, settling on a price of 18 taels and 700 won. Lu Jiao's quick calculations and articulate speech revealed a stark contrast to the demeanor she displayed when encountering Lu Jing. Society imposes excessive demands on women, confining them to domesticity, resulting in a loss of vitality amid the relentless struggles for affection and domestic discord. How disheartening it is! For the world beyond offers vast opportunities. A woman like Lu Jiao, should she take a step forward, would find the expanse of the world before her. Retreating, however, leads to irretrievable despair. She is undeniably intelligent, cultured, and well-born, yet she perpetually appears as a victim of circumstance. Today, by chance, her brother came to her aid. In the future, should no one offer assistance, she would have to swallow her grievances alone. Why must one endure such a life? The last time Qingyi extended a helping hand, she discerned that Lu Jiao was not content with her situation. With a bit of encouragement, she could rise and assert herself. To ensure her continued ascent, she would need a steady source of inner strength. Today, having fortuitously encountered Sister Jiao, let us visit the tea house ahead. I shall treat you to a cup of tea. Qingyi wished to converse further to better understand her character. With a gentle nudge, perhaps Lu Jiao could find her footing, and they might even engage in business together in the future. The tea house, situated by the river, welcomed them as they ascended the stairs, ordering 2 cups of tea and a selection of snacks, allowing conversation to flow freely over their refreshments. Sister Jiao, I am not one to indulge in idle gossip, yet I find myself exceedingly curious. As the legitimate daughter and the elder sister, I have heard from my younger sibling that you are favored by our father at home. How is it that you always seem to fall short in stature compared to her? These words from Qingyi nearly brought Lu Jiao to tears. Although her father and uncle dote on her, they remain oblivious to the grievances she endures within the household and cannot comprehend her plight. To spare them the burden of her troubles, Lu Jiao has always refrained from voicing her grievances in their presence, maintaining a facade of emotional stability. Her younger brother, though sensible, is rarely home, offering respect but lacking in warmth. Their stepmother manages the household's daily needs tirelessly, ensuring that Lu Jiao's basic necessities are met. Yet she faces no shortage of disdain from her mother and half-sister, Jiying, who hurl barbed remarks at her daily. She avoids confrontation whenever possible. But what choice does she have? With nothing to occupy their time, they indulge in their cruelty full-time, while Lu Jiao can only afford to manage her studies part-time amidst the turmoil. She cannot afford to expend the time and energy to contend with her mother and Jiying, so she chooses to evade whenever she can. Lu Jiao delicately confided in Qingyi about her bittersweet circumstances, acknowledging that from her perspective, there truly seems to be no better alternative. When faced with external adversities, one can endure and resist. A single blow is preferable to a barrage of attacks. However, when discord arises behind closed doors, familial strife becomes an endless cycle. Attempting to resolve internal conflict from within leads only to a deadlock. If Lu Jiao wishes to truly harness her potential, she must step outside her current confines. Chapter 32. Rome Shop. 13 Spices. Sister Jiao, you must be parched. Have some tea and a snack, and take your time in speaking. Lu Jiao picked up a piece of mung bean cake, and Qingyi inquired how it compared to the flour cakes I had given her previously. Naturally, my sister's flour cakes are more delectable. I share your sentiment. Qingyi, regardless of whether she deemed it flattery, recognized that this was not the moment for pleasantries. This mung bean cake costs 100 won per plate, while my flour cakes are also 100 won per box. If placed side by side, which would you prefer to purchase? Naturally, I would choose my sister's flour cakes. Precisely. For the same price, I can offer a superior experience. My flour cakes not only sell well, but are also in high demand, requiring a purchase limit each day to accommodate more customers. After 2 months, my small stall has yielded some profit. This is all my pocket money, free from parental oversight. I can buy whatever I desire and spend as I wish. More importantly, the recognition of my creations fills me with a great sense of achievement, far surpassing the mundane experience of attending banquets and overhearing idle chatter. I cannot believe my sister has ventured into business. I have yet to congratulate her. No need to rush. When I open my shop in the future, you may come and celebrate my success then. Are you aiming for something grand? If possible, why not? Just as their conversation reached a delightful crescendo, they were interrupted by the arrival of her uncle, Rong Yuanyu. Lu Jiao introduced Yun Qingyi to her uncle, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he proposed to take them to his shop to see if there was anything they fancied. Since Yun Qingyi was already out for a leisurely outing, she was more than willing to accompany her knowledgeable uncle. The Rong family has established a significant enterprise, with a bustling marketplace in Yunming's known as Limahe, where numerous shops belong to them. They deal in jade, jewelry, antiques, tea, spices, cosmetics, and silk. Uncle Rong mentioned that the Rong family owns a silk shop in the capital, which made Yun Qingyi ponder deeply. Uncle is quite kind to Lu Jiyue, who is in need of money. If she were to procure a piece of fabric from the Rong family silk shop, it would certainly be feasible. However, she chose to seek alternatives elsewhere, perhaps not wanting to reveal her financial struggles to her uncle, lest he worry for her. She might also wish to preserve her dignity, refraining from taking advantage of her uncle's generosity. Hence, she found it inappropriate to voice her predicament, merely stating that she had recently made new garments and sought to purchase some food items, specifically tea and spices. Yun Qingyi first visited the spice shop where Uncle Rong, being gracious, insisted on offering her a small gift. She felt it impolite to decline, while others purchased spices to create sachets. Yun Qingyi intended to acquire spices related to cooking. She observed the various ingredients for the renowned 13-spice blend and proceeded to write down a recipe, requesting a shopkeeper to assist in weighing and grinding the spices. As she drafted the list, Lu Jiyue watched. 5 parts Sichuan pepper, 4 parts dried ginger, 3 parts cinnamon, 2 parts galangal, 1 part star anise, 1 part sand ginger, 1 part fennel, 1 part cardamom, 1 part dried tangerine peel, half a part white atractalodes, 2 parts wood fragrance, and 1 part clove, totaling 1 tael. Does Sister Yin also know how to mix herbs? Lu Jiyue inquired. These are not medicinal herbs, merely seasonings for cooking. Although Yun Qingyi had not yet decided on a dish to use the 13 spices for, she recalled a master chef from the fish flavor restaurant mentioning that simply blanching vegetables and drizzling them with hot oil, a pinch of salt, and the 13 spices would create a delightful dish. Since the 13 spices are versatile, she was certain they would serve her well. The shopkeeper meticulously weighed each ingredient using a small copper scale, ground them, and packaged them for Yun Qingyi. The trio then proceeded to the tea shop. Familiar with green and black tea, Yun Qingyi appreciated the subtle flavor of green tea and the invigorating qualities of black tea. A fine selection of tea would bring her closer to her aspirations of making milk tea. The shopkeeper, having inquired about their preferences, allowed Yun Qingyi, the sole customer, to choose the tea. She requested recommendations for several varieties of black and green tea. The shopkeeper prepared 5 or 6 pots for her to sample, and she carefully tasted each, ultimately selecting the most delicate green tea and the one with the richest color among the black teas. Madam, Yin has a discerning eye. These 2 teas are Snow Water Cloud Green and 9 Curves Red Plum, the shopkeeper remarked as he packaged them for her, to which Yun Qingyi expressed her gratitude. Do you enjoy tea, Sister Yin? She was asked. I strolled through the market today in search of fresh ingredients, she replied, glancing at the tea bags in her hands. My small stall is about to have new offerings. Hearing this, Uncle Rong's interest piqued further. Does Madame Yin also engage in business? Pray tell, what sort of enterprise do you run? She spoke of her business in front of Lu Jiyue to uplift her spirits, yet knowing Uncle Rong conducted substantial trade, she felt compelled to be modest. I merely sell some homemade delicacies at home, receiving patronage from esteemed relatives and friends, and I manage to sell them daily. Today, having received tea leaves as a gift from Uncle Rong, I can introduce new items. Could it be that Madame Yin intends to sell tea as well? Uncle Rong found it somewhat astonishing. Most individuals indulge in tea not merely for its flavor, but rather to engage in conversation or to find a moment of respite, necessitating a suitable place to sit. Yun Qingyi had just mentioned that she intended to sell tea at home. It would be utterly improper to transform the esteemed courtyard of the Shangshu mansion into a tea stall. Even if she dared to set up a tea stall at home, no one would be inclined to partake. Being a business-minded individual, Yun Qingyi discerned Uncle Rong's reservations. Rest assured, Uncle, My niece shall neither establish a tea stall at home, nor sell merely a cup of tea. Might you provide an address, so that I may deliver the finished product for your esteemed evaluation? Qingyi exuded confidence, believing that her culinary innovations would surpass expectations. However, when it came to business strategies, she was eager to hear the insights of a seasoned expert like Uncle Rong. If it were convenient, she could deliver to Rong GT House in the near future. Uncle Rong regarded Qingyi and then glanced at his niece. Although they were of similar ages, Qingyi's vitality far surpassed her cousin's. He had witnessed the innocence and vivacity of Madame Rong when she was still Miss Rongqi. After her marriage, however, the bitterness had increasingly clouded her demeanor, her eyes filled with resentment and grievance. After meeting her a few times, he had become reluctant to visit the Lu mansion. Each time he encountered his niece, he felt she bore an undue gravity, devoid of the lightheartedness typical of youth. Though she never voiced her struggles, Uncle Rong, having seen countless faces, could detect the traces of sorrow in her features, indicating that life in the Lu mansion was not kind to her. Even if he wished to assist, the presence of her parents, who held prominent and respectable positions, rendered him without a suitable title to act upon. Perhaps Qingyi's arrival would present a turning point, allowing his niece to witness that women could indeed live differently. Chapter 033. The guests arrive. Milk green tea. Milk tea. After a flurry of activity, Qingyi emerged from the room, carrying several bamboo tubes. Rong GT House offered a plethora of teas, with dozens of varieties of green tea alone. Qingyi had specifically chosen Shui Yun Green, valuing its sweet aftertaste and exquisite flavor. There was no need to select the most expensive. The most suitable would suffice. Quality tea, fine milk, could create an exceptional milk tea, with tea being the soul of the beverage. To accentuate the tea's flavor, she deliberately omitted fruit, combining only tea and milk with ice to create her milk tea. Pouring the spring water she had stored at home into a kettle, she placed it over the charcoal stove to boil. Using a copper spoon, she scooped tea leaves into the teapot and poured in the boiling water. The first infusion was to rinse the leaves, which she discarded. The second infusion was then poured in. After allowing the tea leaves to swirl in the pot for several seconds, she decanted the tea into a serving vessel. Next, she prepared several bamboo tubes, placing a small amount of ice at the bottom of each before filling them halfway with tea, adding a third of sugar, and then gently pouring chilled milk along the walls of the tube until it was 8/10 full. Thus, several cups of milk green tea were crafted. Following this, she replicated the process using Juko Hongmei as the base for her black tea, concocting several tubes of milk tea. She then took 2 slender wheat straws, inserting one into a tube of milk green tea and the other into a tube of milk tea. Chilled. The rich aroma of the tea blended with the creaminess of the milk intensified the flavor. She called for Qingyi and instructed him to deliver these 6 tubes of milk tea to Rong GT House on Limai Road, handing them to the head of the Rong family, the shopkeeper, and Madame Lu. After it was delivered, I opened the bamboo caps for them, inserted the straws, and invited them to partake. I informed them that this tea was crafted by me and requested their esteemed appraisal. Upon hearing that the young lady had prepared tea, Qingyi exclaimed, "Miss, is it a new delicacy? I too wish to sample the tea." The servants, who diligently followed Qingyi in their tasks, not only enjoyed bonuses, but also frequently mingled with the affluent, which invigorated their spirits. They held a particular fondness for Qingyi, who, in turn, displayed no airs, thereby encouraging their candidness. Qingyi retrieved a bamboo tube filled with milk tea and handed it to him, saying it was for him, urging him to deliver the tea promptly without indulging himself. Qingyi graciously accepted the milk tea, expressing gratitude for the young lady's generosity. He quickly grasped a straw, plunged it into the tube, and took a hearty sip, reveling in its refreshing sweetness. "Miss, this is truly delightful. Are we not to be busy again? Can you manage to deliver this order well? Be swift, lest the ice melts and the taste diminishes. Rest assured, miss, I guarantee that not a single ice cube will have melted by the time I deliver it." He stowed the bamboo tube in his satchel, placed the entire package in a box, leaped onto his horse, and spurred it into a gallop. Upon arriving at Rongji Tea House, Qingyi found Uncle Rong and Lu Jiao still present. Following the young lady's instructions, he arranged 6 bamboo tubes on the table, removed their caps, and inserted the straws. The exterior of the tubes glistening with droplets of water. Uncle Rong found this rather intriguing. He had never witnessed the use of straws in tea before. However, as it was a particular request from Lady Yun, he felt compelled to comply, lest this young courier return home with an unfavorable report. He lifted a cup of milk tea and took a sip through the straw. With just one taste, he realized that Lady Yun had indeed spoken truthfully to his niece about the profits made from setting up a stall at home. Lu Jiao was the first to take a cup of milk tea. The rich flavor of Juku Hongmei harmonized beautifully with the creaminess, yielding an unprecedented taste under the refreshing chill of the ice. The shopkeeper, accustomed to tea, sampled 2 varieties of milk tea and could not help but exclaim, "Lady Yun is truly a genius. The infusion of milk into tea creates such a remarkable flavor." Uncle Rong presented Yunxi with a couple of pieces of silver, saying, "Young man, you have worked hard. Lady Yun has extended her hospitality, and we wish to express our gratitude in person. Kindly guide us." This situation was unusual for Yunxi, who recalled the young lady's words about the importance of this order, suggesting it had been successful. He hesitated to accept Uncle Rong's silver, stating he needed to report to the family head. Uncle Rong, recognizing Qingyi's adeptness in managing her affairs, handed Yunxi a letter of thanks to take back. Upon seeing the letter, Qingyi felt the matter required careful consideration. She approached her father, seeking his counsel regarding the letter. Yun Jingxing's mood was quite complex upon viewing the letter. It was not surprising for Rong Yuanyu to wish to meet him. As the Minister of Revenue, he was well acquainted with the tax giants across the land, particularly the Rong family, who were renowned merchants, both buying and selling across the realm, thus being among the wealthiest taxpayers. Furthermore, during the recent southern tour of the emperor, the Rong family had graciously lent their villa in Jiangnan as a temporary palace, where Yun Jingxing had accompanied and had several encounters with the family head. Now, with his daughter's acquaintance delivering the letter, though it did not specify whom they wished to meet, he found the situation rather curious. Seeing her father silent, Yun Qingyi recounted her day's experiences in detail. Upon hearing that her daughter's visit was merely prompted by a few cups of tea, her father wore a look of melancholy. "My dear daughter, how could you have acquired new delicacies without informing your father? When the guests arrive to discuss tea, how shall I respond?" Noting her father's light-hearted tone, she understood that soon she would be graced by the presence of her maternal uncle and cousin. Acknowledging her oversight, she promptly went to pour her father a cup of tea. She brewed 2 large pots this time, opting for chilled milk tea instead of using a bamboo tube. After serving her father, she instructed Xue Ling to deliver a cup to her mother, distributing the remainder to the servants. As everyone enjoyed their drinks, the doorman announced the arrival of Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong entered the main hall with Lu Jiao, accompanied by a few boxes of modest gifts, requesting that Master Yun graciously accept them. After having Lu Jiao pay her respects to Master Yun, Uncle Rong began speaking. "It has been many years since we last parted in Jiangnan, and Master Yun remains as graceful as ever. Today, I fortuitously encountered my niece and Mrs. Yun for tea, and I am here to express my gratitude for the new delicacies bestowed upon us." Upon hearing Uncle Rong mention Lu Jiao enjoying tea with his daughter, Yun Jingxing ushered her to the inner courtyard. "Since Lady Lu is a close friend of my daughter, Xian Xian, you shall attend to her well." After greeting her father and Uncle Rong, Yun Qingyi led Lu Jiao to her small courtyard, the true space for their conversation. Observing the cordial interaction between the Yun family members, Uncle Rong felt he had achieved his purpose. He had intended to show Lu Jiao how vibrant young women lived, believing that witnessing it firsthand would ignite her aspirations, thus enabling him to assist her. What Yun Qingyi encountered in her courtyard left her utterly astounded. Unlike the typical feminine quarters adorned with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums, her courtyard was brimming with life. There was a trio of sisters-in-law cheerfully tending to ducks, a maid bustling in and out with roasted ducks, a young man returning jubilantly after delivering messages, and an aunt serving crispy fish to the crowd amidst laughter. Yun Qingyi guided Lu Jiao around, introducing her to the culinary delights of the courtyard while occasionally advising the servants on various matters. After their tour, she led Lu Jiao to the pavilion within the courtyard and had the servants bring forth several platters of food. Handing Lu Jiao a slice of Peking duck, she inquired, "How does this compare to the gossip-filled banquets?" Lu Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she realized that her sister lived in such a lively and vibrant environment within the confines of the inner courtyard. Chapter 034. Calculating life. Do you truly enjoy this lifestyle? Indeed. Her sister's ease captivated Lu Jiao, who longed for such freedom. If you genuinely appreciate it, you too can embrace it. Yet, Lu Jiao's expression suddenly darkened. I cannot cook and have no one to support me. Qingyi retracted her earlier warmth. Her gaze now cool. You may not be able to replicate my life exactly. Stop fixating on what you lack, and instead, contemplate what you possess. If you truly wish to live more freely, you must devise some means. Having reached this point, she found herself devoid of further words. All that could be articulated had been expressed. If Lu Ziyo could emerge from this predicament, it would be a significant act of kindness towards Qingyi. Should she continue to cower in self-pity, then the present state of her life would be a choice she made, leaving her with a clear conscience. If that were indeed the case, she would no longer regard her as a friend, nor extend any assistance. Prolonged exposure to individuals imbued with negative energy could inevitably lead to misfortune. On her way back from the Yun residence, Lu Ziyo remained in a state of turmoil. In terms of lineage, she and Qingyi were comparable. However, in terms of life circumstances, she found herself vastly inferior. Perhaps, she mused, it was indeed possible for her to emulate Qingyi's existence. Her uncle set her down at the entrance of the Lu estate, and after bidding him farewell, she stepped through the threshold with a newfound lightness in her stride. Her uncle, watching her retreating figure, felt a deep-seated gratitude towards Lady Yun. As Lu Ziyo breezed back to her quarters, she was spotted by Madame Rong in the corridor. Ziyo, come here. The sudden call from behind transformed her earlier buoyancy into a cascade of cold sweat. She turned with utmost respect, lowering her gaze in deference. Mother has summoned me? Walk as you will, but what is this unwarranted arrogance? Came her mother's sharp retort. Such frivolity. Is this how I have raised you? You bear no semblance to a child of the Rong family. Lu Ziyo remained silent, enduring the one-sided tirade from her mother. After being away for so long, what were you doing? Madame Rong continued. I encountered your uncle on the street, and knowing you have struggled with calculations, I specifically asked him to guide you, which caused a slight delay. Oof. A disdainful sound escaped Madame Rong's lips. With your inept attempts at counting, you resemble a clumsy ox. Even your technique is flawed, and yet you dare seek your uncle's instruction? When Madame Rong was still known as Rong Qingyang, she had been steeped in the art of accounting and abacus skills, excelling in both. In her eyes, her daughter was hopelessly inept in this regard, no matter how hard she tried to teach her. Since her daughter had begun to comprehend, she had been chastised for this perceived deficiency. In truth, Lu Ziyo possessed a fair aptitude for calculations, but as the household accounts did not fall under her purview, she rarely had the opportunity to practice. For her, the abacus was merely a pastime. Each time the topic arose, her mother's criticisms would ensue, perpetually interrupting her. When interrupted, she would invariably make mistakes, which resulted in even harsher reprimands from her mother. Today, perhaps inspired by Qingyi's guidance, she felt a strong desire to prove herself before her mother. With her uncle's assistance, she hoped to perform better than before. Shall I demonstrate my skills for you? She proposed, retrieving the abacus from her room. Determined to execute her calculations flawlessly, she resolved not to pause regardless of her mother's commentary. If she could complete a perfect round, perhaps she would earn her mother's approval, and in turn, lead a life akin to that of Qingyi. With her mother watching, she deftly moved the beads of the abacus. If she could manage to avoid errors, surely she would receive her mother's commendation. 1 round, 2 rounds, all the way to the 7th, Lu Ziyo accomplished her task successfully. She had done it. She truly could. Mother, I have succeeded. Look. She presented the abacus to her mother, her voice laced with excitement, only to be met with a gaze of disdain. As I pondered how one could appear so frivolous upon entering, I realized it was due to newfound skills. What are you floating about? Mastering a mere 7 repetitions hardly constitutes greatness. This is only the beginning. The distance will serve as a reckoning, and you have much further to go. Conceal that air of levity. My mother's reprimands were harsher than usual, and Lu Jiang bore the humiliation, swallowing her tears. Sister Yin, I have tried my best. Yet I cannot succeed. After enduring her mother's scolding, Lu Jiang returned to her room in a daze, only to encounter Lu Jing, the dutiful and understanding elder sister. Had she also faced reprimand? This was followed by exaggerated mockery. She was too weary to respond, or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to it. As a legitimate daughter, Lu Jing could mock her sister without consequence, for what did she have to lose? Given this, finding amusement in her sister's plight became a necessity amidst the dreary life within the household. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Lu family, the cheerful laughter of the Yun family filled the yard. Yun Qingyi had developed a new product, and since their parents in the household had already tasted it, it was only fitting that second brother and Assure should partake as well. By the time second brother and Assure returned home, evening had fallen. Concerned about the stimulating effects of black tea on their sleep, Yun Qingyi opted to prepare only milk green tea for them. Before dinner, they each savored a cup, marking yet another moment of enlightenment. The brothers took turns praising her dexterity, skill, ingenuity, and elegance, lavishing her with compliments until they had exhausted every idiom to describe a woman's crafty hands. After dinner, Shui Ling tidied the room before stepping outside to dispose of the tea leaves, only to encounter Mou from across the way. Sister Shui Ling, what delicious dishes have you prepared today? Is there something new? Say me a bit. Shui Ling rolled her eyes and opened the trash bin to reveal the tea leaves. Would you like to eat these? Mou stared at the refuse for quite some time, bewildered. Is it possible you used this many tea leaves for your household? Surely. You must have made something new. Sister Shui Ling, this seems inappropriate. Our general had an agreement with young Lady Yun. Shui Ling thought Mou's mind was entirely consumed by food, as he seemed perpetually fixated on what she discarded, rummaging through her refuse until the balance between his stomach and his eyes was reconciled. Indeed, the pile of tea leaves exceeded the necessary amount, and Shui Ling could not bear his incessant pestering. Returning to the kitchen, she rummaged through the teapot and discovered some unfinished milk tea that she was about to discard. Pouring half a bamboo tube full, she inserted a straw and handed it to him. This is all that's left, originally meant for disposal. If you wish to drink it, take it. The remnants at the bottom of the teapot contained a few tea leaves, lacking ice to temper it, rendering it far inferior to what Shui Ling and the others had enjoyed. Yet, having something was certainly better than nothing. Montague, grinning mischievously, thanked Shui Ling and returned with the bamboo tube. As he happily slurped through the straw, his cheeks bulging with satisfaction, he inadvertently collided with Mou Xuan. In that moment of impact, Mou did not forget to take a hearty sip, snatching the bamboo tube midair. Displaying the empty tube to Mou Xuan, he exclaimed, "General, this was what they were about to throw away. It's all gone." Very well, go and assume a horse stance for an hour. Chapter 035, Chain Stores, Old Duck Pot, Kung Pao Chicken, Chicken Bun. Yun Qingyi, in a moment of realization, discovered that she had originally intended to seek business advice from Uncle Roan. However, due to her preoccupation with entertaining Lu Jiang that day, she had entirely missed the opportunity to consult him. Her takeaway stall offered a diverse array of delicacies: fish balls, crispy fish, flour cakes, roasted chicken, and roasted duck. Should she add milk tea to the menu, it would encompass main courses, snacks, and beverages alike. While it could be described as a private dining experience, there was no space for patrons to sit. Conversely, labeling it as a snack stall would attract a different clientele. Initially, she had considered the issue of positioning, deciding to focus on takeout for the roasted chicken and duck while limiting the stall to selling only fish balls, crispy fish, and flour cakes. Now that the milk tea had been developed, the question of how to sell it remained. She penned a letter to Uncle Roan and soon received a reply. He acknowledged the exceptional taste of her milk tea, but cautioned that if she intended to sell it at her small snack stall, the initial novelty might attract a wave of customers. However, over time, even the most delectable milk tea would fail to draw a dedicated crowd. Essentially, Milk tea is a light beverage, typically purchased by those wandering through markets, quenching their thirst with a casual cup. If she aspired to establish milk tea as a sustainable business, it could not be confined to a fixed location. Upon reading this, Qingyi felt a weight in her heart. Uncle Rong was correct. Milk tea was not a staple food, and no one would travel great distances for it daily. Moreover, its pricing was not comparable to that of roasted chicken or duck. If sold at a loss, the profits might barely cover feed for a few horses. Did this mean she would have to hire someone to peddle it through the streets? Numerous practical issues loomed. Continuing to read, she sought Uncle Rong's further insights. He proposed that the Rong family owned numerous tea shops scattered throughout Tianqi, with over a dozen in Yunming's. If Qingyi truly wished to cultivate the milk tea business, she could collaborate with the Rong family's tea shops. They would provide the tea leaves while she would concoct the beverages and develop the milk tea recipes. Regarding the sales model, if she agreed, the Rong family would supply the venue, tea leaves, and personnel, while she would provide the recipes, sharing profits in an 80-20 split. With only the task of innovating new products and supplying the recipes, Uncle Rong would grant her 20% of the profits. Qingyi pondered for a moment. While Uncle Rong's proposal was certainly appealing, she perceived certain flaws. Although it was framed as a partnership in business, she was not a shareholder in the Rong family and could only be regarded as a supplier, lacking access to their financial records. Without visibility into the accounts, she would be unable to ascertain the actual sales figures, thus complicating the calculation of her 20% profit share. Such ambiguity could lead to misunderstandings and dissatisfaction. Should the business fail to flourish, it might also strain their relationship. In light of this, she concluded that it might be wiser to sell the recipe outright to Uncle Rong for 100 taels of silver each, allowing her to swiftly acquire her initial capital while circumventing future complications. She promptly composed a response, expressing her gratitude for Uncle Rong's proposal and her honor in the prospect of collaborating with him. But due to her limited accounting skills, she wished to sell the recipe outright. Having resolved her business dilemma, her spirits soared, prompting her to treat herself. For a true gourmand, the finest form of self-reward is indulging in delightful cuisine. She glanced into the kitchen and requested that 2 ducks be reserved for her, calling out to Yunqi, who was on his way to Rongji Tea House to deliver a message, asking him to bring back some curry. Eating roasted duck repeatedly had become monotonous. It was time for a change in flavor. After cleaning the 2 ducks, she trimmed their tails and placed them into a pot, filling it with water until the ducks were submerged, then covering it with a lid and weighing it down with stones. She specifically instructed the kitchen staff not to disturb the pot's lid. Next, she set about preparing Kung Pao chicken, a dish that requires the finest chicken thigh meat to achieve its delectable taste. She diced the chicken thighs into small cubes, marinating them in salt, cooking wine, and starch. Chopping up chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic, she concocted a bowl of thickening sauce using soy sauce, sugar, starch, and water. She then poured a handful of peanuts into a hot oil pan, frying them until golden and crispy before commencing the stir-fry. First, she sauteed the seasonings until fragrant, added the diced chicken breast, and stirred for 10 seconds before incorporating the peanuts. Once the mixture was nearly cooked, she removed the pan from the heat, allowing the residual warmth to finish cooking the chicken before serving. While the chicken thighs were undoubtedly the most flavorful part of the bird, she believed it wasteful to solely consume them, so she decided to transform the remaining chicken breast into scrumptious chicken buns. Qingyi enlisted the kitchen's help to prepare the dough while she crafted the filling. After dicing the chicken breast, she chopped onions, carrots, and potatoes, just as Yunqi returned with the curry and conveyed that Uncle Rong had approved her suggestion. It seemed that Uncle Rong understood her concerns and agreed to her proposal. With the oil in the pan heated, she added the onions and sauteed them until fragrant before introducing the chicken cubes. Once they changed color, she added the curry blocks, waiting until they melted before incorporating the carrots and potatoes. She seasoned the mixture with salt, sugar, soy sauce, and cooking wine, then added sufficient water to simmer until the potatoes and carrots were tender. Once the filling cooled, the dough had risen, prompting Qingyi to call upon the kitchen maids to begin forming the buns. The residents of Yunming's were not accustomed to eating wheat-based foods. The last time they had prepared noodles, they had learned on the spot. Making buns required a certain finesse, and while the maids managed a few, their appearance left much to be desired. Although the aesthetics of the buns did not affect their taste, she insisted on training them to meet commercial standards, repeating her instructions several times. Ultimately, despite their efforts, they struggled to grasp the technique, leading Qingyi to lower her expectations. As long as the filling did not spill out, it would suffice. It appeared that if she wished to make buns in the future, there remained a long journey ahead, and for now, ensuring flavor was the priority. "Miss, will tonight's feast consist of chicken buns accompanied by kung pao chicken?" one maid inquired. "When did I allow you to eat just one dish?" She replied, "Naturally, there will be more delightful dishes today." Hearing this, Xueling's anticipation grew. She approached the kitchen and lifted the lid, discovering the 2 ducks had been thoroughly stewed. She retrieved 1 duck and set it aside, adding more water to continue cooking the other. Once the first duck had cooled, she sliced the meat into thin pieces for later use. Observing the miss slice the duck, Xiaoyu mistakenly assumed it was to be eaten with sauce. So she hurried to prepare cucumber and scallions, even measuring out a spoonful of flour to make pancakes. After finishing with the duck, Qingyi noticed Xiaoyu had prepared the batter and realized her misunderstanding. "I am slicing the duck not to eat with sauce. The essence of the duck is in the broth. Today we are having soup. Save the batter. I will use it later to make some scallion pancakes." Xiaoyu prepared to fry 50 pieces of deep-fried dough sticks. Having some leftover dough from making buns, she intended to use it directly, but Qingyi quickly intervened. Although both buns and dough sticks are made from leavened dough, the bun skin requires a soft and elastic texture, while the dough sticks must be fluffy. The fermentation time for the dough was excessive for making dough sticks. Even if I add a bit of leavening powder, it would be challenging to achieve the desired texture. Let us knead a fresh batch of dough. I will use this leavened dough to make pancakes later. Xiaoyu promptly complied and re-kneaded the dough for the dough sticks. Qingyi added more flour to the prepared batter, creating a sticky dough. In Chapter 36, Fish Balls and Buns, Scallion Pancakes, she set a cast iron plate on the stove, took a handful of dough, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, let the viscous mixture spread into a thin layer on the plate. She repeated this process for 3 more. As she placed the third batter on the iron plate, she deftly lifted the first pancake, which was as delicate as a cicada's wing, revealing a scallion pancake. She crafted around 100 of these pancakes, while Xiaoyu successfully fried dozens of dough sticks. Qingyi took 1 pancake, placed half a dough stick and a slender scallion inside, and rolled it up until all the pancakes were used. She then heated oil on the iron plate, placed the scallion pancake on it, and pressed it flat with a spatula. Once both sides turned a golden hue, she removed it, brushing it with her homemade sweet red bean sauce. She offered the first scallion pancake to Xiaoyu for tasting. Xiaoyu took a bite, the crispness crackling as the aroma of the dough stick and scallion harmonized beautifully with the sweetness of the red bean sauce, creating a delightful new dish. Qingyi called for shuangcheng and prepared another scallion pancake for her. Making scallion pancakes requires strength. They must be pressed tightly to enhance their flavor. If the dough sticks are not crisp, the dish loses its essence. You both have witnessed my method and tasted the authentic flavor of scallion pancakes. The rest is up to you two to complete. Xiaoyu and Shuangcheng finished the remaining scallion pancakes, while Qingyi waited by the stove for the duck soup. "Big sister, can we eat now?" Ashur had already inquired for the 3rd time. "Not yet. The heat is insufficient. It needs to simmer for 4 hours." Starving and impatient, Ashur hesitated, reluctant to miss out on the new dish. After much contemplation, he grabbed 2 chicken buns and a scallion pancake to tide him over. The steaming curry chicken bun was still hot to the touch. Upon taking a bite, the rich curry enveloping the chicken pieces spilled out, prompting Ashur to quickly take another bite. Though slightly spicy, the tenderness of the chicken was still discernible. He forced himself to stop after 1 chicken bun and 1 scallion pancake, trusting his sister's culinary skills. These were merely appetizers, and he knew he would regret it if he filled up before the main course. At long last, Qingyi lifted the pot lid. The duck, having simmered for 4 hours, had released its essence into a rich, milky broth, intoxicating everyone in the room with its aroma. She used a slotted spoon to extract the duck and placed it in a bowl, adding vegetables and tofu to the broth to cook. finally incorporating the previously sliced duck meat before serving it in bowls at the dining table. The family gathered around the dining table, their appetites already piqued. Aside from Ashur, who had nibbled on a few morsels, the others eagerly anticipated Qingyi's culinary offerings. Today's feast featured an array of unfamiliar dishes: kung pao chicken, duck soup, chicken buns, and scallion pancakes, along with a stir-fried cabbage seasoned with 13 spices. When Qingyi refrained from cooking, Ashur seldom indulged in vegetables. However, the previous experience of consuming bean curd and greens had nudged Ashur towards vegetables, and today's cabbage, infused with 13 spices, had utterly captivated his palate. The cabbage was sliced into fine strips, blanched in boiling water, then drizzled with hot oil, seasoned with salt and a hint of 13 spices, elevating the humble vegetable to a new culinary height. Though the cabbage was delectable, the dish everyone had been eagerly awaiting was the duck soup. The harmony of meat and broth from 2 ducks resulted in a pot of exquisite flavor. With only duck and water as ingredients, the key lay in the prolonged simmering. As everyone savored the first spoonful of the rich broth, they unanimously acknowledged that the long wait had indeed been worthwhile. Typically, a duck soup would yield a thick layer of grease, but today's preparation, enriched with assorted ingredients such as shiitake mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and greens, provided a delightful balance of flavors. The broth was robust, the duck meat tender, and the combination of greens and tofu rendered the dish satisfying. Yet there remained an abundance of delectable fare. Once again, silence enveloped the table as they diligently enjoyed their meal. Second brother selected a portion of kung pao chicken. Its mild spiciness was agreeable to him. Traditionally, chicken thighs were reserved for soups, yet this stir-fried rendition offered a unique taste. The crunch of peanuts paired with the tender chicken created a perfect harmony, especially appealing with rice. Xian, please add a dish to my food box tomorrow, second brother requested. He wished to include more dishes, but found that only this one was convenient for packing. Had it not been for the soupy nature of the meal, he would have gladly taken home every dish. While cleaning the pot, Shui Ling held up the duck used for the broth and inquired of Yunqing, "Miss, is there any other use for this duck?" The essence of the duck had fully infused into the soup, leaving the remaining meat devoid of flavor. "Let it be," she replied. Shui Ling recalled the troublesome MOU across the way. "Since we won't be using it, perhaps we could offer it to them." MOU was known to rummage through their discarded waste daily, sparing nothing, not even feathers. The balance between words and actions had yet to be reconciled, and she felt compelled to articulate the situation clearly. "Despite our daily offerings, they remain unsatisfied. A little scrap might tantalize their appetites." Shui Ling found herself increasingly vexed by MOU's incessant inquiries, despite the facade of camaraderie. Although Qingyi was not one to easily tolerate disrespect, she could not bring herself to offer the unwanted duck to others, as it would tarnish her reputation. Absolutely not. While MOU may be bothersome, maintaining our standing is crucial. We must think long-term. There are still 2 bowls of duck soup remaining. Please take them over shortly. This soup was prepared without any salt. Keeping it pristine, it could even be offered to cats or dogs. The meat can be finely chopped for fish balls, and the carcass could be used for dumplings. It's not a waste. Fishball and Baozi are the names of Ashur's cat and dog, respectively, and when Ashur is away, they are cared for by Qingyi. As their name suggests, their diet is quite lavish, resulting in their round and plump physiques. Qingyi finally chops the duck meat, mixing a portion into Fishball's bowl. After cutting the duck frame into small segments with scissors, she grinds it into duck frame powder using a stone mill. This powder is then combined with the duck meat and added to Baozi's bowl. Once both bowls are filled, she carries them to Ashur's courtyard. Fishball and Baozi are akin to Qingyi's 2 children. The bowls must be presented simultaneously, lest they engage in a quarrel, often resulting in overturned bowls. It was only after a few missteps that Qingyi began to pay meticulous attention to this detail. Meanwhile, across the way, MOU gazes at 2 bowls of duck soup with a heavy heart. With only 2 bowls for the 3 of them, General, MOU, and MOU, it feels like a definite recipe for conflict. Having consumed half a cup of tea leaves yesterday and endured an hour of horse stance, his legs still ache, and he dares not risk the general's displeasure again. After contemplating, he pours the 2 bowls of duck soup into a copper pot and takes it to the general. He reasoned that sharing the meal among all three would surely be a wise decision. Indeed, upon seeing Mo happily carrying the pot, the general called Mo to join the meal. With a few pieces of glowing charcoal added to the copper pot, the duck soup is warmed. As the aroma wafts through the air, the three begin to eat, yet they still feel it insufficient. Noticing the soup contains vegetables, they retrieve 2 plates of side dishes from their own kitchen, ultimately enjoying a satisfying late-night feast. Chapter 037. Bibbo Tower. The first installment of the technology transfer fee, amounting to 200 taels of silver, soon arrived from Uncle Rome. Qingyi upturned her money box onto the bed, counting several times to find that she had accumulated a total of 600 taels. While this sum may not suffice for establishing a restaurant, it certainly attests to her burgeoning business acumen. With an expanding variety of offerings and many dishes unsuitable for her small stall, it may indeed be time to embark on her entrepreneurial venture. She took the box to her father, revealing the money before him. "Father, this is the silver I have earned from my snack stall over the past few months. Earlier, you mentioned supporting me in opening a shop. Is that still possible?" Yan Jingxing looked at his daughter's money box, his heart swelling with pride. Once, his wife had fretted over their finances, striving to save for their daughter, often foregoing her own needs despite having amassed a substantial sum, which always seemed insufficient. It appeared that she had developed a serious fear of financial insecurity. Now, in just a few months, their daughter had earned 600 taels. Although this amount pales in comparison to what his wife had saved for her, it holds great significance. Witnessing his daughter's remarkable capabilities, not only managing her own life but also supporting dozens through her business, brought a sense of relief and joy to his wife that money could never buy. With their daughter aspiring to open a shop, he naturally pledged his unwavering support. The Yin family possessed several properties that were originally intended for her, and he would happily grant her any establishment she desired. Yan Jingxing laid out the land deeds on the table, revealing a selection of bustling street shops for one to choose from. Qingyi intended to establish a processing factory and a restaurant. The factory would specialize in producing condiments and preliminary processing, while the restaurant would procure directly from the factory the necessary supplies, such as alcoholic beverages, salted duck eggs, century eggs, and seasonings. Consequently, the processing factory did not need to be located on a busy street. A slightly remote area would suffice as long as deliveries could reach the restaurant. The prime locations provided by her father seemed rather extravagant for such a factory. These shops, situated on a commercial street, were not primarily dining establishments. Typically, people would venture to designated districts for meals, tea, and shopping. Although Qingyi was confident in her culinary skills, establishing a restaurant in an unsuitable environment would inevitably diminish its success. "Thank you, Father. These shops are indeed profitable, reflecting years of accumulation. However, I shall seek a more appropriate location." Qingyi contemplated finding a sufficiently spacious yet moderately successful restaurant in the East District. This request proved quite challenging. The East District was originally an area for the affluent, with land at a premium. Larger spaces would command even higher prices. If a location was so costly yet unprofitable, the owner would have long since relinquished it for rental income. Nevertheless, Qingyi believed such a place was precisely what she needed. After 3 days of wandering the East District, she discovered the Bibbo Building, a magnificent 3-story establishment by the water, imposing in its grandeur. Even at midday, foot traffic was sparse, suggesting it was a family-owned enterprise that the owner had little interest in managing. With property in hand, she could assist them in generating revenue. As long as the price was reasonable, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Qingyi knocked on the door of the Bibbo Building, and the steward received her. She expressed her desire to meet the owner to discuss a potential collaboration. Unfortunately, the steward replied, "Our owner seldom visits. You may convey your request through me." This response gave Qingyi a clearer understanding of the situation. Occupying such a prime location, yet struggling with business, was likely due to the owner's lack of commitment, akin to a negligent manager. "I wish to lease the operating rights of the Bibbo Building, providing your owner with rent and dividends, thus helping them earn more." Upon hearing this, the steward's expression shifted to one of impatience. Trusted by the owner, The steward effectively managed the establishment, which provided a comfortable living for his family. The current situation was ideal for them, and he could not fathom relinquishing it to another. The steward looked down upon Qingyi, a mere young girl, suggesting she was naive about the realities of the business world. You might want to inquire about who owns the Bibo building. Our owner's business is not something just anyone can engage in. This remark was rather ungracious. Qingyi silently noted that her father held a distinguished position as a second-rank official, and her maternal grandfather was a grand tutor. Her reluctance to disclose her lineage stemmed from her desire to engage in genuine business rather than rely on her background. Yet, here in Yunming's, she faced such blatant disdain and intimidation. Since Qingyi traversed into this world, she has always been cherished and revered, never having endured such vexation. Yet, she deemed it unwise to stoop to the level of a petty, self-serving individual. Even if she were to receive a perfunctory apology in the end, it would hardly make for a gratifying business transaction. Conducting affairs in such a manner, while still enjoying the trust of her patrons, would undoubtedly lead to numerous future entanglements. Business, after all, relies on serendipity. It seemed that fate had not aligned her with Bibo Tower, prompting her to seek alternatives. During her 3 days of exploration, her efforts were not in vain. She swiftly identified a new prospect, the Wangqing Tower, positioned adjacent to Bibo Tower. Wangqing Tower, though comparable in scale to Bibo Tower, appeared newly adorned, albeit in a more ostentatious manner, and was devoid of patrons. Her initial choice of Bibo Tower had been influenced by its operational status, which offered some semblance of popularity. The Wangqing Tower, a veritable gold mine, seemed to exist solely as a testament to its owner's status, rendering profitability secondary. It remained uncertain to whom this idle property belonged, and venturing alone might prove futile. She would need the assistance of someone well-versed in the intricacies of the capital's social dynamics. Qingyi began to grasp the wisdom behind her mother-in-law's earlier guidance. In this realm, familiarity was essential for harmonious coexistence. Without self-identification, initiating even the simplest business endeavor was far more complex than anticipated. She resolved to return home to consult her father, but was halted just as she was about to board her carriage. "Lady Yun, where are you headed?" Upon turning, she recognized none other than the fifth prince. Her eyes sparkled. There was no need to return and question her father, for she could simply inquire the prince before her. Given that the fifth prince had often shown kindness towards her modest food stall, a chance encounter was indeed fortuitous. She would treat him to a cup of tea. The fifth prince, a regular patron of the Yun family, was well aware of Qingyi's unwavering dedication to her business. When she suggested inviting him for tea, he suspected her intentions extended beyond mere refreshment. He was curious to learn of any new ventures she might be contemplating, perhaps to his own benefit. Chapter 38. The patron, as they settled on the invitation to tea, they could not merely choose any humble stall. Instead, they ventured to Fan Tower and reserved a private room. With the fragrant steam of tea swirling around them, the fifth prince could not contain his curiosity. "Lady Yun, today you seem to have more on your mind than simply sharing a cup of tea." With the prince initiating the conversation, Qingyi swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "My family has developed an array of culinary delights, yet our modest stall cannot accommodate them all. I am contemplating the establishment of a restaurant along this street." Over the past 3 days, she had surveyed several establishments, 2 of which piqued her interest for their peculiarities. One was Wangqiang Tower, which, despite its prime location, remained closed to patrons. She surmised that the owner must be of considerable standing and sought to inquire with the fifth prince regarding the underlying circumstances. Upon hearing her mention of Wangqiang Tower, the fifth prince chuckled softly. "Are you considering acquiring this establishment to offer private dining?" Due to her previous unpleasant experience at Bibo Tower, Qingyi chose her words carefully. "I am unaware of the owner of Wangqiang Tower, but should they be amenable, I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. The proprietor of Wangqiang Tower is someone I know well. He has little interest in managing it and has left it idle. If Lady Yun can put it to good use, I would be more than willing to facilitate a discussion." Upon hearing that the fifth prince was willing to assist, Qingyi felt a profound sense of gratitude. She wondered when the esteemed owner would be available for a discussion. Lady Yin was quite anxious. Qingyi contemplated that although the Wangqing Tower was relatively new, its prolonged inactivity might have allowed it to accumulate a considerable amount of mildew and dust. Clearing it out and refurbishing it according to necessity would undoubtedly take at least a month or two. Every day that her tavern remained closed was a day of lost profit. How could she not feel urgency? Since Lady Yun was so eager about this matter, I shall send someone to summon him at once. The fifth prince exchanged a knowing glance with his personal guard, who promptly left the room. Qingyi was astonished by how smoothly things progressed with the fifth prince's involvement. She busily calculated how to negotiate the partnership and manage operations thereafter, entirely oblivious to the prince's oddly expressive countenance. At the tender age of 17, Mo Yuxuan had been conferred the title of Marquis of Jinyuan due to his distinguished military achievements, for which the emperor had generously rewarded him with vast tracts of land. However, he firmly believed that a commendable general should not squander his thoughts on personal wealth. His mother had long recognized that the one who merely strategized on paper lacked the capability of a true military talent, especially since his father would reside in the barracks during times of conflict, showing no interest in personal wealth. Yet, the one who was overly concerned with his gains and losses ultimately brought about his nation's downfall. Consequently, he had locked all his shops and distributed his lands among the valiant soldiers. Despite his overwhelming popularity in the court, only the fifth prince knew that he was, in fact, quite impoverished. Should those noble young ladies who aspire to marry him learn the truth, it might very well scare off a significant portion of them. When Mo Yuxuan arrived at the Fan Tower accompanied by Mo1 and Mo, both parties were taken aback. The guard sent by the fifth prince had a keen sense of judgment. Noticing that the prince had not explicitly revealed the truth to Qingyi, he naturally omitted crucial information while relaying the message, careful to protect his master's little quirk. The reason the fifth prince chose not to be forthright was because he perceived that these two individuals were remarkably well-matched. Mo Yuxuan seemed indifferent to everything except for military affairs, while noble women of the capital were enamored with him, yet he remained elusive. Likewise, Qingyi appeared to care for little else aside from her business. The vacant Wangchang Tower had already become a picturesque sight in Yunming's, a fact known far and wide. Two such focused individuals were bound to cross paths due to fate. One could only ponder whether they might momentarily divert their attention toward one another. In any case, this prospect greatly excited the fifth prince. Both Qingyi and Mo Yuxuan wore expressions of surprise, and it was Mo who ultimately broke the silence. Since it is Lady Yin seeking our general, why must we travel such a distance? A simple knock on the door would suffice. Although Qingyi agreed that this mix-up was rather significant, the existence of information silos was indeed a stark reality. Is the lady preparing something delectable? Montague, upon seeing Qingyi, always took a moment to inquire whether her intentions were related to him. Now that she had encountered the principal figure, Qingyi dove into the main subject. I have an abundance of dishes. A small courtyard cannot accommodate them all. I intend to open a tavern and wonder if the general might be interested in a partnership. A partnership? He echoed. You propose that I manage this tavern, and in return, I would receive a reasonable rent. What are your thoughts, General? Although Mo Yuxuan maintained a rather aloof demeanor, Qingyi harbored a firm belief that this particular business venture would succeed. After all, in their previous encounters, Mo Yuxuan had never caused her any distress, and this endeavor posed no detriment to him. If Lady Yin were to assume the role of the stewardess of their family, would it not allow them to dine at their own restaurant daily? This notion held a certain allure for Mo. However, that was a discussion for another time. If an agreement could be reached, it would naturally pose no issue. Qingyi nodded with ease, urging the general to make an offer, eager to ascertain if she could afford it. Whatever the lady says is the price. Even if the general were to demand this establishment, he might not refuse. Mo exclaimed, his words slightly audacious, prompting Mo to cast him a warning glance to refrain from further comment. Yet, Mo Yuxuan did not intervene. Perhaps Mo inadvertently articulated his own thoughts. This tavern, in his possession, was merely a topic of conversation during leisurely meals. If Qingyi genuinely desired this place to showcase her culinary skills, Mo Yushuan contemplated Mo's words and found little objection. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qingyi preemptively declined. Mo, do not lead me into calamity. Even if your general dares to offer, I cannot accept. It is known that your general does not charge rent, but should this information circulate, who knows how it might be distorted. If others accuse me of seizing the general's private property, I cannot bear such a stigma. Her words, though partly jest, were imbued with sincerity. In this world, nothing comes without a price. If Mo Yushuan truly relinquished her rent, it would cease to be a business transaction, and without a transaction, no contract could be established. Today, he might generously allow her the use of the tavern, but should he have different intentions tomorrow, she would find herself in a predicament. The fifth prince, observing the exchange, felt certain that he would never be bored in their company. In typical business dealings, buyers often negotiate downwards while sellers elevate their prices. Yet in their case, the roles seemed reversed. However, maintaining such a stalemate was unproductive, so he positioned himself as a mediator, proposing that they draft a contract in accordance with business norms. After a brief deliberation, the fifth prince suggested an annual rent of 500 taels. This amount nearly depleted Qingyi's entire fortune, yet based on her inquiries, it was a reasonable price within the realm of friendly dealings. In the presence of the fifth prince, the two signed the contract, transferring the management rights of Wangqing Tower to Qingyi from this day forth. Qingyi paid a deposit of 200 taels, with the remainder to be settled in a month. After completing the transaction, she found herself left with only a handful of copper coins. Apologetically, she offered the fifth prince a deep bow, expressing her regret that she had intended to treat him to tea, but now lacked the means to cover the cost. When Wangqing Tower opens, I shall certainly reserve a private room for you. Agreed. I'll look forward to your special dishes, he replied. As Qingyi departed from the fan building, she felt light as a feather, her steps almost buoyant. Once she was out of sight, the fifth prince turned to Mo Yushuan, inquiring with a hint of melancholy, "Cousin, why does Lady Yun graciously part with real gold and silver for you, while for me, it is merely empty promises? You lack for nothing. Why should she offer anything to you?" Chapter 39. The processing plant with a hotel arrangement secured. Qingyi's entrepreneurial journey progressed a step further. Her next endeavor was to establish a processing plant. The processing factory is relatively straightforward, requiring a clean environment and ample space. Considering the inevitable need for water, it must be situated by a river. Unconsciously, Qingyi walked towards the northern part of the city, and as she ventured further, the surroundings became increasingly spacious. She found a suitable courtyard on Sauce Garden Street and signed a purchase agreement with the owner, instructing him to retrieve the funds from Yun Mansion. Upon returning home, she could not afford to be idle. She needed to design the layout of the processing factory and strategize for future operations. Her plan was as follows. The production of century eggs and duck eggs does not require a large area and is not overly complex. She intended to teach the villagers of Shanghai how to produce these agricultural byproducts and directly purchase the finished products. Her factory would focus on various condiments, sauces, and alcoholic beverages. With the positioning established, the subsequent steps became clear. The raw materials for the 13 spice and other seasonings could be procured from her Uncle Rome's spice shop, though she would need to process them herself. The recipe was her commercial secret. In business matters, one must be meticulous. This processing could be handled with just a simple mortar and pestle. The procedures for sauces and beverages were somewhat more intricate and could be divided, allowing for specialization in each step for better management. Next, it was time to hire workers. All processes could be outsourced, but the person in charge of the ingredients had to be someone she trusted completely, someone who would never leak information. After much contemplation, she deemed Xue Ling to be the most suitable candidate. She called Xue Ling over, and the ensuing conversation startled her. "Xue Ling, I plan to establish a processing factory. Would you be willing to work there?" Xue Ling, the cherished personal maid of Qingyi and a native of Yun Mansion, did not understand the implications of working in a factory. To her, it seemed like a demotion from a personal attendant to a rough servant. Anxious, she felt she had done nothing wrong and could not fathom why her mistress would punish her. Noticing Xue Ling's reluctance, Yuan Qingyi painted a grand vision for her. Shui Ling, what do you think of the work that your father, Shui Bo, does at Yun Mansion? Shui Bo, Shui Ling's father, managed all affairs at Yun Mansion, and his importance was evident both there and in their family. I intend to open a restaurant, and some condiments and beverages cannot be prepared in the restaurant itself. It is more practical to establish a separate processing factory for that purpose. I will hire people for various tasks, but the recipe must remain in our hands. After much reflection, she concluded, only you can handle this. Hearing her mistress say this, Shui Ling's anxious heart found some comfort. However, being entrusted with such a significant responsibility akin to her father's role filled her with both excitement and apprehension. Mistress, this matter is of great consequence, and I fear I may not perform well. Yuan Qingyi understood that Shui Ling had followed her since childhood, doing whatever she was told and always being cautious to avoid mistakes. Being a personal maid was her comfort zone. For Shui Ling, the fear of stepping out of her comfort zone far outweighed the thrill of being in charge. It was necessary to apply some pressure to encourage her to embrace the challenge. If you are unwilling, it is perfectly fine. I shall seek my mother's assistance to find a capable person. However, should the processing factory flourish in the future and the manager earns a substantial profit and enjoys prestige, do not regret your decision, then, for this opportunity was presented to you. Shui Ling felt the weight of Yuan Qingyi's expectations. Years of intuition as a personal maid led her to discern that her mistress was evidently displeased. Even in fulfilling her duties, she dared not speak further. Since her mistress indicated that she was to carry out the tasks, she would certainly do so diligently, though she was uncertain of what precisely was required of her. First, you will be responsible for the ingredients. I shall confide in you alone the processing formulas. Exercise utmost caution to ensure that this knowledge remains secret, for it is of great consequence. Remind yourself daily that this is paramount. Second, you must oversee the daily operations of the processing plant, receiving materials, inspecting goods, processing, and packaging. Every critical step must be meticulously scrutinized with no room for oversight. Third, you are to conduct daily audits of the accounts. All incoming and outgoing invoices must be organized with clarity, and I require a report on the accounts every 10 days. Do you comprehend all of this? Shui Ling reiterated Yuan Qingyi's instructions, confirming that she understood her meaning. Taking a moment to compose herself, Yuan Qingyi remarked, so many tasks will now rely upon you. You may select a few capable individuals from the manor to assist you. Together, Yuan Qingyi and Shui Ling assessed the personnel, assigning the prosperous four brothers to her, along with an additional 10 servants. Considering the renovation of the tavern, before its opening, the four brothers, along with 3 short-term workers, could also be of assistance, thereby saving 2 months' worth of servant wages. Observing her mistress's meticulous calculations regarding the expenses, Shui Ling pondered that perhaps Yuan Qingyi was more adept at business than at cooking. With the management of the processing plant settled, the next focus was on the tavern. Unlike the processing plant, the tavern encompassed both a front hall and a kitchen. Should the 3-story Wang Chung Tower be filled to capacity, it would be impossible for Yuan Qingyi to assume multiple roles alone. Thus, she needed to recruit another manager for the tavern. She had someone in mind whose skills and background would surely qualify them. Yet she was uncertain if they would take that step. Although the tavern's renovations would take months, it did not hinder her from establishing a presence in advance. A few months would afford her ample time to contemplate her decisions. If clarity eluded her even after that duration, her current circumstances would reflect not her suffering, but her choice. Once Yuan Qingyi attained clarity, her execution was remarkably decisive. She instructed Yuan to visit the Mo residence and request the key to Wang Chung Tower from Mo Yushuan. Though Yuan returned not with a key, but with an axe instead. Following her mistress's directive, the little one inquired at the Mo residence, only to be told by General Mo that he had never intended to re-enter the tower since locking it. The key had been discarded into the Bian River after use. The general suggested, please make do with this. Her intention was merely to inform her employer, understanding that the method of entry was inconsequential. Yet she inwardly chastised Mo Yushuan for his lack of propriety. Accompanied by Yuan Qingyi, she used the axe provided by Mo Yushuan to break open the lock of Wang Chung Tower. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sparse furnishings within. Aside from the dust, there was naught but emptiness. This was fortuitous, as it allowed her to execute her vision unimpeded. She instructed Qingyi to take measurements while she sketched a floor plan on rice paper, clearly marking the locations of columns, ramps, and steps. She hurried to Tongluo Lane with the blueprints in hand, seeking out various craftsmen including painters, carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths. Qingyi presented them with the designs for the Wangchang Tower, requesting them to submit their own proposals based on their expertise, with the promise that the best design would win the opportunity to undertake her project in 10 days' time. This was a significant undertaking, and all the artisans were eager and ready to showcase their skills. Due to the diversion of personnel for the renovation of the processing plant, the food stall at Yun's residence had temporarily ceased operations. Qingyi was simultaneously occupied with the progress of both the processing plant and the restaurant, leaving little time for family interactions. Her parents and elder brother returned home daily, allowing them to catch glimpses of her, but her younger brother, Ashur, who occasionally had a day off, felt a pang of disappointment at not seeing his sister. "Sister, the food at the academy is unsatisfactory. I long for your cooking. Will you prepare a meal again?" Qingyi also felt it was time to return to the kitchen, lest her culinary skills become rusty. However, the fatigue from her external commitments dissuaded her from preparing elaborate dishes. She devised a compromise, a barbecue hot pot. The barbecue required cumin powder, while the hot pot needed a base, providing an opportunity to experiment and expand the processing plant's offerings. Creating the cumin powder was straightforward. It merely involved processing ready-made cumin seeds. After cleaning and drying the seeds, she lightly roasted them in a pan over low heat until fragrant, then ground them finely using a stone mill. The hot pot base was a bit more complex. Qingyi planned to prepare 2 broths, as the ancient times lacked hot pots, and thus the dual-flavored pot was absent, prompting her to place an order. In Qingyi's eyes, every action had its business acumen. Anticipating that more diners would prefer a clear soup base, she began by simmering one. She selected several chicken and pork bones from the kitchen, blanching them in boiling water to remove impurities before adding ample water to boil. With the inclusion of scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, she simmered it over low heat. After 2 hours, she added red dates and goji berries, creating a delicious and soothing hot pot broth. The spicy broth was prepared exclusively for her, for in her view, a hot pot devoid of spice lacked soul. She melted beef tallow over low heat, and once it liquefied, she sauteed scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Then she added Yunming's chili bean paste to concoct a red oil, along with dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns for an aromatic kick. Finally, she incorporated star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, layering the fragrances threefold, resulting in a rich red oil broth. The beauty of barbecue and hot pot lies in their versatility. They accommodate both meat and vegetables, offering limitless possibilities. The meat must be freshly cut into substantial pieces for the true experience. Qingyi thoroughly cleaned the deer leg, marinated it simply with seasoning, and hung it by the table. She prepared other vegetables, cutting them into suitable sizes for the pot. The ingredients for the hot pot should be quickly blanched, the thinner, the better. She sliced the beef and lamb, which had been frozen in the ice cellar, into thin rolls, and cut the beef tenderloin into fine strips, ensuring all vegetables were washed and ready. As the family gathered together, setting up the barbecue grill and encircling the steaming hot pot, all worries and fatigue seemed to dissipate in the warmth of the meal. When the hot pot water began to boil, Ashur used a communal chopstick to place a bundle of beef rolls into the pot, exclaiming, "It's ready to eat." Ashi was perplexed, and Qingyi enlightened him, explaining that submerging the meat rolls in the broth and raising them repeatedly, 7 or 8 times, is referred to as 7 up, 8 down. It turns out that relishing good food involves such intricate details. Following his sister's guidance, Ashi diligently practiced the technique, while Qingyi prepared a bowl of clear broth and concocted a sauce for him. Once Ashi completed the 7 up, 8 down process, he dipped the meat into the sauce to cool it down. It was no longer scalding and tasted even richer. Exquisite cuisine requires but simple preparation. and he discovered that he too could create such delectable dishes. Huan, please prepare a bowl of sauce for me as well. The second brother emulated Qingyi and prepared his own clear broth, yet crafting the sauce appeared to be a skilled endeavor. He still preferred to solicit her assistance for an authentic flavor. Qingyi, holding the bowl of seasonings, added minced scallions, garlic paste, diced celery, chopped cilantro, a spoonful of soy sauce, a few drops of lemon juice, and a teaspoon of sesame oil. Once the sauce was prepared, she placed it before her parents and her second brother. With all preparations completed, they finally commenced their meal. Once the family was settled, Qingyi began to eat as well. She immersed the meat into the spicy hot pot, dipped it in the sauce, and relished each bite with satisfaction. Sister, why does your broth differ from ours? Ashi, noticing the vibrant red oil in Qingyi's pot, felt tempted to try it. This is a spicy hot pot base. I am uncertain if you can tolerate spiciness. If you enjoy it, the flavor may be even better. Hearing this, Ashi was eager to try, picking up a slice of meat from his sister's bowl and placing it in his mouth. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically as a fiery sensation overwhelmed his tongue, causing him to fan his mouth vigorously. Qingyi promptly stood to pour him a glass of cold water, explaining, I separated them, fearing you might not be accustomed to it. After downing half a glass of water, Ashi reached for the chopsticks again, thinking, I may become accustomed to it after a few more bites. The resilient spirit of the Chinese people is often reflected in their determination to embrace new culinary experiences. If the palate struggles to adapt, one simply continues to eat until it adjusts. Moments later, the second brother followed suit, immersing his meat in the spicy hot pot. Having witnessed Ashi's experience, he was somewhat prepared. He skimmed the spicy oil from the cooked meat slices and rinsed them in a clear broth, finding the flavor indeed more robust than that of the clear soup. Subsequently, the spicy hot pot was seized by the two brothers, while Qingyi graciously relinquished her spot to them and proceeded to grill meat. Utilizing a ceramic knife, she sliced the venison into small chunks, spreading them on the grilling pan with tongs, brushing them with oil. The sizzling sound from the pan was accompanied by a sprinkle of pepper, cumin, and chili powder, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Ashi's attention once more. Sister, I want some too. The meat is still raw. You should enjoy the hot pot first and not overindulge. Apart from the grilled venison, she also prepared vegetables. She placed a slice of smoked ham and rolled it with strips of mushrooms into a lettuce leaf, securing it with a short bamboo skewer and placing on the grill. In this manner, she grilled eggplant, lamb chops, chives, and beef. Though these are common ingredients, under Qingyi's deft handling, they transformed into exquisite delicacies. Sister, I believe you will surely earn a fortune if you open a restaurant in the future. Everything you make is so delicious. As Ashur's mouth was filled with meat, his expression of gratitude became muddled. His elder brother, however, was quite pragmatic, persistently indulging in the meat, leaving Ashur to find only eggplant upon turning back. Brother, save some for me. I still need to grow. As they spoke, the two brothers began to tussle, but in the end, Ashur could not outmaneuver his elder brother, resulting in his reluctant retreat to the eggplant. The elder brother placed the meat into Qingyi's bowl, saying, Good sister, you should have some too. Don't just focus on cooking. You will have plenty to do in the future. It turned out that the meat his elder brother had snatched was intended for their sister, and Ashur suddenly felt rather superficial. Upon hearing his brother's words, Ashur no longer felt aggrieved about eating eggplant. The roasted eggplant, enhanced with garlic, was far more flavorful than the usual cold dish. Sister, will you have many new dishes when you open your restaurant? Qingyi had not thought too deeply about it, but was almost certain. Chapter 041, The Innkeeper's Wife, Part 1. Before Ashur returned to the national examination, Qingyi had brought him plenty of delicious food to share with his classmates. This time I've brought you a little extra. When you return next time, Sister might be busy with the opening and may not have time to prepare good food for you. Hearing this, Ashur cherished the full package of food even more. Seizing the moment when their grandfather, the ritual instructor, was absent, Ashur lowered his voice. Yin, come and have some lamb chops. It was not just Lu Qingyan, for 5 other classmates had also heard Ashur's hushed voice, drawn in by the irresistible aroma emanating from the package. seeing Ashur beckoning to Qingyi. They no longer felt the need for formality and eagerly helped him unwrap the package. Wow, this is an incredible amount. Although everyone knew that Ashur always brought back many delicacies, this time was even more abundant. Even if the 5 of them shared, they might not finish it in one meal. But what of it if they couldn't finish in one sitting? They could always eat 2 meals. Ashur was not a stingy person. He took pride in having such a skilled sister. My sister will be quite busy in the near future and may not have time to cook for me, so I brought extra this time. She has to focus on opening the restaurant and finding help. It's a bit of a headache, especially hiring a manager. However, once my sister's restaurant is open, you will have a place to enjoy her culinary skills. Upon hearing Ashur's words, the study hall became even livelier. Does that mean we can enjoy good meals during our breaks? Just like Ashur? Eating the same few dishes every day had grown tiresome. If they could savor something delightful, perhaps it would inspire them to conceive more brilliant articles. Who says otherwise? If the food is unappetizing, I can't focus on my studies. In truth, it wasn't merely about the lack of appetite. In the past, they had consumed tasteless meals without feeling that anything was amiss. However, once they had tasted the delicious food from Ashur's home, they truly lost interest in the bland fare served in the study hall. Soon, Lu Xiao learned from her brother about Qingyi's recent situation. Upon hearing that she was looking for a manager, Lu Xiao felt tempted but was also filled with many concerns. Can I really step out and work? Lu Xiao pondered deeply, questioning her efforts to be a dutiful and understanding daughter, yet wondering what she had truly gained from it. Her father and brother, often away from home, treated her with a measure of kindness, but her stepmother, son, remained indifferent. She was the one who had shown her the most warmth within the household. Having previously witnessed the vivacity of Sister Yun, Lu Xiao felt her own life was akin to a stagnant pool. Contrary to her mother's assertions of her ineptitude, she was capable of achieving much. Though she lacked the audacity to open a shop like Sister Yun, she believed she could strive to manage one. After wrestling with her thoughts for quite some time, and unable to discern her father's stance, she hesitated to approach him directly. Even the slightest hint of disapproval from him would leave her engulfed in guilt. After several days of inner turmoil, her longing became unbearable, prompting her to seek counsel from her uncle first. When she approached him, he felt a mix of pride and pity, proud that she finally had the courage to step forward, yet pitying her for harboring thoughts she dared not share with her own parents. Uncle, I can no longer endure the monotony of the inner residence. I wish to engage in activities like Sister Yin. Do you think I am capable of this? Her uncle, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized that his niece was not merely seeking advice, but rather the affirmation of her already formed resolve. Sister Yin is also a woman. She employs a manager. If you wish to undertake this endeavor, do so without fear. Seek her guidance when in doubt, or consult me if needed. At worst, if you mismanage it and incur losses, I shall assist in covering the deficit. His light-hearted reassurance deeply moved Lu Xiao. In the Lu household, under the stern oversight of her father, everyone was perpetually tense, leaving her feeling immense pressure and compelled to maintain a facade of decorum. Her uncle's relaxed demeanor offered her a glimmer of encouragement, and she found herself feeling a newfound spiritedness. Thank you, uncle. I shall endeavor to succeed and strive to avoid placing any burdens on you. The initial steps proceeded smoothly, and now she faced the daunting task of speaking with her father. Unlike her interaction with her uncle, she felt a weight of seriousness. Carefully organizing her thoughts and rehearsing her words, she respectfully saluted her father, laying the necessary groundwork before gently proposing her desire to venture out and engage in work. Father, Sister Yun is of a similar age and background as myself, making this endeavor a sound one. I hope you will grant your consent. Despite being her father's most cherished daughter, this was her first foray into such territory. Uncertain of his reaction, she lowered her gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine, her palms sweating as she awaited his response. Have you discussed this matter with your uncle? Lu Xiao was taken aback by her father's question, unsure of how to respond. She hesitated, saying she had to first gauge her father's opinion. In business matters, your uncle is more knowledgeable. If he has no objections, then I shall remain neutral. He continued, however, one thing is necessary. Your uncle must speak with your mother on your behalf. Do not mention going out. Simply tell her you are working with your uncle in business to assure her. Ultimately, her father's careful consideration revealed that it was indeed unwise to disclose the full truth to her mother regarding her aspirations. A mother not only seeks to interrogate, but possesses a myriad of reasons to prevent her from departing. In this world, a mother places her trust solely in her own family, and only by asserting her alignment with them can one hope to maintain peace in the household. Though within the confines of their home, the mother offers her no kind words. Any deviation in behavior from her would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous uproar. Once, during the Lantern Festival, her uncle had taken her out to admire the lanterns. Prior to their departure, she had informed her father but neglected to notify her mother, which led to a considerable uproar from her mother directed at her father. "Where have you taken my daughter?" she exclaimed. "She is my only child. If anything were to happen to her, the Rome family would never forgive you." Despite her father's repeated assurances that Ji Yao was merely accompanying her uncle to the festival, her mother remained relentless. "What good is it to attend a festival? Do you not realize how crowded it is? What if Ji Yao gets lost? Is it that you no longer want this daughter, intentionally putting her at risk? You're doing this on purpose." At this juncture, her father, weary of the petty squabbles, decided to leave the house. Once he departed, the atmosphere became tranquil. Yet the two women, Sun Shi and her daughter, endured the brunt of Lady Rong's unrestrained fury. Chapter 42. The Innkeeper's Wife, Part 2. Lady Rong consistently directs her disdain towards Sun Shi. The resentment that Lu Zhiying harbors towards Lu Zhiyao is largely fueled by the unpredictable fury of Lady Rong. Out of a sense of guilt, Lu Zhiyao finds it difficult to utter harsh words towards Lu Zhiying. Having pacified her family, Lu Zhiyao stepped out with a sense of liberation. She navigated her way to the Yun residence to seek collaboration with Yun Qingyi. Yun Qingyi was in the midst of gathering craftsmen to discuss proposals when she was informed of Lu Zhiyao's arrival. It was fortuitous, as she wished for Lu Zhiyao to hear the craftsman's ideas and provide her insights, assessing whether she would be suitable as the innkeeper's wife. 16 groups of craftsmen presented their proposals in succession. Yun Qingyi allotted them each a moment to share their designs and creative concepts. Upon entering and taking her seat, Lu Zhiyao arrived just as the third group commenced their presentation. Yun Qingyi invited her to sit and listen. Once the presentations concluded, she refrained from immediately announcing which group would be awarded the contract for the tavern's renovation. Instead, she had her servants distribute bags of pastries to each craftsman as a token of appreciation for their diligent presentations. After bidding farewell to the craftsman, Yun Qingyi began her interview with Lu Zhiyao. "Zhiyao, which group do you believe is the most suitable?" Although Yun Qingyi had yet to engage in conversation with her since her arrival, Lu Zhiyao had listened attentively for quite some time and, being aware of Yun Qingyi's plans to open a tavern, had grasped the general context. "May I inquire where you intend to establish the tavern?" Rather than diving into critiques without having seen the blueprints, she first sought to understand the tavern's location. The importance of adapting to one's environment was duly noted by Yun Qingyi with silent approval. "Wangcheng Tower," Lu Zhiyao gasped. Wangcheng Tower had languished in obscurity within the bustling market for ages, serving as a topic of public discourse among the residents of Yunmings. Everyone was aware of its troubled history, and no one had dared to imagine that one day it could be revitalized with vibrant lights. To her astonishment, Yun Qingyi, whether by choice or circumstance, was determined to undertake such an ambitious project. As it pertains to the Wangcheng Tower, the decor must exude grandeur to truly accentuate its advantages. The first floor is designated for the kitchen, where water and fire are readily accessible, facilitating the entry and exit of various ingredients and supplies. The foyer should be lively, furnished with tables of varying sizes for dining, offering a selection of affordable delicacies. The second floor may feature private rooms, adorned with elegance, specializing in distinctive culinary offerings. The third floor provides a vantage point, overlooking the lake on 3 sides and offering a view of the city gate on the 4th, which lends the tower its name. A poetry area could be established on this level, allowing guests to compose verses. Yun Qingyi, having listened to her companion, discerned that she favored Master Lu's 12th proposal, which she too found appealing. Lu Jiao further suggested that it would be best for Master Lu to oversee the project, while other artisans could share portions of the workload, enabling a collaborative effort that would expedite progress. Moreover, this arrangement would ensure that everyone had business to engage in, facilitating a smoother renovation process. Having settled on the decor, the sisters began to discuss their personal matters. "Did you come today with a purpose, dear sister?" Lu Jiao, who had been so expressive moments ago, suddenly fell silent. After sipping her tea and contemplating for a while, she spoke, acknowledging her sister's venture into the restaurant business. The enormity of her sister's undertaking took her by surprise, and she wondered if she might join her in this endeavor. Although she had never cooked at home, she had often learned to calculate and keep accounts alongside her uncle, and she was eager to acquire the necessary business acumen. While Qingyi awaited her arrival, she was keen on selecting capable individuals and thus felt compelled to inquire further. "What motivates you to work here after acquiring such knowledge? If your sole desire is to enjoy each other's company over tea, engage in polo, or attend banquets, then there is no need for collaboration in business. Operating a restaurant is arduous. Previously, managing a small food stall at home required me to prepare ingredients in the morning, set up by noon, and remain tirelessly occupied until nearly evening, only to conclude with accounting and planning for the following day. Running a restaurant will be even more demanding. What is the purpose behind such toil? If it is merely for sisterly companionship, it is not necessary." Qingyi was not rejecting her. Rather, she hoped Lu Jiao would clarify her true intentions. If her motivation was merely for leisure, she had no time to indulge in frivolity, for she was serious about earning a living. Lu Jiao took another few sips of tea, recalling her sister's earlier words that business and leisurely gatherings were worlds apart. Her sister cherished the idea of running a business, not only for the financial independence it offered, but also for the meaningful engagements it provided, freeing her from the confines of home and the ennui of idle existence. It appeared that Lu Jiao had indeed come to this realization, paving the way for their collaboration. With the decision to work together, they delved into the specifics of their partnership. Prior to the restaurant's opening, they would jointly oversee the renovation progress and manage the various matters at hand. Once the establishment commenced operations, Qingyi would handle the kitchen, while Lu Jiao would oversee the dining area. Once all was agreed upon, Qingyi drafted a contract, meticulously documenting the agreed-upon details and stipulating the respective obligations and penalties for breach of contract, should either party choose to unilaterally terminate the agreement. A 2-month notice would be required, failing which a compensation of 500 taels of silver would be owed. This sum was substantial enough to cover a year's rent for the Wangqing Tower, marking it as a significant financial commitment. It is merely to ensure mutual constraints, allowing the restaurant venture to flourish. Sister Jiao, though 500 taels is not an insignificant sum, both the Lu and Rong families can certainly afford it. However, I sincerely hope this clause will never need to be invoked. Lu Jiao perceived a change in Sister Yun today, who, in addition to her usual confidence, exhibited a newfound severity. For Qingyi, if one is to undertake a task, it is prudent to prepare for the worst-case scenario. This approach is far more favorable than fostering superficial harmony beforehand, only to encounter convoluted complications later, which could lead to disastrous outcomes. Having endured unwarranted criticisms and scornful remarks at home, Lu Jiao found Qingyi's sternness somewhat unfamiliar, yet she perceived nothing amiss. Instead, she longed to swiftly emerge from her household confines and join Sister Yun in pursuing their aspirations. With internal stability and unity, they could roll up their sleeves and diligently strive towards their goals. Qingyi notified Master Lu and 16 craftsmen to commence the renovations of Wangqing Tower. She performed a ritual at the tower, igniting incense and setting off a spectacular display of fireworks, thus officially launching the renovation project. The commencement of Wangqing Tower's construction became a sensational event throughout Yunming's, as this notorious establishment in the bustling district was indeed preparing to open its doors. The capital was abuzz with speculation, with people curious about the connection between Mistress Yun and General Mo, pondering how she could possibly undertake a venture involving his property. Wangqing Tower, which afforded a view of the city gates, was an undeniably prominent location, visible even from the palace. One day, as the emperor ascended to a vantage point, he noticed the tower illuminated, piquing his curiosity, leading him to summon an attendant for clarification. The attendant respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Wangqing Tower has been leased by the third daughter of the Yun family, and it will soon commence operations." Chapter 043. Granny Wang. As the season yielded ripe fruits and vegetables, Granny Wang selected the finest produce, filling an entire cart, and made her way to the Yun residence. Over the past 6 months, due to Yun Qingyi's daily procurement from Shanghe village, the villagers' lives had significantly improved. Previously, Granny Wang's son and daughter-in-law had to work in the fields and seek labor elsewhere during the off-season, while she managed a few chickens and ducks and sold flowers to barely sustain the family. Now, with no need to sell flowers, Granny Wang raised even more chickens and ducks, as Mistress Yun would purchase all that she could provide, including eggs. Her married daughter, upon returning home, was delighted to find a family thriving and began raising chickens and ducks at her own home, taking advantage of her mother's connection to sell a considerable amount to the Yun residents. With her daughter enjoying a stable income and gaining respect in her in-laws' household, life had become exceedingly pleasant. Granny Wang, filled with gratitude for the transformation Mistress Yun had brought to their family, contemplated how to present her homegrown fruits and vegetables for her to enjoy. Early in the morning, Granny Wang and her family braved the dew to harvest. When Zhao Wang saw Granny Wang gathering such a bounty, he inquired further and learned it was destined for Mistress Yun. Not wanting to lag behind, his family, similarly benefiting from Mistress Yun's daily purchases, decided to prepare bags of their newly harvested mung beans, sesame, and other grains. And Zhao Wang even brought his daughter along to teach Granny Wang. "Dear Sister Wang, please take these items with you. They represent a small token of our family's gratitude. Moreover, regarding the second girl, Miss Yun will undoubtedly require assistance, and the second girl is now of an age where she can be quite industrious. If Miss Yun is amenable, perhaps the second girl could serve as a maid for her. Should Miss Yun decline, I would still like for the second girl to express her gratitude in person." Upon hearing my father's words, it was clear that the second girl was eager to comply. Although she has only met Miss Yun once, she remembers her gentle demeanor and the immense kindness she has shown our family, making it essential to convey her thanks in person. If she could work alongside Miss Yun and learn from her, the experience would surely prove invaluable. With the good intentions of our rural community, Granny Wang loaded the items onto the cart and, before dawn, set off for the city with the second girl. Upon their arrival at the Yun residence, just as the first light of day broke, they were guided through the back door to find Yun Zhong, who frequently traveled to Shanghe village for purchases. As Shui Ling had been dispatched by Yun Qingyi to oversee the processing plant, she had already left early that morning. The maid accompanying Yun Qingyi at that moment was Amber, who informed her of Granny Wang's arrival. Upon learning of her presence, Yun Qingyi warmly invited them into her courtyard. Seeing Granny Wang, Yun Qingyi greeted her with enthusiasm, offering her a seat and tea, while Amber fetched some fruits for the second girl. "Granny Wang, what brings you to the city today?" "I came specifically to visit Miss Yun. Thanks to her, our family's circumstances have improved considerably over the past 6 months. As villagers, we have little to offer, merely some fresh fruits for Miss and the esteemed gentleman to enjoy." The second girl's father shares this sentiment and wishes to extend his regards to Miss Yun. "My father mentioned that, owing to Miss Yun's blessings, life has become more bearable, and he insisted that I personally express our gratitude. I am skilled in various household tasks, including laundry, cooking, and chopping wood. And should Miss Yun require assistance, I would be honored to serve as a maid." The villagers' visits brought her immense joy. Although they were merely engaging in commerce, their mutual prosperity had uplifted everyone's lives, which she regarded as the true reward of their trade. Now, as they expressed their gratitude by presenting the finest seasonal offerings, it further enriched the blessings of their business. Previously, Yun Qingyi had read a book in the school library discussing the social responsibilities of entrepreneurs. It emphasized that true responsibility lies not in monetary donations or charity work, but in producing quality goods, this being the fundamental duty of any entrepreneur. At the time, she found the perspective intriguing, But today, as Granny Wang's rough hands clasped her delicate fingers, adorned with a radiant smile of happiness, she felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Your visit brings me great joy, dear Granny. Let's share a meal together. I assure you my cooking is delightful, and you must sample my culinary skills. Qingyi instructed Amber to inform her mother of the elder's visit, particularly as it was to express gratitude towards her daughter. Lady Fong also warmly invited Granny Wang to her courtyard for conversation. Accompanied by others, Granny Wang watched as Qingyi organized the ingredients she had brought. Observing Qingyi's busyness, the second girl discreetly offered her assistance. Among the vegetables brought by Granny Wang was a gourd, which happened to be Qingyi's favorite. Stir-fried gourd possesses a delicate sweetness, and the addition of dried shrimp enhances its fragrance. Did not the second girl boast of her culinary skills? Perhaps we could allow her to try her hand at a dish. If she excels, we might indeed assign her a task, for she will need to recruit help in the future. Second girl, please take this gourd, wash it thoroughly, peel it, and slice it in half before cutting it into pieces. I shall return shortly to stir-fry it. Understood. The second girl took the gourd to wash it, then used a spatula to scrape off the skin. The gourd skin is quite thin, requiring only a gentle touch to remove a layer. She proceeded with fluidity, clearly experienced in the kitchen. Second girl, you are quite adept. Although young, you seem to be quite the seasoned cook. Lady Yin chuckled. We farmers toil in the fields, requiring strength. Cooking is a light task, managed by my parents and elder brothers. While they labor in the fields, I merely tend to the ducks and handle household chores like laundry and cooking. My lady, I truly can cook. If you require a capable maid, why not consider me? Currently, I have no work for you, but once my shop is established, I will ensure you have a role. Qingyi busied herself with other ingredients: pumpkin, sweet potato, spinach, broccoli, and a few matsutake mushrooms. The pumpkin would be made into pancakes, the sweet potato into noodles, the spinach into salad, the broccoli blanched, and the matsutake eaten raw after parboiling. She also prepared a potato beef tomato stew, made black fish in 2 styles, and pulled some noodles. After a considerable time in the kitchen, she sent someone to summon Lu Jiao to join her and Grandma Wang for a bountiful meal. Upon entering, Lu Jiao found the table already set, and Qingyi beckoned her to sit. Sister Jiao, come quickly. We were just about to start. Qingyi introduced her to Grandma Wang and the others. As Lu Jiao observed the joyful atmosphere filled with laughter, she felt a twinge of envy mixed with sadness. The simple meals enjoyed by the Yun family were unfathomable to her humble household. With just ordinary ingredients, Yun's masterful cooking transformed them into a delightful feast. She could hardly believe that a meal sourced from local produce could be so flavorful. Listening to the merriment at the table, she found herself at a loss for words, inadvertently consuming more than she intended. The noodles were delicious, yet she could only manage a modest bowl. She recalled how Qingyi would often mention the delectable dishes from the Yun household. Today, having tasted them herself, she realized it was not merely Qingyi's cravings. They truly were exquisite. The food was delightful, the atmosphere warm. Lady Yun was indeed fortunate. Chapter 044. Township Enterprises, Century Egg, and Lean Meat Congee. Having nearly finished her meal, Grandma Wang was presented with a bowl of congee by Hooper. Curiously, she noted it was unlike the spicy soup, containing shredded meat, ginger, and a mysterious dark mass. Lifting the bowl to her nose, she inhaled its enticing aroma. However, the dark mass resembled an egg, though she was certain it could not be. No egg was ever black. Noticing Grandma Wang's hesitation, Qingyi reassured her, Grandma, this is Century Egg and Lean Meat Congee. Do give it a try. It is quite delicious. Madame Fong insists on having this congee every couple of days at home. Sister Wang, I assure you, I have prepared it well, and I enjoyed immensely. Seeing the insistence from Yun's family, Grandma Wang felt compelled to accept, lifting the bowl to sip a small mouthful. The essence of savory broth and century eggs has melded beautifully into the congee, complemented by the delicate flavor of shredded ginger. How exquisite it is! The young girl, emulating her grandmother, took a sip. With the matriarch of the Yun family present, she felt compelled to maintain decorum and eat at a leisurely pace. Madame Yun, although this dish appears rather dark, The flavor is truly delightful. I am unaware of the ingredients within. Thanks to you, I have truly broadened my horizons, remarked Granny Wong, who believed that century eggs were a rare delicacy, something she could never taste again after her first encounter. But Granny, century eggs are simply made from your duck eggs. What? Duck eggs can be eaten even after they've turned dark? Granny Wong could hardly believe it, as duck eggs were typically of little value, reserved for their own consumption. Now, not only could they be sold, but they could also be transformed into such a delectable dish. Qingyi added another spoonful of Qingyi for Granny Wong. Indeed, I plan to visit Shanghai village soon to discuss this matter with you all. I am considering sourcing salted duck eggs and century eggs directly from your village, and I would pay you handsomely for processing them. Originally there to express gratitude to Madame Yun, Granny Wong felt overwhelmed by the prospect of a new business opportunity. She quickly rose to express her thanks, proclaiming, "Madame Yun is truly a benefactor. I will forever remember your kindness on behalf of our entire village." Qingyi gently pulled her back, saying, "Granny, there is no need for such formality. We will have many products to process at our factory, and I believe it would be more efficient to have you handle them directly rather than hiring others. The production of salted duck eggs and century eggs is rather straightforward. It offers you additional income, and it is more convenient for me as well. You are assisting me just as I am assisting you." Hearing Qingyi's words, Granny Wong felt a mix of anxiety and unease. Her family had toiled as farmers for generations, accustomed to a life of hardship. The idea of earning more money felt almost unsettling. "Madam, I will return home and inform the village chief. Please let us know what you require. I will also go back and prepare the villagers accordingly." Qingyi offered Granny Wong another dish, consisting of common ingredients, yellow earth, broad bean stalks, and pine needles, as well as an empty jar for the eggs and a dark room for storage. While these tasks were indeed simple, Granny Wong found it hard to believe. Why did good fortune seem to follow Madame Yun? Understanding that Granny Wong needed time to digest this news, Qingyi refrained from further discussion and encouraged her to continue eating. As a farmer, Granny Wong required a substantial amount of sustenance to sustain her laborious lifestyle. Noticing her repeated refusals, yet finishing her meal, Qingyi feared she had not eaten enough and requested the kitchen to prepare more dishes. "Granny, please, do not hold back on your first visit. Eat your fill." Amber then presented a jug of rose wine, pouring some for Granny Wong. "Do take a sip of this wine." Granny Wong lifted the cup to her nose, detecting a fragrant aroma reminiscent of roses. "It is indeed brewed from the flowers. Today, I have the pleasure of treating you with something from your own home." The base of the rose wine was glutinous rice wine, low in alcohol content and mildly sweet. After a sip, Granny Wong felt the warmth of the wine awaken her spirits, holding out her empty glass to Amber. "My dear, I drank too quickly to savor the flavor. Could you please pour me another cup?" After consuming 2 cups of wine, Granny Wong shed her previous reticence, becoming quite loquacious. She regaled the Yun family with numerous tales and anecdotes from the village, eliciting continuous laughter from them. Even the usually silent Lu Zhiyao managed to chuckle a few times. The meal extended for quite some time, and although Lady Fong had suggested that her daughter invite Granny Wong to stay for a few days, Granny Wong hastily declined. It was customary for an elderly woman to graciously accept such hospitality, especially since Lady Yun had been so kind, providing supplies to the Yun household daily. The family's chickens and ducks required diligent care, and she could not afford to impede Lady Yun's affairs. Granny Wong's reasoning was indeed sound. Any further insistence from Qingyi would have seemed rather inconsiderate. Noticing Granny Wong's eagerness to return home before dusk, Lady Fong retrieved a roll of fabric from her secret stash, along with several silver ingots and some herbal spices to present to Granny Wong. Given the urgency of her visit, these gifts were imperative, and Granny Wong promised to stay longer on her next visit. Qingyi also offered a few garments and some staple food items to the second girl. Thus, Granny Wong departed with a cart full of goods. After spending the day at home, Qingyi and Lu Zhiyao contemplated visiting the tavern to check on progress, intending to accompany Granny Wong and her party. As they reached the bridge, they heard a commotion with cries of someone having jumped into the river. Startled, Qingyi and Lu Zhiyao peered into the water. Recognizing the familiar figure, Lady Hui. What should we do, sister? Lu Xiao exclaimed, panic rising within her, for she had never imagined that someone she knew would resort to such despair. Qingyi raised a silver ingot high, calling out, "Who can swim? Please, help save this lady." Under the promise of generous reward, a few sturdy men promptly leapt into the river, quickly hauling Lady Hui to safety. Qingyi administered some pressure on Lady Hui, who eventually regained consciousness, her gaze vacant and her demeanor disoriented, unable to rouse her verbally. Qingyi enlisted help to lift the drenched Lady Hui onto a cart. Granny Wang and the second girl, upon witnessing Qingyi's dilemma, delayed their return home to assist in transporting Lady Hui, following the ox cart back to the Yun residence. Granny Wang busied herself with tending to Lady Hui, drying her off and providing her with clean garments. Qingyi summoned a physician, who confirmed that Lady Hui was not gravely harmed, but had suffered from exposure and was overwhelmed by distress. He prescribed several remedies for her condition. DFC Stevie, the last time we met was at the banquet. What has transpired in these months to lead you to such a state? Qingyi inquired gently. Hui Yutong gazed blankly into the distance, a series of unsettling smiles flickering across her face as she slowly retrieved a piece of paper from her damp clothing, its writing now blurred and indistinct. Lu Xiao examined it closely, discerning the three leading characters to read divorce decree. Chapter 045. The Divorce Decree. Qingyi recalled her last encounter with Lady Hui, when she timidly sought her advice on soup making, while her former husband regarded her with disdain, clearly harboring contempt for her efforts. It seemed he had never valued her, failing to recognize her dedication and hard work. Wei Yuheng was derisively referred to as a foolish woman in public, while in private, her husband exhibited an alarming indifference. Such a spouse was indeed better off abandoned. A divorce would not tarnish her reputation, and there was little to lament. The separation document was a letter of divorce, not a letter of dismissal, indicating that Madame Hui bore no fault. The two parties had reached an amicable agreement, parting ways peacefully, which should result in mutual benefit. After all, Wei Yuheng held the esteemed position of an editor in the Hamlin Academy, and within the capital, he surely cared for his dignity. He would not resort to absolute cruelty, leaving Madame Hui destitute. He would provide her with some financial support. Yet, why then did Madame Hui choose the path of despair? Qingyi was beset with questions, but she could not voice them to Madame Hui, who could fathom the depths of her experiences, who could ascertain if Wei Yuheng possessed any principles. Lu Xiao, being somewhat acquainted with Madame Hui, gently inquired about her ordeal. With a clenched fist, Madame Hui twisted the quilt, exclaiming, "Wei Yuheng, how ruthless he is." In the beginning, Wei Yuheng was merely a penniless scholar who, in pursuit of his studies, sold the family's plow ox to attend the local academy. Even then, he struggled to afford the school fees and devised a compromise by renting a room adjacent to the academy, eavesdropping and learning from behind the wall. That very room happened to belong to the Hui family. The Hui family had one daughter and 3 sons, with Hui Yutong, the eldest sister, taking care of her brothers while also looking after Wei Yuheng. He paid rent for a few months, but as his financial situation worsened, he could no longer afford even that. Madame Hui, unwilling to let her father expel him, repeatedly petitioned on his behalf. The academy's instructors, having recognized the potential in Wei Yuheng's writings, believed he would achieve greatness, perhaps swaying Madame Hui's father to consider taking him as a son-in-law. However, Madame Hui opposed this notion, asserting that scholars were too proud to become dependent sons-in-law. Her father retorted, "If you value your pride, then leave my house." Ultimately, her father consented to marry his daughter to Wei Yuheng, but the Wei family provided no dowry, and the Hui family even gifted them a room, a source of grievance for Madame Hui's father. In a few short years, Wei Yuheng achieved success, becoming an editor at the Hamlin Academy. Madame Hui, who had once bowed her head in submission, finally held it high. Upon arriving in the capital, Wei Yuheng became engrossed in social engagements, while Madame Hui continued her domestic duties, preparing meals and managing their household. Their lives were relatively harmonious, as long as the Hui family was not mentioned. With Wei Yuheng's rise to prominence, the Hui family felt their long-standing investment was finally poised to yield returns. Madame Huey's father and brothers frequently approached her for financial assistance. And feeling that her life had improved, she believed it was only right to share her fortune with her family, using her savings to support them. Her three brothers would often come to borrow money. Although they referred to it as borrowing, they never provided IOUs nor demonstrated any intention of repayment. After all, Wei Yuheng was their brother-in-law, and they maintained a semblance of courtesy. Madame Huey's father, who had always looked down upon Wei Yuheng for living off his daughter for so many years, continued to berate him even after his success. Had it not been for my daughter providing you with sustenance when you were starving, you would have perished long ago. Over time, Wei Yuheng grew increasingly distant from her. This year, Huanyang's younger brother is also preparing for the imperial examination. Their father brought him here, hoping that Wei Yuheng could provide some guidance to ensure a smoother path for his studies. However, only a few days after their father's departure, Wei Yuheng proposed a separation, insisting that Huanyang take her brother back home. With Wei Yuheng unwilling to assist, their father vented his frustration on her, berating her as a worthless burden, asserting that the family could not afford to sustain her idleness, and ultimately casting her out. Now, without a husband and unable to return to her maternal home, she pondered the meaning of her existence. Ladies, you need not save me. Allow me to depart quietly. It may be the cleanest solution. Indeed, the uncertainty of life is burdensome. If she were not provided with a stable environment, it was likely she would attempt to end her life once more. Upon hearing Huanyang's plight, Qingyi felt increasingly convinced that entrusting one's fate to others entails significant risk. It would not be difficult to provide her with a room in her own home. Yet if Huanyang remained idle, dwelling on the grievances between the Wei and Hu families, her life would hardly improve. Thus, it was imperative to find her some meaningful work, ensuring she could lead a stable existence. Qingyi turned to Granny Wang, taking her aside to speak. Granny, I have a request. Huanyang is now all alone with nowhere to go. Could you possibly help me by bringing her back and finding her a place to stay? In a few days, I will come to Shangha village to teach you how to make salted duck eggs and century eggs, and I believe it would be beneficial for her to learn as well. Having a roof over her head and a source of income will truly save her. Granny Wang, being a kind-hearted soul, was more than willing to assist, especially at Qingyi's behest. Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure she is well taken care of. Everyone encounters difficulties in life. A helping hand can make all the difference. I shall counsel her and instill hope in her heart. With Granny Wang's involvement, Qingyi felt reassured. After a restless night, Qingyi gathered some daily necessities and changes of clothing for Huanyang, packing 2 boxes and arranging for a carriage to take her back to Shangha village with Granny Wang. Before their departure, Qingyi advised Huanyang, above all, focus on regaining your health. Brighter days are ahead. Watching the carriage carrying Huanyang fade from view, Qingyi felt a pang of sorrow. How had Huanyang, who devoted herself wholeheartedly, found herself in such dire straits? Indeed, a woman should not be so eager to seek affection from men. There are far more intriguing pursuits in life, and it would be wise to earn more money instead. Internally chastising Wei Yuheng, she also cast her disdain toward all men. With a deep breath, she encouraged herself, work hard to earn money and live well. As she turned, she encountered Mo Yuxuan and his entourage in the alley. Good morning. Lady Yun, Mo greeted warmly. However, Qingyi, typically affable, was now marked by a semblance of indignation. Ignoring the trio as she headed straight back to the Yun residence, Mo sensed that Lady Yun appeared somewhat intimidating today. Sir, do you think Lady Yun has run out of money? Mo pondered, unable to conceive of any other reason for her unusual demeanor. What if she is angry and refuses to feed us? General, for the sake of our daily meals, would you consider returning the silver and humbly apologizing? Montak Yuxuan, feeling irritable, could no longer tolerate Mo's incessant chatter and kicked him aside, urging him to leave. Chapter 046. Odious man. Upon hearing that the construction of Wancheng Tower had commenced, the 3 of them rose early, eager to see if their assistance was needed, hoping to lend a hand where possible. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered an unpleasant situation. Mo Yuxuan received a disdainful glance from Qingyi first thing in the morning, which soured his mood immensely. Everything seemed off-putting, and he felt an urge to chastise anyone he laid eyes upon. Disturbed and disheartened, he abandoned the idea of venturing out and turned back to the estate. Until now, his impression of Qingyi was that of a playful smile, brimming with vivacity and charm. Yet today, she shot them a fierce glare. And although Mou found her fierce demeanor somewhat endearing, it left him feeling quite distressed. Perhaps, as Mou suggested, her irritation stemmed from the rent of 500 taels, leaving her financially strained. It would make sense. Girls often require clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics, expenses he knew little about but presumed to be rather costly. In retrospect, he regretted listening to his cousin's fanciful notions about contracts and the collection of rent from her. He longed for the simpler times when he could share a meal with her, enjoying her company, sitting around the hearth, sharing laughter. Those moments were truly idyllic. Mou Yuxuan had never engaged in business and had no desire to turn their relationship into a transactional one, which could lead to estrangement. If she were genuinely upset with him over this matter, he felt somewhat unjustly accused. He had never intended to demand money from her. The Wangqing Tower had sat idle for 5 years, and if she truly needed it, she could use it without hesitation. In the past, the Emperor's rewards to him had far exceeded 10,000 gold, which he had freely distributed to his soldiers, whether as bonuses or pensions. He was not a person driven by greed. Ultimately, it was his cousin's unreliability that had led to this contract, demanding 500 taels, resulting in mutual disdain. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to his quarters, lifting the red silk cloth, his fingers gently gliding over the swift and ethereal carriage. He recalled the day his cousin had brought him those delicious cakes, which had unexpectedly contained surprise. He attempted to interpret the character Yun on the bottom of the carriage as a smiling face, yet appeared anything but. The more he stared, the more it resembled a frown, stirring memories of her disdainful gaze, which only heightened his agitation. He retrieved a jar of rose wine from the cellar. Though he typically preferred stronger spirits, rose wine was different. Each jar was crafted by the little girl across the way. With a low alcohol content and a sweet, refreshing taste, it turned out that she, like him, favored sweetness. A warmth spread through his heart, but it was fleeting as he recalled her dismissive glance, plunging his mood back into darkness. This wine, with its mild potency, was impossible to become intoxicated from. Perhaps it was the subtlety of its strength that made him feel increasingly uncomfortable the more he drank. The last remnant of her he possessed was that contract and the 500 taels. Although their names were inscribed together, the 500 taels were indeed a glaring nuisance. It was true that since the death of those 500 taels, today marked the first time he had seen her. Could it truly be, as Mou suggested? She intends to renovate and open a shop, which surely demands a considerable amount of money. Although he is not entirely certain, the possibility of this being the reason prompts him to explore it further to discern how to resolve the matter. Upon returning home, Qingyi finds her own spirits equally dampened. She recalls that Wei Yuheng shares a close bond with her second brother during the last banquet. He was seen with her brother, exuding a demeanor of both arrogance and servility, which now evokes a sense of disgust. Her second brother, a paragon of virtue, is often said to attract like-minded individuals. If he associates with someone of such questionable character, it is bound to tarnish his reputation. Last night, she was preoccupied with caring for Madame Hui and did not have the opportunity to converse with her brother. But it is certain that he is aware of the events that transpired at home, and today she must have a serious discussion with him. Meanwhile, during a lull in the document copying at the Hamlin Academy, Yun Qingyuan discreetly summoned Wei Yuheng to a secluded area to inquire about the situation at hand. After all, this pertains to Wei's family matters, and Qingyuan should ideally refrain from meddling. Yet human lives are at stake. Wei Yuheng initially appeared startled, followed by a sense of resignation. Brother Yun, though my origins are humble, I am well versed in the teachings of sages. I dare not claim to possess great knowledge, but I do understand the values of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame. There are matters I cannot divulge. Madame Hui, being Navi, has been exploited by her family, and her decision to part ways was one of necessity. At the time of our separation, I was left with nothing, yet I borrowed 200 taels from you to ensure her proper settlement, having done all within my means to assist her. Trust in me, Brother Yun. I have never sought to drive Madame Hui into despair. After all, at that time, I was devoid of any wealth, and without Madame Hui's companionship. Even if I were to eventually rise, it would likely take many more years of hardship. At this juncture, Qingyi felt it inappropriate to press on with further inquiries. Being a naturally privileged individual, he was not well acquainted with the myriad of life's inevitable hardships. However, he sensed that Wei Yuheng was not devoid of compassion. His inquiry into this matter was driven not only by the gravity of human life, but also by his understanding of his sister. Having saved Madame Hui, she would undoubtedly demand an explanation from him. He needed to balance his relationships with both his friend and his sister, thus it was imperative to first grasp the situation. Indeed, upon entering the door that evening, he was immediately confronted by his sister, who, without even changing her shoes, pulled him into a side room for a discussion. In the past, his sister would approach him with a beaming smile, playful and charming. Today, however, she appeared solemn, even greeting him with a deep bow. Her words laced with respect and formality. The more courteous she became, the more awkward Qingyi felt. He recognized that his sister was genuinely angry, the kind of anger that could not be easily soothed. Brother, as your sister, I should not interfere in your friendships. Yet given the events that transpired last night, I believe you are aware of what occurred. What is your opinion of Lord Wei? Her composed demeanor caught Qingyi off guard, as he had anticipated that she would confront him with fervent accusations against Wei Yuheng, possibly including some reproaches directed at himself. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Qingyi replied, I am indeed aware of the commotion that took place at home yesterday. You acted rightly. Life and death are paramount. Upon meeting Lord Wei today, I sensed he harbors unspoken burdens and is not a heartless individual. Subsequently, Qingyi recounted his conversation with Wei Yuheng to his sister, Qingyi. Initially, she felt a surge of anger. Despite her brother's extensive narration, she believed she could remain detached, yet her feelings towards Wei Yuheng remained rather unfavorable. Hearing her brother's words left Qingyi momentarily speechless, accumulating a day's worth of grievances, wanting to express her frustration, yet struggling to find a suitable outlet. She hastily bid farewell to her brother, lacking the inclination to prepare a meal, and ventured with her family to observe the progress at Wangqing Tower, ostensibly seeking fresh air. Mo Yushuan spotted Qingyi exiting the alley through the attic window and promptly followed suit. The unresolved matter weighed heavily upon him, though he was uncertain about what needed resolution or how to initiate it. Chapter 047. The Contract Today. Qingyi chose to remain indoors while Lu Jiao spent the day at the shop. On the 7th day of renovations, the layout of the first floor began to take shape. As envisioned by the sisters, the first floor was to be lively, featuring not only stir-fried dishes but also barbecues and hot pots, organized into distinct areas. Considering fire safety, the barbecue and hot pot section was designated by the riverside. Due to her dismal mood, Qingyi did not show up all day, yet Lu Jiao performed admirably. She meticulously documented the day's progress, including personnel movements, incoming materials, and expenditure. Sister, with you here, I can rest easy, she remarked. You have kept track of such intricate accounts with clarity, and your detailed logs of transactions have proven to be a significant boon for me. Lu Jiao seldom received praise, and her sister's words stirred her heart, filling her with excitement. Does my sister truly believe I have done well? Her voice quivered with enthusiasm. Confucius once served as a warehouse manager, and it is said that his accounts were impeccably maintained. The task of bookkeeping is inherently tedious. Many lack the patience for such minutiae, failing to excel in this regard. Yet, you have managed to maintain the records so proficiently. Your talent is just beginning to shine. I have long believed that, given your abilities, being merely a shopkeeper's wife would be an injustice. In the future, I shall inevitably rely on you to elevate our business to greater heights. Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction. Her judgment had not erred. Given Lu Jiao an appropriate platform, she could truly flourish. Previously, this astute individual was confined to the inner chambers, embroiled in internal strife, devoid of vitality. Now, after merely a few days overseeing the renovations at Wangyue Tower, she appeared more confident and decisive, her gaze sparkling with vigor, her stride infused with energy. In this world, women are not inferior in talent to men. However, they are constrained by myriad conventions, forced to remain ensconced in their boudoirs, sapping one another's strength. Over time, even the most gifted among them may become unrecognizable. When her sister granted Jiao the opportunity to step outside, Jiao was determined to exert herself fully, striving not to betray her sister's trust. Unbeknownst to Yun Qingyi, in her quest to excel, Lu Jiao spent time not at Wangqing Tower, but rather at her uncle's shop, learning from the shopkeeper. Recognizing her ambition, her uncle arranged for her to apprentice under Master Ma at the spice shop, where she formally honored him as her teacher and presented him with tea. Lu Jiao diligently learned from Master Ma, who patiently imparted his knowledge, addressing all her queries with care. Lu Jiao, after several days of meticulous accounting, realized that the Wangqing Tower indeed possessed an impressive grandeur, which, if fully realized, could undoubtedly become the hallmark of Yunming's. However, the initial investment was undeniably substantial. Yun Qingyi had secured 1,000 taels of silver from her mother for the renovation, which would only suffice to cover half of the project. Uncle Rong had reviewed all the financial dealings, hence he was well aware of the situation, having finally embarked on a new chapter in her life. How could he allow his niece to be burdened by financial constraints? The Rong family was not lacking in silver, although the Yun family could potentially raise the remaining funds. As her uncle, he wished to ensure his niece received greater benefits. Jiao, do not worry about the finances. You may first discuss with Madame Yun to ascertain her plans. Should she have the remaining funds ready, that would be ideal. However, if she finds herself in a temporary bind, I am willing to assist with a sum of money, which would serve as your investment share. I wonder how Madame Yun feels about this. With her uncle's backing, Lu Jiao felt reassured that the financial concerns regarding the Wangqing Tower would be alleviated. Although she had yet to fully grasp the concept of investing as her uncle suggested, she had inquired diligently with Manager Ma to understand the intricacies involved. Both her uncle and Master Ma were seasoned business veterans, and their succinct guidance had propelled Lu Jiao's understanding forward at an impressive pace. Grateful for her uncle's support, she meticulously recorded every financial detail, aware that not everyone was as fortunate as she to receive such generous assistance. Thus, she felt compelled to reciprocate, ensuring that every coin was spent judiciously. Yun Qingyi, upon reviewing the expenditures, was still contemplating how to broach the subject with her mother. The good news that Lu Jiao brought had considerably eased her brow. What a splendid idea! How did I not think of this? Uncle Rong's willingness to allow my sister to invest is simply perfect. Henceforth, the Wangyue Tower will be our joint venture, managed in unison, and my bond with my sister will transcend that of mere kinship. Both of them reveled in the excitement of their shared future, immersed in dreams of becoming the newly minted female tycoons of Yunming's, when Mo Yuxuan entered the room. Noticing her uplifted spirits, Mo Yuxuan refrained from unnecessary preliminaries. He placed the silver down, prepared to incinerate the contract before him, only to be halted by Yun Qingyi's intervention. What is the meaning of this, General? While it's true that the Wangqing Tower belongs to you, we are bound by contract, and you cannot renege on it. Otherwise, I shall bring this matter before the authorities, and you shall be compelled to compensate me. Since Yun Qingyi valued the contract, he could not proceed with its destruction. He left the silver behind and reclaimed the contract, stating, "The renovation of the Wangqing Tower entails considerable expenses, and every corner requires funding. Consider this the rent you previously paid. I shall lend it to you, and you may repay me once you have earned a profit." With that, he departed swiftly, not permitting Yun Qingyi a chance to refuse. Recognizing the owner's intentions and her own financial need, she decided to accept the funds. Yun Qingyi contemplated drafting an IOU to repay him in the future. Unbeknownst to her, their conversation had been overheard by several industrious craftsmen nearby, who had been casually listening. The Marquis of Jinyuan had long been a figure of legend, and they had not anticipated encountering him in person today. hearing tales of his fearsome reputation in the northern territories, where his enemies trembled at his name. In this present age, he is indeed a figure of immense repute, commanding such respect that even the noble ladies of high birth dare not lift their heads in his presence. It is no wonder that our esteemed proprietress has managed to establish the Wangqing Tower. The truth lies in their covenant. Our proprietress is truly remarkable. Many have taken note of the significance of the word covenant. The Wangqing Tower has remained vacant for years, and the people of Yunmings are well aware of its rightful owner. The artisans laboring here for several days have only encountered the two proprietresses, never the master of the house. Their curiosity is piqued, wondering how Lady Yun could persuade General Mo to reopen the Wangqing Tower. The reality is that they share a covenant, a bond between a man and a woman that unconsciously leads to such thoughts. Within a few days, rumors began to circulate in the alleys of Yunmings, claiming that General Mo and Lady Yun are betrothed. People tend to believe what they wish to believe, easily fabricating a coherent truth from mere keywords. This is all but a side note. At present, Qingyi remains unaware, observing the smooth progress of the project. With the most challenging financial issues deftly resolved, the construction of the tavern has captured Lu Jiao's attention as she prepares to address several matters in Shanghe Village. Chapter 048. Grilled taro cakes. Qingyi set forth with a cart full of daily necessities and nourishing herbs, accompanied by Amber, toward Shanghe Village. Having visited the village twice before in pursuit of ingredients for business, this time she was filled with mixed emotions. She never imagined that the elderly Wang would come to her aid in such a significant manner. Wang had ensured the well-being of Lady Hui, providing a glimmer of hope for a solitary soul. Engaging in commerce can indeed forge benevolent connections and yield blessings. The car driver, accustomed to the daily journey to Shanghe Village, navigated the route with ease, arriving swiftly. Qingyi chose not to seek out the village chief first, but rather made her way to Wang's home, eager to check on Lady Hui. If she had not been properly settled, her concern would weigh heavily on her heart, hindering her focus on business. Wang was diligently tending to broad beans at home. Qingyi mentioned her intention to rely on this for additional income, vowing to relay the news to the village chief upon her return. Aware of the friendship between Wang and Qingyi, the village chief took the message seriously. Thus, the villagers, men, women, and children alike, mobilized to gather broad bean stalks and pine needles. The women harvested the broad bean stalks while the men collected pine needles, and soon, every household had amassed small mountains of these materials. Witnessing this scene, Qingyi felt the weight of her words and the villagers' earnest desire for a better life. Surrounded by those filled with hope, she believed that Lady Hui would surely endure this challenging juncture. When Wang finally looked up to see Qingyi, she approached her with warmth. "Lady Yin, you have come," she exclaimed. "You mentioned a few days, yet here you are so soon. You have been in everyone's thoughts, and we have all been eagerly awaiting your arrival." As Wang spoke, she ushered Qingyi into the house. "Lady Hui, look who has arrived." Lady Hui emerged from the inner room, her head wrapped in a scarf, a knife in hand. "Lady Yun," she said, tears welling in her eyes. On that day, fortunate enough to be rescued by Lady Yun, Yutong was filled with gratitude. "Sister Hui, are you accustomed to life here? Everything is quite pleasant. Granny Wang treats me like a mother, and the villagers are all very kind. I'm truly grateful to them. I help with cooking and feeding the chickens. And when I'm busy, I forget about those distressing thoughts. It will all pass, and your life will surely improve in the future. Granny Wang has informed me that you have brought them a stable harvest. I am capable and willing to do household chores and cook, thus I can earn a living." Seeing that Lady Hui no longer bore the despondency of her former self, Qingyi felt a sense of relief. She could now confidently approach the village chief to discuss the next steps of their collaboration. The village chief had already heard of Lady Yun's return. In Shanghe Village, Lady Yun was synonymous with prosperity, and upon her arrival, excitement rippled through every household, prompting them to report to the village chief immediately. As Lady Yun entered the village chief's home, a throng of villagers swiftly gathered in the courtyard. "Lady Yun, we have prepared the broad bean stalks and pine needles. When can we commence processing the duck eggs?" "Lady Yun, Our house is spotless, and the jars are washed and dried. I wonder if 50 will suffice. If not, I can ask my uncle to assist me in making more. Eventually, it was the village chief who quieted the crowd, allowing Qingyi the opportunity to speak. She first produced a jar of preserved eggs and a jar of salted duck eggs, inviting everyone to take one to taste. Remember, this is how it should be. This is the flavor. Both preserved and salted duck eggs are simple to make, yet the duration of the process is crucial. If the time is too short, the preserved eggs remain watery. If too long, they become bitter and unpalatable. Now, let me teach you how to make them. In the village chief's home, Qingyi began by preparing the ashes and clay, adding salt, rolling the duck eggs in the mixture, and placing them into jars. While she was busy, Lady Hui assisted her diligently, and a few adept young sisters joined in, learning as they worked. As more and more villagers began to participate, by the time Qingyi sealed the jars and washed her hands, nearly every household present had prepared 2 jars of eggs. Now, everyone placed the completed eggs in their freshly tidied rooms. They would begin to observe them in half a month. Due to varying temperatures, the duration may slightly differ, so everyone must watch closely. For preserved eggs, one must listen for water inside. Freshly made eggs are strongly flavored, and if they contain no water, they should be left for a few more days. The salted duck eggs can be boiled to taste their flavor. As Qingyi explained, Lady Hui took notes beside her, having learned a few characters while accompanying Wei Yuheng in his studies. She used a stone to jot down her notes on the ground. After Qingyi finished, Lady Hui repeated what she had learned, receiving an affirming response from Qingyi, which brought her some comfort. Lady Yun, may I inquire how long you will be purchasing preserved and salted duck eggs? I wonder if my own supply will be ready in time. Qingyi understood her concerns. She needed to hatch ducklings and raise them, which would take at least 3 months before any eggs would be available. Rest assured, since I have entrusted Shangha Village with the production of preserved and salted duck eggs, I will purchase whatever quantity you can provide. Take your time. There is no rush. As the renovation of Wangxiang Tower progressed in an orderly fashion, Qingyi wished to extend her stay in Shangha Village. This would not only allow her to cultivate a closer relationship with her suppliers, but also to spend quality time with Madame Hui, helping her embark on a stable new life. Having never been exposed to rural life, everything in Shangha Village fascinated her. She observed a passing cow, which mooed at her, and moments later, she was greeted with a fresh pile of cow dung. Holding her nose, she squatted down to examine it, while the girl accompanying her, Yada, thought Qingyi was truly a city lady, finding everything novel. Lady Yun, surely you wouldn't consider using cow dung in your cooking? Tu muzit, bemused by Qingyi's peculiar fascination. Yet, the very next moment, Qingyi's words astonished her. You've reminded me, this is indeed a remarkable resource. While it cannot be used directly in cooking, it can be cleverly utilized to enhance flavors. She instructed Heir Yadu to bring some cow dung home to dry. Seemingly uninterested, Heir Yadu retorted, if we need dried cow dung, I can simply shovel some myself. Heir Yadu collected several piles of dung from a lush riverside and returned home. Is this enough for you, Lady Yin? She inquired. Take as much as you need, Qingyi replied. From Heir Yadu's cellar, she retrieved some earthy taro and placed them atop the dried cow dung. Lighting a bundle of reeds, she ignited the dung, allowing the taro to gradually emit a delightful aroma amidst the foul-smelling dung. Cow dung served as an excellent fuel, imparting a richer flavor to the taro than firewood could, and the absence of smoke made the experience significantly more pleasant. Approximately half an hour later, the taro was ready. Qingyi peeled the skin, slicing it into pieces and arranging them on a plate to present to Heir Yadu. Do take a taste and tell me how it compares to the taro you usually eat. Heir Yadu accepted a piece, took a bite, and exclaimed, delicious. For 6 months of the year, their rations often fell short, relying heavily on taro as a staple. They had long experimented with its preparation, yet they never anticipated Qingyi could create something so innovative. Lady Yun, you are truly remarkable. I've long heard from Madame Hui of your culinary prowess. Not only do you cook exquisitely, but you also excel at utilizing local ingredients. Today has truly opened my eyes. When you establish your grand restaurant, may I serve as a humble assistant in your kitchen to learn a few tricks? Such knowledge would be invaluable to me throughout my life. Qingyi took a piece of taro herself. If you wish to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. Chapter 049. Apprenticeship. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Heir Yadu immediately knelt and bowed her head to Qingyi. Master, please accept me as your disciple. The sudden gesture startled Qingyi, nearly causing her to choke as she struggled to articulate a response with her mouth full of taro. She gestured for Heir Yadu to rise. Once composed, Qingyi said, "If you truly wish to learn cooking from me, prepare a few dishes today for me to taste, so I may assess your foundational skills." Heir Yadu eagerly complied. Master, what should I prepare today? Make whatever you have at home. There is no need for laborious dishes. Just a few simple ones will suffice. Fried eggs, taro, stir-fry greens, and egg-fried rice. If you can successfully prepare these dishes, I will be able to gauge your basic skills. Is that all? The young girl found the assessment quite straightforward. She tied on her apron and busied herself at the stove, frying eggs, steaming sweet potatoes, stir-frying greens, and preparing fried rice. In the span of a tea's brew, several dishes were ready. Her movements were indeed swift, and she managed the heat reasonably well. However, the flavors were rather bland, relying solely on oil and salt. For Qingyi, her culinary skills could only be deemed sufficient for cooking food. Many details were lacking, clearly requiring her guidance. Qingyi inquired if she had ever considered alternate methods of preparing sweet potatoes, given the necessity of consuming them at least once a day. Sweet potatoes are abundant, serving as a substitute for rice, which itself bears no flavor. Should sweet potatoes not possess some essence? From a young girl's perspective, her reasoning was sound, as it had always been this way. Normal, indeed. Yet, does the norm equate to correctness? By relegating sweet potatoes to mere staple status, she assumed they ought to be tasteless. But what if one were to view them as a dish instead? They could be fried, sautéed, or otherwise prepared. Upon finishing her thoughts, Qingyi picked up a large sweet potato, peeled it with deft strokes, and sliced it into shreds, rinsing them in clean water to remove the starch. Heating the oil, she added a few dried chili peppers to infuse their aroma, then quickly tossed in the sweet potato shreds, seasoning them with salt and white vinegar, completing the dish in one seamless motion. The mere scent was enough to whet one's appetite. The young girl swallowed hard and eagerly grasped a sizable portion with her chopsticks, stuffing it into her mouth. Previously, she had regarded sweet potatoes as bland and merely filling. However, Qingyi, no, her master, transformed the sweet potato shreds into a tangy, spicy delight that was not only crisp but infinitely more delectable than her usual fare. The young girl had but one pot at home and lacked a griddle, making it inconvenient to fry eggs. Yet, this did not daunt her. She adeptly devised a method without one. First, she prepared a sauce using sugar and soy sauce, setting it aside. Then, she heated the pot without oil, adding an equal measure of water. Once the water bubbled vigorously, she swiftly cracked an egg into the pot, flipping it with haste before pouring in the sauce, resulting in a fragrant soy sauce egg. Undoubtedly, this flavor far surpassed her regular cooking. Qingyi also prepared a portion of soy sauce fried rice, adding some chopped green onions and scrambled eggs, ordinary ingredients, yet under her skilled hands, they were perfectly harmonized. Initially, the young girl had believed her cooking to be commendable, but in juxtaposition with Qingyi's dishes, she suddenly felt inadequate. What exactly had she added? What heat had she used? In what order had she introduced the ingredients? After recounting her methods, the young girl realized her potential. Her insight was commendable, albeit her upbringing had not emphasized culinary finesse, nor had anyone formally instructed her. With proper guidance by her side, she could master the craft in mere months. Master, is this where the teaching begins? The young girl felt an overwhelming sense of joy at the unexpected turn of events. Traditionally, one did not receive hands-on instruction from a master. A 3-year apprenticeship was often filled with menial tasks. Starting from the basics, chopping vegetables, assisting with preparations, one could only hope to take the lead based on the master's whims. A tacit understanding among all. As the old adage goes, teach a disciple, and the master may starve. Qingyi had no intention of relying on this for her livelihood. Given her family background, it would not be long before she found a husband of equal standing. at which point her culinary skills would likely serve only to prepare the most basic of meals. The second young girl, unable to write, repeatedly recited the instructions given by Qingyi, fearful of forgetting them and displeasing her master. "What are you mumbling about, little one?" Huanyang asked as she finished washing clothes and noticed the girl pacing back and forth in the courtyard, her lips moving incessantly. "Hui Jimi, I have already taken Yin Yangzi as my master. She taught me to make several dishes just now, and I'm afraid I will forget. So I must recite them a few more times," the girl replied, continuing her repetition. After a few iterations, Huanyang interrupted her. "At such a tender age, how could you possibly forget so easily? Stop mumbling. If you don't learn the dishes, you might end up looking foolish." Hu Tong then took out a stone and began to inscribe characters on the blue stone slab. "Here, I have written down what you just recited. If you repeat it endlessly today and still forget it tomorrow, what will you do? If you're truly worried about forgetting, simply refer to this stone slab. After a few days, revisit it and practice a few more times. You certainly won't forget." The second young girl compared the notes she had just memorized with the characters on the stone slab, reading them aloud for Hu Tong. "Huanyang, am I reciting correctly?" Receiving Hu Tong's affirmation filled her with joy. "I can recognize characters now, mother. I can recognize characters." Observing the girl's happiness, Qingyi, who had been pondering what to gift her young apprentice as a token of their meeting, now had a brilliant idea. She retrieved a set of new ink and paper from the cart and presented it to the girl, instructing her to transcribe the characters from the blue stone slab onto the paper. Qingyi patiently guided her stroke by stroke. The girl hesitated to write directly on the paper, preferring to sketch on the stone slab first. Only when Qingyi confirmed her accuracy would she then copy it onto the paper. The second young girl learned rapidly, soon recognizing dozens of characters. She carefully folded the written recipes, treating them as treasures. Qingyi believed that as the girl would eventually venture out to work, her name, which might draw laughter, needed to be changed. Upon learning she was born in winter, she renamed her Yingxue. Qingyi inscribed the name on paper and handed it to her. "Yingxue, this shall be your name." Yingxue expressed her gratitude for the bestowed name, placing both the recipes and her new name along with the writing materials into a box in the inner room. In the afternoon, with her parents and brothers tending to farm work, Yingxue found herself inundated with chores, feeding the chickens and ducks, pickling duck eggs, and washing clothes. Observing her busy demeanor, Qingyi suggested she continue her tasks while she explored other areas of the village. Initially, she had intended to invite Hu Tong along for company, but noticing the mountain of duck eggs at Yingxue's home, she realized that the young girl would never finish her tasks alone. Thus, Hu Tong decided to stay and assist Yingxue. Seeing Hu Tong so quickly integrate into the life of Shanghe village, Qingyi deemed it unnecessary to dwell on sorrowful matters and wandered off alone to explore. Chapter 50. Childishness, Gourd, Pine Cone. Qingyi felt certain that Shanghe village held treasures unnoticed by its inhabitants. Last time, Granny Wang brought an exquisite selection of vegetables and fruits to the Yun family, ensuring they could savor the freshest tastes. The gourds she carried weighed just over a pound, perfectly ripened. She observed the old farmers in the fields advising their children to pick the larger ones and leave the smaller ones to continue growing. The old man, drenched in sweat, took a swig from his gourd, quenching his thirst with well water. This inspired Qingyi. Previously, she had utilized bamboo tubes for her fishball takeout. Although she had sold a few milk tea recipes to Uncle Rong, it wouldn't be unfeasible to offer some beverages alongside her future restaurant. The gourd provided an excellent solution for portability, especially since it was the season for their harvest. "Old man, do you have enough gourds to eat?" Although not everyone in Shanghe village had conducted business with Qingyi, all were aware of her reputation as a true benefactor. Upon her inquiry, the old man's spirits lifted considerably. "Madame Yuan, you yist. We have plenty of gourds and they grow quickly. We can't possibly consume them all. The surplus will be crafted into wine vessels and ladles to trade at the market." The old man, not far from his home, took Qingyi to see several wine gourds from previous years. The gourds varied in size. Some were large enough to hold over 10 pounds of wine, while others were small, intended for his grandson to play with. Scattered about were a dozen ladles. Selling them at the market might yield little profit, and indeed, there was no guarantee anyone would purchase them. However, placing them at Wangqing Tower for milk tea blind boxes could prove to be a different story. Old man, I will buy as many 1-pound wine gourds as you have at 50 each. Hearing Yun Qingyi's proposition, the old man's hands trembled with excitement. Madam, we can finally do business with you. He continued, I only need the gourds to be around a pound. I do not want those that are too large or too small. Furthermore, each household must ensure their gourds are properly processed, of suitable size, and watertight. You may share this news with others. I will discuss the specifics with the village chief later. Upon hearing this, the old man instructed his grandson not to pick any large gourds. He tossed a 1-pound gourd to his grandson, saying, pick those of this size. The gathered gourds were neatly arranged on a wheelbarrow, and as the old man pushed it, it felt as if he were carting a treasure, his steps light and buoyant. Along the way, he informed others, Madam Yin has a new venture. They should hurry to collect gourds. One aunt, busy cooking at home, had just chopped a gourd that met the criteria and felt quite dismayed. Had I known it could be sold for money, I wouldn't have picked it. The old man reassured her, if Madam Yin were to collect them all, she wouldn't mind this one. Perhaps your gourd is the last of the gourd harvest from our village. As they ventured further, the mountains loomed ahead. That day, Yun Qingyi had just instructed everyone on how to make century eggs, and they had all gone up the mountain to gather pine needles. Since pine trees do not bear fruit and are not cultivated, villagers could only rely on luck to find wild ones. On the mountain, Yun Qingyi encountered several villagers collecting pine needles, but the few trees that were accessible had been stripped bare. Those arriving later either sought more distant locations or had to climb higher to gather them. Beneath the tree, several notably small children were engaged in play, gathering pine needles. In the process, numerous pine cones tumbled to the ground. The discarded pine cones became delightful toys for the children. A group of them collected a sizable handful of pine cones, and Yun Qingyi produced a packet of snacks to propose a trade. This packet of treats is for you. May I have these pine cones in exchange? For the children of Shangha village, who seldom enjoyed such delicacies during the new year, this exchange seemed most advantageous. Yet, the thought of trading several pine cones for a single packet of snacks rendered them hesitant. Yun Qingyi distributed the snacks one by one into the children's hands, encouraging them. Go on, enjoy. Once you finish, you can help your sister collect more pine cones. Ultimately, the allure of the treats proved irresistible, though they were reluctant to consume them all at once. The younger ones took tentative bites, while the older children merely nibbled before stowing the remainder in their pockets. One little girl even offered a treat to her mother, saying, Mother, you should have some too. The children did not forget their promise. After eating, they set about assisting Yun Qingyi in gathering the pine cones. What had begun as mere play, with only a dozen or so pine cones, quickly transformed into a bustling effort, and soon a considerable collection was amassed. Yun Qingyi procured several banana leaves, wrapping the pine cones into 5 or 6 bundles, and the children lent a helping hand in delivering the bundles back to the village. Upon her return to the courtyard of the Yingxue family, the duck eggs were neatly prepared and stored, and Hui Yutong had tidied the yard impeccably. Yingxue, Sister Hui, I found something wonderful again. Take a look. Yun Qingyi exclaimed, unveiling a bundle from which the pine cones cascaded. Hui Yutong, upon seeing them, felt deflated. I thought it might be something truly special. Truly, Yun, you have the heart of a child, always finding everything fascinating and wanting to play with it. Initially, Yingxue shared Hui Yutong's sentiment, but having accompanied her master to gather cow dung today for practical use, she refrained from further remarks, fearing to provoke her master's amusement. Yun Qingyi said nothing, instructing Yingxue to place the pine cones in a cool, ventilated spot. In a few days, there will be more delicious treats. I fear there may not be enough by then. However, there seemed little cause for concern. The conditions here are inadequate. I must take them back for processing. In the end, only I shall savor them. She longed to expedite the establishment of her processing facility, as it would greatly facilitate her endeavors. Master, when will you take me with you? I can hardly wait to learn from you. Observing Yingxue's expression, it was clear she eagerly anticipated the day of learning from her master. There is no rush. I have come to realize that Shangha village is indeed a splendid place. I wish to linger here a few more days, as I might uncover numerous new ingredients. In the meantime, please practice the dishes I taught you today several times. Mastering the fundamentals will make further learning increasingly effortless. That evening, Qingyi prepared a meal identical to that of lunch. To ensure Qingyi did not grow weary of the same fare, she recalled how much she enjoyed the loofah at the Yun household and added a dish of stir-fried loofah to the table. Before the meal could be served, Hui Yutong entered, bringing several bowls from Granny Wang's house, astonishingly identical to the dishes prepared by Qingyi. Lady Yun, I overheard Qingyi noting down the recipes at lunch. I too wish to learn from you. These dishes are my creations. I would appreciate your guidance. This scene felt familiar to Qingyi, reminding her of their first encounter when Hui Yutong timidly presented her soup, seeking her advice. Now, she is more resolute than ever, and Qingyi perceives this as an auspicious sign. While she cannot claim to have fully emerged from her troubling circumstances, at least the vigor has returned, alleviating her worries about accomplishing tasks. Qingyi picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and echoed her previous sentiments. The flavor was delightful. Chapter 051. Entertaining the Little Ones. Caramel Pudding. Qingyi found herself admiring Hui Yutong. The latter patiently guided Qingyi through the cooking process, who diligently memorized the recipe after several recitations. Just by listening to a few lines of the recipe, she could recreate the dish almost perfectly. When it comes to culinary skills, she possesses an innate talent, albeit previously untapped. Qingyi also sampled Hui Yutong's dish and remarked that Sister Hui's cooking was indeed superior to her own. Sister Hui, you can write beautifully and cook remarkably. You are truly impressive. Upon mentioning writing, Hui Yutong's voice quivered. Like many women of her time, she had been confined to domestic duties, washing clothes, cooking, and managing household affairs. Their family's financial situation was precarious, and saving money was crucial to send her 3 younger brothers to school, leaving little room for her aspirations. Living near the academy, she was fortunate to listen to the lessons of the master every day. At the tender age of 4, the master, noticing her quick wit, playfully taught her to recite the lute song, which she memorized with remarkable ease in just a few days. Later, by chance, she acquired a manuscript of the lute song, allowing her to teach herself to read. From that moment, her respect for scholars deepened. Under her father's strict control, she was reluctant to marry into a merchant family and secretly supported Wei Yuan. It was during this period that her culinary skills flourished. Little did she know, her efforts would not yield the stability she yearned for. Why had such sorrowful memories resurfaced? Qingyi quickly diverted the conversation, inviting everyone to sit down and enjoy their meal. The 2 children who had previously assisted Qingyi in collecting pine cones had also arrived, curious about their meal. Serendipitously, there were 2 extra servings, so Qingyi invited the children to join them at the table. The children relished their meal, devouring every morsel of the food prepared by Qingyi's family. Observing their insatiable expressions, Qingyi realized they had not eaten enough. She would not allow such a situation to occur. From her carriage, she retrieved a bag of sugar and a few eggs, intending to prepare a batch of caramel pudding for the children. Qingyi began by making the caramel, placing the sugar in a heavy-bottom pan and heating it over low flame. Gradually, the sugar began to melt, and when it turned a golden hue, she gently shook the pan to ensure even heating. Continuing to heat it until it reached a deep amber color, she carefully added 12 tablespoons of hot water, stirring until fully combined. Once the caramel was ready, she poured it into small bowls, swirling them to spread the caramel evenly. Next, she proceeded to prepare the pudding mixture. Qingyi sent Qingyi to the neighboring dairy farm to procure some milk and fresh cream, which she combined in a large bowl. She then cracked the eggs and egg yolks, whisking them together, and gradually incorporated the sugar, mixing until smooth. Subsequently, she slowly poured the milk mixture into the egg mixture, stirring continuously until well combined. The pudding mixture was now complete. After filtering the pudding mixture several times to eliminate solid particles, pour the velvety liquid into the caramel bowl. The final step involves baking the pudding using the water bath method. Qingyi retrieves a large bowl from the cupboard, places the smaller pudding bowls within it, and fills the larger bowl halfway with water before setting it on the stove to bake. After a while, the enticing aroma of the pudding wafts through the air, drawing the children to gather around the stove, unwilling to divert their gaze. Even when Qingyi urges them to play for a while, they remain steadfast in their desire to stay by the oven. You should go play for a bit. It will take some time, she suggests. We do not wish to play. We only want to watch the stove, they reply. Not only do the two children who had just eaten refuse to leave, but their friends, searching for them, are unable to find them. When they arrive at Qingshue's home, they discover the children waiting for food and join the circle around the stove. What smells so wonderful? One asks. I do not know. We just had the most delicious sweet potato shreds, but unfortunately, we did not eat enough, another child responds. Hearing this, Qingyi feels a pang of sadness. The sour and spicy sweet potato shreds are the simplest preparation of sweet potatoes, yet there are countless dishes and snacks that can be made from them. However, their rations are insufficient, and it would be unseemly to indulge in such luxuries when they cannot afford to spare more sweet potatoes for snacks. Nevertheless, Qingyi has already devised a plan in her mind to ensure that everyone is well fed, allowing them the freedom to enjoy sweet potatoes as they please in the future. Qingyi has a few more inquiries and asks Qingxue to summon her father. Madam Yin, what brings you to seek out the old man? Upon seeing Qingyi, the villagers of Shangha village exhibit a familiar reaction, their hearts racing and hands trembling. They believe that whomever she blesses with her golden touch shall prosper. Uncle Zhao, our grain supply is insufficient. Can we rely on sweet potatoes? Zhao Wang seems troubled. Madam Yun, sweet potatoes yield abundantly and are easy to cultivate. Simply planting a few pieces in the ground will yield a bountiful harvest. However, people need grains. Who can solely rely on this? It merely fills the belly. In our village, every household's fields are primarily sown with grains, with only a little set aside for sweet potatoes. Do not mock me. But if one can eat and be satisfied, who would choose this? Thus, Qingyi gains insight. For Shangha village, sweet potatoes serve merely as a means of survival. They finally have enough to eat because of them. Each household has limited arable land. An expansion of cultivation is not feasible. What she can do is assist in increasing the yield per acre to ensure they are well fed. By planting more sweet potatoes, she hopes to help them augment their income. Yet, haste is not advisable. All things have their season. This year's autumn harvest must focus on selecting seeds, paving the way for increased yields in the coming year. Amidst their conversation, the caramel pudding is ready. After cooling the pudding in well water, Qingyi unmolds it, inverting it onto a plate to reveal the alluring amber-hued caramel beneath. She places a small spoon atop the pudding. The silky texture of the pudding quivers enticingly, becoming even more alluring. The children, seeing the luscious pudding, rush over eagerly. Madam Yin, I have not had any yet. Madam Yin, I have not had any yet. Do not fret. There should be enough for everyone. Qingyi patiently reassures them. The fortunate children who receive pudding return to their spots, blissfully indulging in the caramel delight. The children indulged in the delicacies, while Qingshu Huingyang and her family looked on enviously, observing Qingyi generously distributing treats to the children. They hesitated to ask her for some, assuming it was solely for the little ones. Fortunately, Qingyi had prepared an ample amount, allowing the adults to partake as well, satisfying their cravings. Madam Yun, how is it that eggs can be transformed into something so delectable? One inquired. This is not merely sweetened eggs. It is caramel pudding. A small indulgence, after a meal, can certainly elevate one's spirits. While it was indeed delightful, eggs were commonplace, and although sugar was precious, it was still affordable. However, procuring milk and cream posed a challenge. Had it not been for a villager whose cow had recently calved, she would have been at a loss. Reflecting on this, Qingyi also decided to indulge in a pudding. In her modern life, she meticulously maintained her physique by controlling her diet, consuming only high-quality proteins and vegetables, and abstaining from sugary beverages. Yet, in this era of scarcity, savoring a single bite of pudding felt like a moment of joyous reprieve. The next morning, as roosters crowed, the villagers of Shangha began to rise, ready for a day of toil. Due to the lengthy process of making pudding the previous night, Qingyi anticipated that she would not return home before the city gates closed. She instructed the carriage driver to deliver a message, stating her intention to remain in Shanghai for a few more days, and spent the night at Granny Wang's house. Granny Wang had a bedroom reserved for her daughter, which had remained empty since her marriage. She swiftly cleaned and prepared the room, providing Qingyi with fresh bedding for her rest. Despite Granny Wang's utmost hospitality, Qingyi found it difficult to sleep. As a child, she had read The Princess and the Pea and marveled at the idea of a single pea disturbing a princess amidst 20 layers of mattresses. It seemed utterly fantastical. That night at Granny Wang's, lying on a creaky bed, she pondered the tale, reflecting on how, while it may have been embellished, it was likely inspired by real experiences. Surely the author shared a similarly restless night, engraved in memory. Qingyi barely managed to sleep until dawn, realizing how fortunate she truly was. In the modern world, she was cherished by her parents and grandparents. Though not wealthy, her needs were met. Now, having traversed into the body of this young lady in ancient times, she recognized the love of family, having never endured hardship. Thus, her desire to create pudding seemed somewhat extravagant in hindsight. In the stillness of the night, she resolved to seek out more accessible ingredients, believing that only the familiar held the potential for greater culinary exploration. Desserts like pudding were better suited for small, private endeavors. Upon waking at daybreak, she wandered about Shanghai, which was not large, and she had already familiarized herself with the layout the previous day. Not wishing to disturb Ing Xue and Hui Yutong, who were busy with their morning chores, she set off on her own. Passing a pond, she noticed a woman gathering water plants. Intrigued, Qingyi approached to inquire, "Annie, what are you doing with that?" The woman continued her task without pause, replying, "Madam Yun, I am collecting these water plants to feed my pigs. The grass that swine consume ought to be tender. This water grass is quite suitable for them." The last statement rendered Qingyi utterly astonished, for it was no ordinary water grass, but rather the exquisite water shield, renowned for its exceptional flavor in soups. In ancient times, pigs indulged in water shield daily, surely elevating their diet to remarkable heights. Qingyi felt somewhat embarrassed to confess to her aunt that she wished to take some home for herself, as she certainly did not wish to assume the role of the second elder brother. Water shield cannot stray far from water. Once removed, it loses its delightful freshness. She returned to Granny Wang's house, procured a basin, filled it with well water, and then ventured to the pond to collect a handful of water shield. Water shield paired with fish balls is a match made in culinary heaven. In modern fish cuisine establishments, there exists a dish named Wishing You Prosperity, which features fish balls crafted into small ingots served in a water shield soup. She first prepared a pot of fish balls for future use, then sliced a small piece of cured meat from Granny Wang's house, finally shredding it along with some ginger, while ensuring the water shield was drained of excess moisture. Next, she heated oil in a pan, added the shredded ham and ginger, and sauteed them over low heat until they changed color. A spoonful of white wine was then introduced to enhance the aroma, followed by the addition of the fish ball broth, which was brought to a boil. Once boiling, the water shield and fish balls were introduced, the mixture brought to another boil, seasoned with salt, and then removed from the heat. Qingyi served herself a small bowl to sample the flavor. Upon tasting the first sip, she realized that from that moment forth, the second elder brother of Shanghai village would no longer relish the tender water shield. The level of indulgence the second elder brother experienced was beyond Qingyi's expectations. Perhaps it was time to adopt a new perspective, as there might be unexpectedly delightful ingredients within the feed. Just as this thought emerged, Qingyi startled herself. Water shield may have been merely a stroke of luck, in a time when people struggled to fill their bellies. How could there be an abundance of fine ingredients available for animal feed? Despite her inner conflict, she felt inclined to take a chance. After all, she had come in search of ingredients. If she found none, she would not incur a loss. Yet if she did discover something new, it would be a significant gain. With hesitation, Qingyi approached the cattle shed, where the cows were out working, leaving only the empty feed troughs behind. An elderly woman was adding beans to the trough, yet they appeared quite different from the bean cakes she had seen added to horse feed at home. "Good madam, what purpose do these serve?" "Young lady, these are for the cows." Qingyi was puzzled. Adult cows are typically fed twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. allowing sufficient time for rumination. During the Qin hour, she observed households releasing their cows, and after a day of labor, they were fed hay again in the evening. Was the elderly woman's addition a supplemental meal? Young lady, this is a wonderful addition. I feed the cows a supplementary meal at noon, mixing it with these beans. The cows are much more spirited for their afternoon labor and require less effort to work. Is it truly so miraculous? Curious, Qingyi grasped a handful and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was coffee beans. She had once harbored a fondness for coffee, often relying on a cup to sustain her during the bustling hours of the fish restaurant, which frequently extended until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, leaving her unable to take a midday nap. Over the years, she had developed a habit. A day without coffee felt incomplete, akin to an unfinished endeavor. At this moment, she found herself in a peculiar blend of amusement and disbelief. She had once claimed to have evaded the grind of employment, yet here she was, entangled in the fate of a mere cog in the wheel. It turned out that in ancient times, coffee truly served to invigorate the livestock. Good madam, did your family cultivate these beans? Might you spare me some? Qingyi. Preoccupied with the taste of coffee, she had nearly forgotten after several months in this ancient setting, was determined to savor a cup today. Lady Yun, Yuyist. This substance is not for human consumption. What purpose would it serve for me to cultivate it? The old woman chuckled, recalling how her granddaughter had once collected these coffee beans while tending to the cattle on the hillside. If you desire them, my dear, I shall gladly prepare some for you. With the precious coffee beans in hand, Qingyi returned to Granny Wang's abode. Though raw coffee beans possess some benefits, their treatment was certainly superior to that of livestock. To brew her coffee, she needed to roast the beans first, embracing the rich aroma that represented the last vestiges of her diligence in the mundane world. She rummaged through Granny Wang's kitchen for a thick-bottomed pot and set it on the stove. Roasting coffee beans demanded precise temperatures, ideally around 160 degrees Celsius. Lacking a thermometer, she recalled a seasoned chef from a fish restaurant mentioning that the boiling point of oil was 300 degrees, and that a moderate temperature of 150 to 160 degrees could be discerned by the first wisps of smoke. She commenced by pouring 2 tablespoons of oil to gauge the heat, and once it reached the desired level, she switched to another pot to roast the coffee beans. To ensure even roasting, she continuously stirred the beans with a wooden spatula. The medium roast yielded a delightful balance of acidity and bitterness, precisely to her liking, and the transformation of the beans was unmistakable. Initially, they were a light brown, gradually deepening to a medium hue, and once the first crack of the beans resonated, they were deemed perfectly roasted. After allowing the beans to cool completely, Qingyi procured a sealed ceramic jar to store them, taking a small handful to grind with a stone mill. Using the remaining milk from her pudding-making endeavor, she added hot water to create a fragrant cup of coffee that evoked sweet nostalgia. She preferred her coffee with milk, but no sugar. Qingyi pondered the directness of her journey thus far. In Chapter 053, 100 Tales, Pine Nuts, after spending several days in Shangha village, Qingyi found her visit fruitful beyond merely checking in on Hui Yutong. She finalized arrangements for duck egg processing, took on an apprentice to teach her a few dishes, and discovered new culinary ingredients such as gourds and water shield, with plans for future production of local taro products. While these were merely her initial discoveries, she needed to finalize the details with the village head. She meticulously drafted a procurement agreement outlining pricing, quality, and supply timelines. To facilitate shipments, Qingyi arranged for a cart driver to transport goods daily, alleviating the burden of round trips to Shangha village. The village head calculated that this would significantly boost their revenue. If all went smoothly, by the end of the year, as her restaurant opened, their lives would begin to flourish. Lady Yun, you truly are our benefactor. Allow me to express the villagers' gratitude, the village head said. You have provided us with business opportunities, and Shangha village will undoubtedly strive to meet your needs. Should there be anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, Qingyi had a matter to discuss. Hui Yutong was currently residing at Granny Wang's, and while the old woman could extend her hospitality for a few days, it was not a sustainable arrangement for either her or Hui Yutong. As the village head initiated the conversation, Qingyi contemplated seizing the opportunity to provide Hui Yutong with some stability. Village head, could you assist in settling Mrs. Hui within the village? A home and land would enable her to live a decent life. Upon hearing Qingyi's request, the village head's expression turned troubled. Mrs. Yun, it is not an easy task at this moment. He took a drag from his pipe and began to elaborate. Shanghe village is situated on the outskirts of the capital, and the household registration regulations of the Qingyi kingdom are exceedingly stringent. Without land ownership, establishing residency is quite challenging, compounded by a series of complex registration procedures. Both Qingyi and the village head could assist with the paperwork, but land ownership is a non-negotiable requirement. While the village head could help Hui Yutong find several plots of fertile land, converting them into private property would necessitate reporting to the authorities. Along with the payment of a substantial sum, it is reasonable to assume that Hui Yutong would not possess such funds. Otherwise, she would not have contemplated such a drastic course of action. Having already aided her to this extent, Qingyi felt compelled to continue the endeavor. Had he not rescued her that day, the two would have remained strangers. Now that he was aware of her plight, should she fail to survive and resort to despair once more, he would bear a portion of the responsibility. Originally, she had intended to purchase numerous items in Shanghe village, having paid a deposit in accordance with customary practice, leaving her with little money. After discussing with the village head, Qingyi decided to draft a contract, promising to send the deposit once he returned home in a few days. The village head was amenable to compromise, especially since Qingyi was the sole buyer. As long as the requests were not excessive, Shanghe village would accommodate them. In his quest to save a life, Qingyi was also accruing merit, and the village head was pleased to partake in such good fortune. Once an agreement was reached, Qingyi left 100 taels of silver for Hui Yutong. Sistivi, take this money to acquire land and a house in the village, and perhaps purchase some chickens and ducks. You will surely manage to get by. Hui Yutong hesitated, feeling unworthy of such generosity, yet recognizing her lack of alternatives, she eventually accepted. Mrs. Yun, I am at a loss to repay you. Should you ever require anything, I shall certainly return the favor. Qingyi wished for her to thrive. It had been a challenge to guide her back onto the right path. As long as she could navigate her life smoothly from that point onward, he did not seek any repayment. He was not fond of sentimental scenes. Immersing himself in Hui Yutong's emotions for too long would also bring him sorrow. He preferred to avoid such melancholy, so to uplift his spirits, he decided to prepare some food to replenish his energy. With physical vitality restored, his mental state would also benefit. The pine cones he had sun-dried a few days prior were now ready, many having split open. He summoned Hui Yutong and Yingxue to assist him in carefully extracting the pine nuts. After washing and drying the nuts, Qingyi set about preparing the stove. Taking a heavy-bottom pot and lining its base with a generous layer of coarse salt, adding star anise, fennel, cinnamon, and bay leaf for roasting. After a period, approximately the time it takes to enjoy a cup of tea, the pine nuts change color. Qingyi poured them into a dish to cool, then used a sieve to remove the salt and spices. The aroma of the roasted pine nuts wafted through the kitchen, tempting everyone present. There were not many pine cones collected, so each person received a small handful of pine nuts. The salt had drawn away the nut's oil, leaving only the rich, roasted flavor. Master, how is it that every seemingly useless item in your hands becomes a treasure? Were it not for your mention of making century eggs, the pine trees here would only serve as timber. Who could have imagined that from pine needles to pine cones, all are treasures? This inquiry is beyond Qingyi's capacity to answer. It embodies wisdom passed down through millennia, the result of countless individuals undertaking innumerable trials to cultivate what she considers an intrinsic culinary delight. Qingyi, in her reflections on the art of cooking, found herself imbued with a deeper sense of reverence. This knowledge, inherited through generations, warrants gradual exploration, as there remains much to learn. Qingyi vaguely responded, expressing her willingness to teach Yingxue should she truly wish to learn. However, Yingxue's illiteracy posed a challenge. Just a few days prior, when she attempted to memorize a recipe, it took her quite some time, making the learning process arduous. Illiteracy is indeed a hindrance, since Huanyang is literate. it would be prudent for Qingyi to study with her for a while. A modest amount of learning, sufficient to comprehend recipes, would suffice. Qingyi, since you aspire to learn to cook, I must oversee the renovation progress on both sides for the next few months, leaving me little time to instruct you. In the meantime, you can prepare by learning to read with Huanyang. Later, when I teach you, you will be able to grasp it more swiftly. Qingyi, somewhat perplexed, queried, Master, why must I learn to read just to cook? I have never heard of apprentices in our village needing to learn literacy. You imply that knowledge has always been passed down orally from master to disciple. Do you not? Would you prefer to fetch my foot bath water for 3 years before I slowly teach you over 5 or 6 years until you complete your apprenticeship? Qingyi was momentarily silenced by the retort. Qingyi recognized that her teaching method was rather impactful for her, so she patiently elaborated. Huanyang has never witnessed my cooking. She only hears you reciting recipes, yet she performs just as well. Have you considered why this is so? It is because she can read, remembers swiftly, and thus learns more rapidly. As I prepare to conduct business, time is of the essence. I do not possess the luxury to spend 5 or 6 years with you. Diligently study literacy with Huanyang. Focus solely on what pertains to cooking. When you learn to cook from me, I will only teach you for 3 months. And how much you learn will depend on how much you can retain. Qingyi took teaching seriously. After years of meticulous work in the laboratory, extracting and isolating substances for 12-hour stretches, she had cultivated a fastidious character. While she may appear jovial in her everyday demeanor, she could not tolerate any carelessness when it came to serious matters. Since Qingyi addressed her as master, she felt obliged to uphold the reputation of that title and ensure that her student acquired genuine skills. Chapter 054, A City in Turmoil, Part 1. Having concluded her affairs in Shangha village, Qingyi had been away for 4 or 5 days, and her thoughts lingered on the renovation status of Wangqing Tower. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted villagers of Shangha, she boarded a carriage to return to the city. Logically, having been gone for such an extended period, she should have returned home immediately. However, her concern for Wangqing Tower compelled her to direct the driver to proceed there directly. As the carriage passed her home, Qingyi did not disembark, nor did she linger. With a wry smile, she mused, in ancient times, do you pass by his home thrice without entering while managing the floods? Now, in pursuit of my ambitions, I too emulate the ancients. Perhaps I have taken on a hint of the workaholic spirit? Upon reaching Wangqing Tower, she instructed the coachman to return home and asked Hu Pa to procure 100 taels of silver as a deposit for the villagers of Shangha village, reassuring them to prepare their goods without worry. She then entered Wangqing Tower, meticulously inspecting every corner both inside and out. During her absence, Lu Jiao, the stewardess, had devoted herself diligently to the affairs of the establishment. The investment from Uncle Rong had swiftly materialized, and with funds for the construction available, Lu Jiao had instructed Master Lu to employ additional craftsmen to expedite the progress of the project. This was a suggestion from Master Ma, as Wangqing Tower was currently incurring expenses without any income. The sooner the completion, the sooner they could open for business and begin to earn revenue. With the funds in place, the pace of construction had visibly accelerated. The private rooms on the second floor were progressing in an orderly manner. The carpentry on the first floor was beginning to take shape, and the kitchen's framework was nearly complete. The innate zeal for construction seemed to be embedded in the very essence of their being, a trait that has persisted throughout the ages. The food delivery lift designed by Qingyi was somewhat perplexing to the workers, who required her direct confirmation before proceeding, resulting in a delay. Qingyi explained the mechanism of the lift to Master Lu, allowing him to devise a plan. What I need is for the kitchen to deliver dishes directly upstairs via the lift, while the used utensils can descend through another lift. How you achieve this is up to your discretion. In her modern fish restaurant, a similar lift was already in operation, simple to install and costing merely 30,000, as her parents had recounted. Thus, she assumed it was not a complex undertaking, with the only difference being the power system. During her initial bidding process, she had garnered the attention of nearly all the skilled artisans in Yunming's, confident that her requirements would yield an ancient equivalent of a modern solution. Master Lu listened attentively, pondering briefly before concluding that it was indeed feasible. After discussing the main matter, Master Lu clasped his fists in respect, noting her absence over the past few days due to significant undertakings. I must congratulate you, stewardess. Although Qingyi had indeed been busy with important matters in Shangha village, she found Master Lu's congratulations somewhat peculiar. She assumed he was referring to the opening of Wangchang Tower, but given that the construction was only halfway complete, with at least 2 months remaining before they could open, it seemed premature to celebrate. Believing Master Lu was merely being polite, she accepted his congratulations as a promise of his capability to manage the lift. However, the subsequent events took an unexpected turn. Other craftsmen echoed Master Lu's sentiments, offering their congratulations, which struck her as odd. When she inquired about the source of their joy, they each revealed an inexplicable peculiarity surrounding the matter. Unable to glean any information from the artisans, she turned to Lu Zhiyao for clarity. Sister, have you heard anything in recent days? Upon hearing Qingyi's question, Lu Zhiyao hesitated. I have been in Shangha village these past few days, not even stepping foot at home. I came here solely to check on the progress. I hardly had time to consider what others might be saying. Indeed, something was amiss. Rumors had circulated throughout the city that the reason her sister was able to acquire Wangchang Tower was due to an engagement with General Mo's sister. Is this truly the case? How could that be? Who would spread such nonsense? I am simply conducting business. To speak of an engagement is utterly ridiculous. If I were truly engaged, would I be confined at home, neglecting my business endeavors? Why would I go through the trouble of renovating the Wangchang Tower? Qingyi, infuriated, could no longer maintain her composure and began to utter expletives. Rumors do not cease with the wise. People only believe what they wish to believe. Fortunately, Lu Zhiyao is inclined to trust her. As a woman herself, she recognizes the validity in Qingyi's words. If there were indeed a marriage contract, she would soon retreat into domesticity, leaving no room for outside affairs, rendering her efforts futile. The fact that Qingyi intends to continue with the Wangchang Tower reassures Lu Zhiyao. When she hears the rumors circulating outside, her heart is devoid of congratulatory sentiments, filled instead with endless anxiety. She fears that her recently smooth life will revert to square one due to Qingyi's engagement. If this matter were untrue, then from whence did the rumors originate? Indeed, that is a question. Qingyi, devoid of such intentions, would naturally not propagate this rumor. If the Yin family were to arrange a marriage for her, given the illustrious lineage of her maternal grandfather and her father, a mere matchmaker would suffice. Why resort to such tactics? It likely did not originate from General Mo either. He, having achieved numerous military victories and wielding immense power, is regarded as the paragon of noble gentlemen, the object of many a young lady's affection in the capital. General Mo's proclamation, with the northern front unsettled. How can one think of home? Not only shocked the court, but also incited much speculation among the populace. The emperor has long desired to present him with a suitable match, and the backgrounds of General Mo and Miss Yin are indeed compatible. If General Mo harbored genuine intentions toward Miss Yin, seeking the emperor's decree for marriage would be a trivial matter. Why go to such lengths? Lu Zhiyao's analysis is astute. Thus, this is a baseless rumor. Without a foundation, there is no means to refute it, which is precisely what vexes Qingyi. That said, is Qingyi truly inclined to dispel the rumor? It seems unlikely. Earlier, Lu Zhiyao had confided in her about the troubles within the inner courtyard, where family conflicts were rampant, and she found herself at a loss. To refute the rumor would be futile. The gossip that the populace relishes most revolves around tales of gifted scholars and beautiful maidens. A baseless rumor, in Qingyi's view, resembles a modern trending topic, becoming the focus of attention every hour. If she were to earnestly counter the rumor, it might backfire, further entrenching the narrative and leading others to believe she is concealing something. To explain is to disguise. To disguise is to acknowledge the truth. Qingyi truly lacks the energy to engage with such idle chatter. After all, the rumor did not originate from her, and her conscience remains clear. If some are willing to accept this as truth and discuss it, then it serves as free advertising for the Wangchang Tower. One must pay a price, even for free publicity. She chooses not to listen, speak, comment, or take a stance. In time, as new topics of conversation arise, the old ones will naturally fade away. This is Qingyi's strategy, yet she did not anticipate that good news would travel fast. Not only did it circulate among the common folk, but it also reached the ears of the nobility and even the palace. The emperor, gazing from a distance at the brilliantly illuminated Wangchang Tower due to its renovations, found it increasingly intriguing. What manner of woman could compel the Marquis of Qingyuan to commit for life? Chapter 055. The Lady Upon Returning Home. Qingyi found Amber looking tense. "Miss, the lady is asked to see you immediately upon your return." After Qingyi regained her senses, her parents endeavored to compensate for over a decade of neglect, never imposing restrictions on her excursions. The coachman accompanying her was an elderly servant from the household, skilled enough to ensure her safety. Almost simultaneously with her departure for He Village, rumors began to circulate in Yunmengzi regarding her and the neighboring marquis. At that time, Qingyi was away from home, and coincidentally, no one entered or exited the Mo residence. Had it not been for the message relayed by the coachman, Madame Fong might have genuinely believed that Qingyi had eloped with Mo Yushuan. In a state of agitation, Madame Fong contemplated confronting Mo Yushuan for clarification, but fortunately, Qingyi managed to restrain her. Did the lady desire to ascertain the truth of this matter? If it were indeed unfounded, would her inquiry not inadvertently lend credence to the rumors? Qingyi advised his wife to refrain from receiving visitors for the next few days, even declining invitations from her father, until Xian returned to clarify the situation before making any further plans. After much persuasion, Madame Fong finally held her peace. In truth, Qingyi harbored uncertainties himself. He felt that while his daughter appeared obedient and sensible, she likely harbored many thoughts of her own, capable of executing plans in silence. He feared that if his daughter entertained any notions, she might act impulsively, leading to an unfortunate outcome. As Lu Xiao had analyzed, if Qingyi were genuinely interested, he could propose on her behalf. However, if she had indeed eloped, it would severely tarnish a woman's reputation. Therefore, as Qingyi stepped through the doorman promptly informed Madame Fong, who, unable to endure the torment of uncertainty, sought an answer from her daughter. "Xian, what do you think of General Mo?" Madame Fong wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Without the background provided by Lu Xiao, Qingyi might have responded that he was quite handsome, but somewhat eccentric. After all, who would present someone with 1,000 pounds of roses? The gesture seemed more absurd than sincere. However, armed with the context, she sensed that her mother's inquiry carried implications, compelling her to respond with greater nuance. "Rest assured, Mother, my sole focus is on successfully managing the business of Wangchang Tower. Should I encounter someone I admire in the future, you shall be the first to know." Despite Qingyi's candid response, which appeared devoid of any concealment, Madame Fong remained unconvinced. "If you truly hold affections for General Mo, I could arrange for your grandfather to intervene." Before Madame Fong could finish her thought, Qingyi quickly interjected, "There is no need for your concern, Mother. My association with General Mo is strictly professional. He is the proprietor, and I am the manager. Beyond that, there is no other sentiment, as evidenced by our contract." Qingyi presented the contract to her mother. Upon reviewing it, Madame Fong noted that it indeed stated Qingyi had rented Wangchang Tower, with all terms regarding rent and duration clearly outlined, along with the fifth prince as a guarantor, complete with an official seal. It was evident that neither party harbored any ulterior motives. Otherwise, such precise arrangements would not have been established. "Since you have reviewed the contract, you are aware that I owe 500 taels. The renovation expenses for Wangchang Tower are considerable. Might I trouble you for a little more support to cover the rent?" Qingyi contemplated the urgency of repaying Mo Yushuan, for if malicious individuals accused her of having a fade of wealth, it would become an inextricable dilemma. Lady Fong cherished her beloved daughter immensely, and thus generously bestowed upon her 500 taels. This amount served a legitimate purpose, and the fact that her daughter sought financial assistance only solidified her innocence in any alleged entanglement with men outside their family. To Lady Fong, Purchasing peace of mind for 500 taels seemed an exceedingly wise investment. Taking the 500 taels from her mother, Yun Qingyi penned a receipt in Mo Yuxuan's name and summoned Yun Shi, instructing her to deliver it to the Mo residence across the way. However, Yun Shi returned with disappointing news after being met with a closed door at the Mo household. The doorman informed her that General Mo was on leave and would not return for several days, though he could not specify the exact date. From that day forth, Yun Qingyi sent Yun Shi daily to inquire if Mo Yuxuan had returned. The doorman, aware of the city's gossip, found it amusing that Yun Qingyi seemed quite infatuated with the general, as if each day apart was akin to an eternity. Whenever Yun Shi arrived, a knowing smile would flicker across the doorman's face. After Yun Qingyi's departure, Mo Yuxuan had taken Mo1 and Mo to the barracks for training, remaining blissfully ignorant of the rumors circulating in the city, just as Yun Qingyi was. Upon returning home after his leave, the doorman greeted Mo Yuxuan, saying, "My lord, during your absence, Lady Yun has sent someone daily to inquire about your whereabouts. Now that you have returned, it is essential that you meet with her." The doorman hesitated to add that this might alleviate her yearning, sensing it could be a precarious suggestion. After all, there were countless women in the city who admired the lord. Should he not reciprocate Lady Yun's affections, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Mo sensed an underlying message in the doorman's words and pulled him aside. "What business does Lady Yun have with the general?" The doorman coughed awkwardly, admitting, "I truly do not know. Lady Yun has merely been inquiring whether the general is at home, without disclosing her intentions." Having experienced youthful infatuations himself, the doorman understood the unspoken nuances but was reluctant to pry further. Unable to contain his curiosity, he divulged the city's rumors to Mo. Initially, Mo found the gossip amusing, but soon became enamored with the prospect of it being true. If Lady Yun were to become a lady of the house, he mused, he would never need to venture to the city's restaurants, as he could savor exquisite delicacies at home. He yearned for this possibility, momentarily overlooking the implications of its truth. If Mo were aware of such matters, it was certain that Mo Yuxuan would also find out. Stealthily, Mo crept into Mo Yuxuan's study and, with a tone of feigned grievance, exclaimed, "General, you have not seen Lady Yun for several days. Now that you are back, should you not hasten to her side, lest she becomes angry?" Mo Yuxuan focused solely on the notion that she might be upset, finding merit in Mo's words. He was uncertain of the reason for her potential ire or whether it had dissipated, but he resolved not to provoke her further. Yet, sensing something amiss, he soon realized and tossed a newspaper at Mo, retorting, "Have you not been practicing properly at the barracks? Are you merely spouting nonsense?" Mo, feeling unjustly treated, protested, "Why do you always take it out on me? I have not said anything incorrect. It is the talk of the town." He then recounted the embellished rumors he had heard from the doorman, providing Mo Yuxuan with a full account of the gossip. Mo Yuxuan initially found the situation absurd, but soon came to appreciate it. It seemed that everyone believed they were well matched. Ignoring Mo, he leaned his elbow on his head, closing his eyes in blissful reverie. The feeling of being a husband was truly delightful. However, the doorman shattered his daydream, announcing, "My lord, the Yun residence has sent someone again. Shall you meet them?" Chapter 056. The doorman Yun Shi followed the doorman into the study. Upon noticing that a servant, rather than a maid, had been sent, Mo Yuxuan felt somewhat surprised. "General, my young lady has asked me to deliver this to you." As he spoke, Yun Shi presented 500 taels of silver along with a receipt. The young lady insists that since a contract has been made with the general, the silver should be delivered accordingly. I kindly ask the general to accept the silver and sign the receipt, so I may report back to her. Mo Yuxuan's earlier good mood dimmed abruptly. Was there nothing more she wished to convey aside from money? Was it only for this that she sent someone daily? Disappointment washed over him, yet he resolved to fulfill her wishes to the best of his ability. He took the receipt, signed it formally, and even pressed his seal upon it before handing it back to Yun Shi. "Thank you, General." As Yun Shi prepared to leave, Mo, having noticed the melancholy in Mo Yuxuan's eyes, stopped him. "Yun Shi, does the lady have no other words to share?" Yun Shi was taken aback. "The lady?" Mo clarified, I mean Lady Yun. Yun Shi, somewhat displeased, retorted, Mo, you do not speak nonsense. When did my young lady become your lady? To tarnish my young lady's reputation in such a way, if she finds out, you won't be able to even enjoy a single feather from a duck. Given the rumors circulating outside, while Yun Jingxing may have been powerless to control them, matters at home were still under his command. He had decreed that no discussions regarding this issue were allowed. Anyone who defied this order, regardless of their status as a household member or an outsider, would be expelled without exception. Yun, she had only served the young lady for a short time, yet he had earned her favor, with a share of profits sufficient to support his family. The young lady often rewarded him as well, making it difficult to find another such opportunity. Thus, he dared not neglect his duties. Hearing Mo's remarks, he felt quite irritated, and disregarding any sense of obligation, he retorted, to Mo Yushuan. Yun Shi's attitude mirrored that of Yun Qingyi. It appeared that the external gossip had only intensified her anger. This matter was not of his doing, and he had little justification to argue. Anger aside, it was natural for a girl to feel shy. The rumors had led Mo Yushuan to seriously contemplate their future, inadvertently wandering into the wine cellar filled with hundreds of jars of rose wine. The cellar was dim, somewhat chilly in the dark. Mo Yushuan casually picked up a jar of wine, finding it surprisingly warm. Upon opening it, he took a sip and discovered that, having fermented for a considerable time, the wine had become even more fragrant. Initially, he had sent her 1,000 pounds of roses simply because she needed ingredients for her pastries. Yet it had transformed into hundreds of jars of exquisite wine now returned to him. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Perhaps they truly shared an inexplicable destiny. Despite the allure of the wine, Mo Yushuan hesitated to indulge further. Perhaps it would hold greater significance if presented at their future wedding banquet. Looking at the receipt brought back by Yun Shi, Yun Qingyi felt a slight sense of reassurance. With the contract and receipt in hand, regardless of the rumors circulating, Yun Qingyi and Mo Yushuan shared nothing beyond a professional association. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. In due time, all will dissipate like smoke. This was Yun Qingyi's belief, albeit somewhat wishful thinking. In the past, love was often singular and enduring, and conversations surrounding it rarely faded within just a few days. Rather, they tended to intensify over time. On Yun Qingyi's side, her maternal grandparents could no longer remain idle. The day after her return home, her grandmother sent someone to summon the mother and daughter for a discussion. What truly lay behind the external gossip? A woman's reputation is of paramount importance, and her grandparents, who cherished their granddaughter dearly, felt a pressing need to ascertain the truth in order to determine an appropriate response. Indeed, Han Han had rented Wangqing Tower to open a restaurant, a fact her mother was already aware of. The prime location of Wangqing Tower made it an excellent choice for business, yet it had remained vacant for years. Han Han had inquired whether the town Yuan Marquis had rented it for commercial purposes, confirming that a contract had been duly signed, the rent paid, and receipts in hand, evidence her daughter had witnessed firsthand. It seemed that the rumors were mere fabrications by the common folk, albeit rather vexing. Upon hearing her daughter's account, her grandmother's anxious heart eased somewhat. This is quite reassuring. I was genuinely concerned that Han Han might be swayed by those ignorant women of the capital, merely captivated by appearances, and develop an infatuation for the town Yuan Marquis. Although he may be a new noble and a relative by marriage, our dynasty has always prioritized literary accomplishments over martial prowess. Our family has been comprised of scholars for 3 generations, vastly different from the militaristic atmosphere surrounding a general. Han Han, rest assured that your grandmother will arrange an excellent match for you. You must avoid any unnecessary complications. In previous visits to her grandmother's home, the atmosphere had always been warm and nurturing, yet today it felt more like a lecture. Yun Qingyi could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Had she offended anyone? After just 2 days back, she had already endured multiple admonitions. Unbeknownst to her, she was not the only one subjected to scrutiny. Mo Yushuan too found himself ensnared. News from outside the palace swiftly reached within its walls, garnering the attention of the emperor as well as Mo Yushuan's esteemed aunt, the noble consort. Noble consort Xian, familiar with her nephew's aloof disposition, had never anticipated he would become the subject of romantic speculation. Regardless of its veracity, the matter was sensational. As a consort, maintaining a dignified composure was imperative. Unable to confront Mo Yuxuan directly, she opted to subtly inquire through her son. Xiao Wu, what manner of person is this young lady? The fifth prince found the rumors rather amusing. He observed that his cousin and Yun lady bore striking similarities and seemed to share an uncanny connection. The truth of the rumors did not concern him. In his view, even if they were false, they could evolve into something real in the future. Mother, do you recall the flour cakes I brought you last time? Those were made by Yun lady, and she possesses quite the culinary skills. When his mother pressed him about Yun lady's character, he mused that, viewed separately, they were both rather unremarkable. Yet, together, they possessed an intriguing dynamic. This perspective piqued noble consort Xian's interest. It became evident to her that Yun lady would indeed be a fitting match for Mo Yuxuan. At this point, the truth of the rumors became irrelevant. What mattered was the rare opportunity for a woman to connect with Mo Yuxuan, with their backgrounds being equally commendable. It is uncertain whether that wooden figure understands the value of fortune this time. Mo Yuxuan's biological parents are far away in their fiefdom, unable to arrange matters for him. In light of this, concubine Xian, being the closest relative to Mo Yuxuan, is duty-bound to assist him. Fifth prince, bring your cousin to the palace one day. I wish to inquire about his intentions. Only then shall I know how to aid him. The fifth prince is aware that his cousin's marriage has always been a concern for his mother. Even for the sake of filial piety, he must help his mother fulfill her wishes. If the empress wishes to summon her cousin, today would be most opportune. Today, his cousin is on leave, conveniently at home. Should they miss this chance, the empress would have to wait for a long time, which would be a setback. Therefore, please assist me in conveying this message. Chapter 057. Han Maju, Dingshan Cake. When the fifth prince sent someone to the Mo residence, Mo Yuxuan was still in the wine cellar. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent several hours there. Both Mo1 and Mo understood that when Mo Yuxuan entered the wine cellar, they must not disturb him. Although Mo Yuxuan enjoyed drinking, he was not an alcoholic. Spending some time in the wine cellar would invariably uplift his spirits. Upon learning of his aunt concubine Xian's summons, he realized it had been a while since he last paid his respects to her, so he casually took 2 jars of rose wine, intending to present them as a token of filial piety. Yuxuan, it has been quite some time since your last visit to your aunt. Have you anything on your mind that you wish to discuss? The fifth prince, enjoying some sunflower seeds, eagerly anticipated the unfolding of events. He had never imagined he would witness his cousin being questioned about matters of the heart. He could not miss such an opportunity. Mo Yuxuan discerned the implications in his aunt's words and the significance in the fifth prince's gaze, and he immediately comprehended that the rumors had reached the palace. His aunt had come today specifically to inquire about that matter. To him, it was a delightful secret, one that could not be disclosed. In response to his aunt, he declared, recently, I have procured several jars of home-brewed wine with a sweet flavor that I believe you shall enjoy, and I have brought them for you to taste. How considerate of you! If only you would apply yourself to your own affairs with the same diligence. It would please me far more than any gift you could bring. Mo Yuxuan chose not to engage further, and concubine Xian grew anxious. Recently, the palace attendants had been gossiping about a certain matter concerning him. Had he heard of it? What might that be, Your Highness? Though Mo Yuxuan had resolved to remain silent, he could hardly avoid revealing himself. The more composed he appeared, the more impatient the mother and son opposite him became. Cousin, what is the current status of your relationship with that Miss Yin? Since that day when his cousin guaranteed the contract for Wangchang Tower, she had sent him money once, and he had written her a receipt. His cousin believed that this constituted progress. Upon hearing this, concubine Xian's heart sank. The fifth prince also felt that Mo Yuxuan was exceedingly dull. Such straightforwardness in Mo Yuxuan seemed a waste of his handsome visage, noble title, and power. When it came to matters of young love, he exhibited none of the decisiveness he displayed on the battlefield. With such a languid approach, would he ever establish a family? Finding the conversation stagnating, concubine Xian awkwardly redirected the topic. Yuxuan, did you not bring wine? Little 5, do have a taste. The palace attendants brought forth the wine utensils, pouring a glass for each of the three. Just as the fifth prince took a sip, he realized that the previously uninteresting Mo Yuxuan had suddenly become intriguing. The fifth prince felt an air of familiarity with the wine, pondering for a moment before suddenly recalling that it bore a striking resemblance to what he had tasted at the Yun residence. How could he not be familiar with it? Why then, did he possess something from their household? He fondled the wine cup, assuring his mother that she need not worry. Perhaps they would soon savor his cousin's brew. The noble concubine Xian understood that this wine was not the same as that. "What's the matter, little five?" she inquired. "Previously, I sent mother a box of fragrant flour cakes, which I hope she remembers were crafted by Miss Yin. However, even before Miss Yin opened her shop, my cousin had already indulged in her delicacies. The wine he brought from mother today, purportedly homemade, is also a product of Miss Yun's skilled hands. Something one cannot purchase even with gold." The noble concubine Xian grasped the implications and remarked, "Yuxuan, if you truly harbor feelings for Miss Yin, should I speak to the emperor on your behalf?" Although Mo Yuxuan indeed held affection for Yun Qingyi, he was disinclined to resort to coercive measures. The image of her warm smile lingered in his heart, and he wished not to impose any distress upon her. "There is no need for your concern, Your Highness. The rumors circulating in the marketplace arise from unknown sources, and I have no connection with Miss Yin," he replied. The noble concubine, Xian, recognized Mo Yuxuan's stubborn nature. 5 years prior, he had even rejected an imperial marriage proposal. If he were truly cornered, it might compel him to return to the battlefield. Thus, she decided to tread lightly, acknowledging that her hopes had been in vain. However, she added, "Nevertheless, you ought to take this matter seriously. Otherwise, who shall inherit the Mo family's lineage and title?" Mo Yuxuan politely acquiesced to her words and took his leave from the palace. Upon exiting, he resumed his life as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Yun Qingyi's circumstances had shifted dramatically. Not only had her maternal uncle from the Fong family inquired, but high-ranking families in the city with eligible daughters had also approached the Yun household to verify the information. Even noble ladies who had encountered Yun Qingyi at social gatherings came personally to inquire. By the time the 13th visitor arrived, Yun Qingyi felt overwhelmed. "Must I become a nun at the Ling Tsui temple to clarify this situation?" she lamented. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her family to navigate this predicament, and she believed that returning to a semblance of normalcy would require a more drastic measure. As the imperial examinations approached, numerous candidates from across the nation converged upon the capital, bringing a lively atmosphere to the Yunming's region. The Wangsheng Tower was completed 2 months ahead of the examinations, a feat that impressed Lu Zhiyao with Master Ma's foresight. "Master, your insistence on meeting the deadline to finalize the Wangsheng Tower was surely to capitalize on this surge of business," she mused. The Wangsheng Tower, being a prominent establishment, was destined for success, and the timing of the imperial examinations would only enhance its prospects. The Wangqing Tower opened as scheduled, launching its inaugural promotional event. All candidates participating in the examinations were entitled to receive a complimentary portion of the Dingsheng cake. In ancient times, before warriors set forth to battle, their fellow villagers would present them with Dingsheng cakes, symbolizing wishes for a smooth journey and certain victory. Although the scholars might not be financially constrained, they were eager to seize the auspicious opportunity. When Yun Qingyi distributed the Dingsheng cakes, she specifically instructed Yun Shi, who was manning the stall, to extend a warm welcome to the scholars, emphasizing that even if they did not dine in the establishment, they should be treated graciously. The more the servers at Wangqing Tower adhered to this principle, the more the scholars found themselves at a loss for how to respond. They all possessed a sense of modesty, and ultimately, few had the audacity to simply take the victory cake and depart. One by one, they ambled through the door, each ordering a few dishes to show their support. It is precisely for this reason that the business at Wangqing Tower has remained perpetually thriving. Most of the patrons are scholars, and the conversations predominantly revolve around the upcoming imperial examination. Some scholars have already gained considerable renown in their hometowns, with the most prominent being Han Maju from Jianghuai. Han Maju naturally attracts attention. Whenever he enters Wangqing Tower, a crowd invariably follows, often booking the largest private room available. To ensure his continued patronage, on his first visit to Wangqing Tower, Qingyi personally presented a toast with the establishment's signature dishes to Han Maju. Having long heard of Han's illustrious reputation, his presence at Wangqing Tower undoubtedly enhances its prestige. A few dishes were sent to Han, and if he found them satisfactory, it was hoped he would return frequently. This rumor had circulated for some time in Yunming's, and these visiting scholars were somewhat aware of it. Han Maju is quite talented and possesses a hint of untamed spirit. Yin Yang was being modest. If Wangqing Tower were to claim second place in culinary excellence, it is unlikely that any establishment in Yunming's would dare to assert they hold the first. Alas, the beauty is soon to become a wife, leaving one to wonder if they will have the opportunity to savor such exquisite dishes in the future. Han Maju's words carried a hint of testing, and Yun Qingyi, eager to clarify, felt a certain affinity for intellectuals. In her eyes, Han Maju, with his illustrious reputation, was viewed through a lens of admiration. Contemplating this, Yun Qingyi replied earnestly, "It is merely a matter of public gossip. This establishment belongs to Lord Mo. I have merely leased it for business, nothing more." Chapter 058. Huan Yang returns thus, "I shall host a poetry gathering. Would you be inclined to attend, Miss Yin?" Han Maju detected an invitation in her words. Yin Qingyi's mind began to race with business possibilities. The third floor of Wangqing Tower offers a splendid view and a designated area for poetry writing. Should Han wish to organize a poetry gathering, Wangqing Tower would be perfectly suited to accommodate it. Then it is settled. When Han Maju took his leave, his gaze sparkled with intrigue. He believed the proprietor of Wangqing Tower would undoubtedly become a confidant. Yin Qingyi shared with Lu Jiao that Han Maju intended to host a poetry gathering, her excitement palpable. "Sister, we have a grand opportunity ahead. The designs you chose are truly coming into play now. Once this poetry gathering is successfully held, with Han Maju's esteemed reputation backing it, the renown of Wangqing Tower will undoubtedly soar." "Sister, does this mean we are finally getting started?" "How could it not? With this influx of business due to the imperial examinations, our previously cold stove is finally heating up. Shall we consider what preparations we need to make? Should we hire additional staff?" Lu Jiao was about to discuss this matter, aware that they had not made significant staffing adjustments to control costs. However, after several days, although they had 2 serving carts transporting dishes, the few waitstaff were utterly exhausted. It was indeed time to recruit more help, though she had not considered how many. "Sister, while we currently have business from the imperial examinations, in just 3 months, the scholars will all depart from the capital. We cannot predict what the situation will be like then. How many staff do you think is appropriate to hire?" Yin Qingyi pondered briefly, recalling the time when she sought temporary workers at the tooth shop during a busy period at home. Now, those 3 sisters had signed long-term contracts with the processing factory of Shuiling. Might it be possible to adopt a similar approach by initially hiring temporary workers with daily wages? Once the business stabilizes, we could then determine the number of long-term employees required. She shared this idea with Lu Jiao, who found it plausible. "Sister, if that is the case, let us hire 7 temporary workers to tide us over during this period." Yun Qingyi inquired how she arrived at the figure of 7. In truth, the wages for temporary workers are not particularly high. Having a few more or fewer would not pose a significant issue. Yet, Yin Qingyi was curious about her reasoning. Money is one matter, while accounting is another. Lu Jiao presented her calculations, detailing various data such as the number of kitchen assistants, tables for billing, the quantity of dishes served, and the duration of each dining experience. "Sister, over the past few days, the few servers we have shown signs of fatigue. And if this continues, our patrons will undoubtedly complain. Each person manages their own section of the business, and adding 7 workers is essential." Having spent 4 years in a modern fish restaurant, Yin Qingyi was well-versed in personnel allocation. It was impressive that Lu Jiao, having only just stepped out of her home, could grasp so much. Yin Qingyi admired her quick and accurate calculations. "In that case, tomorrow I shall seek out Sister Lu to find me 10 more individuals. Sister Jiao, we must prepare for our poetry gathering on the 3rd floor, and a few more hands will be necessary." Previously, Sister Lu had recommended 3 suitable workers based on her requirements, which had proven satisfactory. Given this, Qingyi was inclined to continue collaborating with Sister Lu for future business. Upon learning that Qingyi was bringing her clients, Sister Lu was particularly diligent. Congratulations, Lady Yun, on your prosperous ventures. It seems you are here to attend to my business once more. Do you require servers with steady hands or those skilled in interpersonal relations? They must possess a sweet tongue and keen perception. The cleverest young assistants would be most suitable. However, to find 10 may pose a challenge. Might I provide you with 6 or 7 suitable candidates today? In a few days, I can send you more? 6 or 7 individuals would suffice for Lu Jiao's immediate needs. Since Sister Lu had no suitable candidates at present, they would have to make do for the time being. Yet, the shortage of manpower remained a vexing issue. Qingyi pondered and suddenly realized she had forgotten someone. Back in Shanghe village, she had promised Yingxue to take her on as an apprentice. Now that Wangqing Tower was open and in need of staff, it was time to call upon her disciple. Qingyi summoned the family carriage driver to send a message to Shanghe village. Soon, the driver returned with Yingxue and a letter from Hui Yutong. According to Qingyi's arrangements, Hui Yutong should have land and resources. While not abundantly wealthy, self-sufficiency should not have been a problem. However, from Hui Yutong's letter, it appeared she was nearing desperation. Piecing together the narrative from Hui Yutong's correspondence and information from Yingxue, Qingyi discerned the following account. She had provided Madame Hui with 100 taels of silver to settle her household. Somehow, her brothers had discovered her situation and her possession of silver, coming to demand 500 taels. Unable to meet their demands, they refused to leave, accusing her of lacking talent and virtue and claiming that having been abandoned, she should not neglect her family's hardships, lest she become a wandering soul. The daily disturbances had rendered Madame Wang's household restless. In an effort to maintain peace, Madame Hui entrusted the 100 taels of her savings to her family, who, albeit slightly appeased, suggested they would return for the remaining funds in due time. In her correspondence, she earnestly beseeched Qingyi for refuge, expressing that her existence in Shanghe village would be unbearable under the incessant torment from her family. Master, she implored, how can there exist such brothers? She urged for further assistance for Madame Hui. Qingyi, reflecting on the misfortunes of Hui Yutong, lamented her unfortunate fate, pondering the ill-fated encounters she had repeatedly endured. After much contemplation, it became evident that the only viable solution was to provide Hui Yutong shelter at Wangqing Tower. This location, being a significant area within the capital and supported by the stature of the proprietors, would likely deter her family from causing any further disturbances. Should they dare to act, the resolution would be straightforward. With this thought in mind, she dispatched a carriage to fetch Hui Yutong from Shanghe village. As Hui Yutong departed, the Wang family felt a sense of relief. The daily harassment from the Hui family, although trivial, had finally found resolution through Qingyi's intervention. Hui Yutong, upon boarding the carriage back to the capital, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She had finally returned to the city, having conducted business with Qingyi on several occasions. Sister Lu, the matchmaker, recognized Hui Yutong's impatient nature. If she could not swiftly fulfill her demands, she would undoubtedly seek alternative means. With such a significant patronage at stake, Lu was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. Utilizing her connections, she promptly gathered 3 to 5 suitable candidates for Qingyi to choose from. Qingyi was thoroughly satisfied with the arrangements, selecting 3 favored individuals, and even invited Sister Lu to share a cup of tea. At that moment, Hui Yutong had just arrived at Wangqing Tower, and before Qingyi could assign her any tasks, she was already dutifully serving tea. The cup that Lu had presented was brought forth by Hui Yutong. After Hui Yutong exited, Lu set down the teacup, remarking, Madam, the woman who served tea just now was not one of the individuals I found for you. Ordinarily, I shouldn't speak out of turn, yet she seems ill-suited for the role of a humble tea servant. I fear that in the future, she may not find any work worthy of her stature at Wangqing Tower. Lu was subtly alerting Qingyi, indicating that Hui Yutong was not to be underestimated. Chapter 059, The poetry gathering Qingyi recognized that Lu, with her extensive experience, possessed a keen insight into human nature. Having once been a lady-in-waiting to a Hanlon scholar, Madame Hui was naturally different from the ordinary servants, her aspirations elevated. However, being still young, she failed to grasp the underlying message in Lu's words. If the young lady were merely ambitious, Lu would not have felt compelled to speak so earnestly to Qingyi. Lu's observations were astute. Qingyi was preoccupied with numerous responsibilities, leading her to overlook a critical detail. After her divorce, Hui Yutong had returned home, only to be cast out by her family without a penny to her name. Had it not been for Qingyi's benevolent intervention, she would have been left destitute. Her indifferent family had no inkling of her whereabouts in Shangha village, nor did they suspect she possessed any funds. The truth was that Hui Yutong had written home to inform her family. As a former lady-in-waiting, she could not resign herself to a life of a mere peasant. Merely having her basic needs met was insufficient. She had witnessed the splendor of the capital and could never return to a life of obscurity. Upon awakening to find that Qingyi had rescued her, she felt a glimmer of hope within her heart. She believed that even without Wei Yuhong, she could establish herself in the capital with Qingyi's support. To her dismay, however, Qingyi promptly dispatched her to Shangha village, and she had initially felt a deep reluctance to accept such a fate. Although Qingyi provided her with 100 taels of silver to help her settle down, resentment brewed within her. Why should she be relegated to the role of a mere farmer? Despite her family's indifference towards her well-being, she felt that only by pushing herself to the brink could she return to the environment created by Qingyi, which she believed was the life she was meant to lead. After careful consideration, she wrote a letter to her family, and soon events unfolded just as she had anticipated. I, Hui Yutong, have returned to the capital, and this time I shall make a grand impression. Wei Yuhong, you are not worthy to carry my shoes. With preparations in place, Qingyi and Han Maju agreed to host a poetry gathering on the third floor of Wangcheng Tower in 3 days, fostering camaraderie through literature. Given Han Maju's considerable reputation among the candidates for the imperial examination, only 20 poets possessing her invitation could attend the gathering, ensuring its refinement. Consequently, Han Maju's invitations became highly sought after in the capital. Among those fortunate enough to receive an invitation was Qingyi's elder brother, Yuan. A lover of poetry and literary gatherings, he found the ostentation of an examination candidate rather inappropriate. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but upon learning that the gathering would take place at Wangcheng Tower, he decided to go in support of his sister's establishment. The poetry gathering hosted by Han Maju was lively, with wine cups exchanged and numerous fine poems recited. As it was the first poetry event at Wangcheng Tower, Qingyi felt compelled to keep a close watch and, amidst the revelry, drank a few cups with her fellow poets. When Han Maju beckoned her to take a seat, Qingyi, seeing the enthusiasm of the poets, felt unable to refuse. She entrusted the kitchen matters to Ing Xue and Madame Hui and found a secluded spot at the end of the table. Han Maju insisted that she occupy a more prominent position, which made Qingyi, accustomed to the confines of her laboratory, feel quite uncomfortable. Bound by her superior's authority, she could only awkwardly comply. Seated prominently, she inevitably became the center of attention and was playfully urged to compose a poem, which posed a significant challenge for her. Having received 16 years of education and being accepted into a prestigious university, she was well-versed in literature, possessing a commendable grasp of poetry. Yet, her preferred verses were those that exuded grandeur and beauty, reminiscent of the confident compositions from the peak of the Tang dynasty, or the bold lyrics of Su Shi and Li Qingzhao. Although she admired Qingyi's drunkenly lighting a lamp to view my sword and dreamed of exploring song lyrics, upon opening a collection, she found most of it overly sentimental, filled with phrases like delicate clouds playing tricks and the Silver River's secret crossing, leading her to abandon the endeavor. In this moment, she pondered whether reciting the Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away the heroes of ages past, or to this day. I think of Xiang Yu, unwilling to cross the river eastward would astonish her fellow poets. After much deliberation, she feigned ignorance of poetry, claiming she would spare them the embarrassment. Yet, Han Maju remained insistent, continually encouraging her not to decline, offering to compose a poem on her behalf if needed. Today, he is the protagonist. As long as the proposals from the clients are not excessively outlandish, Qingyi is willing to accept them. Han Maju first composed a poem for her, reminiscent of the style of Qing Lu, extolling her beauty with verses that evoke images of elegant garments and blooming flowers. Under Han Maju's deliberate guidance, Qingyi became the focal point of the poetry gathering. Subsequently, the other poets shifted their themes, crafting verses in praise of her. With the sole exception of Qingyi, Qingyi maintained a polite smile, though beneath the table, her feet fidgeted in discomfort. She harbored no fondness for the overly sentimental verses, and merely serving as a tool for admiration was already quite disheartening. Although she was indeed attractive, she considered herself merely above average, not reaching the heights of stunning beauty. She had excelled academically, gaining admission to a prestigious 985 university, always relying on her intellect. Compliments from others to her parents invariably highlighted her academic prowess and her looks. It was precisely due to her intelligence that people perceived her as exceptionally beautiful. Today, however, she felt reduced to a mere ornamental figure, which was particularly displeasing to someone like her who valued intellect. With each poem recited, she muttered silently, "You think you are beautiful? Your whole family is beautiful." The room was filled with her exasperation, and she longed for the poetry gathering to conclude swiftly. Once the gathering ended and the poets departed, Han Maju suggested framing the poems from today as a memento for future imperial examinations, reminiscing about the splendid event as a cherished tale. At this point, Qingyi could no longer acquiesce, setting aside the lackluster quality of the verses. Should any guest from today ascend to a high office in the future, it would be utterly embarrassing for them to know that she had been associated with such compositions. Where would the glory be in that? She merely wished to conduct her business without attracting unwanted attention in the capital. Once was enough. If it happened again, how could she continue her endeavors? "Mr. Han, I must apologize for my oversight. You did not inform me in advance, and, as a result, several manuscripts were soiled with soup and oil stains, rendering them unfit for framing. Please do let me know beforehand next time, and I will be more cautious." She resolved to navigate this situation for now and would not dare to agree to another poetry gathering in the future. It felt like an invitation to calamity. Surprisingly, Han Maju did not express disappointment. Instead, he was considerate and reassured her not to worry. As there were not many guests at Wang Chang Tower, he proposed to escort her home, but Qingyi quickly declined. "My brother is here today. I will return home with him, so there is no need for Mr. Han's assistance." Seeing his sister seeking him as a lifeline, Qingyi stepped forward at the opportune moment, engaging in polite exchanges with Han Maju. After exchanging farewells, Qingyi joined her elder brother in the carriage home. Chapter 060, A City Awash with Storms, Part 2, Once in the Carriage. Qingyi sat upright with her eyes closed. After a brief period, she suddenly opened her eyes and began stomping her feet, exclaiming, "You think you're beautiful? Your entire family is beautiful." Fearing that her agitation might overturn the carriage, Qingyi quickly grasped her arm. "If you're truly upset, you can vent your frustrations once we alight. For now, let us have a moment of calm." Qingyi let out a long sigh, slumping in a somewhat disheveled manner in the carriage. After a cathartic outburst, she felt considerably relieved. Observing her sister's demeanor, Qingyi felt reassured. Although Han Maju's literary works were commendable, they came across as excessively ostentatious, revealing him to be an unsuitable match. Today's poetry gathering, ostensibly a social event, was clearly an elaborate display of his affection towards her sister. Were she an ordinary woman, she might have been swept away by such grandiloquent declarations. However, Qingyi was no ordinary individual. Han Maju's flattery was akin to setting off fireworks. He was grateful to have attended this tedious poetry event, which afforded him the opportunity to extricate his sister from a potentially compromising situation. "Qingyi, what do you truly think of Han?" Qingyi was eager to grasp his sister's complete perspective, concerned that Han Maju might misinterpret her sentiments today, potentially leading her astray in the future. His ostentation was excessive. As an aspiring scholar, he ought to concentrate on his studies rather than hosting poetry gatherings. If his intentions were genuinely to foster friendships through literature, it would be one matter, but the banality of his poetry rendered it unworthy of admiration. Was it not said that the profound is often mistaken for the trivial, and that tranquility should govern chaos? Had he merely skimmed through the 4 books and 5 classics without truly absorbing their essence? To put in modern terms, Han Maju was an academic dilettante, more interested in garnering attention than in genuine scholarship. This was intolerable for someone like Qingyi, who had devoted countless hours in the laboratory. Qingyuan was taken aback. His sister, who had seemingly never received formal education, could reference classical texts with surprising aptness. Could it be that she had awakened to a deeper understanding? Though he could not fathom this phenomenon, he felt reassured knowing that his sister possessed clarity of thought. However, the unfolding events surprised the Yun family. That night, the watchtower was ablaze with lights, filled with young talents. Qingyi suppressed the urge to showcase her polished poems. Yet they circulated wildly in handwritten form overnight across Yunmings. By the 3rd day, various printed versions were available at the marketplace. Was the eagerness for sensational gossip not a trait unique to modernity, but rather a thread woven through the tapestry of collective consciousness throughout history? Consequently, new rumors about Qingyi emerged. Previously, there were whispers of her betrothal to General Mo. Now, with Han hosting a poetry gathering in her honor, it was evident that Yunyang was indeed a remarkable figure. The poetry event arranged by Han suggested that the earlier rumors were unfounded. If a betrothal truly existed, would Han dare to provoke the formidable town guard lord? The engagement might not be entirely fictitious. It was widely recognized that noble women in the capital admired General Mo. Perhaps the betrothal was genuine, and General Mo, disinterested in the match, found himself liberated by such rumors, effectively alleviating a burden. In an instant, the situation became shrouded in ambiguity, with a myriad of interpretations circulating. Perhaps drawing from past experiences, Lu Jiao felt a sense of calm this time. As a woman of comparable social standing, she could empathize. For an ordinary woman of a humble household, being so extravagantly praised could lead to lasting repercussions. However, for someone like Qingyi, who possessed talent and ambition, having her beauty become the focal point would undoubtedly hinder her pursuits, likely causing her considerable discontent. Sister, I initially believed that remaining at home would spare me such troubles, yet I find the same challenges await me beyond the threshold. The expectations placed upon women in this world are indeed numerous and profoundly unjust. Lu Jiao's words brought Qingyi a measure of solace. She understood her friend's sentiments. It has become rather tedious. Had I known Han Maju to be so ostentatious, I would not have attended that gathering, perhaps sparing myself from these subsequent troubles. Yet, as it stands, Han Maju harbored intentions of scheming from the outset. Had I not been present at that poetry meeting, she would have orchestrated her plans elsewhere. Reflecting upon this, a sense of relief washed over her. It is undeniably unfair to women, but can life ever unfold as we desire? Even for those of us born into affluent families, the situation remains precarious. How, then, should ordinary women navigate their lives? If we genuinely wish to live freely, we shall invariably find a way. Such baseless gossip will soon dissipate and warrant no concern. Lu Jiao nodded in agreement, realizing that her sister's foresight surpassed her own. It seemed her worries were unfounded. Engaging in conversation with a perceptive person like her sister felt refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze, fostering growth throughout the day. Qingyi adhered to her principle of remaining silent, refraining from comment. This time, she was somewhat more amenable, permitting only one individual to verify information with her. The following day, upon returning home from Wangxing Tower, she was intercepted in the alley by Mou. Abandoning his usual playful demeanor, Mou respectfully bowed to Qingyi, inquiring whether she truly favored that outsider scholar. Although Qingyi harbored no affection for Han Maju, this matter was personal and had no bearing on the Mo family. Mou's question felt intrusive, compounded by the distress instigated by the initial wave of rumors. Her accumulated dissatisfaction rendered her less forgiving than usual. How should it be, or how should it not be? Is General Mo overly concerned with my affairs? She retorted, I have signed a rental agreement with your general and duly paid the rent. How I manage Wangchang Tower is my prerogative, as long as it does not deprive your family of its funds. Is it because Wangcheng Tower belongs to your family that you presume to meddle in my private matters? Mo had never witnessed Yin Qingyi's anger and dared not provoke her wrath. He offered a hasty apology, though he was hesitant to proceed. It is merely that my general, Yin Qingyi interjected, your general's affairs are of no concern to me. What he does is irrelevant. With that, she strode directly into her home, leaving Mou in the alley, forlorn. Equally despondent was Mou Xuan, who lingered behind the gates of the Mo residence. The poetry gathering had stirred quite a commotion, and he was acutely aware of it all. He possessed knowledge of everything concerning her. The Yun family, steeped in literary tradition, may not have formally educated Yun Qingyi, yet surely she had been imbued with familial wisdom. When it came time to select a husband for her, they would undoubtedly favor a cultured and reputable scholar. Perhaps, as in days of old, they would seek a suitable match beneath the auspices of poetry. Before the poetry gathering at Wangqing Tower, Mo Yuxuan had not contemplated this aspect. Following the event, an indescribable pressure enveloped him. Although he recognized her as a distinctive woman, she was, after all, still a woman. Generally, women enjoy being courted, relishing grand displays of admiration, do they not? Despite his reluctance to accept this, if she favored such individuals, then so be it. His utmost desire was for her happiness. Life is fleeting, and Yun Qingyi ought to focus her energy on matters of true significance, unencumbered by the trivialities of gossip. Chapter 061. The milk tea blind box at long last. The wine gourd that Yun Qingyi had ordered from Shanghe village arrived, signaling the commencement of her milk tea blind box venture. Swiftly, she immersed herself in the business of Wangqing Tower, for earning a modest profit was of paramount importance. She had little time to concern herself with trivialities. Despite not conducting business during the months of renovation at Wangqing Tower, she nonetheless seized the opportunity to develop 6 new milk tea recipes, consequently earning a technical transfer fee of 600 taels. Acknowledging the potential for beverage sales at Wangqing Tower, she revised the agreement regarding the sale of her milk tea recipes with Uncle Rong. They agreed that she would not sell the recipes to a second party. Yet she was permitted to sell the same milk tea varieties in blind box form at Wangqing Tower, with a price not to fall below that of Uncle Rong's tea shop. This was only fair, considering the additional cost of the gourd. The base for these 6 varieties was cold-brewed floral fruit tea. On the first day, she placed floral tea into the tea barrel, adding cool boiled water. After a day and night of cold brewing, she extracted the upper layer of tea and proportionately blended it with milk. Ice shavings were added to the gourd, followed by the milk tea infusion. The blind box? Upon entering, guests were captivated by the sign advertising milk tea blind boxes, although the price remained the same. The uncertainty of which flavor one might draw added an element of intrigue. Beside the blind box gourds, small tasting cups were arranged, each flavor exquisite in its own right. Thus, regardless of the flavor drawn, each blind box promised a delightful surprise. The blind box introduced an element of unpredictability, reminiscent of the imperial examinations, as patrons eagerly wished for their desired flavor. During the packaging process, Yin Qingyi refrained from labeling the gourds and sealed the bottle tops with wax. Even if someone wished to pay extra to secure their favored flavor, she expressed her inability to accommodate such requests. The essence of the blind box lay in the anticipation of the unknown. If one could simply purchase their preferred flavor, it would diminish the excitement. Curiosity may have its perils, yet purchasing a blind box posed no great risk. On the first day of the blind box launch, Yin Qingyi gifted 10 to her regular customers and instructed Yin she to deliver 1 gourd blind box to each of the previous patrons who had made inquiries. Milk tea was a novel concept, and encasing it within gourds as blind boxes was even more original. This dual-layered curiosity compelled patrons to desire an entire set. Apologies to all, but the nature of the blind box meant one could not ascertain the flavor beforehand, rendering the notion of a complete set irrelevant. This effectively whetted the appetites of the diners. From the second day onward, numerous young ladies dispatched servants to procure the blind boxes, while some came in person to partake in the experience. In no time, the gourd milk tea blind boxes became a hot-selling item at Wangqing Tower. Although not exorbitantly priced, few could resist the allure of purchasing a gourd before departing. While the gourd milk tea blind boxes might not yield substantial profits, they served as an excellent means of drawing in customers. Beyond the influx generated by the imperial examination, the gourd milk tea blind boxes ushered in a fresh wave of clientele to Wangqing Tower. After a few days, Lu Ziyuan conducted an inventory check and noted a significant increase in profits. She presented her account book to Qingyi, expressing gratitude for her sister's gourd milk tea blind boxes, as nearly every customer visiting the establishment had acquired one, especially those preparing for the examinations. The gourd, sounding similar to the words for fortune and prosperity, symbolized wealth and auspiciousness, and for those aspiring scholars, triumph in the imperial examinations could signify the commencement of their official careers. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for fortune. In recent days, not only have the sales of the gourd milk tea blind boxes been impressive, but the previously declining sales of the dingshan cake have also seen a resurgence. Occasionally, when the establishment is full, scholars purchase blind boxes and dingshan cakes to take away. The combination of these two items has proven to be particularly lucrative. Therefore, I wish to discuss with my sister the possibility of offering them as a set meal, which would enhance our service efficiency. Additionally, I would ask my sister to conjure a fitting name, one that embodies auspicious connotations, to ensure better sales. Qingyi silently acknowledged that Lu Jiao is indeed a remarkable proprietor, not only adept at managing the front of the house, but also possessing the keen ability to identify business opportunities. Qingyi greatly appreciated her creativity. Having decided to offer a set meal, it was essential to choose a resonant name. A well-chosen name carries its own promotional allure. This meal would be particularly suitable for the scholars preparing for examinations, so why not name it simply and directly as the Dunka GD set meal? This name is splendid, Lu Jiao exclaimed, realizing that not only the scholars seeking fortune would be drawn to it, but also families in Yunming City with children studying would likely come to seek their own blessings. The next time I return home, I shall bring a set for Qingyan. He will surely appreciate it. Without further ado, Lu Jiao took her leave from Qingyi and returned to the front hall to make arrangements. Within the span of a single tea brew, she organized the staff to draft a new menu, specifically enlarging the characters for Dunka GD. And soon the set meal was available for sale. Qingyi sighed, feeling fortunate to have found such a capable partner in Lu Jiao. She is not only intelligent, but also possesses strong execution skills and meticulous attention to detail, always considering every angle beforehand. In such a short time, she had managed to prepare everything necessary for the launch, likely having already organized the accounts and other required items. Qingyi, who manages Wangshang Tower, typically keeps a low profile. When she initially divided responsibilities with Lu Jiao, she focused on the kitchen and product development. Because of her limited public presence, she could conduct business amidst the city's tumultuous affairs, while Lu Jiao, who frequently interacts with customers, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Sister, some recent patrons have laid down their coins without ordering, simply desiring to meet you. They express a wish to behold the beauty that has captured the admiration of so many poets. What shall we do? Lu Jiao's recounting was somewhat tactful, yet some patrons, lacking decorum, displayed rather frivolous behavior. Qingyi was not inclined to indulge such individuals. She would simply invite a couple of attendants to remove the most egregious offenders. Han Maju was entirely oblivious to the considerable trouble he had caused for Qingyi. On the contrary, he felt she ought to be grateful to him. Without his encouragement, who would have known of her extraordinary beauty? However, for Qingyi, who genuinely wished to run a restaurant focused on culinary delights, attracting a crowd of admirers solely interested in her appearance was indeed troublesome. This situation necessitated a swift resolution. Her initial impulsive reaction gave way to careful consideration. She could not seek assistance from Mo Yuxuan, as his military background should not intersect with the brawls of the marketplace. And she was keen to distance herself from the Mo family, having just had a confrontation with them. Qingyi observed discreetly that those individuals who gazed at her with bright eyes while discussing her beauty became utterly vacant when the conversation shifted to scholarly topics. Their expressions resembling that of lifeless fish, their words stumbling and incoherent. One can easily perceive that she is but a bookworm, lacking the strength to even bind a chicken, and utterly unacquainted with the labors of the world. Since their tongues are so unprincipled, a light lesson is in order. In her earlier days, while conducting experiments in the laboratory, she had not hesitated to dissect numerous rats. After dissecting them, the remains had to be bagged and taken to the incineration room for disposal. Although her skill in rat dissection had waned over the years spent managing a fish-themed restaurant, she found that crafting a scene of a tragically deceased rat was not beyond her capabilities, especially since there was no need for an experimental report. In Chapter 62, The Kitchen, she summoned Qingyi and instructed him to catch a few live rats, rendering them unconscious for her use. Wild rats are far swifter than their laboratory-bred counterparts, and while Qingyi could manage experiments adequately, her agility was insufficient to guarantee a successful capture without stunning them first. Qingyi soon returned with the rats and donning gloves. Qingyi swiftly created a few gruesome displays. The sight caused Qingyi to grimace, even evoking a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate creatures. "Qingyi, do you think this is sufficiently gruesome?" she inquired. Qingyi could almost envision the impact of such a sight on their intended target. "Miss, this will surely induce nausea in that individual." Pleased with her work, Qingyi instructed Qingyi to deliver some pastries to the guests who had failed to place an order. As Qingyi took the pastries, he remarked, "Miss, this group of genteel ruffians certainly requires a thorough reprimand. Is there any specific instruction?" Contemplating for a moment, Qingyi decided upon a fittingly clandestine approach. Qingyi complied and delivered the pastries to the intended recipient. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed from the outer room. "To think a woman could be so merciless," came the cries. "Take it away, quickly." Qingyi hastily tucked the pastries into the sleeve of the unfortunate gentleman, declaring, "Your pastries from the proprietor must be accepted." Ultimately, the encounter concluded with the genteel ruffians hastily fleeing the establishment, never to return to the Wangqing Tower. Following this incident, patrons thereafter behaved more decorously, placing their orders without hesitation, and though they still whispered about Qingyi, they did so in hushed tones. Even Qingyi's presence in the hall eventually stifled their murmurs entirely. Thus, peace was restored to the Wangqing Tower, and Qingyi continued her business unimpeded. Yingxue had been at Wangqing Tower for half a month, and Qingyi had tested her literacy skills. Excitedly, Yingxue reported, "Master, I've been learning to read with Madame Hui whenever I find moment. As you suggested, I focus solely on the terms related to cooking. Here are the words I have learned: pan-frying, deep frying, boiling, stir-frying, blanching, low heat, medium heat, high heat, chicken, duck, fish, and meat." Qingyi was quite pleased and proceeded to prepare 2 dishes, allowing Yingxue to draft the recipe herself. After Yingxue recited her notes, Qingyi added her own comments for her to record. Whenever Yingxue encountered a character she could not write, Qingyi patiently guided her through each stroke. "Master, others learn merely one craft, but under your tutelage, I seem to be expected to master them all," Yingxue remarked. "Indeed, you must learn swiftly so that you may soon engage in practical cooking. Master the fundamentals first, and there will be plenty for you to manage later." Madame Hui also arrived, expressing, "Qingyi, I've been here for several days. Might you assign me a proper task, so that I may feel more settled?" Sensing the series of upheavals she had endured, Qingyi refrained from assigning her formal duties, preferring instead that she take the time to recuperate her spirits. Since she believed that engaging in work would bring her peace of mind, Qingyi no longer hesitated and allowed her to work in the kitchen as a chef, responsible for simmering the chicken and duck. Qingyi had previously tasted the soups crafted by Madame Hui, which showcased her commendable culinary skills. Simmering soup is not a laborious task, and it would provide her with a gradual transition. Upon entering the kitchen, Madame Hui seemed invigorated. Under Qingyi's guidance, she quickly mastered the art of soup making. However, she was not content to merely prepare soup. during her simmering intervals. She assisted others in the kitchen with tasks such as cleaning and ingredient preparation. Soon, she became quite popular among the kitchen staff. As Qingyi oversaw the kitchen, she observed these developments closely. Noticing how adeptly Madame Hui worked, she became quite pleased with her diligence, and within 2 months, she assigned Madame Hui to stir-fry dishes. This incited considerable envy in Qingyi. While Madame Hui was crafting soup, Qingyi found herself slaughtering chickens and ducks, cleaning the duck intestines. This was a new experience for her, and she struggled at first. When Madame Hui was busy with ingredient preparation, Qingyi took over the simmering duties left by her. Qingyi was quite strict with her, and after several mistakes, she reprimanded her. Simmering soup is not merely about adding a few ladles of water and walking away. One must pay attention to the heat, the timing of ingredient additions, and the temperature of the water used. When Madame Hui began to stir-fry, Qingyi finally started to assist with ingredient preparation. Initially, she thought that preparing ingredients simply involved chopping vegetables and placing them together. Qingyi chastised her several times for her lack of thought. The balance of meat and vegetables is crucial. The main and accompanying dishes must be appropriately paired. The ingredients you prepared were overly abundant in the main dish while lacking in the sides. Although you are generous in offering to guests, insufficient sides will compromise the flavor. Even if you provide an abundance of the main dish, if it lacks taste, how can it be deemed delicious? If it is not palatable, isn't that a waste? Madame Hui's work occasionally drew Qingyi's comments as well, and there were times when it required further refinement. However, overall, her performance was far more satisfactory than Qingyi's. Reflecting on the past few months, Qingyi realized that her master had never praised her, only highlighting her shortcomings. Sister Hui, am I truly unsuited for cooking? She had always perceived her master as gentle and pleasant, particularly when smiling. Yet, now, the sight of her instilled a sense of trepidation. It felt as though, whenever she focused her gaze on Qingyi, it signified that she had made a mistake. Such a wonderful person, and yet she continually made her angry. If she continued to perform poorly, would her master even refuse the goods her family provided? Perhaps it would be better to abandon cooking altogether and return to raising chickens and ducks, which would offer a more carefree existence. Madame Hui noted her evident despondency. Aside from you, is there anyone else at Wangqing Tower who calls Yun Yangzi master? Qingyi shook her head. I have not heard Lady Lu or anyone mention that she has other apprentices. We are all helping at Wangqing Tower, and you alone are her apprentice. It is only natural that she has higher expectations of you. I have also learned to recognize characters from you, so by that measure, you are my master as well. Yet, you have never scolded me. Masters are not always the same, she replied. The conversation in the kitchen was clearly heard by Qingyi outside. She soon engaged in self-reflection. Acknowledging that Qingyi was correct, she had indeed never offered her praise. To her, the preamble to these criticisms is mere frivolity. She is not adept at setting the stage, but rather prefers to directly address the issues at hand. Assisting her in resolving problems is the most straightforward and effective form of learning. After witnessing the events today, Qingyi felt aggrieved, yet dared not confide in herself. Choosing instead to express her feelings to Huinyang, whose comforting words seemed to resonate with her more profoundly. In terms of culinary skills, Qingyi possesses unwavering confidence. However, when it comes to the mastery of being a mentor, it appears she still has much ground to cover. She silently resolved to provide a more objective critique of Qingyi's dishes next time, acknowledging both strengths and weaknesses. Once a person's temperament is shaped, altering it is no simple feat. While Qingyi is generally amiable, she cannot tolerate imperfections in matters she takes seriously. Thus, upon observing Qingyi repeatedly make the same mistakes, her voice inevitably grew louder. I shall try my utmost to change. If I truly cannot, then so be it. Chapter 063. The challenge of Yong Wang's rooster. Since that day at the poetry gathering, Han Maju had not graced Wangqing Tower for several days. Qingyi found his absence somewhat preferable, as it spared her from his unpredictable antics. At times, she could be quite astute in her judgments. While Han Maju refrained from causing mischief here, he certainly found other venues to do so. Most scholars entering the capital, aside from essential visits, were engrossed in their studies, making their final efforts. Han Maju, however, was markedly different. His reputation preceded him, drawing many admirers daily for grand discussions. Should he find no visitors one day, he would undoubtedly venture out himself. He had exchanged name cards with princes, dukes, and the influential figures of the time, hoping for an audience. Initially, he sought to approach powerful ministers to become their disciple, but unfortunately, no doors opened to him. Gradually, he lowered his expectations, reaching out to the royal family and their relatives, wishing to be welcomed as a guest. Although a scholar could still attain official status, the vastness of the capital rendered his modest fame insufficient, thus thwarting his aspirations. Eventually, he began frequenting the leisure venues of the affluent. He plotted to seize an opportunity to showcase his literary talents, believing that even an unconventional approach could lead to renown. If he could not enter through the front door, he would find another way, even if it meant squeezing through a dog hole. After all, entering was still entering. In this world, nothing is insurmountable for the determined. And Han Maju indeed found his chance. It was said that the Yong Wang and the heir of the Chun Duke had a fondness for cockfighting. Han Maju waited at the fighting arena for 5 days before finally encountering the two. The Yong Wang, aged 15, and the Chun heir, 20, were slightly mismatched in age. Yet the Yong Wang's rooster was a champion, a perennial victor in the arena, having won considerable sums from the Chun heir. For individuals of their stature, losing money was trivial, but losing face was grave. The Chun heir instructed his subordinates to find a rooster that could reclaim their honor. On this particular day, the Chun heir acquired a rooster named Yin Do, which boasted exceptional qualities and an indomitable spirit. Han Maju, maneuvering through the crowd to approach the Chun heir's entourage, presented a piece of writing, a manifesto entitled Challenge to the Yong Wang's Rooster. This brought considerable delight to the Chun heir, who promptly had the manifesto posted in the arena, drawing a crowd eager to read it, while Han Maju basked in a moment of triumph. Wangcheng Tower, situated within the city of Yunmings, sees a constant influx of visitors and a plethora of information exchanged. Thus, it was not long before Qingyi learned of the challenge to the Yong Wang's rooster. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea. Han Maju could compose poetry for her or pen documents for gamecocks. Perhaps, in his eyes, she, Qingyi, was no different from those foul, merely a stepping stone, a means to an end. Was Han Maju attempting to emulate the ancients? He could not replicate Wang Bo's brilliance nor craft the timeless prose of Teng Wang Gusu, yet he still aspired to mimic Wang Bo's Shi Ying Wang Ji. But did he only read half of the texts? Was he unaware of the fate that befell Wang Bo after completing Shi Ying Wang Ji? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would steer clear of such celestial confrontations, rather than seeking to insert themselves into the fray. Perhaps he was not ignorant, but rather gambling on his fortune not being so dire. In this light, he was not merely an academic charlatan, but a shameless and foolish one, bereft of principles. While Qingyi was aware of Shi Ying Wang Ji, Han Maju had also learned of the mouse-driven incident, which led him to marvel at how fortuitous this day had been, with all good tidings converging at once. Whether due to Yin Do's undeniable prowess or the fervor ignited in those who had read Shi Ying Wang Ji, the once vanquished Qingyi managed to secure a victory today. Thanks to Yin Do's remarkable performance, Qingyi was elated and rewarded Han Maju with 10 taels of silver. Han Maju, downplaying the gesture as a mere trifle, only endeared himself further to Qingyi. An aide remarked that Han Maju was a promising candidate for the upcoming imperial examination, suggesting it would be wiser to extend him kindness now rather than waiting for him to achieve success later, ensuring he could be of use in the future. Qingyi found this to be a splendid notion and invited Han Maju to serve as an honored guest in his household. Overjoyed, Han Maju felt that his time had finally arrived, envisioning a swift ascent to prominence. With a hearty laugh, he declared his departure. Are we not destined for greatness? After bidding farewell to Qingyi, Han Maju was in high spirits and sought a tea house for a moment of respite. Just as the tea master had brewed a fresh pot, he overheard a nearby patron speak of Qingyi's capabilities. As the daughter of a high-ranking official and the stewardess of Wangcheng Tower, She had once viewed Han Maju as nothing more than a provincial scholar, albeit a somewhat notable one. However, times had changed. He was now a guest of the heir apparent, although Yun Qingyi hailed from a prestigious lineage. Her coarse demeanor hardly befitted a lady of refinement, and it seemed unlikely that she would attract the admiration of others in the capital. Given this, he resolved to court her, albeit with some reluctance, contemplating the possibility of becoming a son-in-law. Considering his current status, he believed his sincerity would be undeniable, and the Yun family would surely not refuse him. Han Maju was convinced that his plan was brilliant. Though he intended to become a son-in-law and thus would not require a dowry, he still deemed it necessary to observe the proper etiquette during his initial visit to the Yun residence. He selected several exquisite gifts from the generous welcome package bestowed upon him by Qingyi and sent a formal invitation to the Yun household. When the gatekeeper received the invitation, he was somewhat perplexed, suspecting that the provincial scholar was merely muddling through the intricacies of officialdom with a haphazard visit. The Ministry of Revenue oversaw financial matters and had no connection to the imperial examinations, which were presided over by the Ministry of Rights. The chief examiner for the current examinations was Minister Lu Yuanxing. If Han Maju sought to prepare for the imperial exam, he ought to have paid his respects to the Lu household instead. In order to avoid wasting each other's time and to prevent any awkwardness after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the doorman deemed it unnecessary to report to the master and decided to decline the visitor's request. My master stated that Han Zhuzhong had come to the capital for the imperial examination, perhaps having mistakenly delivered the wrong message. With the examination approaching, the time of the candidates is precious, so there is no need for idle chatter. It seems that Lord Yun has misunderstood, thinking I have come for academic accolades. Han Maju bowed once more to the doorman, kindly requesting him to convey a message. He had come specifically regarding a personal matter related to Lady Yun. Given the esteemed status of Yun Jingxing, who is occupied with official duties daily, a mere candidate delivering a message would not warrant his attention. The doorman, seasoned from years of service at the Yun residence, understood that all visitors must be reported, otherwise he would be blamed for his incompetence. However, upon hearing that the matter concerned the young lady, he recognized its significance. The young lady is the cherished treasure of the Yun family, and should she suffer any grievance due to the doorman's negligence, they would bear the consequences. Observing that Han Maju did not exhibit the typical subservience of an ordinary candidate, the doorman surmised that he possessed crucial information pertinent to the young lady and thus was reluctant to delay, promptly reporting to Yun Jingxing. Soon, Han Maju was summoned by Yun Jingxing. He raised his head higher, strode with greater confidence, and arrogantly entered the Yun residence, oblivious to the fact that he had taken a side entrance. At that moment, Han Maju had no inkling that this encounter would mark the pinnacle of his life, a moment worthy of reminiscence for the rest of his days. Chapter 64. The marriage proposal. Han Maju followed the doorman into the inner hall and, through the steward's announcement, met Yun Jingxing in the study. As a young man from Jianghuai, a candidate in the current imperial examination, he declared himself a retainer under the esteemed Qingyi. Here, to pay his respects to the honorable official, Han Maju listed all his illustrious titles in one breath, aiming to establish his presence. However, he remained unaware that while he viewed Qingyi as a figure of nobility, he was, in fact, a renowned wastrel in the capital. The indulgences of such a scion revolved around revelry and vice. In the realm of officialdom, there exists a hierarchy of disdain known only to those within the circle. The Duke of Chun has long since lost his power, retaining only an empty title. Individuals like Qingyi, who are mere shells of nobility, may deceive outsiders, but in reality, they occupy the lowest tier of the social ladder in the capital. Han Maju believed that mentioning Qingyi would elevate his status. It would have been better left unsaid. As a candidate from Jianghuai, he might have received a courteous cup of tea from the Yun family. Instead, by proclaiming himself a retainer of Qingyi, he forfeited even that courtesy. Yun Jingxing, a man of stature and refinement, welcomed the visitor and allowed him to finish speaking before politely excusing him to maintain decorum. Since you have come to the capital for the imperial examination, what brings you to my residence today? Yun Jingxing inquired. Han Maju bowed again, stating that he had brought a humble gift for 2 reasons. Firstly, as a newcomer to the capital, he sought the esteemed official's future guidance. Secondly, he confessed that during his brief stay in the capital, he had become enamored with Lady Yun at first sight. Though he humbly claimed not to possess extraordinary talent, he was confident he would achieve success in the upcoming imperial examination. He had heard of the custom among the prominent families in the capital of selecting suitors from the examination list, and, lacking any merit, he had come to boldly recommend himself. Although Yun Yangzi may not be well versed in poetry and literature, upon several encounters, it is apparent that she possesses both beauty and intelligence. Given time, I am confident that she can be nurtured into a refined and cultured individual, ensuring that she will no longer engage in actions that tarnish the family's reputation. It is widely known that the esteemed gentleman cherishes his daughter dearly and would be reluctant to allow Yun Yangzi to marry far away. Despite being of humble origins in Jianghuai, my family possesses some modest assets, and I am willing to bring these into the Yun family to fulfill the gentleman's heartfelt desire for his daughter. Han Maju, engrossed in his own discourse, failed to notice that although Yun Jingxing did not outwardly express his sentiments, those who were observant could discern the subtle movements of his hands, indicating that this scholar had indeed incurred the displeasure of the esteemed Yun Shangshu. This affront left Yun Jingxing feeling quite vexed. Yun Qingyi has always been the cherished jewel of the Yun family, regarded as obedient, sensible, and clever by her kin. Not only the elders of the household, but also the ladies and noble women of the palace speak highly of her. Yet, here comes a scoundrel from who knows where, claiming she's unrefined and requires guidance. What audacity! While it is not entirely out of the question for the daughters of the Yun family to take in a son-in-law, it is simply unacceptable to accept such a person. Yun Jingxing, confident in his status, believed that engaging further with this madman would only serve to grant him a victory. After years of public service, he would not afford this lunatic any opportunity. Nevertheless, he could not simply endure this insult. It was imperative to convey to this madman the gravity of the situation. Yun Jingxing disregarded Han Maju, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and remarked that he had yet to hear from the young lady on the matter. Perhaps it was time to inquire with the elder. Qichong, is Assure home today? The attendant by his side quickly grasped the implication, responding that the young master had not ventured outside. Then summon him. He shares a close bond with his sister, and perhaps he might possess some insights. Although Yun Jingxing found it inappropriate to reprimand Han Maju directly, there were plenty of people within the Yun household. Unaware of Yun Jingxing's intentions, Han Maju mistakenly believed that the Yun family held him in high regard and sought to introduce him to their kin. He adjusted his attire, mentally composing verses and articles, determined to make a grand impression today. As for Yun Qingyi, upon hearing of someone bold enough to present themselves as a suitor to the Yun family, he initially thought it was an amusing notion and felt a twinge of disappointment. However, as he listened further, his initial ennui transformed into intrigue. Upon learning that this individual intended to educate his sister, he felt that the situation warranted a more spirited response. Yun Qingyi summoned his attendants, instructing them to catch an especially ugly toad from the pond in the backyard. The uglier, the better. The servants, eager to comply, soon returned with several large, grotesque toads for him to choose from. Here they are. Which one do you fancy? Yun Qingyi pointed to the most grotesque one, adorned with the most warts. This one, take it to the master's study by the side entrance. The attendants understood his intent. The toad was to be placed near Han Maju. Yun Qingyi, positioned outside, took aim and struck the toad with a slingshot. Startled, the toad leaped onto Han Maju's lap, bubbling in surprise. The sudden appearance of the toad frightened Han Maju, causing him to abandon his decorum and hurriedly brush it away, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ha! Yun Qingshi clapped his hands and entered the room with a slingshot in hand. Is there not a distinguished guest present? Such a lack of decorum is quite unbecoming. Yun Jingxing feigned reprimanding Ashi, who complied by suppressing his laughter, standing upright, and bowing respectfully. His father chided him for being reckless, unaware of the message conveyed by his father. What was the matter at hand? Han Maju reiterated his earlier words, observing that Ashi was merely a mischievous child. Consequently, his tone was less reverent than when addressing Yun Jingxing, tinged with a hint of mockery, which irked Ashi considerably. It turns out he aspires to be a son-in-law of my family. The Yun family holds a respectable position in the capital. Being a son-in-law is not something one can achieve at will. Otherwise, losing face as a scholar is trivial, but tarnishing the Yun family's reputation is no trifling matter. Pray tell, what can you write? When it came to the question of his skills, Han Maju strode confidently, declaring his familiarity with poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These were the very arts that had brought him fame, and he spoke of them with absolute assurance. Is that all? Ashi scoffed. For the Yun family does not seek mere entertainers. Such trivial skills are hardly worthy of mention. Allow me to inquire. Do you possess the 6 arts of a gentleman? Han Maju's expression turned awkward. The 6 arts are disciplines for self-cultivation: ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Not all are assessed in examinations, nor can they be readily demonstrated, and to Han Maju, they seemed rather inconsequential. Having little knowledge of these, he suggested that if the young master was interested, he would compose a poem for him, eager to return to his own domain. What? That cannot be. However, it is of no consequence. It is rare for a scholar to visit, so I shall extend my hospitality and teach you how to ride a horse. Mastering horsemanship is no simple feat, but getting started is indeed easy. One only needs to know how to crack the whip. Ashi exchanged a glance with the servant, who understood and fetched the longest whip available. Chapter 65. The 6 Arts of a Gentleman. Ashi took the whip, stating he would demonstrate for Han Maju. However, his movements were exaggerated and grand, entirely devoid of proper riding posture. In a careless moment, he inadvertently struck Han Maju with the whip. With a cry of pain, Ashi stifled his laughter and hurriedly apologized. "Oh dear, dear scholar, how could you be so careless, standing so close? Here I was, intending goodwill, and unexpectedly, I have harmed you." Han Maju, believing it was an honest mistake, endured the pain and insisted it was of no consequence. Now that he had encountered family, how could he bear to relent? That previous strike was merely a light reprimand, aimed at his body. Since he lacked shame, Ashi continued to pursue Han Maju, aiming for his face. After receiving 4 or 5 lashes, Han Maju finally grasped that Ashi was merely mocking him. He fled outside, groaning in pain, and plaintively called into the study, "I am a respectable scholar, one with a title. Even before the magistrate, I cannot be struck. How dare you treat me thus?" Ashi responded with utmost seriousness, feigning trepidation. It was evident that the scholar sought to enter the family. Ashi was merely teaching him the 6 arts of a gentleman. What beginner has not endured a few lashes? The scholar should not wrong Ashi, who had only intended goodwill. As the commotion escalated, Yun Jingxing stepped out to restore order. "Though your intentions are commendable, Ajui, the unfortunate truth is that you have inadvertently harmed Han Juzi. You ought to promptly extend your apologies. As for the lack of hospitality, you must seek out the steward to accept your punishment." "As you command." Ajui responded succinctly, turning to see that Han Maju had not yet departed. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, addressing Han Juzi. "I sincerely regret the inadequacies in today's reception. May I arrange for a physician to tend to your injuries? If Han Maju lingered any longer, his life may be in jeopardy." No. I shall find a doctor to bandage myself. There is no need for your concern." With that, he hurriedly exited the Yun residence, Ajui's worried voice trailing behind. "Han Juzi, with the imperial examination approaching, it is imperative that you procure the finest medicine. Otherwise, failing to maintain decorum before the throne after success would be a significant issue." Han Maju, in a state of disarray, left the Yun household and encountered several familiar scholars. Prior to visiting the Yun family, he had declared his intention to forge a matrimonial alliance with them. Scholars are particularly mindful of their reputations, and in front of the other candidates, he chose to omit critical details, such as his disdain for Yun Yang and the fact that it was he who sought them out. He intended to give the impression that the Yun family had taken an interest in him, and soon he would experience double happiness. On the night of the wedding, when he would receive the news of his success, soon Brother Han will surely experience double joy. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to you. Observing Han Maju's disheveled state, his companions inquired with concern, Brother Han, what troubles you? The pain was trivial, but the loss of face was significant. Han Maju would rather endure his suffering than reveal the truth, attributing his condition to a mere mishap. It was indeed a source of embarrassment. He ought to have attended the summons from the Yun household promptly. Now, in his current state, he had lost face, and he could only wait until he regained his strength before returning to offer his apologies. In his words lay boundless self-reproach, regret, and sorrow, to the point that he almost convinced himself of his own misfortune. At dinner, the family gathered around the table, Hajui leaning his head to coax his sister, Sister, I want to eat a chicken leg. Yun Qingyi found it strange, as the chicken legs were already on the table. If he wished to eat, he could simply take one himself. If you want to eat, then do so. No one is competing with you. Hajui gazed longingly at his sister, silently requesting her assistance in serving him. Indulging his younger brother, Yun Qingyi sighed and placed a chicken leg into his bowl, saying, Here you go. Enjoy. Observing his son's endearing demeanor, he understood that Hajui sought to impress his sister. Since he had used Hajui today, it was only fitting that he speak up on his behalf. Today, it was indeed the duty of his sister to serve the chicken leg to Hajui. That single phrase was sufficient. The childlike Hajui would take the cue and share his thoughts with his sister. Upon hearing that Han Maju was determined to join the Yun family by marrying into it, Yun Qingyi felt a wave of revulsion, almost losing his appetite. It was only after hearing the subsequent events from Hajui that his mood improved slightly. Thus, one chicken leg was certainly insufficient. Yun Qingyi ladled him a bowl of soup as well, encouraging him to eat more, for in crucial moments, one must rely on family. Such audacity! He even claimed that he would train his sister. My sister is exceedingly clever and astute. It is hardly fitting for a wretch to presume to educate her. Today, he shall receive a lesson. Should he dare to cross paths with me again, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Yin Qingyuan served a bowl of soup to his sister, reflecting on the recent poetry gathering. Initially, he thought Han Maju to be somewhat ostentatious, but he had not anticipated that he possessed genuine aspirations and the audacity to pursue them. Regrettably, my dear brother was not at home today. Had he been present, I would have surely given him a good thrashing. Lady Fong was equally incensed, for that Han scholar, despite his reputed intellect, seems to have squandered his education. Has he truly let his studies slip away into oblivion? Such arrogance is devoid of any sense of propriety or honor. Should he succeed in the upcoming imperial examination, it would be the epitome of a cultured rogue. There is no need for the lady to take it too seriously. The talents of Qingyi are indeed numerous. Each time the imperial examination is held, which scholar does not harbor the hope of success? Even if the acclaim is high prior to the examination, who dares to claim certainty in their success? Yin Qingyi found his father's words to be quite astute. The outcomes of the examination are perpetually uncertain. The Yun family enjoyed a lively dinner amidst their festivities, while the members of the Mo family, facing the same delectable dishes, found no joy in their meal. Since the establishment of Wangchang Tower, as per their verbal agreement, Yin Qingyi had reserved 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor for the 5th prince, General Mo. The 5th prince would occasionally visit to socialize, and on days he did not come, he would send someone to collect dishes. However, General Mo had never once graced them with his presence. Wangchang Tower also operated under a system of summons, each evening before dinner. Yin Qingyi would personally prepare meals to be sent home, carefully packed alongside those for the Mo family, entrusted to the young servant for delivery. This meal was similar in quality for both families, yet the atmosphere on either side could not have been more disparate. It was rumored that a scholar from a distant land had received an invitation from the Yun residents and would soon pay a visit. In the Yun household, it seemed to indicate a potential marriage proposal. Upon contemplating this, Mo Yuxuan felt a pang of sorrow, and both Mo1 and Mo found their spirits dampened. The two could not fathom why the clever Lady Yun failed to see the intentions of their general. Did she truly not discern his affections? In terms of lineage, character, and sincerity, that distant scholar could not compare to their general. Previously, they had been deemed a fitting match, So how had unexpected complications allowed that scholar to intrude? Most afflicted was Mo Yuxuan, who remained perplexed as to where he had erred, causing Yun Qingyi to grow increasingly distant. He could not comprehend why Han Maju was acceptable, yet he was not. Given the turmoil in his heart, he felt compelled to seek clarity. If Yun Qingyi truly favored Han Maju, he would relinquish Wangqing Tower to her, and they would part ways amicably. Regardless, he needed a definitive answer. Chapter 066. The scholar's selection the following day, as Yun Qingyi returned home from Wangqing Tower. Having alighted from her carriage, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the day's business arrangements when a shadow emerged from the alley, blocking her entrance. The tall figure's sudden appearance startled Yun Qingyi. Noting her fright, Mo Yuxuan felt a twinge of guilt. "Do not be alarmed, Lady Yun. It is I." Once she recognized him, Yun Qingyi regained her composure, wondering if General Mo had been waiting in this alley simply to frighten her in the dead of night. Yuxuan had indeed been waiting for her. "What do you require of me? Is the meal unsatisfactory? If so, the food was excellent. I am not picky, especially when it is arranged by you, dear lady." He struggled to articulate his thoughts. There was no time for trivial matters. He needed to address the pressing issue. "I have heard that Han the scholar has received an invitation from the Yun residence. Could he be the suitor you favor? Huan, do not marry him." So this was what he wished to convey, which struck Yun Qingyi as amusing. The rumors have become increasingly outrageous. The Yun residence has actually taken the initiative to invite Han Maju. This matter was originally unrelated to Yun Qingyi, and she spoke of it with an air of ease. "Naturally, I shall not marry. General Mo must have misunderstood, for that scholar Han intends to come to my family as a son-in-law. If he is to be a son-in-law, then I shall not marry him." Yun Qingyi jested, engaging in playful banter with Mo Yuxuan regarding marriage. The lighter her tone, the more sorrowful Mo Yuxuan felt. He was well aware that the Yun family cherished her dearly and would surely be reluctant to see her marry far away. It now appeared that they feared she might suffer in an external marriage. Was this the intention to invite a son-in-law? If so, did it not lend further credence to the rumors? Unyielding, he insisted on hearing it from her own lips. Thus, had the Yun family acquiesced to this marriage proposal? Can you guess? Yun Qingyi, wishing to escape her own predicament, uttered 2 words and turned to enter the house, leaving Mo Yuxuan to linger alone in the alley, forlorn. Upon entering, Yun Qingyi sensed something amiss. What had he just called me? For a moment, she could not recall. Never mind, what does it matter? Ultimately, was it too late? Mo Yuxuan felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. He turned and entered his own home, making his way to the cold, shadowy wine cellar. Gazing at the multitude of wine jars, he remembered the last time he had come here, feeling warmth and sweetness, already anticipating the joyous banquet for a celebratory feast. Now, as he looked at the same wine, it only tasted bitter. The joyous banquet would ultimately never occur. The day of the examination results would also mark his greatest anguish. He summoned the steward and informed the Yun family that starting tomorrow, they need not send any more food boxes. Since she had found a suitable match, the least he could do was refrain from disturbing her. He intended to visit Wangqing Tower once more, to gift it to her as a token of congratulations. He needed to choose an auspicious date, perhaps the day of the results. She would embark on a new life that day, and for him, it would signify an end on that very day. On the day the imperial examination results were announced, Mo Yuxuan entered the private room reserved for him at Wangqing Tower. This was his first visit and likely his last. On that day, some rejoiced while others lamented, as the successful candidates exchanged congratulations and celebration. Many among them had also come to Wangqing Tower. Yet Han Maju had not arrived for quite some time. He lingered before the announcement board for a considerable duration. Initially, he only glanced at the top 3 names, and upon not finding his own, he already felt a sense of humiliation. He continued to search the second list of over 40 names, examining each one repeatedly. Yet his name remained absent. Han Maju, usually lauded for her poetry and prose, had grown weary of the flattery, believing that achieving success in the examination was as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. However, the imperial examination and the ensuing banquet were vastly different. Unexpectedly, he had not succeeded. This left him perplexed. Furthermore, The gazes of others upon him felt particularly piercing. Without a name on the list, there could be no suitors beneath the board, and thus no wedding night. No matter how talented he was merely an inconsequential candidate who had failed. The very individuals who once lauded him had now vanished without a trace. However, young Master Chun did not disdain him. He provided a room and 3 meals a day, and though young Master Chun could afford it, without having achieved success, Missouri Yushuan's treatment there was limited to just that. After a day spent coming to terms with reality, Han Maju made his way to Wangqing Tower that evening. He believed that his failure to pass the examination was due to his insufficient reputation, a lack of connections, and the inability of the unworthy examiners to recognize his poetic talent, thus delaying his success. He recalled the glory of the poetry gathering he had once hosted. Although he did not succeed and could not propose to Miss Yun at the Cloud Mansion, he had still rendered her a service by elevating her name. Given this, it would not be unreasonable to seek a favor from her. Miss Yun was the sole daughter of the Minister of Revenue, a position that governed the wealth of the realm, and her family was undoubtedly affluent. Moreover, as the proprietor of Wangqing Tower, she surely possessed considerable resources. Since he had done her a kindness, it seemed plausible to request some financial assistance for his endeavors. Upon his arrival, Yunshi immediately spotted him and was aware of the family's disdain for him, originally intending to have him removed. However, Han Maju, now unburdened by shame, found that there was nothing more humiliating than his current situation. Since Miss Yun was his last hope, he was determined to seize this opportunity. He lingered at the entrance of Wangqing Tower for quite some time, unwilling to depart. This stalemate was unproductive, prompting Yun Shi to inform the matron in the front hall, while Lu Jiao, uncertain of how to proceed, sought counsel from Yun Qingyi in the kitchen. Yun Qingyi, however, did not wish to make things difficult for him. He considered that if Han Maju succeeded in his next attempt, he might engage in some troublesome antics. Since he had failed this time, it was unlikely that further complications would arise. Yun Qingyi treated him as an ordinary guest simply there for a meal. As long as he paid, he would fulfill the role of a satisfactory patron, and Yun Qingyi would be a competent host in return. It was accepted that a failed candidate would soon return home. Perhaps he merely wished to dine and leave with a memory, so there was no need to push him away. They should regard him as a diner and treat him accordingly. Descending the stairs, Lu Jiao nodded to Yun Shi in the hall, who reluctantly allowed Han Maju to enter. Han Maju felt a surge of joy. Miss Yun was indeed a person of gratitude, and this was half the battle won. The matters he wished to discuss with her were not for public ears, so he could not sit in the main hall. Having visited a pawn shop that day, he had exchanged a jade pendant for a few silver ingots. If he aimed to make a name for himself, he had to take a leap of faith, leaving no retreat for himself. Presently, Han Maju took out a silver ingot and asked Yun Shi to lead him to a private room where he could speak with Miss Yun in a serene setting. "Please, Mr. Han," said Yun Shi, although he still harbored a dislike for him. The invitation was loud enough for Mo Yushuan in the adjoining room to hear distinctly. Was he really here? Mo Yushuan perked up, eager to catch every word exchanged in the next room. Chapter 67. Making a name for oneself after taking a seat. Yun Shi poured Han Maju a cup of tea and inquired, "What would you like to eat today, Mr. Han?" However, he was not there for a meal. Handing Yun Shi a couple of small silver coins, he stated that he would soon be returning home and had no other concerns. Wishing only to bid farewell to Miss Yun, he requested that the waiter convey his message. If he were there to dine, perhaps Yun Shi could serve him a couple of dishes, but the mere thought of wanting to see the young lady irritated Yun Shi. The entire establishment of Wangqing Tower requires the attention of a young lady, who is presently occupied and cannot spare the time for idle conversation. If Han Juji seeks a meal, the waiter shall serve him accordingly. If not for sustenance, he is free to leave. The waiter feigns an invitation for him to depart. Han Maju cannot help but feel a surge of sorrow. He recalls the vigor and ambition with which he first entered Wangqing Tower, now reduced to being belittled by a mere waiter. Despite the pretentiousness surrounding him, Han Maju finds himself powerless. His desire to meet Yun Qingyi compels him to bow and scrape before Yun Shi. He is acutely aware that his failure to pass this examination has disappointed Miss Yun. Yet he possesses genuine talent and knowledge, and he vows to return one day to express his gratitude. However, as he departs today, he cannot foresee when they might meet again. He hopes the waiter will convey his message. She is disinclined to engage with him, yet his insistence prevents him from leaving. The hustle and bustle of Wangqiang Tower continues unabated, and Shi, unable to endure his protracted conversation, finally declares her intention to inform the young lady. If she is unwilling to come, he should promptly take his leave and cease being an eyesore. Upon hearing that Han Maju is adamant about seeing her, Qingyi, albeit reluctantly, decides to confront this final inconvenience. She resolves to address him briefly and conclude the matter swiftly. Entering the elegant room, Han Maju bows deeply to her, and Qingyi acknowledges him with a nod. This gesture causes Mo Yuxuan, seated next door, to sit up straight. She has arrived. Qingyi returns a respectful greeting and takes a seat opposite him. Pouring him a cup of tea, she expresses her well wishes for Han Juji's future endeavors, hoping that he will achieve success in his forthcoming examinations. Her words flow gracefully, providing a semblance of comfort. Although she is not particularly skilled in flattery, she manages to utter a few courteous phrases. Qingyi also wonders if indeed Maju is deserving of success. This thought momentarily stumps her. She intended only to be polite. Yet he seems to take her words to heart. The outcomes of examinations are notoriously unpredictable. Diligent study often yields proportional results. Han Juji should simply focus on his studies, for success may come in due time. Qingyi speaks with sincerity. Having endured 16 years of academic pursuit herself, she is well aware of the accompanying hardships. Yet, her father once told her that studying is one of the simplest endeavors in life, as diligence leads to knowledge with minimal uncertainty. Life, however, is fraught with unpredictability. How many matters can one confidently assert are without change? Disliking insincere platitudes, she shares her thoughts on education and examinations, hoping her words offer some solace. Han Maju feels the groundwork has been sufficiently laid and urges Qingyi not to offer him mere consolation. He observes that several individuals of mediocre talent have succeeded in the recent imperial examination, likely due to connections. Despite his years of dedicated study, his humble origins have left him at a disadvantage. Even the most rigorous efforts may yield little reward. If Qingyi believes in his true abilities, she must assist him. This request leaves Qingyi perplexed. As a woman who has received modern higher education, she is nevertheless unfamiliar with the intricacies of the imperial examination. Unable to tutor him or evaluate his papers, how could she possibly assist Han Juji? It seems he is grasping at straws in desperation. With unwavering composure, Han Maju bows once more toward Qingyi. Mo Zhu, confident in his own talents, hails from a humble and remote background, which has hindered his ability to gain recognition in the capital. Thus, he has yet to achieve the distinction of a high-ranking scholar. I aspire to emulate the ancients, to shatter my lute and make a name for myself, disseminating my writings so that all may know of my scholarly prowess. I have learned of the esteemed Yain Pavilion, which possesses the ancient Qin, 9 heavens with ringing jewels, valued at a fortune. I beseech you, Lady Yun, to assist me in acquiring this instrument. In the future, when Mo Zhu attains fame and fortune, I shall not forget your generous kindness. Qingyi, increasingly incredulous, thought it absurd. One should focus on their studies and, if unsuccessful, reflect upon their own shortcomings. Throughout history, how many truly accomplished scholars have emerged from humble beginnings? Yet, the path to the imperial examination has never been resolved solely by those of humble birth. It is indeed laughable that he neglects earnest scholarship, fixating instead on fanciful notions. His persistence in emulating the ancients is commendable, yet one must question what exactly he is imitating. Previously, he sought to follow in the footsteps of Wang Bo with his letter to Yong Wang, later aspiring to be his son-in-law, like Li Bai. And now he wishes to imitate Qinziang by shattering a lute to gain renown. It must be noted that Wang Bo achieved fame through his timeless prose, preface to the pavilion of Prince Teng, while Li Bai gained recognition through his ethereal poetic talent. And Shenzong rose to prominence as a leader in the literary renaissance of the early Tang dynasty. Although they too had their moments of folly, none attained their status through absurdity. As for the 9 heavens with ringing jewels, it is a renowned ancient Qin. In modern times, even if it were to grace a museum, it would likely not be accessible to all. Though Qingyi may not be well-versed in the Qin, she finds the notion of shattering such a distinguished instrument to be a gross act of desecration, a spectacle most unbecoming. From every angle, Qingyi could not possibly indulge his whimsical fantasies. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became, hastening to distance herself from him. If he were to descend into madness, seeking to emulate Luo Binwang in composing a proclamation, it would truly be a recipe for disaster. The scholar presumes too much. To think that the 9 heavens with ringing jewels, a prized Qin of the Tang dynasty, could be so carelessly destroyed is an utter waste of treasure. Given its value, and with the recent establishment of my own tower incurring significant expenses, I find myself devoid of funds to lend to the scholar. As a guest of a young Master Chun, why not seek his assistance? Mentioning the young Master Chun made Han Mo Zhu somewhat awkward. Lady Yin, you jest. Such trivial matters concerning silver should not trouble the young master. His goodwill is best reserved for greater purposes. 1,000 taels of silver, in his view, are merely a trifling matter? Such audacity, if it is indeed a minor concern, then the scholar should manage on his own. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Rising to depart, Qingyi noticed Han Mo Zhu's escalating urgency. Mo Zhu believed that mediocre individuals were encumbered by worldly constraints, assuming that Lady Yun would differ from them. Yet today, she appeared no different from those of lesser caliber, making things difficult for him over trivial financial matters due to his failure to pass the examinations. Han Mo Zhu spoke with indignation, passionately embodying a sense of justice. Observing his demeanor, Qingyi felt that the reprimand she received from Ashur at the Yun residence had been far too lenient. Turning back, she spoke softly. Did you, Scholar Han, truly mean to emulate the ancients? If so, let us discuss what it truly means to follow in their footsteps. You mentioned studying diligently for over a decade without success. Yet, Chunzong began his studies at 17 and, in just 7 years, achieved the highest honors. Why, dear scholar, do you not choose to emulate that? While Chen Xiong's act of smashing his lute did indeed bring him fame, it is worth noting that he hailed from a wealthy family, and the lute was purchased with his own funds. He never imposed hardships on others. This raises the question, why should aspiring scholars emulate him? Furthermore, he was merely 24 years old at the time of his act, and had already achieved the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Could it be that these scholars truly believe that by shattering a Guqin, they too can attain renown and success, despite their status as mere failed candidates? In Chapter 68, Conversations by the Hearth, Bullfrog Pot, Qingyi was reluctant to engage in further discourse with him, recognizing that he was impervious to admonition. Eventually, she offered him a few words of advice. Recently, her younger brother had inadvertently injured a scholar during a friendly exchange regarding the 6 arts of a gentleman, and he felt quite remorseful about it. He had been preoccupied with this matter and requested to be informed once the scholar had recovered, as it would bring him some peace of mind. Additionally, her elder brother was also quite concerned about the scholar. Qingyi's pointed remarks left Han Maju feeling somewhat awkward. He understood that should he linger any longer, Yun's younger brother would likely take another swing at him, and this time, her elder brother would not let him off easily. Han Maju, realizing he had misspoken and angered Qingyi, repeatedly offered his apologies, attempting to redeem himself with further comments. In his view, women are easily swayed, depending solely on the methods employed. Since imitating the ancients proved futile, he contemplated alternative approaches. Qingyi found his incessant prattle irksome. Yet he had not committed any truly outrageous acts, merely droning on in circles. Caught in a stalemate, the door swung open once more. Yun's sister not only had brothers, but also patrons. Mo Yuxuan entered uninvited, prompting a sigh of relief from Qingyi. Now she could depart, but she hesitated to leave Han Maju alone with Mo Yuxuan. Patron, it would be unnecessary for you to intervene, she suggested. Mo Yuxuan, a formidable warrior, would easily overpower Han Maju, whose strength was negligible. Should he choose to act, Han Maju would be defenseless, and such a confrontation would hardly be honorable. If Mo Yuxuan truly harmed Han Maju, it was uncertain what further tales the latter might spin outside the Wangqing Tower. Yun Qingyi had learned her lesson. One does not stumble twice in the same place. Dear sister, is the business at Wangqing Tower truly so dismal that you must personally attend to a table without patrons? If that is the case, how will you afford the rent? Your words ring true. I shall return to my duties forthwith. Scholar Han, do not attempt to imitate the ancients with our patron. Yun Qingyi astutely excused herself from the conversation. Observing her departure, a long-lost smile graced Mo Yuxuan's lips. With the door closed, only Mo and Han remained in the private room. Mo Yuxuan's smile faded, returning to his usual cool demeanor. As Han Maju perceived, Wangqing Tower was a place for dining. Should he not seek sustenance, he was free to leave. Mo Yuxuan's voice was low and his expression frosty, creating an undeniable sense of pressure. Han Maju, drenched in cold sweat, hastily exited Wangqing Tower. Watching him depart, Mo Yuxuan felt quite pleased. He was still absorbed in the earlier discourse with Yun Qingyi when Yun Shi approached him, noticing he was seated alone. General Mo, what brings you here today? Are you planning a banquet? What dishes would you require? I shall arrange them immediately. No banquet. I merely passed by and thought to visit my own establishment. The general has never visited Wangqing Tower, and the dishes at the Mo residence have always been arranged by the shopkeeper's wife. Today, I kindly ask Lady Yun to make the arrangements on my behalf. Han Maju arrived to avoid the crowds, and by that time, there were already few guests. Now that the mealtime has long passed, Yun Qingyi, concerned that the proprietor might grow anxious, had Yun Shi serve him a bowl of tomato beef brisket soup. She also instructed Ing Xue to prepare a few light dishes to accompany it, allowing Yun Shi to deliver them to the proprietor so he could dine first. Afterwards, Yun Qingyi examined the ingredients in the kitchen, recalling that the elegant room had a red clay stove, and she decided to prepare grilled bullfrog for the proprietor. She cleaned the bullfrog, removing its innards and skin, and cut it into pieces. After marinating it for a short while in cooking wine, salt, and pepper, she heated oil in a pan. Once the oil was hot, she added ginger slices, minced garlic, and chili segments to saute until fragrant. Then quickly tossed in the marinated bullfrog pieces, stirring until they changed color. She then added an appropriate amount of soy sauce, sugar, and a small quantity of water, stirring well to ensure the bullfrog absorbed the flavors of the seasonings. Next, she added a slurry made from cornstarch and water, quickly tossing to coat the bullfrog pieces in a delicate glaze. Finally, she placed the bullfrog into the preheated grill, sprinkled on some chopped green onions, and covered it. Once completed, she signaled Yun Shi to bring the grill into the elegant room, considering that the proprietor had come to her aid today. Yun Qingyi entered the room with the final dish of fish and mutton, stating, "As it is your first visit today, I have prepared a selection of signature dishes. I hope they suit your palate. Please feel free to offer any guidance." Surely, everything she made was delightful. What could there be to critique? As she set down the dishes and turned to leave, Mo Yuxuan called out to her, "Lady Yun, since Mo1 and Mo you are absent today, the number of dishes is indeed abundant. If you have not yet dined, why not join me?" In the hustle of the restaurant, it was common to eat after closing, and Yun Qingyi typically waited until then. At this moment, with few patrons remaining, Ing Xue and the others were also preparing to treat themselves. Thus, Yun Qingyi no longer declined and asked Yun Shi to fetch a pot of wine, taking a seat across from Mo Yuxuan. The dishes on the table were all her favorites, and feeling quite famished, she began to indulge heartily without waiting for the wine to arrive. For Yun Qingyi, dining was simply a matter of eating. For Mo Yuxuan, however, this was their first meal alone. If it were merely a meal, it would indeed be a missed opportunity. This Wangqing Tower, under Lady Yun's management, flourished, and Mo Yuxuan pondered for a long time, feeling that this was a promising beginning. He had never visited Wangqing Tower before, thus he was unaware of its operations. He was merely gauging Yun Qingyi indirectly. Naturally, if the management were poor, how could I afford the rent? Yun Qingyi replied, deftly picking up a piece of bullfrog. A warmth flickered in Mo Yuxuan's gaze, yet Yun Qingyi, engrossed in her meal, remained blissfully unaware. She truly held grudges. Retribution was never postponed. Mo Yuxuan, however, could not bear to confront her, having just defended her moments ago. And he certainly would not allow her to suffer in any way. There is one thing I do not quite understand. With Lady Yun's affluent background, one would think financial troubles would be a distant concern. Aside from managing the Wangsheng Tower, I have not observed Miss Yun indulging in extravagant expenditures. Why then does she possess such a fondness for wealth? This question has perplexed Mo Yuxuan for quite some time. Typically, a woman's love for money stems from significant expenses, ornate hairpins, cosmetics, exquisite jewelry, and an endless array of adornments that inevitably drain one's resources. Yet, Yun Qingyi adorns herself with merely a handful of hairpins, and apart from her earrings, she possesses no other jewelry and eschews the use of makeup. Mo Yuxuan genuinely cannot fathom where her monetary affections might lie. If there are no outlets for her spending, her affinity for wealth appears utterly illogical. Does the general believe that only those who relish in spending have aspirations for earning? I, in truth, do not cherish ornaments and cosmetics. Not only do I have no inclination towards such things, but my current livelihood also dictates otherwise. Jewelry is a cumbersome burden, hindering one's freedom of movement. Mixing food with powders and perfumes is hardly hygienic. In this world, those who enjoy spending need not necessarily have a penchant for earning. Thus, it follows that those who are averse to spending can still appreciate the art of earning. Each individual possesses a unique perspective on these matters. But what of Miss Yun? Having eaten to her satisfaction, Yun Qingyi set down her chopsticks. This discourse may be rather lengthy, but if the general wishes to listen, I shall elaborate in due course. Chapter 069, Independence. Yun Qingyi added a few pieces of charcoal to the stove. As the bullfrogs bubbled once more, she posed a question to Mo Yuxuan. It is often said that a woman, upon marrying a good husband, with her family providing a dowry and a lavish funeral arrangement, is deemed to have found a suitable abode. Yet, do you understand the underlying distinctions that families perceive regarding their descendants? Mo Yuxuan found himself momentarily speechless. As a man, he had never contemplated this issue. It is merely due to societal constraints that women are confined to domestic roles, unable to venture beyond their homes. Deprived of the ability to step outside, they rely on their parents while at home and on their husbands upon marriage. Throughout their lives, they are often unable to achieve success or independence, reliant on others for sustenance. The love from parents towards their daughters manifests in the provision of a more substantial dowry. The more financial security they possess, the more dignified their lives can become. The crux of the matter lies in the necessity for women to live with dignity, which in turn requires financial independence. A single coin holds the same value, whether bestowed by parents, gifted by others, or earned through one's own endeavors. However, what is given by parents or others ultimately amounts to mere fixed assets, expenditures without returns which, no matter how abundant, cannot provide true peace of mind. Yet, if I can achieve independence, even in the absence of parental or external support, I can still lead a life of ease and composure. Mo Yuxuan grasped her meaning. Yun Qingyi's affection for wealth transcended mere monetary value. She cherished the act of earning itself. The ability to generate income brought her a sense of security, which she valued far more than the wealth itself. Mo Yuxuan had always recognized her uniqueness, yet their conversation this evening deepened his respect for her. As they continued their meal, Mo Yuxuan occasionally engaged her in light banter, to which Yun Qingyi responded thoughtfully. For the most part, he listened as she spoke, finding her words both insightful and delightful. Once the wine was warmed, Yun Qingyi poured 2 cups, and they exchanged pleasantries. She wished him success in his endeavors, ensuring the tranquility of the Tianqi borders, while he wished her prosperity and flourishing business. With their meal concluded, it was time for the Wangsheng Tower to close for the night. The tables and chairs on the first floor have been meticulously cleaned, and only Yun Mo and the 2 remaining are left in the elegant chamber on the second floor. Lu Jiao had already returned home earlier, and Yun Qingyi summoned the servants to tidy up the dishes, preparing to depart as well. Mo Yuxuan offered to escort her, leaving Yun Qingyi with no grounds for refusal. Firstly, it truly was on his way. Furthermore, This notion of escorting was merely a matter of Yun Qingyi riding in her own carriage, while Mo Yuxuan followed on horseback. If he wished to accompany her, so be it. Everyone has a right to the road, and even if he was not officially escorting her, they were traversing the same path, merely a matter of phrasing. Since there was no difference in any case, she saw no reason to be coy with him. The restaurant business is arduous. She seldom gets enough sleep, and today, having chatted longer than usual, she was later than on other days. All she desired was to return home early and rest. She did not decline, and he was pleased. Focused on her work, Yun Qingyi harbored a significant degree of wariness towards others. To Mo Yuxuan, her lack of refusal almost equated to acceptance. As they bid farewell in the alley, each returning to their respective homes, the girl across the way quickly freshened up before collapsing into a deep slumber. However, Mo Yuxuan found himself unable to sleep, his emotions having soared and plummeted throughout the day, from a bittersweet farewell to an intimate evening conversation, all within the span of just 2 hours. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he could only blame himself. Initially, when rumors circulated about their betrothal, he felt a secret joy and often envisioned sharing profound conversations with her, believing firmly that his future would undoubtedly include her. He took no action, however. Although Han Maju was not particularly admirable, he was not entirely without merit, as he helped Mo Yuxuan understand that Yun Qingyi would not easily yield to gossip, something he regretted for quite some time. Today, upon learning that she had no connection with Han Maju, he mused that perhaps sincerity had indeed touched the matchmaker. If he remained passive and missed this opportunity again, he could only blame himself. He contemplated throughout the night, finally devising a plan to express his heartfelt joy. The following day, as the palace gates opened, Mo Yuxuan hastened into the palace to request an audience with the emperor. His serious demeanor made the attending eunuch anxious, prompting him to sprint to the emperor's chambers, breathlessly announcing, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Jinyuan seeks an audience." This proclamation, though not loud, genuinely startled the emperor. Today was not an audience day, and the last time Mo Yuxuan had urgently requested a meeting was due to an urgent military report from the borders. Hadn't the northern front just been quelled? Wasn't the main force severely weakened, making a swift resurgence unlikely? How could it be that just a few months later, unrest had returned? With these thoughts, the emperor's drowsiness vanished, replaced by a heavier contemplation. He summoned the Marquis of Jinyuan to wait in the side hall and hastily changed and groomed himself before heading over. "Yuxuan, you've come urgently this morning. Is the border unsettled again?" The emperor's expression was grave. Mo Yuxuan then realized he had been overly hasty, unwilling to wait even a moment longer. His rushed entrance, coupled with his serious countenance, had startled many along the way. To ease the emperor's concerns, he knew he must convey his intentions in one breath. "I have come not for matters of state today, but rather for personal reasons. I have taken a liking to the third daughter of the esteemed Minister Yun, and I humbly request that your Majesty grant me a secret decree, permitting me to be forever united with her." At this moment, the emperor, who had been holding his breath in apprehension, finally exhaled. This was indeed good news. However, he was quite displeased. 5 years ago, the emperor had intended to arrange a marriage for him, selecting a noble family of good standing. After consulting with his aunt, the graceful concubine Xian, who was equally delighted for him, the emperor was overjoyed at the prospect of this union. However, the young man, in his folly, preferred to venture to the desolate north and engage in battle rather than accept the imperial decree of marriage, which incited the emperor's ire. Yet, he was a rare talent for military affairs, a gem seldom found in decades of the Qingyi era. Thus, despite his displeasure, the emperor had to consider the necessity of restoring national prestige and allowed the matter to pass with a casual laugh. Now, it was perplexing to witness this sudden change in his demeanor. Before dawn, he came to seek the emperor's blessing for marriage, bearing a countenance that resembled a specter. Had he delayed his words a moment longer, the emperor might have resorted to summoning the tiger Tally in fright. Having first offended the emperor's dignity and then disturbed his royal presence, the Duke of Jinyuan had surely displeased the emperor, who would not grant his wish lightly. How curious! Had he not sought a family for himself? I had thought him a mere blockhead, yet it appears he, too, harbors sentiments. If he does not desire the marriage, then so be it. However, if he wishes for it, the emperor shall surely grant his wish." The emperor puffed in annoyance, clearly displeased. Mo Yushuan understood that the emperor was still miffed about losing face 5 years prior, having struggled to find an opportunity to express his grievances. This time, the emperor seized the chance to voice his thoughts, and it was only fitting. One must stand tall to face punishment. Mo Yushuan bowed again, acknowledging his transgressions. Observing Mo Yushuan's humble posture, the emperor's anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a twinge of compassion. The emperor's original intention to arrange a marriage was born out of deep affection for him. He hoped that Mo Yushuan would no longer be solitary, capable of experiencing the warmth of an ordinary family amid the cold and cruel winds of the battlefield. Had he merely expressed a lack of interest, the emperor would have let it go without pressing him. However, he had fled, and for 5 long years he had not returned. It was the aftermath of his rejection that truly incensed the emperor. It was rare indeed for Mo Yushuan to seek the emperor's favor for a woman. "Take a seat and speak freely," the emperor commanded. Chapter 070, Secret Edict, Part 1. Yushuan, you have returned to the capital for but a few months, and already you have developed such profound feelings for that Miss Yin. While she hails from a suitable lineage, she remains the cherished jewel of the Yun family, and not someone you may treat lightly. I am the son of heaven, and my word is law. Should you request a marriage decree, this matter cannot be altered thereafter. Hence, one must act with prudence. Mo Yushuan respectfully clasped his hands, replying, "Your Majesty, I have not harbored affections for anyone else. My sole wish is to accompany Miss Yun in this life. What I seek is not a marriage decree, but a secret edict. I intend to present this edict to Miss Yun. Should our feelings align, we shall proceed with the wedding. If she is indifferent, I shall not persist." The emperor understood. What Mo Yushuan requested was not an arranged marriage, but a pledge of his intentions, to assure Miss Yun of his devotion. This was the greatest sincerity he could muster, with the emperor as his guarantor of unwavering loyalty. This young man seldom fell in love, yet when he did, he revealed a deeply sentimental nature. The emperor pondered for a long while. "Have you considered this thoroughly? You display great generosity, yet do you truly possess the confidence to attain your desires? What if Miss Yin is unresponsive? What then? Shall you return to the frontier to live a solitary life or meet your end on the battlefield? Thus, what need is there for this? You are already enamored with Lady Yun and have resolved not to disappoint her. Why not allow me to bestow a royal decree of marriage upon you, allowing your affections to grow gradually? Would this not be a more prudent course of action?" The emperor's proposal seemed wise to him. For an ordinary woman, it might elicit joy and consent. After all, who could wish for more than to marry a powerful man who harbors affection for her? However, the notion of prudence stemmed from Mo Yushuan's perspective, not from Qingyi's. On that evening by the fireside, he discerned her disinterest in relying on a husband, as she yearned for independence and self-sufficiency. Therefore, he could not assert that he would surely win her genuine affection. Proposing a marriage at this moment might only create a rift. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I do not wish to force Lady Yun," he declared. "I only desire that our hearts communicate freely, and until then, I wish to refrain from marriage." He then bowed deeply. At this point, the emperor could no longer persuade him. Stubbornness prevailed. Further persuasion would be a mere exercise in futility. "Very well, I shall grant you a secret decree," the emperor instructed, summoning his scribe to draft the edict and affix his seal. Mo Yushuan expressed his gratitude. "Such thanks are unnecessary. I merely wish for that Lady Yun to not regret her choice should she marry another in the years to come. Moreover, if you must attend to personal matters, do refrain from coming at dawn. It is rather alarming." Upon exiting the palace, Missouri Yushuan felt a sense of lightness. He had completed half of his endeavor to express his feelings. Next, he would meet the beloved girl from next door. Their first rendezvous had been arranged at the Jiangxin Pavilion, a time and place set by her. Recalling this, Mo Yushuan sent Mo one to convey a message, inviting Qingyi to meet him at the Jiangxin Pavilion during the hour of Shun. As the hour approached, while resting at Wangcheng Tower, Qingyi, unaware of her master's intentions, arrived at the Jiangxin pavilion as promised. Mo Yuxuan had been waiting for her since early morning. Having sat quietly for 3 hours by the time she arrived, the weather was splendid. Their master, in good spirits, had stolen a moment of leisure to sit by the river. Qingyi radiated joy as she arrived. Mo Yuxuan gestured toward a stone bench for her to sit, his gaze softening with tenderness. He poured her a cup of tea, saying, "You must be weary from your journey. Please have some tea first." Qingyi took a sip and inquired, "You summoned me today, but it cannot be merely for a cup of tea, can it? I must return to the tavern for the evening service. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak directly." She was indeed quite impatient. Today, Mo Yuxuan had urgent matters to discuss with her, and he found himself more anxious than she. Had she not asked, he would have struggled to find the right words. With her inquiry, she had unwittingly eased his burden. Mo Yuxuan pushed a small box toward her. "Open it and see. Is this from you, master?" "It wouldn't be a sword, would it? I wouldn't know how to wield it," she replied, slowly unrolling the scroll within, her eyes catching the following words. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have heard of the ways of heaven and earth, the harmony of yin and yang, and the foundational bonds of humanity. Marriage is paramount. I observe the court and see that the Marquis of Qingyi, Mo Yuxuan, possesses both literary and martial prowess. A crucial asset to the nation, steadfast and loyal, deeply favored by me. The Yin family has a daughter named Qingyi, gentle and virtuous, embodying the qualities of an exemplary woman. The profound affection between the two of you is a match made in heaven, and I wholeheartedly approve." Today, Mo Yuxuan submitted a petition seeking imperial approval to unite in matrimony with Qingyi, aspiring to share a lifetime of harmony together. "In light of the nation's paramount interests and the welfare of its citizens, I have issued this secret decree to grant the marriage of the two, as a demonstration of my benevolence. Thus it is decreed." Upon glancing at the decree, Qingyi was so startled that she dropped it and instinctively tried to flee. "Do not be alarmed, Lady Yun." Noticing her trepidation, Mo Yuxuan hastily rose and approached her, eager to soothe her fears. However, Qingyi retreated, clutching a beam outside the Jiangxin pavilion. Stay back, stay back." Mo Yuxuan raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I shall not advance. Do not be afraid." He sought to clarify that the decree did not mandate an immediate wedding, but Qingyi, in a state of utter bewilderment, could not absorb his words. "Do not come any closer," she repeated, her fear rendering her speech limited. Resigned, Mo Yuxuan took a seat, waiting for her to regain her composure before attempting to explain further. As she calmed, she addressed him, "General Mo, Duke of Jinyuan. Although we reside as neighbors and have become acquainted due to the Wangqing Tower, we share no personal connection, nor any romantic sentiments. What basis do we have for deep affection? Moreover, among the esteemed ladies of Yunming's, there are surely dozens who are well matched to your family and are enamored with you. Would it not be better to select one of them? Why choose me?" Qingyi racked her brain, recalling how she had disparaged herself. Ah yes, she had described herself as a person of lowly character. In her effort to reject him, she had resorted to self-deprecation, which saddened him. Mo Yuxuan stood with respect. "Is there any lady in the city who can compare to you, Lady Yin?" He had long cherished her in his heart and had requested the decree to express his devotion. "You need not be concerned, for the essence of this decree lies entirely in your hands." In essence, the decree was a declaration of affection from Mo Yuxuan, carrying the weight of a promise. For Qingyi, it was an option she could choose to accept or decline. "I trust him not at all," she exclaimed, since this matter had reached the emperor. Once she accepted, what choice would remain? "Do not attempt to pressure me with the emperor's authority. I am illiterate. I have no knowledge of what is inscribed upon it." Mo Yuxuan felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that Qingyi was resorting to obstinacy in her refusal. Her vehement reaction suggested she was well aware of the decree's contents. She had just questioned the depth of their feelings, indicating they were acquainted. Qingyi, however, prioritized extricating herself from the immediate predicament. This decree, whatever its significance, seemed a valuable item, She urged him to take it back and refrain from further mention. If you press me, I shall flee the city overnight. The world knows General Mo, but few recognize me. Qingyi. I could change my name and live in obscurity elsewhere, thriving all the same. Sometimes, absence can be an advantage. Chapter 071. Boomerang. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Mo Yuxuan felt a pang of sorrow. He turned his gaze away from Qingyi, lowered himself to sit, and carefully rolled up the decree, placing it back into its case. After sipping tea for a moment, he spoke. Lady Yun, there is no need for concern. Since I hold you in such high regard, I shall ensure you are not put in a difficult position. The hour grows late, and you must prepare for the evening market. Please, do take your leave. Seeing that Mo Yuxuan was allowing her to depart, Qingyi hastily fled as if escaping. Mo Yuxuan remained by the river, sipping tea as if Qingyi had never graced his presence, his solitude unwavering. Yet he was mistaken. From a moment he exited the palace gates, a third pair of eyes shadowed him. An imperial guard, tasked with delivering a secret edict. Observe how Mo Yuxuan would respond upon receiving it. After Qingyi departed, the guard returned to report to the emperor, who was currently with the noble consort Xian. Upon hearing that Qingyi had defied the edict, the emperor was filled with delight. How intriguing this Lady Yun is. Countless women harbor affection for Yuxuan, yet they dare not even lift their heads in his presence, stumbling over their words. This Lady Yun, however, audaciously rejected the secret edict. Though her reasoning may not have been particularly clever, it certainly displayed a measure of courage. Consort Xian, not inclined to support Mo Yuxuan either, mused that Lady Yun had provided the emperor with a sense of satisfaction. Little did that young man realize his defiance against the decree would ultimately rebound upon himself. The cycles of fate are indeed poetic. Let him be arrogant, and allow him to experience the bitterness of rejection. How delightful that is! The emperor could not help but revel in his misfortune. Not a soul expressed sympathy for Mo Yuxuan. Their affections lay firmly with Qingyi. Although Consort Xian was Mo Yuxuan's closest aunt, as a woman, she too found his behavior somewhat misguided. If he sought to marry, he might as well seek an open decree. To desire genuine affection, yet resort to secretive coercion, is bound to incite fear. With his accomplishments and demeanor, had he taken the conventional path, he would have long since wed his beloved. Instead, his stubborn nature necessitated someone capable of managing him. The palace attendants were well aware of the emperor's fondness for Mo Yuxuan. Today, witnessing the general's predicament brought the emperor an unexpected pleasure, a sight rarely afforded. One attendant, hearing of his plight, felt a twinge of sympathy. Since leaving the palace, Missouri Yuxuan had gone to Jiangxin Pavilion, where he awaited Lady Yun for 3 hours. A testament to his earnestness. Any ordinary woman would surely have been deeply moved by such devotion, eager to share her heart. Yet the attendant mused. That Lady Yun truly possessed a hardened heart. Though the attendant wished to offer some consolation to Mo Yuxuan, the emperor remained unswayed. No matter. Many noble women admired Yuxuan. Since only Lady Yun had captured his heart, she was anything but ordinary. Let him endure some hardship. Perhaps it would teach him to cherish her in the future. The emperor delivered another sharp remark. At this point, the attendant could say no more, silently reflecting, General Mo, our support can only extend thus far. As night fell, Qingyi felt a disquieting turmoil within. Despite her resolute stance against accepting Mo Yuxuan's secret edict, she bore considerable psychological pressure. Although she had received a modern education, her physical form resided in an ancient world, leaving her uncertain how long she could maintain her rejection. With an unclear path ahead, she decided to prolong the matter. Perhaps, as Mo Yuxuan suggested, it might dissolve into non-existence. If she were to delay, she must do so with careful consideration. The essence of delay lies in gradual diminishment. However, Mo Yun and the two families lived in close proximity, being partners in business. Thus they encountered each other frequently, even if neither side mentioned the matter. Each meeting served as a reminder, rendering any delay meaningless. That evening, Qingyi, who usually fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, found herself unable to slumber. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, contemplating how to diminish the situation. Ultimately, she realized that her only recourse was to escape, to seek refuge from the storm. Yet, she could not truly flee, for she was not unanchored. Her parents and family awaited her, and she had the management of Wangcheng Tower to consider. Therefore, she needed to convince others, particularly the Mo family, that her departure was a result of her fear of marriage. Afterward, she would quietly return to the city. Once the processing plant for Shui Ling commenced operations, she received reports from Shui Ling every few days regarding the plant's performance. It had been a considerable time since she had visited Wangcheng Tower before its opening. Initially, in an effort to cut costs and facilitate transportation, she had chosen a secluded location for the processing plant in the city. In retrospect, Qingyi felt a sense of foresight, having unwittingly secured the best hiding place for herself amidst the uncertainty. Qingyi was not particularly decisive in her actions. She tended to deliberate for a long time before arriving at a conclusion, but once clarity was achieved, she would act without delay. This was her primary strength. She summoned Amber, instructing her to pack 2 boxes of clothes and belongings, creating an appearance of imminent departure. She also left a letter for her family, reassuring them of her safety. The next day, as she observed Mo when leaving, she too stepped out with her belongings, calling to the servants behind her to load the 2 boxes onto the carriage. "Where are you off to so early, Madame Yin?" Her unusual behavior piqued Mo's curiosity. She climbed into the carriage and through the small window, informed Mo, "1. I have encountered a significant matter and must flee to find peace elsewhere. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. Henceforth, it is best we do not meet." These words alarmed Mo. Given the Yun family status, what could compel Madame Yun to flee? He had long been aware of the general's affections for her. What she deemed significant could be equally so for him. Mo approached Mou, requesting him to relay a message to the general, while he stealthily followed Madame Yun's carriage to uncover the truth. Soon, Mou Xian learned of Qingyi's flight. Mo reported that her carriage sped through the southern gate. Mou Xian had not anticipated that his initial expression of affection would frighten the clever neighbor girl. He had believed that Qingyi's claim of seeking refuge was merely figurative, yet she had taken it to heart. In that moment, he felt a sense of panic. If Qingyi truly wished to depart, he would not impose upon her. His only desire was for her not to complicate matters for herself or place herself in peril. He needed to remain calm and contemplate the situation carefully. 30 miles beyond the southern gate, Qingyi instructed the driver to stop, redirecting their route towards Lin County, taking a considerable detour until they reached Shanghe village on the northern outskirts of Yunming's. She alighted from the carriage and instructed the driver to return in a few days with the transport for goods alongside her family. Disguising herself as a flower girl, she entered the city through the northern gate, carrying a basket of flowers. Once inside, she hired an ox cart and, humming a little tune, made her way to the processing factory. Yunming's, I have returned. Chapter 072. Stomachache from eating raw peanuts, 5 spice peanuts. Half a day after Qingyi's departure, Mo Yuxuan undertook 2 tasks. He sent someone to the watchtower and the Yun residence to observe for any unusual activities. The report from the envoy that evening indicated that all was as usual at the Yun household, and the watchtower continued its operations without interruption. With this news, Mo Yuxuan's anxious heart found some solace, and he refrained from any unnecessary actions. Mo Yuxuan understood that the general was a man who must see things through to completion. During their time in the northern deserts, they had faced countless brutal battles and endured desperate circumstances. Behind the sparse records of the general's military achievements lay a multitude of hardships that both Mo and Mou had witnessed together. A decade of military life had forged his resolute character, yet when it came to Yunyangzi, the path seemed perpetually long and fraught with obstacles. Strangely, he had no intention of making an effort. Yunyangzi had been gone for a day. If he did not seek her out soon, she might vanish completely. However, rather than searching for her, he specifically ordered not to pursue her whereabouts, focusing instead on regular military drills and governance. Noticing Mou's genuine concern for him, he explained his reasoning. The Yun family and the watchtower exhibited no signs of irregularity. She had likely not ventured far, but had simply found a safe place to hide. She does not wish for me to seek her, so I shall not. In a few days, she will return on her own. If I go after her, I might inadvertently drive her away. Giving her some space, and time will naturally bring her back. The watchtower has only just begun to turn a profit, and with family ties, she could hardly bear to leave without a second thought. However, should she feel cornered, she might well depart without a trace. Having come to this conclusion, Mo Yushuan found himself at ease. The renovations at the processing factory had commenced earlier and were considerably simpler than those at the watchtower. At the outset, recognizing that Shui Ling had been caring for Yun Qingyi's daily needs and had no experience in management, Yun Qingyi assigned her only a few straightforward tasks. He personally taught her how to make Yunming's debanjiang, rose wine, and tofu. The factory's establishment aimed to supply the watchtower with essential ingredients, relying on unique dishes and flavors to support its burgeoning popularity. Both the debanjiang and rose wine were fermented products with extended production cycles. The processing factory would operate in advance, ensuring that by the time the watchtower opened, they would be ready to supply. To maintain the watchtower's distinctive character, these items could not be sold externally, but how much debanjiang could a single establishment utilize? To expand the factory's revenue, she explored additional opportunities by visiting local shops in Yunming's, where she developed various tea-time snacks. Yunming's was a bustling commercial metropolis with numerous merchants. And alongside tea houses and bars, venues for storytelling and performances flourished, providing ample opportunities for leisure and entertainment. Yun Qingyi keenly identified these business prospects, creating a range of delightful snacks to accompany tea. 5-spice peanuts, uniquely flavored fennel beans, and creamy sunflower seeds were among the first creations she prepared at home, distributing samples to various tea houses and taverns for tasting, which garnered quite a favorable response. After careful calculations, she retained a modest profit margin, selling at a remarkably reasonable wholesale price that allowed her clients ample room for profit. The delectable offerings from Yun Qingyi's establishment, combined with their fair pricing, made her a sought-after business partner for the tea houses and taverns. Even before the establishment of Wangqing Tower, her processing factory had already accrued a significant amount of profit. The 5-spice peanuts were her inaugural product. Previously, during outings with Lu Jiao, the only accompanying delicacy to their tea was mung bean cake, which left much to be desired. Yun Qingyi had never been fond of overly sweet pastries, and after consuming copious amounts of tea on that particular day, she found her palate yearning for flavor. Thus, an entrepreneurial opportunity revealed itself. From a young age, Yun Qingyi had a particular fondness for peanuts, especially raw ones. The freshly cleaned peanut shells exuded an earthy aroma, and the satisfying crunch upon biting into them was unparalleled. As a child, she would sit in her grandfather's courtyard, enjoying card games and peanuts with her family, an experience that brought her immense joy. However, this small passion had to be indulged in secrecy, as her father deemed the unprocessed peanuts unsanitary and fraught with bacteria, often warning her that consumption would lead to stomach aches. Yet, Yun Qingyi remained unconvinced, having indulged in them many times without consequence. Conversely, it was her father who, after overindulging in fried peanuts paired with alcohol, often suffered from digestive discomfort. Unable to persuade her with reason, he resorted to exerting his authority over her. On one occasion, when he discovered her indulging in raw peanuts, he uprooted all the peanuts at home, shelling a significant portion to fry while reserving a small bag for salted peanuts to satiate Yun Qingyi's cravings. The fried peanuts were intended for his drinking sessions, while the salted peanuts were meant to appease her, ultimately leaving her in tears. Determined, she ventured into the fields to dig up a few overlooked peanuts, washing none, and devour them raw. As she ate, tears streamed down her face, protesting against her father's warnings while savoring the muddy peanuts. Despite her resilient digestive system, her grandfather was deeply concerned and gave her father a stern reprimand. It was disheartening that a few peanuts could disrupt the harmony of their home, leading Yun Qingyi to consume peanuts infrequently thereafter. After her passage to the ancient era, she encountered salted peanuts. Yet, boiled peanuts lacked the original crispness and flavor that she cherished. To her, peanuts without crunch were devoid of soul. Reflecting on her past disputes with her father and the realization that she may never return, Qingyi silently resolved to create a crunchy version of cooked peanuts. The five-spice peanuts required five-spice powder, which included star anise, Sichuan peppercorn, cinnamon, cloves, and fennel. She meticulously toasted each ingredient in 5 separate pans, allowing them to cool before grinding them into a fine powder. After multiple tests, Qingyi achieved the perfect ratio for her 5-spice blend. Selecting fresh peanuts, she discarded the bad ones, washed them thoroughly, and placed them in a pot, immersing them in water. She then added star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, 5-spice powder, and salt. Bringing the water to a boil over high heat, she subsequently reduced the heat, covered the pot, and simmered for approximately 30 to 40 minutes until the peanuts softened. Once cooked, she allowed the peanuts to soak in the spiced water for several hours, ensuring they absorbed the rich flavors. Once the peanuts are retrieved, they should be placed in a well-ventilated area to dry. The dried peanuts are then placed in a preheated oven, roasted at a temperature equivalent to 50% oil heat for approximately 20 to 30 minutes, until they achieve a delightful crunch. As the fragrant and crispy 5-spice peanuts emerge from the oven, Qingyi reminisces about past disagreements with her father, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Had she been more thoughtful back then, perhaps those conflicts could have been avoided. Since these peanuts are sold wholesale to merchants, the hassle of packaging is eliminated. The processing factory packages the peanuts in bags weighing 100 g each. After processing is completed each day, the factory's fleet delivers the warm 5-spice peanuts to various merchants. In this manner, Qingyi has unearthed her second fortune. Following a successful trial, the factory workers became the first tasters, receiving positive feedback. "Miss, I initially believed our factory could only produce raw materials. Are we really venturing into snacks?" It was evident that everyone enjoyed the treat, and Qingyi exchanged a knowing glance with Xue Ling. After all, Xue Ling, as the overseer of the factory, was responsible for maintaining order. Chapter 073. A man whose intelligence and attractiveness shine equally every day. We allocate a portion of the snacks for our own consumption. Everyone is welcome to enjoy them, and any leftovers can be taken home for their families. However, all packaged goods must uphold high standards of quality. Complacency is unacceptable. Observing Xue Ling's organization, Qingyi felt immense satisfaction. She was becoming increasingly mature. To inspire diligence among the workers, mere monetary compensation is insufficient, regardless of the amount offered. It is merely a standard entitlement for these helpers. If laziness and cunning become indistinguishable from earnestness, it results in the degradation of morale, compelling individuals to resort to dishonesty. While the factory produces seasonings that may not be utilized by everyone, the snacks are universally appreciated and must first cater to our own. Providing them with some peanuts incurs minimal expense, yet the return is substantial. They will work diligently, and they can bring home a treat for their families, resulting in manifold benefits. Xue Ling, you are increasingly embodying the qualities of a capable manager. Qingyi teased her lightly. In the presence of her mistress, Xue Ling promptly shed her previous assertiveness, lowering her gaze. "Please, miss, do not jest at my expense. It is merely your decision to place me in this position. I am simply doing my best to fulfill my duties." For Xue Ling, managing the factory and serving her mistress are fundamentally the same. It is all about dedicating oneself to the task at hand. As a born servant, Xue Ling has always understood the nuances of propriety. This understanding is precisely why Madame Fong entrusted her to take care of Qingyi. While Qingyi comprehends these principles, she finds a conversation increasingly tedious and decides to halt it. Since the opening of Wangsheng Tower, her mistress has not visited the factory. Apart from Xue Ling's diligent oversight, which reassures Qingyi, the complexities of running the restaurant have multiplied. Even with the assistance of Lu Jiao, Qingyi finds herself overwhelmed. Although there are 2 hours of free time during the day, the factory is too distant from Wangsheng Tower for a round trip within that time frame. Having not heard her mistress mention the closure of Wangsheng Tower, Qingyi was surprised when she appeared at the factory today, not only arriving in person, but also bringing a change of clothes, which puzzled Xue Ling greatly. "Today, The young lady arrived at the processing factory, likely for reasons beyond mere curiosity. After all, as my devoted handmaiden, you truly see through everything. Surely, there are vacant rooms available. Kindly prepare one for me, as I intend to reside here for a few days. Xueling felt somewhat apprehensive. The factory does possess a few rooms for accommodation, but they are merely communal sleeping quarters designated for temporary helpers. And such conditions are certainly not suitable for the young lady. Why would she forsake the fragrant cedar bed at home to stay at the factory? If a comfortable stay were possible at home, I would undoubtedly choose that. Alas, I find myself in a bit of trouble and require an external sanctuary for a spell. Xueling was uncertain. She dared not acquiesce to the young lady's request. She suspected a quarrel with the family might have prompted this decision, and thus, she felt ill at ease allowing the young lady to remain outside. Should the young lady face any discomfort while away and fall ill upon her return, Xueling would bear the brunt of the blame. Furthermore, the family dotes upon the young lady, ensuring she lacks for nothing. Thus, it would be all the more inappropriate for her to sleep outside. Qingyi pondered for a moment and comprehended Xueling's concerns. The matter regarding the secret edict, which she had initially intended to keep confidential, was something she wished to minimize. The fewer who were aware, the better. It was precisely because the Yun family was particularly attentive to her affairs that she felt compelled to remain silent. Concern often muddles judgment. What could have been a manageable situation might escalate due to familial intervention. Before departing, she left a note at home stating her intention to stay at the factory for a few days, without elaborating on any other matters. Yet, if she did not clarify the situation with Xueling, her confusion might prevent her from accommodating the young lady. Being Yun Qingyi's personal maid for over a decade, Xueling was a trusted member of the household. Thus, Yun Qingyi decided to briefly share the details of the secret edict with her. Xueling listened, initially taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "Young lady, you are indeed bold, daring to refuse an imperial decree. General Mo possesses both charm and power, not to mention his fondness for you. Is that not more daunting than defying an edict?" Xueling was clearly jesting, which irked Yun Qingyi. "You insolent girl, your audacity grows by the day. I confide in you for your peace of mind, and you dare to mock me? Do you believe I won't discipline you?" Unbeknownst to Yun Qingyi, even in her annoyance, she exuded an endearing charm, and Xueling was not intimidated. "What concern is it of mine whether he is good or ill? I am not well acquainted with him, and now he approaches me with marriage proposals. To outsiders, it may appear romantic, yet only those involved understand the true horror of such situations. Indeed, many endure blind marriages in silence. To the untrained eye, his conditions may seem reasonable, yet do we not have enough tragic tales of hastily arranged unions? When parents secured engagements for their daughters, they likely felt quite satisfied. Yet, the anguish of those caught in such predicaments is borne solely by them, while outsiders remain oblivious. Therefore, whether I thrive or falter is of paramount importance. The opinions of outsiders matter not to me. Let's not dwell on this further. Please hasten to prepare a clean place for me. I wish to stay here for a while. Other matters are trivial. A tidy bed will suffice. The young lady has spoken, and Xueling will undoubtedly arrange everything meticulously." She chose a clean and spacious room at the processing factory and had it tidied up. Additionally, she went to the market to purchase a bed, as well as some bedding and toiletries for the young lady. By the time the workers finished their shifts in the evening, everything was ready. Xueling intended to stay and accompany the young lady, while Yun Qingyi, having left without her amber, also desired someone to converse with in the evening. "You should return to the Yun residence first and inform my mother of your safety before coming back to find me," she instructed. Just as Xueling was about to leave, Yun Qingyi called her back, reiterating her request. "Just tell my mother that I will be staying here for a few days. Do not mention anything else, lest she worry." Having served at the Yun residence for over a decade, Xueling was more than capable of weaving a plausible tale. That evening, Xueling returned to the processing factory, bringing Yun Qingyi a warming hand furnace and an oil lamp. The two had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters, and it had been quite some time since they last chatted. Unable to find slumber, they engaged in lively conversation until Yun Qingyi, eventually succumbing to fatigue, responded to Shui Ling in a drowsy haze. Observing this, Shui Ling tucked her in and prepared to extinguish the light. Before doing so, she could not resist posing a question. If you have no interest in General Mo, what type of man do you truly prefer? Qingyi, still half asleep, mumbled her response. I prefer a man who possesses both intellect and beauty. Both are equally important. This revelation left Shui Ling momentarily bewildered. Beauty likely referred to one's appearance, but what was intellect? The following day, free from the need to rise early for breakfast preparations, Qingyi felt particularly relaxed, sleeping in until the sun was high in the sky. She had always relished sleeping in during her school days. If there were no morning classes or observational data to collect, she would remain in bed. It was not that she lacked the desire to rise. Rather, she simply found it difficult to do so. Had it not been for her kind-hearted roommate calling her, her alarm clock would have proven utterly ineffective, and she might have overslept daily. Since opening the fish restaurant, however, she had seldom indulged in such luxuries, and she did not find it burdensome. For Qingyi, if a task held no significance, it was better left undone. She would rather spend that time sleeping. Yet, once she discovered the purpose behind a task, she could immerse herself in it to the point of neglecting food and sleep. Thus, although managing the fish restaurant was arduous, her deep-rooted affection for it, having grown up there, made her genuinely enjoy her work, and fatigue was not a concern. Each day at Wangxing Tower, she was the earliest to arrive and the last to leave, relying on brief naps during lunch and dinner breaks to compensate for her lack of sleep. Her ability to find quality rest was remarkable. She could sleep in the kitchen or even in the firewood room. On one occasion, she took a chair and leaned it against the wall, managing to sleep for over an hour. Rarely did she have the opportunity to avoid Wangxing Tower, and with Shui Ling overseeing the processing factory, she felt immensely relaxed, enjoying a delightful slumber until midday. Her established biological clock seemed unaffected by this change. Concerned that she might be hungry, Shui Ling had brought her breakfast once during the morning. It was only when she awoke around noon that she combined both meals into one. Upon waking, she wandered about, exploring her surroundings. Initially, she rented this space to establish a processing factory, intentionally leaving ample room for future expansion of the production line. She believed that the factory's remote location, coupled with the low rent, rendered it acceptable to have several vacant areas. However, under the meticulous management of Lu Jiao, who kept precise accounts and scrutinized every expense, she gradually adopted a similar mindset. If Lu Jiao were to discover that her processing factory had so much unused space, it would undoubtedly cause her considerable distress. The most straightforward method for expanding production is through horizontal development. Merchants who require 5-spice peanuts may also desire bizarre-flavored fennel beans, creamy sunflower seeds, or drunken peanuts, among others. At times, demand must be defined by the producer. If Qingyi does not manufacture a product, merchants remain unaware of its existence, thus lacking any demand. Conversely, if she were to produce it, the item would serve as a snack, a side dish, or a complement to alcoholic beverages, potentially boosting the sales of various other products. Her father, an aficionado of peanuts to accompany his drinks, often indulged in a plate of them despite the abundance of ingredients available at his fish-flavored restaurant. It stands to reason that many a drinker would share an affinity for drunken peanuts. Thus, she resolved to create a batch of drunken peanuts. She began by soaking the peanuts in clean water until they absorb enough moisture to swell. After draining them, she heated oil in a pan, and once it reached a temperature of approximately 60, she carefully added the soaked peanuts, frying them on low heat until they achieved a golden hue before removing them to drain excess oil. Retaining a small amount of oil in the pan, she added dried chili segments and Sichuan peppercorns, sauteing them gently until fragrant. Then, she introduced the fried peanuts into the pan, tossing them with the spices to ensure that they absorbed the aromatic essence evenly. At this stage, the peanuts were already delightfully fragrant, yet for a true connoisseur, the intoxicating aroma of alcohol was essential to qualify them as drunken peanuts. Thus, she added a splash of white wine, quickly stirring to infuse the peanuts with the spirit's fragrant notes. Finally, she sprinkled in some salt, continuing to saw it until the peanut's surface became slightly dry, followed by a few more tosses off the heat before plating. Eager to relish her creation, Qingyi could scarcely wait for them to cool and took 2 spoonfuls. The aroma of the roasted peanuts wafted through the air, now enhanced by the bold and spicy flavors, mingling with the scent of alcohol, which had already permeated the courtyard. "Miss, what delectable dish are you preparing this time?" A new servant approached her, licking his lips in anticipation. "Do you often indulge in alcoholic beverages?" The servant produced a wine gourd, noting that while he typically refrained from drinking during work hours, he wondered if today could be an exception for tasting. "Go find Shui Ling. Do not inquire further," she replied. "Miss, what do you require of me?" Shui Ling appeared as if summoned, her presence timely and unanticipated. "Manager Shui, I have invited you to sample a new dish," Qingyi said as she beckoned Shui Ling to sit. "I have just prepared drunken peanuts. Would you care to join me for a tasting?" Shui Ling retrieved several small wine cups, knowing she had little opportunity to drink due to her responsibilities, and poured just a modest amount, merely a taste. Although Qingyi enjoyed a drink occasionally, she preferred not to indulge in strong spirits. She poured a similar modest measure from Shui Ling's cup, recognizing the robust aroma emanating from it, indicating that it was certainly of a high alcohol content. The servant, who carried a wine gourd, was undoubtedly a true imbiber. Upon witnessing him fill his cup to the brim, Shui Ling hastened to offer a few words of caution. "Also, my usual rule during work hours is to abstain from alcohol, but today, as we're tasting dishes, it is an exception. The young lady's culinary skills are certainly commendable, yet one must not indulge excessively." Ajui readily agreed. "I shall only take 1 sip, just a single sip." Qingyi could not help but stifle a laugh. Could the words of a drunkard truly be trusted? In days gone by, her father would claim he would have just 1 sip, yet each time he succumbed. He invariably ended up tipsy. Even when his stomach ached, he could not resist temptation. Whenever he felt discomfort, he would clutch his belly in regret, swearing off alcohol, only to later resume his habit with, "I shall just have 1 sip." For this, her mother had quarreled with him countless times. Ajui took a sip of wine and grasped a handful of drunken peanuts, savoring their flavor. Unable to resist, he took another sip of wine. The absence of food made the experience somewhat lacking, so he grabbed more peanuts. Thus, he consumed and drank, unwittingly finishing half a plate of drunken peanuts and depleting half the gourd of wine. "Ajui, do take it easy. If you become inebriated, it will hinder your work." No worries, I know my limits. This amount of wine cannot intoxicate me." In this manner, Ajui drank another 4 or 5 cups until the gourd was nearly empty, yet he yearned for more. "Miss, these drunken peanuts are truly delightful. Could you spare me some more?" Ajui's face bore the eager expression of a man under the grip of his craving. "You have already consumed half a plate and emptied a gourd. How can you still be unsatisfied? The remainder must be shared. Today, you shall have none. Once I establish a business for these drunken peanuts, I shall prepare some for you then." The drunken Ajui had no choice but to leave in disappointment, while Shui Ling called upon the other workers to share the leftover peanuts. Though lacking wine, the inherent aroma of the drunken peanuts left everyone yearning for more. Observing Ajui's dejected figure, Qingyi reminisced about her father's past indulgence in alcohol and how it led to mishaps, inspiring her with a new idea. Chapter 075. Beer must have a soul. An old adage states that one should enjoy the savory and the spicy. Qingyi preferred the savory, while spiciness was less appealing. Not all wines possess a spicy character. Spiciness is primarily associated with high-proof spirits due to the harshness of alcohol, while low-alcohol beverages offer a far more pleasant experience. They not only lack spiciness, but can also present delightful notes of acidity, sweetness, and other flavors. In modern times, Qingyi occasionally accompanied her father for a drink, typically opting for beer from a fish restaurant. Low-alcohol beverages not only taste better, but also minimize the risk of mishaps, even when consumed in greater quantities. Moreover, Qingyi's mother excelled at preparing marinated duck, with the key secret being the absence of water. A single bottle of beer was used to braise 1 duck. Once the beer evaporated and the duck became tender, it would be cooked on high heat to reduce the sauce, allowing the duck to soak in the marinade for several hours. The aroma was simply intoxicating. She could think of nothing else. Her mouth watered at the thought. The only uncertainty lingered in her mind. Did this era possess hops, the very soul of beer? She penned a note, instructing someone to visit the Rongji spice shop in hopes of a fortunate encounter. Upon inquiry, indeed there was, and thus there remained no hesitation. Brewing beer requires malt. If the process of malting at home takes too long, Qingyi instructed Shui Ling to procure some malt directly to commence the brewing. The dried malt was ground into powder, mixed with hot water, and subsequently filtered to obtain the wort. The wort was then brought to a boil, with hops added for flavor. Following the boiling process, the wort was swiftly cooled in ice water until it reached a suitable temperature for fermentation. The cooled wort was then transferred into a sealed wooden barrel for fermentation. At this juncture, Qingyi had fulfilled her part. The subsequent steps were entrusted to Shui Ling. After a fortnight, the lid was opened to add 2 spoonfuls of sugar, and fermentation continued for another 7 days. Only in this manner could carbonation be achieved, thus transforming it into genuine beer. "Miss, what have you concocted? How is it consumed?" Qingyi informed her that it was beer, suitable for cooking or drinking directly. With a lower alcohol content than spirits, it would not easily intoxicate, making it a delightful addition to future gatherings of the sisters, enlivening the atmosphere. Once the beer was ready in 21 days, she intended to transport a barrel to Wangcheng Tower. Otherwise, if the laborers imbibed during the day, it would be difficult to rouse them. Amidst their banter, Qingyi prepared several other snacks, including flavorful fennel beans and creamy melon seeds. As she was conducting experiments, the quantities were modest, which she distributed alongside 5 spice peanuts for tasting among her clientele. Just as Qingyi anticipated, each household was eager to take some home for trial sales. Over the course of several days, the trial sales proved successful, leading each household to formally sign contracts with Qingyi. Her snack enterprise was finally poised for mass production. "Miss, this space was originally prepared for you, yet we truly lack sufficient manpower. Do you think we ought to recruit another batch of workers? Then how many do you propose we hire?" In a manner reminiscent of their time at Wangcheng Tower, Qingyi tossed the question back to Shui Ling. Shui Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not contemplated this matter. Until now, her role had solely been that of execution, adhering to whatever directives the miss provided. Through daily management, she vaguely sensed the need for additional help. She had originally thought it was the miss who should determine the number of workers needed, and it was not her place to interject. This starkly contrasted with Lu Jiao, who presented proposals, data, and conclusions with clarity. The clientele of the processing factory consisted of merchants, while Wangcheng Tower catered primarily to individual customers. The accounts of the factory were significantly simpler than those of the tower, yet even this remained unclear, which somewhat displeased Qingyi. However, Shui Ling was nodding shui. She was not her apprentice. Having shared a bond over many years, even in her displeasure, Qingyi refrained from reprimanding Shui Ling as she had with Shui. "You have kept these accounts for so long. You cannot merely record figures. Based on the orders received, calculate how much raw material and space are required. I have demonstrated this to you several times in the past few days. Even if you need to allocate tasks among the new hires and account for coordination and time loss, how can you not deduce the number of workers required? I do not expect your calculations to be perfectly precise, but you cannot simply assert the need for additional personnel without any figures to support your claim." Qingyi initially intended to speak to Shui Ling in a gentler manner. However, after an outpouring of words, she realized it was no different from her conversation with Shui. Upon finishing, a wave of regret washed over her. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the exceptional caliber of her partner, as she had grown accustomed to the meticulousness and clarity with which Lu Jiang managed affairs. From accounting to staffing and the introduction of new products, the disorganized manner in which Shui Ling spoke genuinely irked her. Qingyi had already calculated the number of additional workers required, but since she intended for Shui Ling to oversee the processing plant, her standards naturally needed to be elevated. Regretting her directness, she feared that continuing the conversation would only fuel her irritation, prompting her to excuse herself. "You handle the calculations. I will take a trip to the dental office to observe the current labor situation." Qingyi's words were not mere pretexts. She genuinely sought out Aunt Lu at the dental office. "Good day, Mama Lu. I must trouble you once again. Madam Yun, your prosperity is my pleasure. Each visit brings me gifts, and I am committed to fulfilling your requests without complaint." After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Qingyi articulated her needs, specifying that she required several long-term workers. However, she refrained from disclosing the exact number to Mama Lu, for she would not be residing at the processing plant for long. Future matters would ultimately rest upon Shui Ling's judgment. Stipulating a precise headcount might complicate matters should there be a shortfall or surplus. As always, Mama Lu first inquired about Yun Qingyi's specific requirements. "For the processing plant, I need workers who are quick-witted, able to learn swiftly, and diligent in their tasks, avoiding any deceitful or lazy tendencies." Mama Lu offered a sheepish smile. "Madam Yun, I shall certainly strive to find you satisfactory candidates. However, if I am unable to secure such individuals immediately, would you prefer those who are sharper and more agile, or those who are more steadfast, yet perhaps less astute?" Having just endured a frustrating exchange with Shui Ling, Yin Qingyi found conversing with someone less astute rather cumbersome and instinctively replied, "Naturally, the sharper and more agile ones." Mama Lu had long recognized Yin Qingyi's intelligence. Intelligent people tend to favor the company of their equals. As a seasoned veteran, she was well-versed in the complexities of human nature. While intelligent individuals offer the advantage of clarity and efficiency in communication, their sharp minds can also lead to restlessness and unsteady decisions. It is not uncommon for the clever to find themselves entangled in folly due to their own discontent. Last time, she had cautioned Yin Qingyi to be wary of Madame Hui, and it appeared that her advice had gone unheeded. Chapter 76. The Law of Diligence and Conservation. Although Aunt Lu was in the business of earning money, she could not afford to leave herself vulnerable. As a dental practitioner, her business relied heavily on reputation. If the individuals she recommended proved unsuitable, she would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. Regardless of the perspective taken, it was always prudent to guard against potential pitfalls. Yin Qingyi's desire to keep Madame Hui close was merely a friendly warning. Whether or not she heeded, it was entirely up to her. However, she felt compelled to express her concerns for her own accountability. "Madam Yun, as an elder, I must express a few unpalatable truths, and should I err in my words, I implore your indulgence. The individuals you seek to employ are those who labor in processing factories, where tasks have been meticulously divided. The workers you require will perform specific duties within established procedures. Hence, even the most inept among them, with a few days of training and practice, will manage to adapt without causing significant disruption. The workers you seek are merely required to use their hands. Their intellectual prowess is of little consequence. Those who may be somewhat dim-witted often exhibit a greater reliability. Conversely, the quick-witted may grasp concepts swiftly, which indeed simplifies matters. However, a nimble mind is rarely confined to a singular focus. With too many thoughts, one may inadvertently absorb your valuable knowledge. Upon hearing Lu's words, Yin Qingyi felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, it echoed the recruitment criteria employed by Qingyi Guang for his army, which also favored obedient individuals. Yin Qingyi preferred those with sharper minds, envisioning an expanding business landscape where she could eventually promote capable and astute individuals from her familiar ranks. Lu's concerns were indeed pragmatic. Initially, she had brought Shui Ling to the processing factory precisely because of her reliability. By segmenting the tasks, Shui Ling was assigned to manage the ingredients, thereby safeguarding commercial secrets. It became evident that one cannot simply seek convenience. For a business to thrive long-term, stability in personnel is essential, necessitating additional effort on her part. "Madam Lu, I appreciate your concerns and guidance. Please assist me in identifying a few dependable individuals." Seeing that Yin Qingyi had absorbed her advice, Lu was greatly pleased. "Madam Yun, I shall wholeheartedly endeavor to find you those who are both steadfast and astute." Having concluded her business, Yin Qingyi bid farewell to Madame Lu and hired a carriage to the processing factory. She deliberately instructed the driver to take a detour near Wangqing Tower, stopping at a distance to gaze upon it. During her absence, the comings and goings at the tower had continued as usual, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Upon returning to the processing factory, Shui Ling approached her with a ledger. "Miss, as per your instructions, I have completed the calculations. Please review them." In the past, Qingyi had not engaged in formal education, nor had her devoted maid, Shui Ling, to facilitate the management of the processing factory. Qingyi had sent Shui Ling to an apprenticeship for 2 months to learn reading and arithmetic. Shui Ling's ledger was indeed neatly organized, yet her calculations regarding labor requirements were rather chaotic. Without her explanations, even Qingyi would have struggled to decipher the details. Had it not been for Lu's timely counsel, she would have had to reprimand Shui Ling. Qingyi valued Shui Ling for her loyalty and dependability. She realized that such attributes stemmed not only from 16 years of modern education, but also from practical experience in managing the fish restaurant. Having only been in this ancient setting for a few months, it seemed somewhat unrealistic to expect a maid with no foundational knowledge to serve as her proxy. Lu's advice was timely. After hearing Shui Ling's account, Qingyi mentally reviewed the calculations. Though Shui Ling's computations were rough, the general direction was correct. Qingyi requested fresh paper and meticulously documented the steps, calculation methods, and processes before handing the notes to Shui Ling. Since you have taken on the role of a steward, it is imperative that you do not merely act as a maid as you did in the past. Rather, you must invest more thought and planning into your responsibilities. Take this manuscript and review it. When you next respond to me, I expect your clarity to be improved. Shui Ling accepted the manuscript, diligently studying each word, and Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction. The detail in her writing was not characteristic of her usual style. Had Shui Ling not applied herself, Qingyi would have felt disappointed. In her previous academic life, aside from conducting experiments, she preferred to recline and sleep, excelling at cramming an entire semester's worth of material in the week leading up to exams. Consequently, although she had few friends, there were always numerous classmates clamoring to review her notes before tests. Often, these individuals would struggle to comprehend the material after only a single problem. Qingyi, while others required 2 pages to solve a problem, how is it that you completed it in just 5 or 6 lines? When she verbally explained her reasoning to her classmates, they were left speechless. Qingyi had managed to omit at least 5 or 6 steps in her logical progression. Did you not feel the need to document all that explanation? Not at all. I comprehend it clearly, and I am certain the teacher can as well. This had always been her approach to learning. Her instructors, familiar with her capabilities, never pressed her on these matters, recognizing that she truly understood the material. Only one elective teacher, unfamiliar with her, had once made a blunder concerning her work. Although he graded her assignment as entirely correct, he begrudgingly inscribed a comment. The process is so simple. Did you complete this yourself or merely copy it? Perhaps it was due to her penchant for taking shortcuts that she preferred to employ clever individuals. She was indeed impatient with repetitive explanations and possessed little tolerance for hand-holding instruction. When teaching Ing Shui to cook, she never penned a single note for her. Instead, she instructed Ing Shui to read and learn recipes independently, jotting down her reflections on her own. Should Ing Shui overlook any details, Qingyi would merely add a few remarks. Yet those additions were still recorded by Ing Shui herself. It seems there exists a law of conservation between diligence and laziness in this world. As Qingyi, the mentor, became more leisurely, her apprentice was compelled to exert greater effort. Conversely, if a lazy mentor were to become diligent, it would not mean that the apprentice could afford to slack off. Rather, it would signify that the tasks at hand had become more challenging, necessitating even greater diligence from the apprentice. Though Ing Shui found it difficult to adapt to Qingyi's stringent teaching style and often felt uncomfortable in her learning process, the results were surprisingly effective. Within just a few months, Ing Shui had become proficient enough to manage the stove, working alongside Madame Hui as the chef of Wang Chang Tower. As her skills progressed, Qingyi continued to increase her wages. Initially, Ing Shui hesitated to accept the pay. Traditionally, apprentices were expected to serve and honor their masters. "Master, you have never charged me tuition. How can I possibly accept your wages?" Qingyi insisted that she take them. Affections are one thing, but business is another. Since you have taken on the responsibilities of chef at Wangcheng Tower, it is only fitting that you receive the compensation befitting such a role. Because Madame Hui was older and had more experience as a chef, Yun Qingyi allocated her the highest salary of 3 taels of silver per month. Ying Shue's salary was 201 less than that, yet for her, it was an unimaginable sum. Every month, Ying Shue would send her earnings home, and upon seeing the silver she brought back, the Zhao family felt their daughter was indeed fortunate and increasingly successful. Chapter 077. Visit Oolong Tea. Yun Qingyi had been away from home for several days, and the Mo family was keenly observing the situation at the Yun household. There were no apparent irregularities at the Yun residence, yet Yun Qingyi had not returned. Mo Yushuan found himself increasingly restless, since he could not seek out Yun Qingyi. He had to devise alternative strategies. He instructed the steward to deliver a letter of visit to the minister of Yun, hoping to discuss matters at his estate. The two families were neighbors, and Mo Yushuan had previously attended a family banquet at the Yun residence through the back door. However, there was no personal rapport between him and the minister of Yun, and upon receiving the letter, the minister was somewhat perplexed. Yet, given Mo Yushuan's noble status, the minister felt compelled to accept the request. Yun Jingxing was still receiving guests in his study when Mo Yushuan entered, respectfully holding a box with both hands. Foregoing pleasantries to express his apologies, he mentioned that during their last encounter, he may have been overly abrupt in his conversation with Yun Yangzi, and thus he came to convey his regrets. Following that, he set down the box and proceeded to address the main topic. Essentially, he reiterated the sentiments he had expressed to Yun Qingyi at the Jiangxin Pavilion. He conveyed his sincere intentions through discreet messages, hoping that Yun Yangzi might consider him. Should she find it impossible to accept him after some acquaintance, he vowed not to impose further. As Mo Yushuan spoke, Yun Jingxing's emotions were tumultuous. His daughter, who had been sheltered for more than a decade, had always been expected to remain by his and his wife's side. Even if they were to grow old together, she would always be their precious little girl. Yet, just months after her coming of age, 2 suitors had already visited, professing their affections for his beloved daughter. This brought him joy regarding her charm, but also a sense of loss. In his eyes, Yun Qingyi was still the innocent child of 5, bounding joyfully towards him. How could she, still so young, be on the verge of marriage? The previous visit from Han Maju had not only angered him, but also shocked him profoundly. Having experienced that encounter, he felt little emotional upheaval upon Mo Yushuan's arrival. Compared to Han Maju, Mo Yushuan was a fine gentleman, sincere in his intentions, and Yun Jingxing deemed it reasonable for his daughter to get to know him better. However, he was firm in his stance that he could not express outright approval. Mo Yushuan's visit finally unveiled the true reason behind his daughter's absence. She had left home with caution, leaving a letter and going to a familiar place, ensuring daily reports of her safety. Whether this prudent daughter was merely frightened or if there were deeper reasons remained unclear to Yun Jingxing. He resolved to wait for her return to clarify matters before making any decisions. Indeed, the Duke of Jinyuan, as he claimed, cherished his daughter and had no intention of pressuring her. What was a few more days of waiting? Both men harbored their own thoughts while maintaining a facade of cordiality, each secretly harboring a multitude of concerns. Once the pressing matters were addressed, Mo Yushuan sought to learn more about Yun Qingyi. He inquired if the minister was aware of her whereabouts and, if convenient, requested to be informed. The daughter currently harbors no desire to meet him. Although Yun Jingxing acknowledges that Mo Yushuan is a commendable individual, he would certainly not disregard his daughter's wishes. Before she departed, the young lady did not disclose her destination. Both the elderly gentleman and his wife hope for her to experience freedom. She has never been constrained to her whereabouts. Whether she roams within the city, ventures beyond its confines, or explores the breathtaking landscapes of the realm remains uncertain. Mo Yushuan comprehended the implication of Yun Shangshu's words. In his present capacity, he is merely an outsider to the Yun family. They will undoubtedly look after their daughter, and there is no need for an outsider to burden himself with unnecessary worries. Mo Yushuan is aware that he cannot glean any news about Yun Qingyi within the Yun household. Yet the calm demeanor of those in the Yun residence suggests that she is quite safe, which brings him a sense of relief. If, as the Yun family claims, she is off on a journey, what does it matter if she is away for several months? Mo Yushuan left a secret missive and took his leave. Although he did not uncover the attitudes of the Yun family during this visit, leaving the missive behind could be considered a modest advancement. As Mo Yushuan exited the Yun residence, burdened with thoughts, Yun Qingyi was in the small courtyard of the processing factory, brewing tea. Initially, she intended to prepare coffee, having developed a daily habit of enjoying a cup since discovering coffee beans in Shangha village. On this occasion, she brought only the essentials for changing clothes and daily necessities, leaving the coffee behind. Although Shuailing returns home each day, the coffee beans are tucked away in a discreet corner. Despite having seen them, she perceives them as unappetizing, akin to sheep dung, and has never brought any back. The beer is not yet ready for consumption. Daily tea has become somewhat insipid. Additionally, she has contemplated the processing factory's premises. Aside from brewing beer, there are spare rooms that could be utilized for other purposes. Having wandered outside the city a few times, Yun Qingyi discovered tea leaves suitable for oolong tea and intends to make some. Previously, she had observed at Uncle Rong's tea shop that while unfermented green tea and fully fermented black tea were available, oolong tea was absent. Considering Uncle Rong's status as a royal merchant, it is likely that such a product has not yet emerged in this era. The prospect of creating something that is yet to be realized holds an irresistible allure for Yun Qingyi. She took 2 sisters-in-law from the processing factory and ventured to the nearby mountains to gather fresh buds and tender leaves from wild tea trees. After collecting the tea leaves, she spread them in a well-ventilated area, allowing them to naturally lose moisture, thus releasing their fragrance. She instructed the 2 sisters to perform the shaking process, which left them bewildered. "Miss, what does shaking green mean?" Yun Qingyi picked up a small tea tray and gently shook it, demonstrating the technique. One must be gentle, allowing the edges of the leaves to touch and rub against each other. It seemed like mere play to them. Could such a method yield tea? The 2 sisters were incredulous. Shaking green is a crucial step in the oolong tea-making process, enabling a chemical transformation within the leaves that produces the tea's distinctive aroma. Yun Qingyi found it challenging to explain this series of new terms to her ancient companions. Detailing each one would drive her to madness. She could only assert that it must be done this way. After completing the shaking process, she poured the tea leaves into a pan, ignited the fire, and swiftly stir-fried the leaves until the moisture evaporated, thus completing the killing green step. This step must be executed swiftly, for only then can the verdant hue and fragrance of the tea leaves be preserved. Following a process of kneading and further roasting, as the excess moisture evaporates a second time, the aroma of the tea becomes even more pronounced. Yun Qingyi places the tea leaves into a flat basket, sifting out impurities, and subsequently uses a specially crafted wooden mold to compress the leaves into square tea cakes, thus completing the oolong tea cakes. "Miss, this looks pitch black. Is there really anyone who would consume this?" The 2 sisters-in-law, witnessing her laborious efforts, felt somewhat disheartened. Yun Qingyi slices off a piece of the tea, rinses it in a teapot, and then brews it with hot water, pouring a cup for each of the sisters-in-law. What is this flavor? It certainly has a delightful fragrance. It tastes quite different from what we usually drink. It is rather unpalatable. The feedback from the 2 sisters-in-law was not encouraging. Yun Qingyi inquired about the tea they typically consumed, and they quickly replied that they usually drank loose-leaf tea, remarking that after all the effort, it was not as enjoyable as their own. With the conversation dwindling, Yun Qingyi resolved to seek an expert's opinion on her creation. Chapter 078, Rongji Tea Shop. The sisters-in-law, who did not habitually drink much tea, regarded Yun Qingyi's new tea with skepticism. Since her arrival in this world, anything Yun Qingyi crafted had been of exceptional quality, eagerly sought after by many, so being doused with a bucket of cold water was quite disheartening for her. Feeling somewhat discontented, she was certain that the processing techniques were flawless, and she had tasted the flavor herself, which was akin to the oolong tea she enjoyed in the modern era. Oolong tea had a history of over 1,000 years, having established its own distinct style in certain regions, and bringing it to the Qingyi kingdom should not have warranted such treatment. Although she had never tasted the coarse tea the sisters-in-law preferred, she had observed laborers in Yunmeng City consuming it. She recalled that Waterling had once mentioned during their idle conversations that individuals engaged in physical labor sweat profusely, and thus their culinary and beverage preferences tend to be more robust. With this understanding, Qingyi began to grasp why the sisters-in-law preferred loose-leaf tea over oolong. They were instructed to pick young leaves, as tea produced from tender leaves exudes a refreshing aroma and a milder flavor, while loose-leaf tea tended to be older and particularly bitter. The more bitter it was, in their eyes, the more thirst-quenching it became. Given that thirst was their primary concern, it was entirely reasonable for them to find Qingyi's oolong tea less appealing than their preferred loose leaf. Undeterred, Qingyi remained confident that oolong tea would eventually gain widespread acclaim. She called for Waterling, who had brewed tea for her on numerous occasions and had a discerning palate. Her opinion would surely be more objective than that of the two sisters-in-law. Waterling picked up a cup of tea and took a hearty sip. Qingyi, eager for her feedback, inquired how it tasted. "Miss, if I am to speak honestly, this tea leaves much to be desired. I fail to comprehend why, as a young lady of means, you would desire something palatable when you are capable of producing delectable fare. Today's tea, I am at a loss for words. If you label it as light tea, it is rather too strong. Yet if you call it bitter tea, the flavor is too weak. It is rather incongruous." After receiving 2 reprimands from the young lady, Waterling found herself somewhat perplexed by Qingyi's sentiments. Although she had served her for over a decade, it seemed the young lady had recently become particularly mercurial, leaving Waterling somewhat bewildered. If one is destined to face criticism regardless, it is perhaps best to speak candidly. Just because Shui Ling claims the tea is delightful does not guarantee its quality. However, when she asserts it is unpalatable, it is evident she speaks with conviction. Originally seeking refuge at the processing plant, she made every effort to remain indoors. Yet, receiving such disparaging feedback on the oolong tea she painstakingly prepared left her feeling quite unsettled. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek her Uncle Rong's opinion. Should he also find the tea lacking, it would merely indicate that the time for oolong tea to shine on the historical stage has not yet arrived, and she would resign herself to savoring it alone. Draped in her cloak, she hired a carriage and made her way to Rong's tea shop. By chance, Uncle Rong was present. He regarded her arrival with curiosity, for Qingyi, accustomed to being chauffeured by the family's designated vehicle bearing the prominent Yun insignia, had now opted for a rented carriage, leading the shop staff to overlook her and fail to greet her. Her attire, heavily wrapped and unrecognizable, further contributed to their confusion, leading the shopkeeper to mistake her for a stranger. "Ah, it is Lady Yun. My eyes failed me momentarily," he inquired. "Might you have brought a new tea for the master today?" Previously, she had sent her offerings through others, but today she had come in person. The shopkeeper's mind brimmed with questions, which he promptly directed at Qingyi. "Pray, take a seat while I summon the master and provide you with a token of silver," he said, his words flowing like water. Ultimately, it was the master who would make the decision, and he was eager to extend his hospitality. "Lady, please sit for a moment. What would you like to drink today? I have brought a new tea for you to brew. I would like to invite you to taste it together," she replied. "Thanks to Lady Yun, I shall indeed enjoy a fine treat today," the shopkeeper exclaimed, accepting the tea leaves from her hands. As she instructed him on the brewing method, Uncle Rong entered. "Lady Yun, it has been a while. How fares your business?" "Thanks to Uncle Rong, Lady Lu has been of great assistance, and business is manageable," she replied. The mention of Lady Lu sparked a lively conversation between them. Despite the matters of commerce, Uncle Rong felt a sense of gratitude towards Qingyi, for without her, his niece would have remained confined at home, unaware of how long her confinement might last. Upon hearing the shopkeeper mention Lady Yun's visit, dressed in such peculiar attire, Uncle Rong instinctively worried that there might be issues with the operations at Wangqing Tower. However, he swiftly dismissed such concerns, knowing that Lu Xiao managed the accounts there and had not reported any difficulties. Lu Xiao often sought advice from Master Ma on how to effectively manage the daily affairs of Wangqing Tower. Although the establishment had yet to turn profit, it was undoubtedly progressing in a positive direction. Thus, he dispelled his concerns. However, since Qingyi had come in person, it was certain that there was a matter requiring discussion. Uncle Rong contemplated that if Qingyi faced any difficulties, he would lend a helping hand if possible. After exchanging pleasantries, the oolong tea was brewed. Qingyi poured a cup for Uncle Rong, stating that today he had prepared a new tea. Initially, he found the flavor quite appealing, yet his family deemed it unsatisfactory. Uncle Rong, being an expert, was invited to taste it. After a few courteous exchanges, he carefully savored the tea. Upon tasting, he noted a slight bitterness initially, followed by a refreshing and mildly sweet aftertaste. Although he had never encountered this particular tea before, he sensed that if the tea variety was appropriately selected, it could indeed be a commendable new brew. Uncle Rong shared his observations with Qingyi, who exhaled deeply in relief. Finally, the oolong tea could make its grand appearance. Qingyi inquired whether she could sell a whole batch of oolong tea directly to Uncle Rong, reassuring him about storage concerns. Uncle Rong assured her that this tea was easy to store, much more so than green tea. If heavily roasted and aged, it could easily last for a decade. As a royal merchant, Uncle Rong engaged in trade across the world rather than production. He did not seek Qingyi's roasting techniques, only her excellent tea. Quality tea would inherently command a good market, especially since it was exclusive to his family. Thus, Qingyi successfully signed a contract with Uncle Rong, who agreed to purchase whatever quantity she could produce. With business concluded, Qingyi enjoyed another cup of tea before preparing to take her leave. The shopkeeper entered from the outer room, announcing another visitor. Sister Yun, I did not expect to find you here. Chapter 79. Sisterly affection. The newcomer was Lu Jiao, accompanied by Hui Yutong. When Qingyi left home, she had left a note for her family, but to maintain secrecy, she had not communicated a word to Lu Jiao. For over 10 days, Lu Jiao had continued her duties as the shopkeeper. In Qingyi's absence from the kitchen, Hui Yutong had taken on the responsibilities there. Hui Yutong was a skilled cook, recognized by Lady Yun. Through Lady Yun's direct disciple, Yingxue, everyone learned of the history between Lady Yun and Lady Hui. To outsiders, it appeared that the two had long-standing ties, and with Lady Yun absent, no one objected to Lady Hui managing the kitchen. Unlike the shopkeeper, who had to coordinate the myriad tasks of the kitchen with Lady Lu in the front hall, Lady Hui and Lu Jiao were only acquaintances, having crossed paths a few times. With Qingyi away, their communication had increased, leading to a greater familiarity between them. In Qingyi's absence, Lu Jiao had stepped into the role of the head of the household. During the break between lunch and dinner service, while others were napping or preparing dishes for the evening meal, Hui Yutong remained diligent, attending to Lu Jiao by pouring tea or offering a pillow, ensuring she was comfortable. Her exceptional attentiveness moved Lu Jiao deeply. In the past, when she was married to Wei Yuheng, Lu Jiao would respectfully address her as Sister Hui. Now, however, she served Lu Jiao like a maid. Despite Lu Jiao's repeated attempts to decline her kindness, she ultimately accepted it, unable to resist her fervent hospitality. Watching Hui Yutong's actions, Lu Jiao felt a profound sympathy for her. Lu Jiao contemplated that if Hui Yutong had any requests, she would fulfill them as long as they were not too burdensome, thus alleviating some of her guilt. Lu Jiao and Qingyi shared a tacit understanding. While working at Wangshan Tower, they refrained from bringing any maids, for the presence of a maid often muddled the lines between public and private matters. In their daily tasks, they either did the work themselves or hired help from Wangshan Tower for wages. One day, Lu Jiao thought about how long it had been since she last saw her uncle. In her earlier days, when she endured hardships in the inner residence, her uncle would come to visit her monthly, bringing her small silver coins that helped her endure the trials. Now that her life had improved and she no longer needed her uncle's occasional assistance, she felt it was essential to visit him, express her gratitude, and share some heartfelt words. This way, she would not neglect the bond her uncle had maintained with her, nor would she dishonor her father's teachings from the past. She prepared a food box early, filling it with several signature dishes from Wangshan Tower, intending to visit her uncle during the breaks between lunch and dinner service. As Lu Jiao stepped outside with the food box, Hui Yutong hurried to catch up. Upon hearing Lu Jiao mention her intention to visit her uncle, Hui Yutong requested to accompany her, offering to assist with serving the dishes, allowing Lu Jiao to focus on conversing with her uncle. Cooking was indeed Hui Yutong's forte, and she was even more adept at serving. Her reasoning was sound, leaving Lu Jiao with no excuse to refuse. Thus, Lu Jiao allowed her to join her in the carriage, and together they arrived at Rongji Tea House. Neither of them anticipated encountering Yun Qingyi, whom they had not seen for over 10 days, evoking a myriad of emotions. After so many days of worry, Lu Jiao finally felt a sense of relief. On the first day of Yun Qingyi's departure, the Mo family had sent Mo1 to Wangqing Tower to inquire about Yun's whereabouts. It was then that Lu Jiao learned of Yun Qingyi's absence. The news brought Lu Jiao considerable alarm, as she was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding her sister's departure, which had occurred without a word of explanation. Mo1, noticing her distress, reassured her not to panic, stating that Yun was surely safe, albeit temporarily untraceable. He also left a message, requesting that if Yun should contact Lu Jiao, she would be informed. Upon seeing Yun Qingyi, Lu Jiao could hardly spare time to converse with her uncle. After a brief greeting, she entrusted the food box to her uncle's servant. Hui Yutong quickly divided the dishes and bid farewell to Uncle Rong before returning to where Yun and Lu Jiao were. Sister, you have not been to Wangqing Tower for over 10 days, nor have you left a single word, which has caused me great concern. Were it not for the assurance from our employer's messenger that you are certainly safe, I would have been preoccupied with thoughts of reporting your absence to the authorities. Hearing Lu Jiao's words, Yun Qingyi felt a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, Lu Jiao had not considered involving the officials. As a young lady of the government, her disappearance would surely have prompted significant attention. If the city were to be thrown into chaos, with everyone searching for her only to discover that she was merely hiding, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. It is truly my fault to cause my sister such worry. However, I have encountered certain matters that did not permit me the time to explain myself to her. Today's chance meeting was purely coincidental. With this, my sister can return home with ease, and once I have resolved my affairs, I shall pay my respects at the watchtower to apologize to her. Yun Qingyi's response left Lu Jiao even more concerned. From her sister's tone, it appeared she had no intention of returning to the watchtower. What could have happened that required her to hide? Could this matter not even be resolved by Minister Yin? The more Lu Jiao inquired, the more she felt the gravity of the situation, leading her to worry further. The reason Yun Qingyi could not discuss her predicament with Lu Jiao was that the more people who knew about the secret edict, the greater the risk of it being confirmed. If such were the case, even if she wished to avoid an engagement with General Mo, she would have no choice. It is nothing significant. I can manage it without troubling our parents. Yun Qingyi reassured Lu Jiao, aware that even if she were to inform their parents, they would be powerless to assist. After all, a secret edict is not the same as a royal decree. Which minister would dare oppose the emperor's will? How could she tell their parents that the emperor has issued an edict, yet she is unwilling to comply? Given their affection for her, they would surely feel torn, and Yun Qingyi would never wish to place them in such a dilemma. This is the essence of familial responsibility and mutual support. Since her sister could handle the situation without divulging details, Lu Jiao refrained from pressing further. Yet, she was left wondering where her sister was currently residing. What if she needed to contact her? Observing Lu Jiao's anxious demeanor over the past few days, Yun Qingyi could not bear to withhold all information from her. If there is an urgent matter, you may go to the Yun residence and seek out my maid, Amber. Although Amber may not know my whereabouts, she will find a way to deliver a message to me. With this, Lu Jiao felt somewhat reassured. Yun Qingyi seemed to recall something and cautioned Lu Jiao. I have only confided in you regarding this matter. If anyone else inquires about my whereabouts, simply say you do not know. Even if the shopkeeper asks, that cannot be disclosed. Lu Jiao thought back to how the news of Yun Qingyi's initial disappearance had come from the Mo residence. She was reluctant to conceal anything from them. No, especially not from the shopkeeper. This statement left Lu Jiao somewhat puzzled. But since she and Yun Qingyi were partners in business, she chose to trust her sister. If that is your wish, I shall act as if I have not seen you today. The two sisters conversed joyfully, forgetting that a third party was present. Chapter 080. The informant. As they exited the tea house, each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Yun Qingyi felt a great sense of joy. Her new product development had been recognized by Uncle Rome, and she would no longer be overlooked. For her, the sense of achievement was even more exhilarating than securing an order. Lu Jiao was also pleased. She had come to pay her respects to her uncle and had brought him some delicacies. Although they had not shared many meals together, they had exchanged all necessary pleasantries. Seeing her in such high spirits, her uncle expressed not only his usual concern, but also admiration and praise. Jiao, you are becoming increasingly impressive. In such a vast establishment as the Watchtower, you manage everything with such order, truly resembling your mother in her prime. Uncle's words were meant as praise, yet they felt exceedingly awkward to Lu Jiao. In her eyes, her mother was characterized solely by sharpness and reproach, arrogance, and internal strife, attributes that bore no relation to competence. If her mother were truly capable, why would her father permit son Xiaonyang to manage the household upon entering? When her uncle remarked that she was increasingly resembling her mother, it was a compliment in his eyes. However, to Lu Jiao, it was a source of deep sorrow. She had no desire to emulate her mother, Lady Rome. The comparison made her physically recoil, unable to muster even a smile in response. She recalled how, at her age, her mother had also requested to manage a shop from her maternal grandfather, and she had done so admirably, earning his satisfaction. Now, not only did Lu Jiao bear a striking resemblance to her, but her own capabilities were equally commendable, despite her uncle being astute and seasoned. He failed to perceive the discontent within Lu Jiao. After all, he spoke only of her mother's virtues, and logically, she had no grounds to reproach him. Yet, she was consumed by sadness and anger. Fortuitously, she encountered Sister Yun and hastily bid farewell to her uncle. At Rongji's shop, she spent most of her time confiding her concerns to Sister Yun. Her worries were genuine, but upon seeing Sister Yun, they dissipated like mist. She could not help but express her feelings, akin to a younger sister playfully seeking comfort from an elder sibling, imploring her to understand her worries and to spare her from future anxieties. Perhaps only Sister Yun could perceive her youthful vulnerability, and it was solely in her presence that Lu Jiao could exhibit such ease. Cherishing this bond dearly, Lu Jiao promised Yun Qingyi to keep their secrets, vowing not to utter a word. However, Hui Yutong's mindset diverged significantly. Upon meeting Yun Qingyi, she shared Lu Jiao's delight. Yet, as Yun Qingyi increasingly referenced troubles that were unspeakable, Hui Yutong suspected she was concealing significant matters from both her and Lu Jiao. On the return carriage, she tentatively inquired about Lu Jiao's thoughts. Madame Lu, should we not inform the Mo family about Lady Yun's whereabouts? Lu Jiao was taken aback by her question. Sister Yun left us a message to contact her, indicating her trust in us. Her reluctance to disclose information to others certainly has its reasons. From a public standpoint, she is the mistress of Wangshan Tower, and all decisions lie with her. Privately, this matter pertains to her personal affairs, and we should refrain from interference. In every respect, her desire for discretion warrants our respect. From Lu Jiao's demeanor, it was evident she intended to remain tight-lipped, unwilling to disclose anything to the Mo family. Hui Yutong, however, held a contrasting view. To her, Yun Qingyi's secrecy from her partner Lu Jiao was unjust. Such behavior indicated a lack of sisterly regard, embodying arrogance. If not for arrogance, it suggested she was entangled in something significant. She kept the naive Lu Jiao in the dark, while Lu Jiao remained oblivious to the underlying tension. The two of them appear to be engaged in a mutual game, one willing to strike and the other to endure. They were both daughters of high-ranking officials, esteemed young ladies, and even if they found themselves in a predicament, they would likely have support, potentially scapegoating those deemed insignificant like Hui Yutong. Hui Yutong, you do not possess the luxury of passivity. Since Yun Qingyi has advised against informing the Mo family, revealing such information to them appears to be the most prudent course of action. The more Hui Yutong contemplated this, the more she felt the urgency of the matter. Delaying might invite unforeseen consequences. That evening, during the market hours, she exhibited a distracted demeanor, often lost in thought. Had it not been for Ing Xue's reminder, the pot would have surely burned. Madame Hui, what troubles you? You seem quite unsettled, Ying Xue inquired with genuine concern. Hui Yutong, having made up her mind, decided to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps it is ill-advised for me to venture out today. After accompanying a fellow lady earlier, I returned feeling somewhat dizzy. The kitchen duties carry immense responsibility. I cannot afford to pass my ailments on to you. Ying Xue, I implore you to bear with me a little longer. I shall inform the other lady that I need to rest at home for a while. If I feel better by tomorrow, I shall return immediately. With both the master and Madame Hui absent, Ying Xue felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, Hui Yutong's pretense of concern was evident. Although Ying Xue felt somewhat burdened, she could only muster the strength to persevere. Madame Hui, if you truly feel unwell, you ought to return home to rest. Just for one evening, leave everything to me. I shall ensure that the master's affairs are well managed. Hui Yutong tilted her head in contemplation before seeking permission from the other lady. Although Lu Jiao felt conflicted, she could not deny Hui Yutong's diligent performance at Wangqing Tower over the past months. Her nimble hands and efficient work had earned her praise from Sister Yun, and she had received the highest wages as well. During Sister Yun's absence, in addition to her kitchen responsibilities, she had also taken care of herself, making it difficult for Lu Jiao to refuse her request. Hui Yutong feigned fear of catching a chill and donned an extra long robe. After receiving Lu Jiao's consent, she expressed her gratitude and stepped out, albeit somewhat unsteadily. Upon exiting the alley, she hired a carriage and hastened towards the Mo residence. She had heard from the staff at Wangqing Tower that the Yun and Mo families were neighbors, having previously visited the Yun residence. She felt confident in navigating her way to the Missouri estate. To avoid encountering anyone from the Yun family, she alighted from the carriage early, adjusted the hood of her robe for added concealment, and approached the side entrance of the Mo residence to seek an audience. Upon learning that a visitor from Wangqing Tower bore news regarding Lady Yun, the doorman did not hesitate and promptly reported to Mo Yushuan. Hearing of Lady Yun's whereabouts, Mo Yushuan wasted no time and summoned her forthwith. The moment Hui Yutong laid eyes on Mo Yushuan, the anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated. Regardless of what had transpired concerning Lady Yun, there was still time to rectify the situation. With her head bowed and eyes lowered, she performed a deep bow and immediately conveyed her purpose. Lady Yun has not visited Wangqing Tower for over 10 days, causing great unease among the staff. Today, by chance, I encountered Lady Yun at Rongji Tea House. The Marquis had sent someone to Wangqing Tower seeking her, and I have come to relay this news to the Marquis. Rongji Tea House. Mo Yushuan mused, almost to himself. The Rongji Tea House was owned by the uncle of the other lady. The Rong family was a prominent merchant family, conducting substantial business. What the Marquis may not be aware of is that I have heard from the staff at Wangqing Tower that Lady Yun has significant dealings with Rongji Tea House. Initially, we were unaware of the whereabouts of Lady Yun. Today, Lady Lu visited Uncle Rong to pay her respects and fortuitously encountered her. Upon hearing the words of Hui Yutong, Mo Yushuan felt a modicum of relief. She remains in the city, affirming that his prior judgment was not erroneous. She is still engaged in business with her partners, and all is well. Although he had previously surmised that she would not venture far, it was merely conjecture. What if she were indeed an extraordinary woman who chose an unconventional path? What if his assumptions were misguided? What then were her thoughts? And when did she intend to return? Humans are inherently greedy. Knowing she is safe only fuels the desire for further knowledge. With gratitude for Huey's report, Mo Yushuan inquired whether Lady Yun had left any messages. This question caused Hui Yutong some discomfort. She could not reveal that Yun Qingyi had cautioned them against disclosing her whereabouts, not out of fear that Mo Yushuan would be upset, but rather to protect her own integrity from the implications of being a traitor. After a moment's contemplation, she devised an excuse. Lady Yun seemed to harbor unspoken troubles, leaving no messages and disclosing no destinations. If the Lord wished to know, he need only find Lady Yun's personal maid, Amber, and all would be revealed. Hui Yutong relayed everything she knew to Mo Yushuan, as if pouring forth the contents of a bamboo tube filled with beans. Thus, if Yun Qingyi's actions were indeed questionable, she, as the initial informant, should remain unscathed. Her life was already fraught with hardship, and she could not withstand any additional turmoil. Meanwhile, Mo Yuxuan, after hearing Hui Yutong's account, found himself lost in thought, uncertain of how to untangle the web of his feelings. He thanked Hui and had the doorman escort her back the way she came, leaving him alone in the study, pondering for an extended period. Originally, he had resolved to take no action, opting instead to wait for her return before making any decisions. However, Huey's unexpected visit had left him somewhat disoriented. Firstly, was Huey's statement truthful? He had no means of discerning that. Although Mo had left a message at Wang Cheng Tower requesting to be informed of any news regarding Lady Yun, it was merely a formality. He had not held out hope for news from Wang Cheng Tower, as its inhabitants were all her own people, if she did not wish for him to find her. Why would those at Wang Cheng Tower inform him of her whereabouts? If Huey's words were indeed true, and if she intended to inform him of her location, why not do so explicitly? From Huey's description, it appeared she was safe. If she was safe, why the ambiguity in her communication? After much contemplation, he reached the following conclusions. First, Lady Yun is in the city. Second, the people of the Yun household know of her location and that she is secure, a security he deemed utterly trustworthy. Third, Lady Yun does not wish for others to know where she is. Having clarified these thoughts, his brows unfurled slightly. Hui Yutong's words had been comprehensively understood by Mo1 and Mou. He commanded them not to inquire about Lady Yun's whereabouts from the Yun household, nor to seek out Amber. Mo Yuxuan's authority far outweighed that of Yun Qingyi, and his directives were followed. Indeed, no one from the Mo household pursued inquiries with the Yun household. At most, they might exchange pleasantries if they happened to cross paths. Asking, "Have you eaten today?" Returning from the tranquil tea shop, Yun Qingyi felt an extraordinary sense of joy. The vacant room in the processing factory provided her with an opportunity to roast oolong tea. Upon sharing her business agreement with Shui Ling, she was met with profound admiration. "Miss, you truly possess a golden touch. Even wild leaves can yield profit in your capable hands." "What wild leaves?" "Those are genuine, pure, and environmentally friendly prized tea trees." Yun Qingyi replied, feeling slightly disheartened by Shui Ling's words, which also stirred a hint of anxiety within her. She had signed a contract with her Uncle Rong, and although it did not specify a fixed quantity of tea leaves, any instability in supply could tarnish her reputation, even if Uncle Rong reluctantly accepted her tea. The realization of the necessity to be an exemplary supplier weighed heavily on her. She understood that the history of land enclosure movements had devastated livelihoods and families. To establish a sustainable business, a balanced approach was imperative. The first step was to keep the roasting technique for oolong tea confidential, if others were unable to replicate it. She could freely harvest wild tea trees. The second step involved transplanting and cultivating them on her own estate, which would inevitably require a waiting period of 35 years. After that duration, she would no longer be troubled by supply issues. With a combination of planting quantities and weather conditions, she could accurately predict the yield of raw leaves and confirm quantities with Uncle Rome well in advance, aiding her sales strategy. Yun Qingyi's entrepreneurial landscape expanded into a new domain, bringing her immense satisfaction. Though contemplation was mentally taxing, she relished the challenge. The cerebral exertion would demand a certain amount of energy, which she would need to replenish. She resolved to indulge in a good meal and enjoy several days of restful sleep to recuperate. Reflecting on her time at the processing factory, she realized she had not cooked at all. She had merely eaten whatever Shui Ling prepared. It had been a long time since she had earnestly cooked a meal, and today she was determined to create something delightful to reward her fatigued mind. The factory was equipped with a ready-to-use stove designed for preparing meals for the workers. Since only Shui Ling had received Yun Qingyi's genuine teachings, no one dared to enter the kitchen after Shui Ling had prepared a meal on the first day of operations. Shui Ling managed the factory with relative ease, as the workers were obedient, likely due to the delicious meals they had enjoyed. What harm was there in giving a compliment or two after feasting on such delectable dishes? However, for Yun Qingyi, the meals, while satisfactory in the eyes of the helpers, still fell short of her standards. In her quest to reward herself, she decided to prepare simple yet exquisite dishes. Today, she included several recipes: lemon-seared salmon, aromatic baked sea bass, and chopped chili fish head. "Miss, are we having a full fish banquet today?" Shui Ling teased, noticing the fish-centric nature of the meal. "What's wrong with a full fish banquet? Does it cost you anything?" Qingyi retorted, her spirits high. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of preparing this feast." Originally intending to cook just 3 types of fish, inspired by Shui Ling's jest, she summoned her culinary skills and prepared all her signature dishes learned from the fish flavor restaurant. "Miss, I have always known that your cooking is delightful. Today I learned that the lady's specialty dish is, surprisingly, fish. The guests at Wangqing Tower are certainly less fortunate than us, as we have the privilege of savoring so many of the lady's private recipes." Shui Ling's flattering words brought great comfort to Qingyi. Despite her intelligence, she relished compliments just like anyone else. In Chapter 82, the woman in love is sour, lemon grilled salmon. While Qingyi was still busy in the kitchen, the workers outside had already lost their motivation to labor. As soon as Qingyi failed to perfect a dish, the long-term worker, a sui, was already peering through the gap in the kitchen door, inhaling the aroma for the 3rd time. "Miss, do we still need to taste the dishes today? I am available." Ever since a sui had the opportunity to sample one of Qingyi's innovative creations, everyone eagerly craned their necks whenever she entered the kitchen. Last time, when she prepared oolong tea, the 2 sisters-in-law enthusiastically assisted her, only to return home disappointed. The unpredictable results heightened everyone's anticipation. It was akin to unboxing a mystery box, where there was a chance to discover hidden treasures, making it far more exhilarating than simply purchasing a collector's item. A sui worked with agility and quick wit. Although his sense of smell was generally unimpressive, there were 2 things that he could detect better than anyone else. The first was alcohol. Shui Ling had instituted a rule at the processing plant that prohibited drinking while on duty. However, there were always those with a strong penchant for alcohol who could not resist sneaking a sip. When Shui Ling was present, they would conceal their stash. But once she was gone, they would indulge. While they could deceive Shui Ling, they could never fool a sui. As he passed by, he could accurately discern who had been drinking. The second was exquisite cuisine. The last time Qingyi prepared drunken peanuts, a sui was the first to catch the enticing aroma, earning him the honor of tasting the dish. Today, as he watched Qingyi laboring in the kitchen for most of the day, surrounded by a plethora of bowls filled with dishes he had never seen before, the greedy sui found himself utterly incapable of continuing his work. Such a splendid opportunity to taste her creations was not one to be missed. However, with the experience from before, no one was willing to let a sui monopolize this delightful privilege. "A sui, how can you always be the one to taste the dishes?" "Miss, I can also taste the dish." "Miss, I'm not greedy. Just allow me to taste one dish." Gathering around the kitchen was not a viable solution, and Shui Ling shooed away the crowd at the door. "Go back to your work. If you don't finish your tasks, you won't even get a sip of soup, let alone taste any dishes." The stewardess's command finally dispersed the crowd, though their minds were still wandering. Regarding culinary delights, Qingyi firmly believes that it is better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. Although Shui Ling's just inadvertently ignited her idea of hosting a full fish banquet, she pondered how she and Shui Ling could possibly consume all these dishes alone. From the moment she began preparing the 6th dish, she had envisioned a communal feast. "Shui Ling, tell everyone that after we finish our work today, they should not rush home. I will treat everyone to a full fish banquet." "Miss, today everyone at the processing plant will be in for a treat. I believe they will remember it for a lifetime." With that, Shui Ling dashed out of the kitchen, standing in the courtyard, asserting her authority as the stewardess. "Today, let us all work diligently and efficiently." After work, the young lady treated everyone to a grand seafood feast. Should anyone prove negligent or lackadaisical in their duties, they would be regrettably left to merely savor the enticing aromas while watching their peers indulge. Upon hearing this, the distracted crowd refocused their energies. The young lady had promised a communal meal, and she would certainly not show favoritism. Ultimately, if someone failed to meet expectations, they could hardly blame others. With her spirited declaration, Shui Ling ignited the enthusiasm of the group. "Miss, didn't you say we were having a seafood feast? Why is there meat?" Shui Ling inquired, holding up the marinating salmon. "Meat? Pray tell, what kind of meat do you think this is?" The question left Shui Ling momentarily perplexed. If she claimed it was fish, how could fish flesh be orange? If she insisted it was meat, it certainly did not resemble any conventional variety. Miss, what kind of fish is this? It looks rather peculiar. This is salmon, a type of ocean fish that is indeed quite different from the river fish we are accustomed to. I prepared it using a method typically reserved for meat. So it is understandable that it resembles meat, Qingyi explained as she sliced the salmon into strips, evenly sprinkling salt and black pepper for marination. During the marinating process, she also prepared slices of lemon and garlic. Once Shui Ling's curiosity was satisfied, the salmon was ready. She brushed the iron grill with oil and arranged the marinated salmon strips on it, topping each with garlic slices. Cooking over medium heat for 3 minutes. She monitored them until they turned a lovely golden hue. Testing the salmon with a fine bamboo skewer, she found it did not stick, indicating that it was cooked through. Removing the grill, she placed lemon slices on it, allowing the residual heat to release the fragrant essence of the lemons. As the citrus aroma wafted through the air, Shui Ling began to fret. Miss, why does this meat? No, this fish tastes sour? Shui Ling, who had always harbored a fear of sour flavors, recoiled at the scent of the lemon. She pondered whether the lemon-grilled dish might be a culinary disaster, a flavor that could not be discerned. Understanding her sister's aversion to sourness, Qingyi reassured her, Fear not, you shall undoubtedly enjoy this dish. My master once spoke of 3 sisters, all of whom were mediocre cooks, yet they won over their husbands with this very lemon-grilled salmon. A guaranteed delight. I would wager that it is not solely those with a penchant for sourness who could appreciate it. Ah, that is difficult to ascertain. After all, the dishes crafted by those in mutual affection are not merely about the food, but rather the essence of the cook. Furthermore, is not a woman in love inherently a bit sour? Shui Ling chuckled to herself. Upon hearing Shui Ling's words, Qingyi felt as though she had stepped into a new realm of understanding. Although she had learned to prepare lemon-grilled salmon in modern culinary classes, it had not resonated with her until now. Shui Ling's remarks illuminated the dish's true significance. It was not merely about taste, but the atmosphere it evoked. Listening to you, I realize I've been misled by my master for so long. Thank you, Sister Shui Ling, for clarifying my doubts, Qingyi exclaimed dramatically. Bowing deeply to Shui Ling, Miss, which master do you speak of, exactly? I grew up alongside the young lady, and I should be familiar with everyone she knows. Yet, to my surprise, she has a master whom I have never met. Qingyi found herself at a loss. She had concocted a master from a recipe she had seen in a modern magazine, unaware that a slip would occur. Have you not heard the saying? Among 3 people, there must be a teacher for me. Must one have a specific master to learn? From all that I have seen and experienced, anything beneficial, even a mere technique or 2, can be appropriated for learning. Although I have not formally acknowledged a master, I find myself surrounded by mentors in every corner. It is precisely for this reason that I am able to create a multitude of delicacies. Others may think I possess an enlightened eye, but truly, there is no such thing. It is merely that my efforts go unnoticed. A lie requires a multitude of lies to uphold it, and for Qingyi, weaving a falsehood is no simple feat. She could only grit her teeth and muddle through the present moment, daring not to mention any master in the future. Chapter 083. The Feast of Fish, a variety of delectable fish. Qingyi and Shui Ling busied themselves in the kitchen, chatting and laughing, their hands never idle. The sisters toiled for 2 hours, culminating in a splendid feast of fish. As the name suggests, every dish was crafted from fish, utilizing different parts and categorized accordingly, encompassing cold dishes, hot dishes, and soups. The cold dishes included marinated fish skin, smoked fish, fish intestine omelet, spicy and sour fish belly, and fish fin jelly. The hot dishes featured lemon-seared salmon, chopped chili fish head, fish roast scrambled eggs, aromatic roasted bass, and braised fish tail. The soups comprised fish head and tofu soup, fish bone broth, fish slice congee, and fish ball and water plant soup. My lady, with dishes prepared so exquisitely, how will anyone be able to eat what I cook in the future? You truly have put me in a predicament. Shui Ling lamented as she beheld the array of dishes presented by Qingyi. Qingyi felt she had gained too much ground with her words today and could not resist teasing her. Why don't you tell everyone that in order for them to be able to enjoy your cooking in the future, they should not stay for dinner today? Perhaps just 2 fish balls for each? Oh no, my lady. I just told them that hard work would be rewarded with delicious food. If I now inform them that there is nothing to eat, my tenure as the stewardess shall come to an end, and I will have no choice but to return to serve you. Currently, Appa serves me splendidly. You should abandon that thought and dutifully remain as my stewardess. If you excel, you shall shine before others. But if you falter, you will have to return to the Yun residence, where there will be no maidservants to assist you. Only the rough work of laundry and firewood gathering awaits. Qingyi spoke Qingyist, yet her words served as a reminder for Shui Ling to diligently manage the processing plant. Those who harbor an escape route within their hearts seldom give their all. At best, they may only achieve a passing grade. Shui Ling had been thrust into her responsibilities by Qingyi, and though her words were light-hearted, they undoubtedly reflected a fragment of her true feelings. Qingyi played along with her jest, half-seriously severing her hopes. As the daughter of the chief steward of the Yun household, Shui Ling, despite being a born servant, enjoyed a rather comfortable life. Serving as a close maid to the young lady, her only task was to ensure the young lady's preferences were met and to execute her duties without error, thus granting her a sense of ease and contentment. However, now that she has taken on the role of the stewardess, she is confronted with numerous people and matters, each requiring her decision. Whether her decisions are right or wrong, she often feels uncertain. The anxiety of earning a few extra coins makes Shui Ling genuinely think that it will be far more worthwhile to enjoy a few peaceful nights of sleep. Thus, she frequently hints to Qingyi about returning to her former position as a maid. Not every woman lives as transparently as Qingyi. The majority yearn for wealth, but do not possess the desire to earn it. To them, a life lived with comfort and security is far superior to anything else. Little do they realize that the visible comfort and security are the most fragile of all. Madam Stewardess, may we commence our meal? The processing plant is under Shui Ling's management, and the decision to conclude work rests on her shoulders. Having assessed the day's progress, it is typically around this time that work would draw to a close. Today, however, the workers are particularly invigorated. Not only have they completed their tasks, but they have also tidied the premises. Madam Stewardess, surely it is time to eat? The inebriated Ajui sauntered over, and Shui Ling shot him a reproachful glance. You're the most eager to eat, yet you do not help set the tables and chairs. Do you intend to just loiter in the kitchen? The dishes prepared by the young lady are likely a rare indulgence for you in this lifetime. After following the young lady for so many years, today is the first time I've witnessed such a feast. Even if you wish to linger in the kitchen, I shall not permit it, Shui Ling proclaimed. And Ajui responded with a few sheepish chuckles, calling over several helpers to set up a large table in the courtyard. As everyone gathered around, Shui Ling beckoned a few of the women to bring out the dishes. Once a dozen or so dishes were laid out, Ajui and the others felt that the stewardess's words were indeed true. A banquet of this nature, centered around fish, would likely be an infrequent occurrence in their lives. Had they known they would feast on such delicacies today, Ajui would have certainly saved some of his wine gourd. Alas, the absence of wine was a lamentable flaw. Despite the lack of alcohol, Ajui still sensed a certain void. The sentiments he expressed were reminiscent of the words often spoken by Qingyi's father in the modern era. She recognized that Ajui spoke from the heart. Qingyi, being earnest in her pursuits, could not allow anyone to claim that there was something amiss or lacking. Even without the ideal conditions, she was determined to create them, all for the sake of a perfect fish feast. There was indeed beer available. Qingyi calculated the days and realized that the beer she had brewed should be just about ready for consumption. Though she was not entirely certain, the atmosphere was undeniably right. She resolved that her first cup of beer in this ancient era would be today. Ajui, if you wish to drink, that is permissible, but you must contribute some effort. As long as there is beer, I have no qualms about you putting in some labor. Ajui readily agreed. Shui Ling. A few days ago, I made some beer in an oak barrel. By my calculations, it should be ready to drink. Although Qingyi addressed Shui Ling, it was evident that her words were directed at Ajui. Upon hearing of the beer, the previously lethargic Ajui immediately perked up. Miss, this little matter need not concern the stewardess. I can handle it myself. Following Shui Ling's guidance, Azhui quickly located the beer barrel, and with the assistance of several others, they managed to transport the oak barrel to the courtyard. Azhui, clutching his wine gourd, took a sip. This beer is not harsh. It is quite different from what I usually drink. Miss, is this truly beer? It seems rather mild. Qingyi poured a cup, taking a small sip, and instantly recognized that familiar taste. While accustomed to stronger spirits, this particular brew was rather mild. Yet today, irrespective of one's usual drinking habits, everyone could indulge in a cup without fear of inebriation. Was it not somewhat dull to always drink alone? Hearing the young lady's words, Asui found some wisdom in them. Not becoming intoxicated? How delightful indeed. Observing Asui's rapid transformation, Qingyi felt somewhat perplexed, until one of the elder sisters present elucidated the matter for her. This drink, which did not lead to drunkenness, allowed Asui to satisfy his craving without the fear of receiving his wife's reprimand. A true drunkard embodies the spirit of indulgence, often lacking self-control, and invariably finds themselves ensnared by familial scorn after a night of revelry. The reason Asui carried a gourd of liquor to work was due to the formidable presence of his wife at home. In his household, he dared not succumb to drunkenness, lest he be unceremoniously cast out onto the streets. Previously, he had endured such a fate, spending a night at the doorstep, not to mention the glaring imprint of a slap upon his face. The following day at work, he was the subject of his colleagues' jests. Asui, it seems you have once again incurred your wife's wrath. Even a slap from her is sweet. In his exasperation, Asui did not forget to retort, my wife loves me, which is why she acts so. Among all his attributes, only his knees and mouth held any firmness. Yet, his wife's slaps were indeed formidable. The ground outside could not compare to the comfort of his own bed. After a few such encounters, Asui refrained from drinking at home, opting instead to carry a gourd outside, savoring small sips to quell his cravings. Qingyi sighed, reflecting that her mother had perhaps been too indulgent with her father in times past. Chapter 084. Hunger marketing. My lady, we have laughed at each other enough. May I still partake of this drink? The inebriate Asui's primary concern was the absence of liquor. As long as there was drink, matters of pride were of secondary importance. Since it had been offered, there surely must be enough. Otherwise, what was the purpose of presenting it? He filled the cups of all the masters and elder sisters, declaring that this barrel would suffice for everyone. Upon taking their first sip, the crowd found it somewhat disconcerting. What is this peculiar brew? It possesses a sharpness on the palate. It neither resembled true liquor nor completely lacked its essence. Had they stumbled upon a hidden variant of culinary darkness? Beer, indeed, is a curious concoction. Its flavor is difficult to classify as good or bad, lacking the rich aroma of stronger spirits. Yet in the modern era in which Qingyi resided, beer garnered more favor than liquor. Though you are unaccustomed, the first sip may seem unremarkable. Do try a few more, she encouraged. Considering that her previous attempt at oolong tea had been dismissed by two of the elder sisters for its mildness, it was likely they preferred something with more robust flavor. Qingyi had once tried dark beer, an experience she would never forget. After much contemplation, she decided to prepare a lighter brew with a subtle hint of alcohol, which sufficed for her needs. As someone belched, the day's weariness seemed to dissipate with that singular sound. My lady, this drink packs quite the punch. Observing the long laborer's ease, Qingyi began to understand why modern individuals favor beer. Beer serves as a libation to alleviate the fatigue of the working class, akin to the essence of a flavored latte. While the laborers relaxed, the women remained somewhat reserved. Considering that these ancient friends were experiencing beer for the first time, it was understandable that they might feel a bit out of place. She recalled that in modern times, some ladies would enhance their beer by adding a spoonful of honey. Perhaps this would be a delightful experiment. Shui Ling, do we have honey? We possess all the essential ingredients commonly used in cooking. It is merely a matter of quantity. Go fetch some to enrich the beer for the ladies. Indeed, the honey-infused beer was far more to the women's liking, and they readily accepted the first glass. Though Qingyi did not often indulge in alcoholic beverages, when she did, she preferred the pure essence of the drink itself, with the exception of beer. For beer to be truly enjoyable, it must be chilled. Warm beer lacks soul. Fortunately, Shui Ling had everything they needed. When Qingyi had previously taught her to make milk tea, she had refined her palate. Occasionally, she craved a glass, and ice was indispensable. Qingyi filled her glass halfway with ice before pouring in the beer, believing that only the chilled sensation could evoke the beer's authentic flavor. Qingyi fulfilled Sui's desire for a drink, and in return, Sui was quite adept at reciprocating kindness. After a long day of labor, predominantly physical toil, it was impossible not to feel weary. Rather than laboring in silence, they busied themselves with fish, and with Sui's amusing anecdotes, laughter erupted, distracting them from their meals. Qingyi found herself laughing heartily, setting down her chopsticks to listen to Sui's tales. Initially, she intended to wait until the laughter subsided before eating, but Sui's stories were too plentiful, leaving her no opportunity to savor her food, and she was forced to intervene. Sui, please eat some vegetables and pause your storytelling. If you continue, I fear I might choke. I cannot eat like this. Once Sui concluded her entertaining interlude, the group finally returned their focus to the feast. The meal was delectable, the drinks were plentiful, and the conversation was delightful. Qingyi believed this encapsulated the essence of culinary art, to embody the warmth of human existence. After the banquet, everyone collaborated to tidy up the tables and benches, expressing their gratitude for Qingyi's generous hospitality while taking home the little treats prepared by the matron. The once lively processing factory was now left with only Shui Ling and Qingyi. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Qingyi felt particularly cheerful this evening. Despite the late hour, she was not yet weary. The moon hung bright and the stars were sparse as she lingered in the courtyard, gazing at the heavens. Shui Ling brought out a large cloak for Qingyi to wear. The sisters exchanged intimate words, but within a few sentences, Qingyi again diverted her attention to business matters. Even amidst the allure of the external scenery, Qingyi would never neglect her primary responsibilities, which led Shui Ling to feel that her mistress was quite lacking in romantic sensibility. Once, the fifth prince remarked to concubine Xian that both Qingyi and Mo Yuxuan were rather dull, perceiving their intense focus as somewhat excessive and inappropriate for the occasion. Mistress, does this mean that in the future, we will no longer need to purchase beverages for Wangqing Tower, as we shall produce and sell them ourselves? Qingyi, after a moment of contemplation, felt that beer, as an alcoholic beverage, was somewhat incongruous with the refined atmosphere of Wangqing Tower. Although she endeavored to keep the prices of dishes at Wangqing Tower accessible, it remained a prominent establishment in the capital, and the cuisine she offered was unparalleled. The patrons of Wangqing Tower were either affluent or cultured, indulging in their drinks with a delicate finesse, preferring to sip from small cups, an embodiment of elegance. Beer, on the other hand, was served in large mugs, and Qingyi concluded that it would be better suited for the more casual clientele of the Xining Tavern. Imagining the scene of enjoying a beer at the bar, placing 9 coins on the counter for a glass, standing there to savor the drink alongside a few peanuts to wash away the day's fatigue, clarified her thoughts on the appropriate audience for this beverage. The vendors who previously supplied side dishes were readily available. If they could sell snacks, they could just as easily offer beer. Qingyi instructed Ajui to take an oak barrel and set off with the cart, starting from the tavern closest to the processing factory, visiting each establishment to sample and sell her product. She aimed for a relaxed and cheerful approach in her business dealings. Alcohol possesses a unique charm. Once imbibed, it loosens tongues and emboldens spirits. Qingyi wished to conduct her business with integrity, assuring the tavern owners that they need not rush into a decision. Should they find merit in the venture, she requested they bring a contract to the processing factory the following day. She intentionally allowed a day for the tavern keepers to consider her proposal thoroughly. However, unbeknownst to her, her earnest intentions appeared to the tavern owners as a shrewd maneuver. They perceived that she had enticed them with a glass of wine, but was not eager to finalize a contract, suggesting an element of scarcity marketing. Everyone was aware that her substantial business was Wangqing Tower, thriving and bustling with activity. The mere honor of conducting business with the proprietor of Wangqing Tower rendered them unable to refuse her offer, leading them to flock to her the next day to sign contracts. Qingyi was quite pleased with this outcome. She not only established new sales channels, but also deeply integrated these vendors by offering a wider array of products, allowing the water lily processing factory to anticipate daily profits. As Qingyi reveled in her optimistic calculations regarding profit margins, Shui Ling burst in, shattering her reverie. "Miss, Madame Lu from Wangqing Tower has sent word for you to return at once." Chapter 085. The Domestic Thief. Upon first encountering Lu Jiao, Qingyi recognized her composed demeanor. Despite previously facing several significant challenges that instilled fear, she maintained her poise, which was precisely why Qingyi had confidence in her as the manager. Now, however, she had entrusted someone to convey an urgent message, indicating a serious matter had arisen. When Shui Ling rushed in to relay the message, Qingyi was genuinely startled. "Did Madame Lu not elaborate further?" she inquired. According to Amber, during the hour of Shun, Madame Lu had asked Qingyi to find Amber at Yun's residence and instruct her to inform Miss Yun immediately. If Miss Yun was free to come and go, she was requested to return to Wangqing Tower without delay. The whereabouts of the young lady were known only to a select few. Since Madame Lu was able to reach Amber, her words conveyed a sense of urgency, prompting Amber to hasten her steps toward the destination without a moment's delay. Today marks the inaugural day of delivering goods to the tavern. Fearing any potential mishap, I decided to personally inspect each establishment. By chance, I encountered Amber along the way. I instructed Aceway to deliver the remaining goods and hurried back. Upon hearing this, Qingyi could no longer remain seated. She summoned the carriage driver to harness the horses and swiftly returned to Wangqing Tower. As she alighted from the carriage at the foot of the tower, Qingyi observed the young servant at the entrance enticing customers, while the waitstaff inside busily served dishes, with business proceeding as usual and no signs of anything amiss. Her anxious heart began to ease slightly, but upon failing to find Lu Jiao in both the grand hall below and the elegant chambers above, her heart grew tense once more. Before she could locate Lu Jiao, Qingyi had already poured out a stream of grievances. "Miss, where have you been these past days? We were dreadfully worried. When Madame Lu returned that day, claiming she had seen you, I thought you would be back soon. Who knew it would take so many days before we caught sight of you again? Some regular patrons have inquired about your absence. At first, I could only say you were in seclusion, perfecting new dishes. But as time stretched on with no new offerings, I grew increasingly anxious, unsure how much longer I could keep this ruse. If you delay your return any longer, those loyal diners may begin to suspect something." Qingyi truly bore a heavy burden. He was originally a clever, lively, and charming lad with keen insight. Initially, he served as Qingyi's apprentice, but later became her diligent assistant. Whenever a woman found herself in a situation not suitable